Chapter 701. Wake stared at her blankly. So you left me because you were afraid that I would die? Wei Bai smiled bitterly. I was afraid that you would die if you fell in love with me, so I left you. Wake, then you're not afraid that I will die now? Wei Bai shook her head. After researching, I found that the information was fake. The mermaid's heart does have a secret, but the secret is that if a human falls in love with a mermaid, then they can see her love through the mermaid's heart. Speaking of this, Wei Bai couldn't help looking up at him. In the water, she had a soft smile, without a trace of seriousness, and her black hair gently fluttered. Clean and beautiful. So I came back, Wake. I don't want to cause you any harm, so I ask you to forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Wake suddenly let go of her and stepped aside. His ice blue eyes were filled with complex emotions. He said, "You know what? The day you left was enough to take my life. You didn't need that fake information to torture me. I could have died." Wei Bai's smile gradually disappeared. "I'm sorry," Wake said fiercely. "What's the use of being sorry? I feel so uncomfortable that I want to kill all humans. You come and go as you please. You don't care about me at all." Wei Bai quickly said, "I care about you very much." Wake shouted, "Liar, you are a big human liar." Wei Bai said, "I won't do it next time." Wake said angrily, "You have a next time? What can't you say to me? I would rather be loved by you and die than be abandoned by you and live in pain." Wei Bai swam over and wanted to hug him. "Wake, I made you sad." Wake dodged and twisted his neck, coldly saying, "Don't think that this will make me forgive you. I'm still angry." With that, he plunged into the huge school of fish. He made trouble in the school of fish, scaring them away in panic. But he couldn't help showing a happy smile when he was in a place she couldn't see. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 90. Among the fish, his golden hair stood out like the most beautiful scenery in the blue sea. Bai Wei was in the water, looking at him with a few traces of indulgence. "Tongzi, mermaids are quite pretty too." The system asked so. Wei Bai, "If only I could raise one in real life." The system shuddered. "I can't take it away." Wei Bai was a little disappointed. The system comforted him. "What's the use of being pretty? Crucian carps can be used to make soup. Human flesh isn't tasty. There are too many bones, and the meat is too dry. It's better to raise a few grass carps, which can be fried and eaten with rice." Wei Bai, "It sounds very reasonable." Wait a minute. Did she say she was going to feed it? Although Wake said that he wouldn't forgive her, he couldn't bear to take her to the deep-sea cave 30,000 meters below the sea and lock her up. Instead, they were brought back to the base camp of the merfolk, the merfolk city. When the merfolk saw her, they were all surprised. Merfolk who were betrayed would kill the betrayer. This was something that almost all merfolk would do. But she was alive and well. This made all the malicious gazes turn to surprise, and then they looked at their king. Wake saw them and snorted coldly. The king's threat made all the merfolk tremble, and all their thoughts disappeared. Wake had a palace where the kings of the past lived. As soon as Wei Bai entered, she was almost blinded by the jewels and decorative sea products inside. Wake calculated the time and found that the effect of the pearls was about to expire. He gave her another one and told her to eat it. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here, /transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here / transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Download transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here to read on mobile. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 702. Humans couldn't live long in the sea. These pearls couldn't be eaten frequently. Wake's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. He thought of the mermaid's heart, which could turn her into a mermaid. But the last betrayal left a shadow in his heart. When he thought of Wei Bai getting the mermaid's heart and making a wish, she might make a wish that would make him sad. He didn't dare to give it to her. Wei Bai squatted down curiously and picked up a big conch. A beautiful ruby fell out of it. This mermaid was like a dragon. They all liked these shiny things. In the mermaid palace, a group of mermaids gathered at some point. The mermaid nobles were in front. "Your Majesty, we request to send the human out of the sea." Because she was the person His Majesty loved, they didn't dare to shout and kill. They could only leave, feeling wronged. Wake glanced outside indifferent. The noble mermaid continued to ask, "Your Majesty, the human betrayed you. How can you treat her like this?" The human who betrayed the mermaids was still alive, and she continued to receive the protection of the Mermaid King. This had angered the entire mermaid community. Wake suddenly took Wei Bai's hand and said softly, let's go, and see." Wei Bai let go of the conch and followed him out. There was a group of colorful mermaids outside, and when they saw her, their eyes became fierce. What a strong, murderous aura. Wei Bai felt like she was facing thousands of carnivores. Noticing that her fingers were trembling, Wake pulled her behind him, shielding her from the mermaid's ferocious eyes. His eyes coldly swept over all the mermaids, and he said coldly, "From today on, she is my wife, and whoever disrespects her is offending me." These words were too heavy. All the mermaids didn't know how to protest. This didn't give them a chance to protest at all. The oldest noble mermaid swam out. His face was old, and his eyes were full of wisdom. "Your Majesty, you are young after all. If it's because of love, it doesn't matter even if it's a human, but the premise is that you love each other." This mermaid was very prestigious. Wake's tone was not so cold. He lowered his head and looked at Wei Bai, his eyes gentle. "We love each other." The deep affection in these words simply gave people goosebumps. The old merman sighed softly. "But she betrayed you and our mermaid race. We can't believe in her love." "Yes, how can we believe in human love? Humans are the best at deceiving people. They are dirty, cunning, and ugly. Your Majesty, don't be fooled. This human doesn't love you." As soon as the old merman said this, a bunch of mermaids echoed in agreement. She couldn't wait to tear Wei Bai into pieces. Wake's eyes turned fierce. "Shut up." This threat directly shook his brain. Dozens of mermaids at the scene immediately vomited, completely unable to bear the power of this command. The remaining mermaids all turned pale. When the king showed his might, none of the mermaids could resist. Wei Bai frowned, her fingers clenching him tightly. Wake's ice-blue eyes looked at the mermaids in front of him arrogantly and indifferently, and said to them word by word, "My wife, how can you talk about her?" The mermaids looked sadly at their king. They couldn't resist, and they were suppressing their resentment. The atmosphere was very bad. Wei Bai suddenly pulled his finger. "Wake, do you remember that the mermaid's heart can detect the secret of human love?" Wake bowed his head sideways. There was a trace of disapproval in his eyes, but more curiosity. Could the mermaid's heart really see the human heart? Wei Bai looked at the oldest mermaid and said to him, "You know the secret of the mermaid's heart." The old mermaid's eyes were still, but with a trace of compassion. "Yes, I know." This old mermaid actually knew the secret of the mermaid's heart. He didn't say it because Wake fell in love with a human. He was too disappointed, so if Wake finally died because of a human, it would be good. There was no need to implicate the mermaid family. Wei Bai then said, "The secret of the mermaid's heart is that it can detect whether a human is in love with a mermaid." The old mermaid frowned. How could the secret be this? Stupid humans really only knew how to talk nonsense. But he didn't want the secret to be leaked out. After all, Wake was really not his ideal ruler. It was better for him to die. He had a nod. He was the most prestigious mermaid in the mermaid family. If he nodded, everyone would believe him. After Wei Bai saw his approval, she raised her head, her eyes clear and firm. "Wake, let me test it, and let the mermaid's heart tell you whether I love you or not." Chapter 703. Wake took her hand, and his blue eyes were tinged with some gold. This was the color of his emotional state. He looked at the mere people indifferently and sharply, and then looked at Wei Bai softly. His thin lips opened slightly, and his voice was very cold. "I don't agree." After that, he seemed to feel that his tone was too heavy. He glanced at her and found that she was not angry. So he softened his voice and said, "Whether you love me or not, I have my own feelings. I don't need the mermaid's heart." Wei Bai's smiling face remained unchanged, and she insisted, "But I want everyone to witness my love for you." Her smile was always gentle and comforting. But this time, Her smile was a little different. Wake couldn't tell what was different. Maybe her expression was more natural? Wake's fingers couldn't help but go deeper, grabbing her fingers. When his fingers were intertwined, he could feel the warmth of her skin more. This made him feel closer to her. Wake still had a shadow in his heart about the mermaid's heart. His tone tightened. "Aren't you going to run?" Wei Bai said with some embarrassment. "Even if I want to run, I have nowhere to go. I am now a wanted criminal on land who colluded with the Mare people." Wake became fierce. "You really want to run? And what do you mean by a wanted criminal who colluded with the Mare people? It should be said that you are a wanted criminal who fell in love with the Mare people. This is shameless." "How cute." Wei Bai's smile couldn't help but deepen. "Then do you dare to let me test my love for you? I'm also very curious if I really fell in love with you. After all, humans are very fickle." When Wake heard this, his eyes instantly turned golden. He gritted his teeth and said in a heavier tone, "You love me, I know." After that, he picked her up and directly summoned the whale. Then he turned back to those damn Mare people and said, "Follow me if you want to witness our love." After that, he swam to the back of the whale, and the whale immediately went to the eye of the sea. The group of Mare people behind also followed with seahorses, octopuses, and dolphins. Wake's face was cold, and his cold eyes glared fiercely at the group of Mare people behind him. Don't pay attention to their gossip. They're just a bunch of single fishes who can't find a partner. They're jealous of us. Because mermaids were sentient creatures, they were very cautious about their feelings. Therefore, it was very difficult to find a compatible partner. A mermaid like Vic, who had just reached adulthood, could find a life partner he recognized at once. He was very lucky. The whale came to the eye of the sea again. Vic's strength was so great that he could stand beside the sea eye and replace it. He stretched out his finger, and the mermaid's heart came into his hand. Wei Bai saw the mermaid's heart in his hand and was about to take it. The system said, "Let's wait for another 24 hours. After 24 hours, one of the items that can deceive the mermaid's heart will be on sale." Wei Bai's fingers paused as she looked up at Wake. She found him gazing at her quietly. Her eyes were focused, soft, and full of love. His delicate face, set off by his blonde hair, was so beautiful that it could touch anyone's heart. Wei Bai stared blankly. She suddenly whispered to the system, "I always feel like I've seen him somewhere." After the shield was turned off, many small feelings came out. For example, this inexplicable sense of familiarity. So familiar that it made her mood fluctuate. Chapter 704. System. The plane is randomly issued, and the characters in the plane are also random. Maybe it's because all the beautiful men look the same, so you think he's familiar. Wei Bai was silent for a moment before saying, "I'll try." With the current increase in favorability, not to mention 24 hours, it was possible to reach 95 in the next second. Wei Bai stretched out her hands and took the mermaid's heart. The light of the mermaid's heart, on her delicate fingers, was beautiful and translucent. Wei Bai held the mermaid's heart and looked at Wake, who was beginning to get nervous. His face was calm, but his muscles were unusually tight. It seemed that if she dared to say anything about her wish to escape, he would snatch the mermaid's heart at once. Wei Bai showed him a gentle smile. "Don't be nervous, look." After she finished, she held the mermaid's heart. The light of the mermaid's heart began to change color. The cold blue slowly turned pink. What a romantic mermaid's heart. Love could actually be distinguished by color. Wei Bai's face looked more gentle under the light of the mermaid's heart. "Wake, the color of the mermaid's heart has changed." Wake looked at the mermaid's heart. He stared blankly, his thick eyelashes half covering his eyes, looking very silly. His heart was beating fast, so fast that it made his scalp numb. This was not his own reaction, but the power of the mermaid's heart. After the mermaid's heart tested her love, it told Wake. She loved him. This power was so amazing and warm. Wake was stunned. He didn't know how to react. Joy, excitement, or anything else. All the words that could express his happiness were pale and powerless. He suddenly noticed that something had fallen from his eyes. It was a pearl. No, it was a tear. Blue pearls of tears fell from his eyes. Tears of joy. Wake quickly reached out and covered his eyes, suppressing his excitement. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 95. Countdown to entering the curse of the mermaid's heart. 95 was when he completely fell in love with her. It was also when a mermaid's heart began to curse the Mermaid King. Wei Wei Bai received a pearl in her hand. There was a trace of sadness in her eyes, but more importantly, there was a kind of relief. She whispered, "Vic, Wei cried because of this," which was a very shameful thing for the merfolk. Therefore, he didn't dare to look at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai repeated, "Wake." Wake finally turned his face around. Instead, he became reserved. "Yes, what's wrong?" Wei Wei Bai revealed a bright smile. "Nothing. I just suddenly wanted to call you a few more times. I was afraid that I would forget you." Vic said, "Idiot, we've always been together. There's no need to forget." When he said this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, and his eyes were especially bright and adorable. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything more. The color of the mermaid's heart in her hand began to change. A pink heart was the heart of a fish lover. This love might not necessarily be heavy, even if it was just a momentary liking or a few traces of sincere love. It was enough to make the mermaid's heart admit that this human fell in love with the merfolk. It was enough for her to sacrifice. Wake saw that the mermaid's heart had changed color. It was black. The warm love, just now, seemed to be nibbled away by something. The old noble merfolk also saw it. He sighed. It turned out that this human deliberately said that she wanted to test her love to sacrifice herself. Once the mermaid's heart turned black, it represented the beginning of the sacrifice. No one could stop it. Wake's face changed greatly, and he reached out to grab the mermaid's heart in Wei Wei Bai's hand. Wei Wei Bai's face began to pale, and her skin began to lose its luster. Chapter 705. It seems that something terrible has been swallowing her vitality. Wake hurriedly hugged her, his body trembling. Wei Wei, what's wrong with you?" Wei Wei Bai reluctantly showed a few traces of a smile. "Nothing." Wake reached out and touched her skin. It was like ice. His fingers trembled, and he could barely hold her. His voice became sharp. "Are you sick? Let's go find the Dark Wizard." Wei Wei Bai could clearly feel the loss of her vitality. It didn't hurt, but it didn't feel good either. Her mind began to slack, and Wake's face slowly blurred in front of her. Wake immediately bit off the blood vessels in his wrist, and the mermaid's blood continued to pour into Wei Wei Bai's mouth. "Wei Wei, drink more, this can cure the disease." The mermaid's saliva can heal wounds, and the mermaid's blood can strengthen the human body to achieve the effect of curing diseases. Wei Wei Bai smiled helplessly. Her voice was weak and hoarse. "Don't hurt yourself. You were created by me, and you are the only hope in my world, the only person who can be happy." She weakly reached out and touched his cheek. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after sleep." The whale quickly rushed to the location of the Dark Wizard. Wake looked at her increasingly haggard appearance and panicked. She looked like something terrible had been depriving her of her life. The old noble mermaid behind him desperately rushed over. "Your Majesty, put the mermaid's heart back. The earthquake in the sea has begun." Wake held the blackened mermaid's heart in his hand. He was also far away from the eye of the sea, so the earthquake began. Wake didn't listen. His mind was now full of her gradually losing her vitality, and he kept feeding her the mermaid's blood. He kept saying, "Don't sleep. Wei Wei, wake up." The old mermaid finally caught up. "Your Majesty, you can't save her. She voluntarily sacrificed herself to the mermaid's heart. Otherwise, the one who died would be you." The blue in Wake's eyes turned golden and even brought out a bloody red. He angrily shouted, get out of here." Old Merman was almost shocked to death by this order. He quickly said in a trembling voice, "The heart of the mermaid is a curse on the Mermaid King. If you fall in love with a human, you will die because of the curse, unless the human is willing to love you and is willing to sacrifice her life to resolve the curse on you." Wake turned around and looked at him fiercely. "Those who lie to the king die." After this order, the old merman showed a sad expression, but he was not affected. He wasn't lying. Therefore, this order had no effect at all. Wake's ferocious expression slowly changed. Suddenly, Her fingers gently gripped his hand as a weak and hoarse voice sounded. Vic! Wake quickly turned around and saw that her face had decayed to a terrible extent. Mermaids had always been creatures that liked beautiful things. But at this moment, he didn't think she was ugly at all. Instead, he held her face and said, Wei Wei, it's okay. It'll be fine soon. Wei Wei Bai's body was so weak that it could die at any time. But her eyes were very clear. She said, Kiss me. Wake froze, then somewhat clumsily lowered his head and kissed her lips. Her lips were dry and no longer soft. But Wake seemed to be kissing the most beautiful spring water, gentle and affectionate. Ding! The male lead's favorability is 100. The host's mission is complete. Prepare to leave the plane. Successful departure. Wake's fingers that touched her face suddenly became empty. The cold ashes drifted away between his slender fingers. Slash. Chapter 706. What his lips touched was no longer her lips, but empty air. Her body, lying in his arms, dissipated. Wake slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were blank. He maintained the position of holding her, motionless. His hands and legs were full of her ashes that turned into sand after all her life was taken away. The sea moved, and the ashes began to drift away. Wake hurriedly reached out to grab, and while grabbing, he screamed with a sharp voice. He couldn't even hear what he was shouting. He was crying like crazy. It was a heart-wrenching pain. The mermaid's singing voice turned into a tragic howl at this time. The ashes in his fingers drifted away. He couldn't keep her. She had been lying to him. She said the secret of the mermaid's heart was just to test love. Liars, humans are all liars. Wake's hand tightly clenched the remaining ashes of her body. He held it hysterically. You lied to me. You've been lying to me. Red blood tears flowed out of his eyes. The blood tears turned into pearls, falling down one by one. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, her whole body was in a trance. She had never woken up so tired and powerless. Sitting on a hospital bed, she stared blankly at the white wall and suddenly said, What do you think will happen to Wake? If she died, that mentally retarded fish would be miserable. The system hesitated. Maybe, probably, after crying, he'll go find a new lover. After all, your face is ugly, your body is flat, and you don't have a tail. He might have already disliked you, his first love, and have another big mermaid as his wife. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while, and then said with a sigh of relief, So it's like that. The system immediately nodded. That's right, there's no such thing as an undying love. It's all over after a while, and then you'll go live your own beautiful life. Without blocking feelings, the system was afraid of emotional repercussions. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and nodded normally. That's good. The system was relieved. As long as nothing happened, it was good. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, 3 restrained knocks, and then waited for a while. Seeing that no one answered, the door opened. Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw Yi Yuxuan walking in. His slender body was dressed in a fitting black suit. His short hair was so clean that it seemed to have a halo dancing on it. His beautiful black eyes were deep and calm. He looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on the bed. She stared at him blankly. Her legs were placed under the bed, and her beautiful ankles were so fragile that they looked like they would break with a single pinch. Yi Yuxuan's eyes flashed with a light of forbearance. He walked over and carefully reached out to hug her. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have just noticed him. She suddenly reached out and hugged his thin waist. The side of her face was pressed against his suit. Yi Yuxuan's body stiffened, but she didn't dare to move. She didn't say anything and just hugged him quietly. Her delicate arms, her clean side profile, and the strength she used to hug him tightly. It made Yi Yuxuan's heart beat faster, and even her breathing became irregular. Wei Wei Bai didn't know what was wrong with her. When she woke up for the first time, she was very tired. So tired that it was scary. She was even at a loss. She couldn't be like before and forget the intense scenes in the previous world when she woke up. Instead, she kept recalling Wake's last face, the kiss he gave her. When she finally closed her eyes, he still had an ignorant expression. Was this the aftereffect of not shielding her feelings? Wei Wei Bai suddenly knew that the emotion shield was an awesome cheat. Humans couldn't split their feelings multiple times to attack different people. Every time she woke up like this, she would go crazy after a few worlds. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said softly, "Sorry, I will pay for your clothes." After saying that, tears suddenly came out. She cried quietly without making a sound. Her expression was incomparably calm, and her tear-filled eyes were crystal clear. She wasn't agitated, sad, or in pain. It was just pure tears. She didn't know why, but when she saw Yi Yuxuan walk in, she wanted to cry. She always felt that he was very familiar. Chapter 707. He didn't know where this familiar feeling came from. After Wei Wei Bai finished crying, she pulled on the corner of his suit as if nothing had happened and elegantly wiped her tears. The system saw that she had calmed down and softly reminded her of her remaining life points. Post-mission is complete. Obtain 30 days of life points, a total of 160 life points. Deducting the system's instant noodles by 1 get 1 free, a total of 4 bags of 6 days of life points, a total of 154 days of life points. The system said, your current body's capacity for external life points is about 300 days. When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she finally pulled back a bit of rationality. She was just about to let go of his waist and leave, but a large hand pressed down on her head and pressed her back against his clothes. Wei Wei Bai's face was tightly pressed against his chest. She could faintly hear his heart beating in his chest. He didn't say anything. He just pressed on her and didn't want her to leave. It was as if her rare dependence had made him addicted. Wei Wei Bai just remembered that her life points would be taken away. Her brain couldn't think of a good way to seduce him at the moment. She was afraid that Yi Yuxuan would calm down. Her life points would be taken away. What she was afraid of really happened. She was just worried when she heard the system's notification sound. Life points, 155, 56, 57. Wei Wei Bai at first thought that her life points were decreasing, but it turned out that it was increasing. She looked up blankly and saw his beautiful jaw and his half-closed black eyes. He stared at her calmly and attentively. This kind of gaze made people feel calm and steady. There was no feeling of excitement at all, but her life points kept on increasing. Wei Wei Bai knew that if it wasn't for the extreme emotional fluctuations, her life points wouldn't increase so easily. Her fingers couldn't help but lightly pinch the muscles of his waist. Yi Yuxuan didn't move, and his muscles only tensed up a little. But her life points increased by 5 days. Wei Wei Bai pinched again, and her life points increased by 1 day. Pinch, it's not rising again. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but look up at him. His eyes were silent and complicated as he looked back at her. His eyes contained traces of vicissitudes and sadness. Yi Yuxuan slowly bent down and reached out a finger to gently touch her cheek. His fingertips were as gentle as the air as they gently touched her soft cheeks. He suddenly revealed a smile. His usually cold and emotionless face suddenly seemed to have a life of its own, making people unable to take their eyes off him. No matter how many years it takes, as long as I can wait for you, it's worth it. Those long and painful dreams. Every torture could make people break down. But when he knocked on the door and saw her sitting on the hospital bed, alive and well, looking at him with a pair of bright and clear eyes, he also felt that he was very lucky. It was all a dream, but she was real. She had always been there. Hello, Your Majesty Mermaid, follow-up. The ferocious and violent period of the ocean was finally over. The humans and all the merfolk breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This ocean riot, hurricanes, high waves, and underwater earthquakes affected the land as well. It lasted for a full 10 years. All the merfolk and humans thought that they were facing the end of the world. This was just the most powerful mermaid king in history. Because of the painful loss of his partner, it produced a fluctuation of power. Because this mermaid went crazy for 10 years, it also caused the world to be in turmoil for 10 years. 10 years later, everything returned to peace. The crazy Vic finally seemed to return to normal. Chapter 708. His golden hair turned completely red, and his golden eyes turned a rich black. His fishtail was a beautiful golden blue, and like his hair, it turned a deep red. It was full of an ominous aura. This was the color that mermaids would change when they lost all hope and were no longer happy. He crushed the heart of the mermaid that killed Wei Wei Bai and left many of his more powerful scales in the eye of the sea. He suppressed the earthquake at the bottom of the sea. Sea cities began to be built, and humans could also sail on the sea. Everything began to return to order. Wake didn't commit suicide, nor did he howl in grief. He was very calm, like a set-up machine. He began to maintain the relationship between humans and mermaids. He remembered that Wei Wei said that she liked mermaids since she was very young. She was a human, but because she liked mermaids, she became a wanted criminal. She also said that her greatest hope was to make him happy. He remembered everything she said. His happiness was all because of her. She had used her own life to exchange for his life. So how dare he die and waste what she gave him? Wake was calm, restrained, and began to promote the law of friendly relations between humans and mermaids by hook or by crook. This kind of thing was not easy, but for him, only by forcing himself to the most tragic state could he get a little rest. As soon as he stopped, his mind was full of the image of Wei Wei dying in his arms. Humans and mermaids began to trade. There were also mermaid markets on land, and humans began to shop and travel in the sea. Chinamo had met him once during this period. A man and a merman both had cold faces. It was as if they would attack each other at any time. But the two of them quickly signed their names on the agreement to promote the relationship between humans and mermaids. Chinamo was already a senior official of the empire. As the most powerful person, he publicly supported the relationship between humans and mermaids. When Wake passed by him, Chan Imo gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for her, you would have become sashimi." Wake was neither sad nor happy and didn't even look at him. He just left. After many years, mermaids and humans forgot their hatred. Both the sea and the land were free to come and go. Everyone knew that there was a person called Wei Wei Bai who was the greatest person of that era. Many of her genetic research papers were translated and circulated around the world. She became a textbook regular. She was kind, beautiful, and talented. All the best words to describe her were not enough. Even humans and mermaids could get along so well. It was also because of her contribution that it was possible. These promotions came from Vic. He had been Wei Wei Bai's promoter all his life. All the good things that he had done, all the great things that he had done, were all given to Wei Wei Bai. Vic was still the cold and unhappy mermaid. When he started to grow old, he liked to sit in the mermaid square. She listened to the other children discussing the Wei Wei Bai in the textbooks. Or perhaps the statue of Wei Wei Bai in the middle of the square was like an angel. He remembered everything she said. She liked mermaids, so he treated mermaids well. She was a human and longed for humans and mermaids to get along well. And he had done it. He tried his best to promote the various achievements of her research during her lifetime. Everything was just because this was what she liked. Yes, he got the life she gave him. He didn't dare to squander it. Therefore, he used up all of his life to live the life she wanted him to live. He did what she liked. /read at https://www.sashu.com read the ad. https://m sashu.com collections below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 708 Reality 2. Chapter 709. All his life, he had been imitating what she wanted, the path she wanted to take. He tried his best to chase after her disappearing footsteps. He didn't even know how long he had lived. Chunamo had been dead for many years, but he was still alive. Sometimes Wake even envied Chunemo. The sooner he could get rid of this kind of life, the sooner he could see her. When Wake was dying, he suddenly saw that scene. Wei Wei Bai reached out, took his hand, and said with a smile, "It's okay, you won't fall, I'll support you." Her voice was so warm, and her smile was so beautiful. Wake came to his senses. He had been stumbling all his life. He had lost the girl who had been holding his hand and walking with him. Wake slowly closed his eyes, but his fingers suddenly stretched out. It seemed that he wanted to hold someone's hand and listen to someone tell him, "It's okay, he won't fall." Then slowly, his fingers began to turn into foam. His body also began to turn into foam. He drifted away, and in the end, only an ice blue bead was left. This was the new mermaid's heart, but it was different from the previous mermaid's heart. This heart was full of love, there was no curse, and it would not suck other people's lives. This heart loved a human for many years. In the end, it broke the cycle of the curse, leaving only pure beauty. Yi Yuxuan looked at her confused eyes. He didn't explain, just bowed his head and kissed her. The kiss was incredibly gentle. It was like the caress of the sea. Wei Wei Bai only felt his fresh breath on her lips and the moist coolness. She had some intense emotions, but she slowly calmed down. Yi Yuxuan kissed her lips little by little, tracing the line of her lips with incredible strength. And the life value was still steadily and persistently rising. It was so calm and gentle, but his heart was as fierce as a storm. After the kiss was over, Yi Yuxuan gasped softly and said, "Do you know where I just went?" Wei Wei Bai was a little dazed by the kiss. She was also baffled by the continuous increase in her HP. Her rhythm was almost messed up by Yi Yuxuan, so she could only shake her head blankly. Yi Yuxuan's calm eyes rippled with gentleness. "I'm going to try on the engagement dress." Engaged? Weren't they already engaged? Wei Wei Bai asked in confusion. Engagement? Yi Yuxuan had already answered. The engagement ceremony last time was too simple. Everyone felt that the engagement ceremony was too rushed. "We have to do it again. I wanted to get married." However, Chang Yin said that there was not enough time. Furthermore, Wei Wei Bai had been in a deep sleep with a strange illness. Only then did it change to engagement. Wei Wei Bai recalled the engagement ceremony last time. In fact, there wasn't much of an occasion. The two of them did not meet at all. Yi Yuxuan coldly signed the engagement agreement, threw it on the table, and went to work. A few minutes later, Wei Wei Bai saw the agreement on the table. She also signed it expressionlessly and went to work. They were such an unmarried couple who loved to work. No way. They clearly didn't care about each other. What happened to make Yi Yuxuan, who didn't care about her at all before, change so much? Could it be that every time she flirted with him for a few minutes, it finally activated this robot completely? Yi Yuxuan saw that she was in a daze. He couldn't help but reach out and carry her. "You should try on the dress too." Wei Wei Bai hurriedly stopped him. "Aren't you afraid that I'll be in a coma during the engagement ceremony?" /to TXT download. Chapter 710. Yi Yuxuan's eyelashes drooped slightly as he looked at her calmly. "You always sleep for 3 days before waking up. The longest time you take to wake up is no more than half a day, and the shortest time is a few minutes. Almost no experts can explain this illness." Wei Wei Bai, of course it can't be explained. The existence of the system itself is a cheat beyond anyone's imagination. Even if it's a rubbish cheat, it's still a cheat. Yi Yuxuan carried her out of the door and said calmly as he walked, "So in the future, your illness may worsen or recover. No one can guarantee it." Wei Wei Bai glanced at him and realized that he was walking towards the entrance of the hospital. But he still said softly, "So I won't wait for an uncertain thing." When he said this, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. They stood at the entrance of the hospital. The sunlight shone in, making his face even more handsome. The expression on his face became firm and serious. "It doesn't matter if you recover or worsen. It doesn't matter to me. It's enough that you're always by my side. Even if you sleep for the rest of your life, I can watch over you for the rest of your life." At least she was still alive. She was still within his reach. This was already the greatest mercy he could offer. Only people who had lost too many times knew what true pain was. It was when you thought that you could endure any kind of suffering for her. No matter what she became, he could watch over her and not change his heart. You just realized you don't even have the right to watch over her. Because she's dead. She's gone too far. There's no turning back. When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she couldn't describe what she felt. Was it an itch? Was it the feeling of a feather? Or was it the feeling of a warm breeze? She didn't think too deeply about it. Her life points were still rising slowly. She only felt that this sentence was especially warm. Especially when a man said this to a woman. It was simply touching her heart. Yi Yuxuan brought Wei Wei Bai to a small shop beside the hospital. The small shop was located in an ancient alley. It was very quiet and very clean. There was only an old tailor there. The old tailor sees Yi Yuxuan coming in with Wei Wei Bai in her arms. He smiles and says, Are you here to make clothes for the bride? Yi Yuxuan said calmly. She will be my wife. You can tailor a dress for her engagement. If she likes it, she will come to our wedding in the future. When Bai Weiwei heard him very naturally introduce her as his wife, her heart couldn't help but skip a few beats. He couldn't wait to write it down on paper. His tone, his actions, and his expression when he said those words. She was teased to the point where her maiden heart was about to burst. If it weren't for her thick skin, others would have seen her blush. Yi Yuxuan placed Weiwei Bai on a stool and said to her, "Take a seat." After saying that, he walked with steady steps to the side where the tea was placed. Her current condition wasn't suitable for drinking this kind of tea. Yi Yuxuan opened the cabinet under the tea with a natural expression. There were all kinds of things that could be made into drinks. Yi Yuxuan expressionlessly took out a packet of brewed drinks that could warm the body and the stomach. Then he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his beautiful wrist and the simple line of the watch on his wrist. He turned his face to the side and began to brew the drinks smoothly. The old tailor called his wife over. "Measure this young lady's body size." The old man pulled Weiwei Bai up and said with a smile, "Measure this young lady. Make a beautiful and appropriate dress. You will be happy for a lifetime." Weiwei Bai couldn't keep up with the pace. Even if they were engaged, she thought that Yi Yuxuan would hire a high-end designer or buy it from a super big wedding dress shop. She couldn't reject the old man who was smiling so brightly, so she stood obediently and measured him. After the old man was done measuring, he patted Weiwei Bai's firm buttocks. "Young lady, you're growing well here. Good fertility." Weiwei Bai's mouth twitched. Good fertility? Yi Yuxuan, who had just finished brewing the drinks, froze. Then he turned around and saw the experienced hand on Weiwei Bai's buttocks. His expression immediately darkened. // Chapter 711. Yi Yuxuan walked quickly and came to Weiwei Bai's side in an instant. He pulled her behind him with a cold face. He looked at the tailor's wife with a gloomy gaze. "I asked you to take the measurements, not to let you touch my wife with your old, wrinkled, and ugly hand." Because they were both women and an old woman, Weiwei Bai didn't think much of it. But Yi Yuxuan's expression was similar to catching an adulterer. The old woman's smile froze, and she was about to say something. The old tailor had already walked over. He bowed respectfully to Weiwei Bai. "This is my wife's negligence. Please forgive her." This old couple added up to 150 years old. No matter how thick-skinned Weiwei Bai was, she knew how to respect her elders. She quickly returned the greeting. "No, this mother-in-law didn't do anything. She was just praising me out of goodwill." The old woman said to give birth well. It was just a formality out of habit. The old woman also came forward to apologize. The scene was very harmonious. Weiwei Bai's face froze from smiling. Yi Yuxuan's face was still cold, and his gaze was extremely gloomy. It was as if he was the one who had his butt touched. Weiwei Bai didn't know why, but her hand patted his butt, and her palm shook slightly. Damn, this feeling. His body was so well-proportioned and strong. She said calmly, "You're also good-looking and giving birth well. So isn't there another similarity between the two of us?" Yi Yuxuan turned to look at her. His expression was a little complicated, but at least it wasn't as gloomy. He brought the hot drink over and handed it to her. "Drink something. We'll go back to the hospital later to check your body condition." Weiwei Bai held the hot drink. It seemed to be a Chinese medicine drink, but it was sweet when she took a sip. She felt that Yi Yuxuan was very familiar with this place. Yi Yuxuan sat beside her. Sitting on the long stool, he was tall and sturdy. He sat next to her, taller than her by more than a head. The old tailor brought the cloth over. Yi Yuxuan cautiously took the cloth and the album. Then he explained the cloth to Weiwei Bai. Yi Yuxuan's face was expressionless. She leaned sideways and lowered her head. She flipped open the album with a small piece of cloth beside her hand. Speaking of a fabric, he flipped through the album to show her the final result. Weiwei Bai listened, but her attention was slowly drawn to his face. The store was made of wood, so more sunlight came in. He turned his face to the side and spoke to her seriously in a low voice. Even though he was expressionless, he still appeared very gentle. In Bai Weiwei's emotionless eyes, there was a glimmer of light. His voice was the only thing that could be heard in the quiet atmosphere of the warm store. It was rare that he didn't think of the strategy, nor did he think of his pitiful life. He even forgot about the anxiety in his heart. Wei Wei Bai looked at him quietly. Yi Yuxuan stared at the album, but his ears were a little hot because of her gaze. The pain of those dreams was soothed by her gaze. He felt a completely different emotion. It was peaceful and pleasant. The frozen calm turned into a warm spring. It wasn't intense, and there were no ups and downs. After Yi Yuxuan finished explaining the cloth, he automatically changed the topic. He had never experienced such a thing. The conversation should have ended, but he still wanted to say some nonsense to delay the time. He just didn't want to let this time pass so easily. This old tailor is a clothing designer who has served the Yi family for 40 years. He closed the album and said, "It's very safe here. Don't worry about him being bought." Wei Wei Bai finished her drink and glanced at the tailor who was changing the clothes. Yi Yuxuan continued. After he retired, he opened a small store. He was sheltered by the Yi family and lived a stable life. Wei Wei Bai, you did a good job. Arranging a place for a retired worker can buy people's hearts and make the people who are working feel at ease. Hearing the praise, Yi Yuxuan's eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth curled up, then he closed it again. The material and color of the dress have been roughly decided. I'll let him choose. With that, he stood up and took the empty cup in her hand. / button at the bottom to record the reading record. Chapter 712. Then he turned around and walked to the tea area, poured another cup of hot drink, and walked back to put in her hand. His fingers lightly touched her fingertips. Because of this small contact, both of them were stunned for a moment. Then the two of them calmly left. Yi Yuxuan turned around and walked to the old tailor, took out the cloth he had just chosen, and ordered him something. Wei Wei Bai put the drink on the stool and looked at Yi Yuxuan's back in a rare, relaxed manner. The system's voice suddenly sounded. The external life value has reached 300 days. It has reached the upper limit. It cannot be increased. Wei Wei Bai said softly, "How much life value do I have now?" The system, 300 days external, 24 days system reward, a total of 324 days. Wei Wei Bai, less than a year of life. This was the day she obtained the most life value after transmigrating for so long. But at the same time, she knew a life less than a year was very short. Wei Wei Bai looked at Yi Yuxuan's slender and strong figure and sighed, "Activate the newbie gift pack. I want to go to the next dimension." The system, Yi Yuxuan's emotions are still in a state of rising. It will not affect your life value. You can rest before continuing to transmigrate. Wei Wei Bai slowly closed her eyes. "No, I'm afraid that if I stay too long, I will accidentally fall in love with someone. It will be difficult to deal with. Liking someone. How could she attack another person? She was afraid that she would be schizophrenic. She could only escape from this possibility." The system was silent for a moment. "All right, activate the newbie gift pack." After Yi Yuxuan finished instructing, the old tailor said gently, "Young master, this girl is very good. You should cherish her." Yi Yuxuan looked at him coldly. "Don't say this kind of nonsense." The old tailor knew that he was always like this. He just smiled and lowered his head to continue drawing the design. However, Yi Yuxuan seemed to have sensed something. He immediately turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai leaning against the wooden wall behind the stool with her eyes closed. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and beside her was the drink from earlier. It was still smoking. Everything seemed so beautiful. She fell asleep again. Yi Yuxuan slowly walked in front of her, squatted down, and then reached out to hug her. "Do you dream when you're asleep?" he asked. However, he did not hear a reply. Yi Yuxuan continued softly, "You can sleep for as long as you're by my side." Wei Wei Bai woke up with a familiar headache. She hadn't finished digesting the transferred memories. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the scene of a banquet. She held a bottle of champagne in her hand and wore a high-end light purple dress. Her long, curly, seaweed-like hair draped over her chest, and she wore a small crown with diamonds twined around it. There is only one word to describe it: expensive. In front of her stood 3 men. All of them were of the highest quality. Wei Wei Bai had just finished digesting the information in her mind. The system's notification immediately sounded. This mission is to obtain Su Mengue's love. Target: Su Mengue. Degree of completion: 0. Time: for months. Su Mengue. Wei Wei Bai saw a fox-eyed man in front of her. He looked especially popular with women and was nonchalantly throwing flirtatious glances at her. Then she saw the one in the middle. He was cold, cool, and handsome, but his eyes were affectionately looking at her. He was also a man a little girl would like. Then Wei Wei Bai's gaze finally moved to the third man. He had his head lowered the entire time, wearing a gentle smile. He was a bit older than the previous two. His face was handsome, and his temperament leaned toward a scholarly air. He was Su Mengue. When he looked at Wei Wei Bai, there was amazement in his eyes. However, he restrained himself. He used a gaze that Wei Wei Bai could see, but also made people feel like he wasn't doing it on purpose. He naturally looked at her for a few seconds before looking away. Chapter 713. It seemed to be the shyness of a mature man, inadvertently stirring people's hearts. Wei Wei Bai was shocked when she saw him. This expression, this forbearing, natural, and seductive performance, even the drama queen had to give in. If she hadn't seen the system's favorability, she really thought that this Su Mengue had fallen in love with her at first sight. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -25. -25 was the same as a favorability of 95. Wei Wei Bai immediately raised her spirits. The drama queen and drama queen's eyes shone brightly. Wei Wei, which one do you like? A middle-aged man next to her said. Wei Wei Bai turned her head and saw the father of the original owner of this body, by Qing Shui. His temples were a little gray, his face was still handsome, and there were crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, but he had the mature charm of a man. He looked at her with a doting expression. Her identity this time was the only daughter of the Bai family, the richest and most powerful family in N City. She was also a veritable little princess in N City. Tens of thousands of people doted on her, and wherever she went, she was the object of flattery. When the little princess's age came, Bai Qing Shui began to look for a son-in-law who could marry into the Bai family. He was afraid that Wei Wei Bai would be wronged, so he chose ambitious and handsome young men whose family backgrounds weren't as good as the Bai families. 3 men came this time. This was already the 6th batch. Once they married Wei Wei Bai, they would be the future successor of the Bai family group, who wouldn't scramble like a flock of ducks. Bai Qing Shui only had one request, and that was to make his daughter like them. Whoever got Wei Wei Bai's favor could become the son-in-law. For a man, marrying into the family was a disgrace. But marrying into the Bai family was like winning the lottery. Bai Qing Shui clearly wanted to cultivate a successor and couldn't bear to see Wei Wei Bai suffer, so he set his sights on a son-in-law. To prevent the family property from flowing out, he set a hard condition for marrying into the family. So each one of them tried their best to curry favor with Wei Wei Bai. Su Mengue was one of the candidates who came to apply for the position of son-in-law. The data showed that Su Mengue had come to destroy the Bai family. Su Mengue was the illegitimate son of the Su family. His mother, Han Ling, liked Bai Qing Shui very much when she was young, but Bai Qing Shui only loved Wei Wei Bai's mother. Han Ling was unwilling and became the mistress of the Su family's head, giving birth to Su Mengue. Because she had become Bai Qing Shui's mistress, she had some power and began to use this power to get close to Bai Qing Shui. Bai Qing Shui was extremely loyal and loathed Han Ling. He even chased Han Ling out of the Bai family's banquet in front of everyone. Han Ling's love turned to hatred. She used the power in her hands to obtain information about a big business deal of the Bai family and then leaked it to others. This led to the failure of the business. She even planned to run over Bai Qing Shui with her car so that she could die with him. When Wei Wei Bai saw the information, she felt that Han Ling was the model of a typical evil female supporting character. Why was she always chasing after a man? Couldn't she be nicer to him? In the end, Han Ling did not succeed. Instead, she killed herself, and this thoroughly enraged Bai Qing Shui. At that time, Wei Wei Bai's pregnant mother was with him. If Han Ling had succeeded, not only would he have died, but his wife and child would also have died. He angrily suppressed the Su family. The Su family paid a huge price to quell Bai Qingshui's anger. After such a big blow, the Su family was unable to recover from the setback and became a third-rate family. They also became the target of everyone's ridicule. And the Su family vented this sullenness, discomfort, and anger on Su Mengue, who told this to be caused by his evil mother. Han Ling died. Someone had to stand up and atone for her sins. And Su Mengue was the target of bullying. From childhood to adulthood, men and women, old and young, abused and oppressed him. Not exploding in silence, just being perverted in silence. /to txt. Download, Chapter 714. Su Mengue didn't explode. He was perverted. He was like a vicious and cold viper in the night, not fighting back when hit, not retorting when scolded. He endured and lay dormant. Then, when his strength was slowly accumulated, he began to take revenge. He spent 3 years making his half-brothers kill each other. He made sure that none of his vicious sisters had a good end. Then, he personally poisoned his own father. Then he regained control of the Su family, relying on his excellent talent for business and his vicious and unscrupulous character. He thoroughly stood firm in the business circle. He emptied the Su family and used it on his new company. The company was mysterious and powerful, but no one knew that he was the CEO. The information obtained from the outside world was that the Su family was on the verge of collapse. In the eyes of others, Su Mengue was a good young man who made progress. He was average in all aspects, but not outstanding, and his family background wasn't good. Many people were surprised that he could come to the Bai family's banquet as a candidate for a son-in-law. Many people knew about Han Ling's matter, so more people felt that Bai Qingshui called him as a candidate to insult him. Bai Qingshui didn't think so much. He defended many people who defended him. The matter of so many years ago was nothing more than a crazy woman's revenge. It wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. His precious daughter was the most important. There were so many candidates. Most of the young talents in N-City had come. This would raise his daughter's reputation to the next level. That was the most important thing. But Su Mengue came with a purpose. He'd already killed a bunch of people who'd bullied him. His strength was enough. So he set the target of his revenge on Bai Qingshui. If he hadn't abandoned his mother back then, his childhood wouldn't have been so miserable. Bai Qingshui loved Wei Wei Bai the most. He came to make Wei Wei Bai's life worse than death, so as to achieve his revenge on Bai Qingshui and destroy the Bai family. Bai Qingshui asked gently, "Wei Wei, if you don't like anyone, just send them away. You can continue to choose for next week's banquet." Wei Wei Bai looked at so much melodramatic information, and her expression was a little sluggish. She immediately came back to her senses and said sweetly, "Dad, how about I play a game? I'll choose whoever passes." Bai Qingshui frowned. "How can you be so childish?" Wei Wei Bai, who maintained her little princess persona, naturally shook his arm. "I've long been sick of these dating shows. Anyway, they're all the same. Anyone will do." Bai Qingshui said helplessly, "Nonsense." Wei Wei Bai smiled happily and cutely. "I'm just messing around." With that, Wei Wei Bai stood up. Her long skirt swayed along with her beautiful steps. Under the bright lights, her smile was so pure and sweet that it moved people. Su Mengue saw her walking towards him. His smile was restrained, carrying traces of expectation. But Wei Wei Bai turned a blind eye and walked past him. Her eyes didn't linger on him for half a second. Su Mengue's expression didn't change, but a trace of imperceptible darkness flashed through his eyes. Wei Wei Bai threw the little crown on her head into the deep water of the nearby swimming pool. Then she turned back and pointed to the little crown in the swimming pool. "Whoever grabs it will be my boyfriend." The other two candidates immediately jumped into the water. Only Su Mengue stood in place, smiling gently. His eyes were so peaceful that it was pleasing. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the two men fighting for supremacy in the swimming pool, and a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. She suddenly thought of something and looked back at Su Mengue curiously. "Hey, why aren't you going down to grab it?" Su Mengue seemed to think he wouldn't be noticed. His smile stiffened, and his face turned red when he saw her. Then he lowered his head and smiled. Because I feel that something that has been thrown away isn't worthy of returning to your side. With that, Su Mangue reached into the flower arch next to him, plucked some roses, and weaved them into a garland. He carefully placed the garland on Wei Wei Bai's hair. Slash. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 715. The young girl's beautiful face, set off by the fresh flowers, was beautiful and charming. Su Mangue bent down and reached out to hold her hand, kissing the back of it like a gentleman. Your Royal Highness, you are the only girl I've ever seen who is more beautiful than flowers. His slightly cool lips lightly touched the back of her fair and tender hand. There seemed to be a numbing electric current running through it. Wei Wei Bai quickly pulled back her hand, seemingly at a loss. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. You don't play by my rules. Su Mangue was shouted at by her willfulness. His mature, gentlemanly demeanor disappeared, replaced by a trace of youthful recklessness. He smiled bitterly. Then I'll go down and pick up the crown. With that, he turned to jump into the swimming pool. Wei Wei Bai frowned and pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. Then she said, Come back. What are you going down for? You're like a wild dog trying to steal something I don't want. So ugly. Su Mangue lowered his eyelashes, covering the darkness in his eyes. This was the little princess of the Bai family. She was so willful, it was annoying. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -30. Su Mangue hid his own darkness and immediately turned his head, staring at her blankly. Wei Wei Bai smiled sweetly, her eyes bright and clear, carrying a smug expression. You come here. Su Mangue hurried over, but found that his footsteps were too hurried. He quickly adjusted his footsteps and took a deep breath, suppressing his nervous mood. When he arrived in front of Wei Wei Bai, he regained his elegant and gentle appearance. What do you need me to do, Miss Bai? Wei Wei Bai ordered, Lower your head. Su Mangue looked at her awkwardly, but he still obeyed. He bent down and lowered his head. His beautiful eyes were deep and gentle. Her short black hair fell on her fair and full forehead. At this moment, he couldn't hide his fondness for her in his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed through Wei Wei Bai's eyes, and then she understood. She seemed a little nervous, but more than that, she was proud. This man was captivated by her. She was as arrogant as a real princess. Kiss me. Su Mangue's eyes widened in shock. Wei Wei Bai moved closer to him. Her breath brushed against his cheek, fresh and sweet. Su Mangue staggered back 2 steps, as though he was really afraid of offending her. Bai Wei Wei's delicate eyebrows furrowed. She muttered in dissatisfaction, You're really boring, ah. Then he turned around, took off the garland on his head, and threw it behind him. Su Mangue immediately caught it. His eyes dimmed, and a sorrowful expression appeared on his face. Did he not have a chance? Wei Wei Bai kicked away her high heels. Dad, I'm tired. Bai Qing Shui nodded. Then go back and rest. Wei Wei Bai was barefooted. She threw away the jewelry on her body and stretched out her snow-white hand. She said to Su Mangue, Hey, boyfriend, hurry up and carry me. Su Mangue looked up in shock. Wei Wei Bai gave him a sly smile. Hurry up, I'm tired. Su Mangue hurried over, his breathing disorderly. Wei Wei Bai had him bend over and climbed onto his back. Su Mangue immediately reached out and carried her, his body terrifyingly stiff. She gently and seductively breathed in his ear. From today onwards, you are the boyfriend I chose. Su Mangue's ears turned red. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have seen something amusing and laughed. In a blind spot, Su Mangue revealed an icy smile. Wei Wei Bai laughed while complaining to the system, This is a ruthless character, a dead pervert with a fake smile. The system calmly encouraged, My condolences. Bai Wei Wei. At the slash to read at https://www.sashu. Com at https://www.sashu. Com at https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 716. The banquet was held in Wei Wei Bai's home. So Su Mangue carried Wei Wei Bai to the second floor. She was very well behaved, lying down and not speaking again. Su Mengue sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but look back. He found that she was already asleep. Her face with baby fat was full of collagen, and her lips were as red as cherries. Because she was asleep, they were gently pouting. She looked like a naive little girl. She seemed to be 18 years old. Su Mengue recalled that when he was 18 years old, he had already begun to retaliate against the Su family. At that time, he was like a devil, hiding in the darkness, his heart full of frightening tricks. Su Mengue coldly looked ahead. The Bai family's house, because the decorations were what Wei Wei Bai liked. Everywhere was extravagant and dreamy, just like a princess's castle. If the Bai family collapsed one day, this little princess wouldn't live better than he did in his childhood. At that time, whenever he thought of her, his clear eyes were filled with pain and twisted hatred. Su Mengue felt the restlessness in his heart being appeased. Su Mengue saw the housekeeper arrive and immediately revealed a gentle smile. The housekeeper let him take Wei Wei Bai to her room. The room was also filled with a maiden's heart, warm and comfortable. Su Mengue put Wei Wei Bai on the bed. Wei Wei Bai was unguarded. She reached out and automatically hugged the quilt to continue sleeping. Su Mengue coldly looked at her, truly unguarded. He expressionlessly took out a pen from his pocket and drew out a sticky note. He wrote a few words of a relatively unpopular love letter. He stuck it to the roses on the side. Then he sat on the side for a while, calculating the time. After all, he was playing the role of a clumsy and honest young man secretly in love with a little princess. After bringing her back to the room, he would nervously sit for a while, looking at her a few times to satisfy his desire before leaving. This was reasonable. Su Mengue calmly calculated the time. Not too much, not too little. Then he stood up and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw the housekeeper waiting for him. He followed the housekeeper to a small living room. Bai Qing sized him up, his eyes cold and hard. A member of the Su family? The Su family was about to fall apart. Bai Qing also knew this. Su Mengue was well behaved in front of Bai Qing. There was no flattery or fear. Yes, Mr. Bai. Bai Qing, do you know why you're here today? Su Mengue paused before saying, I know. Bai Qing asked, are you planning to marry into the Bai family? A trace of bitterness flashed through Su Mengue's eyes, and a trace of struggle appeared on his face. But he still said, yes, if I have the honor. Bai Qing sneered, I just want to know your true purpose. Su Mengue's expression was calm. After my father left, the Su family is now in a great crisis. If I marry into the family, I can at least let the old and young of the Su family live on. After all, they're my family. Bai Qing said indifferently, that's it. Su Mengue hesitated for a moment before awkwardly saying, actually, I like it very much. He bit his tongue and didn't continue. However, Bai Qing knew that he was saying that he liked his daughter. Bai Qing smiled. He suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at his head. Han Ling's son. At that time, your mother almost killed our family. Su Mengue's pupils shrank and his muscles tightened. A painful struggle flashed through his eyes. I know. This is also something that I feel very guilty and painful about. I was still young and didn't know about this matter. I didn't know until I grew up. Fast. Chapter 717. Su Mengue smiled bitterly. This is my mother's fault, but as her son, I can't say anything. But we owe you. If you want my life to pay it back, then kill me. He spoke with sincerity. Bai Qing looked at him coldly, as if wanting to see his true emotions. But he only saw the tears of guilt in Su Mengue's eyes and the unwavering determination. Bai Qing finally revealed a smile. I didn't expect Han Ling to have such a good son. After he finished speaking, he smiled and fired the gun. Su Mengue didn't escape. He was just a little surprised, but there was no resentment. The gun had no bullets. It was a false alarm. Su Mengue was a little puzzled. Bai Qing said, okay, you can go back. Remember to pick up Wei Wei for a date tomorrow. Su Mengue didn't react in time. He was sluggish for a moment before saying, okay, Mr. Bai, I will protect her. After he finished speaking, he realized he had said the wrong thing. It was too early to say he would protect her. He blushed and immediately said, "Then I'll go first. You rest." With that, he immediately walked out. Bai Shui put the gun back and breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you pick the Su family's boy? Although his conduct is good, his family is really rotten. There was nothing to be done. Who told his daughter to like him? Su Mengue drove away from the Bai family. That dreamlike house, larger than a castle, was still brightly lit. Su Mengue suddenly revealed a silent smile. Slowly, his laughter grew louder. He said mockingly, "It's all my mother's fault? Of course that bitch is wrong. But not only is she wrong, but the Su family, the Bai family, all of them are wrong. I want you all to feel the pain I felt back then." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to -35. Wei Bai heard the sound of the favorability dropping and yawned in confusion. Su Mengue is sick. How can favorability drop so casually? With that, she turned over and continued to sleep. After all, starting tomorrow, she might be exhausted from running for her life. If she could rest, she should rest. Wei Bai woke up and saw a note on the vase next to her. There were 2 lines of words of love written on it. There was also his phone number and name. "Meeting you has cost me all the luck of my life. May I be able to say good morning, good afternoon, and good night to you every day." Wei Bai was expressionless. Then she took a wooden box and threw it in. She picked up her phone and called Su Mengue. Su Mengue seemed to have been waiting and immediately picked up the phone. He said, "Wei Wei." Wei Bai didn't show any emotion on her face, but her voice was proud with a hint of happiness that couldn't be hidden. "Hey, say it again." Su Mengue asked doubtfully and nervously. "Say what?" Wei Bai smiled and said, "What are you talking about?" Su Mengue fell silent. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he stammered, "I am Su Mengue. This is my phone number," just as he was about to read out the phone number. Wei Bai interrupted him. "Who's listening to this?" Su Mengue seemed to be in a difficult position. In the end, he said in a low and hoarse voice, "Meeting you took all my luck. May I be able to say good morning, good afternoon, and good night to you every day?" His voice was magnetic and elegant. It could make the ears pregnant. Wei Bai seemed to be addicted to it. She repeated, "Good morning, good afternoon." Halfway through, she bit her lip in annoyance and said, "Who cares about your uneasiness? I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she hung up the phone. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 718. Wei Bai hung up the phone and put on a fake smile. Believe it or not, Su Mengue must be on the other end of the phone, laughing at me for being an idiot. The system opened its heavenly eye, seeing that the male lead, who had been so affectionate just a moment ago, had a cold expression. He whispered, "What an idiotic little girl." The host was really scary. She could even guess this. Wei Bai said, "Where's my side mission reward?" The system was silent for a moment and then immediately ran to the trash can. There was no reward. Damn, the trash can really became a trash can. There were only a few boxes of instant noodles. The system was so desperate that it almost wanted to kill itself in the warehouse. It finally dug it out. It immediately pretended to be calm. The side mission reward is a body of ice and jade. I guarantee that your skin is beautiful without any blind spots. You don't need sunscreen under the sun, and you don't need waterproof makeup in the wind and rain, because your skin is more beautiful than any makeup effect. This was a reward that was even cheaper and more trashy than the beauty award. It was afraid that Wei Bai would see that something was wrong, because the reward was simply not equal to the side mission. As a result, when Wei Bai heard the reward, she nodded with satisfaction. Finally, something useful is rewarded. Perfect skin, very good. System. What was good? In the end, what was good? It was just a body of skin. Wei Bai glanced at the mirror and found that she was indeed glowing. Her skin was bright and translucent, with a natural pink color. She couldn't hold herself back looking at it. She touched her face. Men need a strategy. In the early stages, appearance is a stepping stone, so beauty is sometimes very useful. If she was ugly, it wasn't that she couldn't be captured. It was just a little more difficult. With that, She immediately got up. Time to work. She called the housekeeper and the maids and arranged them into a long line. She had them start looking for clothes for her. She found everything that looked good and tried one after another. She made a big show out of it. When Su Mengue drove over, no one stopped him from entering the house. She heard the maid say, "What's wrong with Miss? She's making a fuss about choosing clothes so early in the morning." Another said, "I don't know. It looks like he's going on a date. He's probably going with the person he likes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this." Su Mengue's footsteps halted. He was just about to go up. Wei Wei Bai had already come downstairs. Her curly black hair draped over her back, and she wore a small diamond hair clip on her head, a pretty little skirt, and exquisite sandals. Under the morning light, her skin was sparkling like snow. It seemed to be even more beautiful and clean than last night. Su Mengue's eyes deepened, and his jaw tightened. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have just noticed him. A trace of shyness flashed through her beautiful eyes, and then she walked down the stairs. Just as Su Mengue was about to approach, Wei Wei Bai sprained her ankle as she approached the ground because she was running too fast. He was shocked and immediately rushed over. He pulled her into his arms. It was very soft, very fresh, and did not have any excessive fragrance. It was an unexpectedly good feeling. Wei Wei Bai immediately pushed him away, her face flushed. "It's all your fault." Su Mengue was a little dazed, but he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." Wei Wei Bai immediately stomped her feet and looked at him coquettishly. "Why are you so easy to bully? I said you were wrong, and you really admitted it." After saying this, Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but laugh. Her smile was very cute. Then, she was as happy as a little butterfly as she quickly ran out of the room. For a moment, Su Mengue couldn't keep up with her pace. If other people were so temperamental and willful, they would be very annoying. But Su Mengue felt that if the reason for his dislike of the Bai family was removed, she wasn't annoying at all. Read the full text. / Read on. Calm. Chapter 719. She was like a real princess, making people willingly pamper her no matter what she did. Wei Wei Bai had already run outside. She stood by the fountain, smiling like a flower. "I say, idiot, why aren't you following me?" The fountain and sunlight became her background. Her slender and elegant appearance was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Su Mengue couldn't help but reveal a smile. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -30. He quickly sensed the softness of his attitude. Su Mengue frowned but soon relaxed. His smile deepened as he walked up. Because Bai Qing Shui allowed it, he tacitly agreed that Su Mengue was a merry husband. So when they went out, it went very smoothly. Su Mengue's car was well-behaved, a black, low-key sedan. Wei Wei Bai gave him a disdainful look. "Can't you change to a better car? I'll have someone bring you a better car tonight." A trace of darkness flashed through Su Mengue's eyes. He smiled and said, "Do you want to provide for me, Miss Bai?" Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips, her eyes naturally giving him a sidelong glance. "Provide for you? You're old and barely a little handsome. What a loss to provide for you. Even if I have money, I want to provide for a young and strong one." Su Mengue's expression darkened. He forced a smile. "I also want to be born a few years later. Unfortunately, age can't be changed." Wei Wei Bai seemed to be unable to bear seeing his old-fashioned appearance. She reached out, pinched his cheeks, and pulled them to the sides. "How are you old in appearance? You're old-fashioned, okay? You're also very handsome when you smile." Su Mengue froze. His face reddened, and he forced a smile. But the smile on her fingers was a bit strange. Wei Wei Bai released his face and couldn't help but laugh happily. "You're really funny." Su Mengue helplessly rubbed his face. "Miss Bai." Wei Wei Bai stretched out her index finger and gently tapped his forehead. "Don't call me Mississippi. What era is this? Call me Your Majesty Queen." Su Mengue was frightened. Why Queen? Queen." Wei Wei Bai covered her mouth and stared at him with wide eyes, as if she was looking at an alien monster. "God, how did you grow up? I feel like you're my grandfather's generation. You actually took my jokes seriously." Su Mengue knew that he was being teased again and could only helplessly and dotingly look at her. He wasn't angry at all. Wei Wei Bai stopped teasing him. You can call me Wei Wei. Su Mengui said gently, Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai also said Xiaoming. Su Mengui, a corner of his perfect mask crumbled. What the hell was Xiaoming? Wei Wei Bai didn't care about his expression and suddenly said, Quick, step on the gas. Su Mengui was puzzled. Wei Wei Bai said excitedly, It's not easy to come out and play, so of course I have to get rid of those guys behind me. If they follow me all day, I can't play anymore. The guy behind him was the bodyguard. Their car was followed by 2 bodyguard cars. They were all protecting Wei Wei Bai. Su Mengui revealed a cold smile, but his tone was very worried. But they're also protecting you. Wei Wei Bai's voice was like jade beads falling on a plate, crisp and trusting. It's fine as long as you're here. This sentence was said too lightly, without a trace of vigilance. Su Mengui tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said gently, Then sit tight. With that, the car accelerated and sped off at the limit. Wei Wei Bai almost thought she was in an open plain. The speed was terrifyingly high. Wei Wei Bai's bodyguard was left behind who knew where. Su Mengui saw Wei Wei Bai's pale face and sneered without batting an eyelid. Then he deliberately drove a few more laps. Wei Wei Bai's face turned even paler. This bastard. Chapter 720. After tormenting her, Su Cheng stopped. Su Mengui stopped the car and said with a worried expression, Are you okay? Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai's face was pale, but her eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at Su Mengui. You're amazing. You can drive so fast. A trace of surprise flashed through Su Mengui's eyes. He thought this young miss would be so scared that she would cry and shout to go home. Wei Wei Bai's expression suddenly became melancholy. Little Meng, will you take me somewhere? Su Mengui, don't call me Little Meng. Of course, he wouldn't protest. He could only endure and comply. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Wei Wei Bai smiled happily. Although you're a bit old-fashioned and honest, you're really likable. Saying this, she didn't care about Su Mengui's expression and opened the door to get out of the car. She entered a flower shop on the side of the street. The flower shop had glass windows. He saw Wei Wei Bai lowering her head to pick flowers. It was rare for the willful and insensible young miss to have such a gentle expression. Through the glass, the person was more beautiful than the flowers. Su Mengui's eyes deepened. He took out a cigarette, but didn't smoke it. He just played with it between his fingers. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and heard the person on the other side say that they were ready. He smiled coldly. Very good. Just wait for my instructions. Saying this, he hung up the phone. Wei Wei Bai walked over with a bouquet of lilies. She got in the car and said, Let's go. Su Mengui asked, Where to? Wei Wei Bai said softly, Greenfield Cemetery. This cemetery was the best in the city. Su Mengui didn't expect to go to this place. He thought Wei Wei Bai wanted to go to a bar or something like that, a place she normally couldn't enter. The two arrived at the cemetery. Wei Wei Bai walked to her mother's tombstone and placed the flowers on it. My mother left me a long time ago, but I still remember that she was very gentle and beautiful. Wei Wei Bai squatted in front of the tombstone and said with a sad smile, Although my father loves me, he always has to work and can't accompany me. I've always been living alone. As she spoke, tears appeared in her eyes. She hurriedly wiped them away, and her voice became hoarse. Even when I wanted to visit Mommy, Daddy didn't agree. He was afraid that I would be kidnapped. Su Mengui's mood became somewhat complicated. To say it was pitiful wasn't right. It didn't seem like hatred either. Perhaps it was because seeing Wei Wei Bai in such a fragile state reminded him of his childhood. He was also abandoned and left with nothing. Of course, this emotion was only fleeting and did not affect his rational judgment. Wei Wei Bai wiped her eyes and returned to her usual self. Hold my hand. Su Mengui didn't resist. He took her hand and was pulled down to squat down with her. Wei Wei Bai revealed a bright, happy smile. Mommy, this is Little Meng. He's the husband I chose. I brought him to see you. Su Mengui was caught off guard and was hit in the heart by these words. His mind even went blank for a few seconds, because he didn't expect that she would come to the cemetery just to introduce him to her mother. Her hand tightly held his fingers. She looked at him sideways, her eyes full of smiles. Little Meng, I scared you by introducing you to my mother. But I chose you, so you can't run away. She spoke in a domineering and willful manner, but also so cute that one couldn't hate her. Su-ming didn't know why, but his gaze evaded her. Then he used his powerful reason to suppress his emotional loss and revealed a fake affectionate smile. Then he said insincerely, I'm really, really happy that you chose me. Although it was a lie, he found that Wei Wei Bai wasn't that disgusting. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to -20. / quick. Chapter 721. On the way back, the car ran out of gas. Su-ming Gue looked guilty. I remember there's a gas station not far away. I'll go take a look. Wei Wei Bai nodded absent-mindedly. Then hurry up, as if ordering his servant. A trace of gloom flashed across Su-ming Gue's face. When he turned around, he smiled unspeakably sinister. When he couldn't see the car, he used his phone to call the person he arranged. Move! With that, he hung up the phone. Then he took out a cigarette. Under the streetlight, he looked gloomily in the direction of the car. Like a wild wolf hunting in the night, indifferent and determined to win. As soon as Su-ming Gue left, Wei Wei Bai said to the system, the next plot is probably a hero saving the beauty. System, saving what beauty? Where's the beauty? Wei Wei Bai, the system reacted. Saving you? Oh, Wei Wei Bai. These are all leftover tricks I played. It's not new at all. I reckon a few criminals will appear later and rob me of my money and body. Then Su-ming Gue will appear and beat them away. In the end, he'll get hurt, and then I'll completely fall in love with him. The system looked outside. Shit, there really were a few hooligan-like criminals rushing over. And they looked like professional experts at first glance. Wei Wei Bai rubbed his face. I have to cooperate. Otherwise, how can the favorability increase? System, this can increase favorability? This favorability was only -20. Wei Wei Bai had an experienced expression. Hee. System, the host's smile is so scary. Wei Wei Bai had just finished chuckling when the car door was pulled open. A few hooligans revealed lewd smiles. Yo, look what we found. Wei Wei Bai's face paled. What are you doing? The hooligans didn't waste time with her. They reached out and dragged her out of the car, carrying her as they left. On the way, they deliberately said something. There's going to be fun tonight. I haven't seen such a beautiful woman in a long time. Hee. As Wei Wei Bai listened, her face turned paler and paler. She struggled desperately. Let me go. I'll give you a lot of money. My father is very rich. The hooligan sneered. It's better to be rich. When I'm tired of you, I can still extort some money from your family. Wei Wei Bai was so scared that tears came out of her eyes. She suddenly shouted, Su-ming, Su-ming. But in addition to the cold wind, there was also the dark night. Where was Su-ming Gue's shadow? Wei Wei Bai didn't care and desperately called out Su-ming Gue's name. Su-ming Gue held the phone, which was connected to the communication devices on the hooligans. Wei Wei Bai's shrill cries came from his hand. Su-ming Gue was indifferent, coldly watching from the sidelines. Her voice gradually weakened. It was hoarse and powerless, as if she was in despair, and there were even traces of sobbing mixed in. The little princess left the castle and was taken away by bad people. He must be terrified. Su-ming Gue estimated that when the gangsters were scared out of their wits, he would appear again. When the time came, he would be her hero. This kind of little girl's love. He would easily get his hands on her. Wei Wei Bai screamed until the end, but no one came to save her. Instead, the system covered its ears. I'm going deaf. The male lead isn't here, so there's no need to put so much effort into acting. Wei Wei Bai sneered. If it were me, of course I would control the whole process. So these criminals must have something like a communication device on them, so they can hear the sounds here. / Fast. Chapter 722. The system opened its heavenly eye. Wei Wei Bai continued, and the enemy's desolate cries sound so good. It's a pity not to listen. The system glanced at Su-ming Gue, who was currently sneering sinisterly. It was silent, feeling that the host's brain circuit was infinitely close to that of a pervert. What was going on? Wei Wei Bai was forcefully dragged to an abandoned factory. In the dark place, Only the shabby street lamps shone in some light. To show how good they were at being cannon fodder, the hooligans reached out and pushed her to the ground. Wei Wei Bai looked at them in horror. My dad is very powerful. He won't let you go. The hooligan sneered. We'll rape you first and then kill you. Once we throw your corpse in the sea, who'll know we did it? Wei Wei Bai's body trembled. It looked like she was scared out of her wits. The hooligan knew that he needed to teach Wei Wei Bai a lesson and let her know the pain. Only then would she thank the person who came to save the beauty. So he reached out to slap Wei Wei Bai. In the end, the slap missed. He saw Wei Wei Bai nimbly shrink into a corner. Don't come over. My husband is coming. He's very powerful. She was extremely scared. Her body trembled incessantly, and tears streamed down her face. The hooligan's doubts dissipated. This kind of young miss, he could pinch her however he wanted. The hooligan walked over and reached out to slap her again. Shut up, slut. Wei Wei Bai's body shrank back, just barely dodging his slap. The hooligan was also annoyed. He pounced over like a tiger, about to tear open her skirt. Wei Wei Bai screamed, Don't come over. Help. The iron rod in her hand smashed into the center of the hooligan's forehead. The hooligan only felt his whole body buzz. Then he directly fainted. Wei Wei Bai didn't seem to notice. She held an abandoned iron pipe from the factory in her hand and kept smashing it at the hooligan. Even his bones were cracking. While smashing Wei Wei Bai, she said in fear, Don't come over, don't come over. She was so fragile and pitiful that it made one's heart ache. The remaining two were shocked and immediately ran over to grab her. However, for some reason, the iron pipe in Wei Wei Bai's hand suddenly changed direction. A hooligan who had just reached her side was hit in the temple by the iron pipe. Was this really not intentional? The hooligan fell to the ground, his vision turning dark. Then, for some unknown reason, the iron pipe suddenly smashed between his legs. He felt that not only was the sky dark, but his future was dark as well. The last hooligan was lucky enough to grab Wei Wei Bai's iron pipe. Then, he pushed Wei Wei Bai to the ground. Seeing his brother in such a pitiful state, he did not even think before smashing the iron pipe in his hand. Bitch, I'll kill you. Wei Wei Bai immediately closed her eyes in despair. The name she shouted in the last second was, Su Menggui, why aren't you coming to save me? The sound of the iron pipe hitting against the ground was particularly clear in the darkness. Wei Wei Bai thought she was dead for sure, but after waiting for a while, she was met with a warm touch. A dry and warm hand gently stroked her face. Then a gentle angelic voice sounded. Wei Wei, I've come to save you. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and found that the iron pipe had smashed into Su Menggui's body. Su Menggui endured the pain. His expression trembled, but he still smiled gently at her. It's okay, I'm here. // Chapter 723. This sentence was so reassuring that Wei Wei Bai's nose turned sour. She said aggrievedly, They bullied me. A trace of heartache flashed through Su Menggui's eyes, but his fingers signaled for the hooligan to continue. The hooligan received the order and immediately smashed the iron pipe down again. Su Menggui immediately jumped up, enduring the pain as he shielded her. Then he kicked the hooligan away. This smooth movement was calculated from an angle. He looked particularly handsome. The hooligan screamed and rolled on the ground a few times before fainting. A fierce anger appeared on Su Menggui's gentle face. You dare to hurt the person I like. After he said this, he was startled. He seemed to realize that he had blurted out his innermost thoughts. He immediately turned his head to look at Wei Wei Bai. He found that she was also staring at him blankly. There were tears in her big, beautiful eyes, very bright. Su Menggui immediately lowered his head in embarrassment and bent down to pick her up. Let's go quickly. I'll just call the police. Wei Wei Bai was held in his arms. She looked at him with a complicated expression. There was the fear of surviving a disaster, but more than that, there was throbbing emotion. Sometimes, it was easy to move a girl's heart. He just needed to let her know that he was her prince. And Su Menggui's heroic performance tonight was undoubtedly her best night, her best prince. Su Menggui found the car just now and put her in it. Then he also got in. His brows were still furrowed in anger, and his usual good-natured smile was gone. He suddenly slammed his hand on the steering wheel. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you. After he finished speaking, he continued to smash the steering wheel, as if to punish himself. Wei Wei Bai reached out and gently grasped his fist. Little Meng. Su Mengui trembled. It was the godlike Little Meng again. But when he turned to look at her, he saw that her willful and delicate appearance was gone, leaving only gentleness. A grateful and sincere smile appeared on her fragile and beautiful face. Thank you, Su Mengui said with annoyance. Don't thank me for saving you. You should hate me. My departure hurt you. Wei Wei Bai gently shook her head and said in a soft voice, I thank you for liking me. Su Mengui was stunned. Wei Wei Bai cupped her face and looked at him with a look of appreciation, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. I never thought that there would really be someone who likes me and is willing to protect me despite the danger. Su Mengui paled and his face turned red. Like. Not many people like you. You are so beautiful. Bai Weiwei tiredly shook her head. They all like my father's money, that's all. Everyone who comes to marry into the family is eyeing the inheritance of the Bai family's company, but no one has ever really liked me. Su Mengua angrily blurted out. How could that be? You're so cute, so beautiful. Anyone who sees you will like you. After saying this, Su Mengua blushed again. No, I mean you're so good. The more he explained, the more he exposed his true intentions. Su Mengua finally realized how stupid he was and quickly shut his mouth. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with understanding. Her eyes grew softer and softer, happier and happier. She suddenly turned sideways, raised her head, and gently kissed him on the cheek. A light kiss, unbelievably pure. Su Mengui was stunned for a moment. The soft touch of the girl's lips remained on his cheek, and his nose was filled with her fresh fragrance. // To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 724. Wei Wei Bai smiled. His bashful appearance made her happy. Is this the first time you like someone? Su Mengui lowered his head, his face red and neck thick. It was as though Wei Wei Bai was a scourge, and he couldn't wait to run away. Wei Wei Bai's temper flared up again. She tugged at his arm and shook it coquettishly. Isn't it? Tell me, isn't it? Her voice was sweet and greasy, but surprisingly, it wasn't annoying. On the contrary, it was very pleasant to hear. Su Mengui couldn't help but whisper in. Wei Wei Bai didn't let him go. She gently breathed in his ear, full of temptation. Then who is it? Su Mengui's neck shrunk. He seemed very sensitive, but he didn't dare to speak. Wei Wei Bai slowly approached him. Su Mengui shrank to the side in panic. Was it me? She asked boldly, blinking her eyes. Su Mengui didn't expect her to be so direct. His breathing was disordered. His lips trembled, but he refused to speak. Wei Wei Bai's voice became sad. I told you no one will like me. Su Mengui immediately became anxious. No, I like you very much. You're the first girl I like. After saying this, he realized that he had been tricked. Sure enough, Wei Wei Bai laughed. Her laughter was crisp and lovely. Su Mengui looked at her helplessly. Because of her smile, his cold expression also loosened. Wei Wei Bai suddenly stole a glance at him, like a sly little fox. Me too. Su Mengui was stunned. What is it? Wei Wei Bai. Growing up, this is the first time I like a man. Su Mengui reacted. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Wei Wei Bai said, I like you, little Meng. She confessed, but she was generous and natural, without the slightest shyness. Her eyes were clear and thorough, without the slightest hint of joking. It was as though when she said she meant for a lifetime. Only then did Su Mengui realize that his thoughts were in chaos. He immediately armed himself and displayed the reaction he should have. He reached out and hugged her, burying his face in her shoulder. His nose was filled with the girl's fragrance. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The smell was clean and fragrant. Then he retracted his wolf-like gaze and tried to make his voice sound excited. Wei Wei, I'm very happy. I'm really happy. Wei Wei Bai said softly, You're so silly. It was a light sentence, but it was sweet to the bone. Su Mengui didn't know why, but his heartbeat sped up. Although he quickly suppressed his true emotions, his eyes couldn't help but soften when he looked at Wei Wei Bai. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -15. When Su Mengui sent Wei Wei Bai back, the room was brightly lit. Bai Qingshui sat in the living room, indifferently looking at Su Mengui. Wei Wei Bai saw that the situation was not right and immediately ran to him happily. "Daddy," Bai Qingshui snorted. "So you still know to come back?" Su Mengui stood obediently with his head lowered, looking as though he was waiting for punishment. Bai Qingshui had long known what had happened. Seeing his daughter's dirty clothes, he was furious. "Su Mengui, are you looking for death? You took my daughter out, and something like that happened. You still have the face to come back." Su Mengui frowned but didn't refute. "It's all my fault. I didn't protect Wei Wei well." Bai Qingshui looked at him coldly. "I'll break your legs and deprive you of the right to marry into the family." Scram. Download the https://www.sashu.com/ Download the full article. https://www.sashu.com// Download the full article. https://www.sashu.com. Download the full article. https://m. Sashu.com. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on Chapter 725. Su Mengui's face paled, and his eyes became somewhat sorrowful. Like a little cabbage being bullied, he glanced at Wei Wei Bai. He wasn't afraid, but he was very reluctant to part with her. Then he said, "Okay." Without the slightest rebuttal or begging for mercy, he accepted. Wei Wei Bai suddenly rushed to Su Mengui's side and reached out to grab his fingers. Their 10 fingers intertwined, tightly intertwining. Then she raised her chin. "Dad, you can't touch him." Bai Qingshui scolded. "Nonsense. The first time he took you out, he got rid of the bodyguards and caused you to have an accident. He must have ulterior motives." Wei Wei Bai smiled. Under the crystal lights, her smile was so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off her. "I believe him. He's the man I chose." These words were powerful and resonant, yet tender as water. Su Mengui blankly lowered his head and saw that Wei Wei Bai's eyes were full of bright lights, like stars. She found that he was looking at her and couldn't help turning her head and winking mischievously at him. Her eyes were lively, and her smile was brilliant. Su Mengui felt his chest being hit. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to -10. Bai Qingshui said angrily. "A grown girl can't be kept at home. You like him." Wei Wei Bai immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Dad, you don't care about me at all." Bai Qingshui angrily slapped the chair. "Which part of me doesn't care about you?" Wei Wei Bai stretched out her hand. "Look, it's all bruised. It hurts. You don't care where I'm hurt. As soon as you come, you want to kill me. You don't love me anymore." Bai Qingshui became nervous when he heard this. He quickly got up and held Wei Wei Bai's hand to examine it. He immediately ordered, "Where the hell did the doctor go? Come take a look at Wei Wei." Although the information that had just been sent said that Wei Wei wasn't seriously injured, but the old father's love for his daughter was really too much. Wei Wei Bai smiled smugly. Su Mengui saw this scene and found it a little dazzling. His fingers couldn't help but clench. The doctor came. He was just about to show it to Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai suddenly grabbed Su Mengui's hand and pressed him onto the sofa. Su Mengui, who was still immersed in the scene of father-daughter love between Bai Qingshui and Wei Wei Bai, had a dark mood in his heart. When Wei Wei Bai pulled and held him down, he suddenly woke up. Without waiting for him to put on the fake mask, Wei Wei Bai had already reached out and ripped off his clothes. Su Mengui's body stiffened. So hungry, but in the next second, he realized that he was wrong. Wei Wei Bai's small hand gently stroked his back. As expected, it's a very serious injury. To win Wei Wei Bai's trust, Su Mengui had suffered a solid blow from the iron pipe. His back was already bruised and bleeding. It looked particularly scary. Wei Wei Bai immediately grabbed the doctor and said, "Quick, take a look at him. If you can't, you'll be buried with him." Such comical words in such an occasion. This made many people burst into laughter. Even Su Mengue couldn't help but laugh. Why would this kind of injury need to be buried with him? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But this kind of concern was real. Su Mengue thought back to just now. She clearly didn't have any wounds, but she wanted to see a doctor. He thought that her princess syndrome was acting up again, but it turned out that she called for him. Su Mengue rarely received kindness, but the result was the daughter of the enemy he schemed against made his mood better. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to -5. The doctor massaged him, applied ointment, and then tied a bandage. There's no injury to the bone. It's not a big problem. Don't come into contact with water for a few days. Wei Wei Bai nodded on the side, as though he was speaking to her. Su Mengue glanced at her with a complicated expression. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. /transmigration system. Male god, come here. Read the full text. / transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Read on. Com / Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 726. After a period of turmoil and chaos, the Bai clan finally quieted down. Under Wei Wei Bai's strong request, Su Mengue stayed the night. Wei Wei Bai, sleep in my room. Su Mengue and Bai Qing Shui looked at her in shock. Wei Wei Bai pointed at her father's nose. What if you drag him out and break his legs? Sleep in another room. What if your people drag him out and bury him alive while he's sleeping? Bai Qing Shui's hair stood on end. You don't want a father when you want a man. You simply, after being angry for a long time, he couldn't bear to scold her and left bitterly. Su Mengue realized that this was what she meant by having him sleep in her room. Wei Wei Bai took his hand and went to her room, and she wanted to take a bath. After the bath, the maid came. She hurriedly ran out with a towel around her, her slender and beautiful feet exposed. Sitting on the side, Su Mengue's eyes darkened. The maid took out a bag of condoms. Master said to protect yourself well. You can enjoy, but you can't casually get pregnant. Wei Wei Bai blankly took it, as if she hadn't reacted to what it was. When she came back to her senses, she saw Su Mengue's complicated expression. Her face turned red. She immediately hid the condom behind her back and said with a red face, I didn't mean that. Su Mengue suppressed a smile. If it were any other time, he would have laughed. But now he was playing the role of a gentle good guy. He immediately lowered his head and said somewhat shyly, I know, I didn't mean that. When Bai Weiwei heard this, she became anxious. Are you a man, ah? This isn't interesting. Su Mengue was dumbfounded. He stammered, Then it's interesting. Weiwei Bai was amused by him and didn't bully him anymore. She returned to the bathroom to change into pajamas. After changing, Su Mengue also went to take a bath. The bathroom was filled with girls' things, and the air was filled with the fragrance of bathing. Su Mengue didn't have a bashful appearance. Instead, he was expressionless for a while before coldly smiling. Then, he couldn't help but touch the bathtub. He immediately thought of her bare shoulders and ankles when she ran out just now. It was very slender and beautiful, like a cute little butterfly. It was so fragile that it would break with a pinch. For a moment, Su Mengue's eyes burned with a dark greed. Like a wolf, there was a hungry glint in his eyes. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 0. The system asked, bathing can increase affinity? Weiwei Bai, maybe this pervert is fantasizing about something in the bathroom. If he's happy, his favorability will naturally increase. One look, and you can tell that he was miserable when he was young, and he grew up to take revenge on society. The more miserable others are, the happier he is. After getting along with Su Mengue, in addition to the system's data, Weiwei Bai more or less guessed Su Mengue's abnormal personality. Su Mengue was a man with a twisted heart and childhood trauma. Therefore, after taking revenge on the Su family that had caused him so much pain, he realized that his heart was still in pain. He would take revenge on the unlucky Bai family as well. In any case, he had never thought that there was anything wrong with him. Only then would he feel that revenge could calm him down. Wei Wei Bai. So the strategy for this kind of person is to use my kind and beautiful heart to influence him, love him, and persevere in guarding him. Let him know that there is true love in the human world and true feelings in the world. Then his favorability will increase. The system was puzzled. Do you have a kind and beautiful heart? Wei Wei Bai. My heart should possibly. Then the system and the host stopped talking. Quick. Chapter 727. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search web www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the. Finally, he came to her fragrant pink lips. His fingertips touched the moist warmth of her lips. His eyes deepened and brightened. What a child. She didn't know the cruelty of the adult world and didn't doubt his approach. Just like that, she liked him so easily. Su Mengue revealed a malicious smile. Sure enough, this world was too good to her. It really made people jealous. When he was abused like this, she was the little princess doted on by thousands. Everyone used the excuse of offending by Qing Shui to bully him and humiliate him. He lived in hell, having nightmares every day. And his little princess, from childhood to adulthood, lived carefree and never knew that there were bad people in this world. Su Mengue opened his mouth and said, "Do you know, when I see you, I feel disgusted." He had seen her once when he was a child. At that time, he was like a wild dog, injured and hiding by the garbage dump, afraid that he would be caught and beaten. He was terrified and resentful. A luxury car came from afar. Wei Wei Bai was wearing a clean and beautiful princess dress, holding a doll. She was like a person from another world, completely different from him. She seemed to notice him and gave him a faint glance, like she was looking at a wild dog. Then she threw herself into Bai Qing Shui's arms. "Dad, it's dirty here. Let's go." Bai Qing Shui looked at her dotingly. "Okay, my little princess." Su Mengue thought of that scene. How many nights had he hated that he couldn't trample her into the mud? Why did she have to live happily while he had to live in hell? Su Mengue reached out and pulled up the quilt for Wei Wei Bai, slowly covering her. His movements were slow and gentle, but his silent words made people shudder. "Sleep well. There's not much time for good dreams." Wei Wei Bai frowned. Seeming to sense the coldness, she suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Su Mengue, who was still silently sneering, stiffened and wanted to pull back, but she held on tightly. Then she put his hand under her face, pressing her soft face into his warm palm. Like a cute little animal, she rubbed against him and smiled contentedly. If he didn't know she was asleep, he would have thought she was pretending to be asleep. Su Mengue could have pulled back, but for some reason, he just sat there in a daze. Then he maintained his position, his hand under her face, and looked at her like this all night. Ding! The male lead's favorability, 10. System. Just a second ago, he was filled with killing intent, but in the next second, his favorability increased. This is a little confusing. After a night of sleeping together, Bai Wei Wei clung to Su Mengue even more. Su Mengue was still honest and gentle. Wei Wei Bai was delicate, but she liked him. So the two people got along. Su Mengue knew that the time was right and began to plan his entry into the Bai family's company step by step. Su made Su Mengue Bai. The days were hectic but fulfilling. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. The favorable impression points weren't too high, only 15. Wei Wei Bai wasn't in a hurry, but the system scratched its head. This favorability is too hard to increase. Wei Wei Bai. What favorability increase for no reason? If there's no life or death, heart-wrenching, and unreasonable tantrums, how can favorability increase? If favorability was too easy to increase, the side mission would be like hell mode. So when Wei Wei Bai saw that favorability wasn't easy to increase, she was relieved. Chapter 728. Su Mengue didn't have such a good attitude as Wei Wei Bai. All of his plans had been set in motion. Bai Qing Shui was the first obstacle. He walked into the hotel with a natural attitude and went upstairs. He arrived at the room he had booked in advance. Then he swiped the card and opened the door. A sexy and beautiful woman saw him and immediately greeted him with surprise and enchantment. She said, Mengue, I've done what you asked me to do. Su Mengue nodded indifferently. You've already drugged him? The woman revealed a smug smile. Bai Qing Shui comes here once a month. The powder you gave me is colorless and tasteless. I rubbed it in a glass of red wine. No matter how vigilant he was, he drank it without thinking. This woman was Bai Qing Shui's mistress. Bai Qing Shui was afraid that marrying a stepmother would affect Wei Wei Bai's right to inheritance, so he didn't give any woman a chance to enter the Bai family, not to mention having children with other women. But men had deep-rooted bad habits, so Bai Qing Shui had several mistresses. This woman was one of them. Wei Wei Bai didn't know. Su Mengue gave the woman a card. This money is enough for you to go overseas and live a life of luxury. The woman stretched out her red-nailed fingers and took the card, stroking his fingers in passing. She very suggestively leaned over her. Mengue, you said that if I succeeded, you would be with me. Although Su Mengue hated her before, at least he could deal with her with ease. But today, for some reason, he smelled the strong perfume on her body. He felt a little nauseous. Perhaps it was because he had been with Wei Wei Bai all this time, but she never used perfume on herself. There was only the scent of her body and the scent of the shower gel she used for bathing. It wasn't strong, but very refreshing. After smelling it for a long time, he got used to it. Su Mengue calmly took a step back. It's best if we pretend we don't know each other. I'm leaving. He turned to leave, but the woman behind him threw herself at him. Su Mengue immediately dodged. The woman cried, Mengue, you know I like you, so you risked your life to help you. I thought you at least had some feelings for me. Su Mengue glanced at her contemptuously. Don't think too much. When he opened the door and was about to leave, he heard a voice coming from behind. The woman suddenly said, Have you fallen for Wei Wei Bai? Su Mengue immediately turned his head fiercely. Don't talk nonsense. The woman sneered. It's easy to see through a man's hypocrisy, but you can't hide your sincerity. Haven't you seen the way you look at Wei Wei Bai? Su Mengue's eyes were cold and gloomy. He didn't speak. The woman rushed over without a care and fiercely hugged Su Mengue. She said with a bitter smile, You don't hate her at all. You don't hate her at all. Su Mengue got goosebumps. His entire body was filled with this woman's fragrance, which disgusted him. He rudely pried her hand away and pushed her to the ground. His voice was filled with murderous intent as he said, Know your place and take the money and scram. If I see you again, you know what will happen to you. He was truly enraged. Her scent was still on his clothes. He frowned uncomfortably and unceremoniously slammed the door shut. She was going to change her clothes and take a shower, but she glanced at the time. She realized that it was time for the appointment with Wei Wei Bai. He hurried to the hotel lobby and saw a figure running in through the door. It was Wei Wei Bai. She wore a beautiful light blue dress, and her hair was tied with a golden hairband. She laughed happily as she threw herself into his arms. Mengue, let's go quickly. Dad is still waiting for us. Su Mengue corrected her many times for calling him Little Meng. She finally showed mercy and stopped calling him Little Meng. Su Mengue smoothly hugged her. The sticky fragrance from before disappeared in an instant. Smelling her fresh fragrance made him sigh in relief. Like an addict, he couldn't help holding her tighter. But then he suddenly thought of the woman's words. He didn't hate her. There was a decorative glass screen next to the hotel, transparent like a mirror. He looked over and saw his own gentle face. There was no sense of gloominess or coldness in his eyes. Instead, there was helplessness and joy as he happily looked at Wei Wei Bai. This wasn't an act. It was his true mood at the moment. Su Mengue's heart shook, and his expression turned ugly. He should be disgusted with her. Chapter 729. Today was Bai Qing Shui's birthday. Bai Qing Shui had specifically instructed that it wasn't to be a big affair. He had only booked a banquet at the Imperial Phoenix restaurant. At the banquet, all the company's elders and important figures were present. After they arrived, Bai Qing Shui placed 2 ring boxes on the table. Before Wei Wei Bai took out the gift, she stared curiously at the ring box. Dad, what is this? Bai Qing Shui said, It's for you and Mengue. Saying this, he pushed the ring box in front of the two. Mengue has been experimenting with me during this time. You really do like him, so I'll let you get engaged first. This was to directly acknowledge Su Mengue's status as a son-in-law at Bai Qingshui's banquet. Innocent joy flashed across Wei Wei Bai's face. Thank you, Dad. Saying this, she picked up the ring and said to Su Mengue with a sweet smile, Mengue, hold out your hand. Su Mengue saw that her eyes were filled with his shadow, without a trace of haze. It was as if he was her sunshine. For the first time, he faced her feelings head-on. She really did like people like him. This kind of fake persona that he had carefully designed, clean, honest, and could accompany her. Su Mengue showed a hypocritical smile and held out his hand. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed, becoming solemn and solemn. She slowly said, From now on, we will live and die together and share glory and splendor. This sentence was heavier than, I like you, I love you. There was also a sense of responsibility. It was even more tempting. Su Mengue's fake smile slowly faded. He stared at her blankly, not knowing how to react for a moment. Wei Wei Bai was very careful as she slipped the ring onto his ring finger. Okay, today is the day of our engagement. It's also the day I'll tie you down. Saying this, her serious expression was swept away, and she revealed a sweet smile. Su Mengue barely managed to return to his senses. He knew that today was his best time to perform. Once Bai Qingshui acknowledged him as his son-in-law, then it would be easy to enter the Bai family corporation. After all, the Bai family was a family business. Blood ties and kinship were very important. He immediately steadied his mind, picked up the woman's ring, and knelt down on one knee. He held Wei Wei Bai's hand and looked up at her seriously. Wei Wei, from today onwards, you are the only woman in my life. I will never leave you, and we will be together in life and death. These words were so sincere. It was as if they had been pulled out from the depths of his heart. After saying that, he slipped the ring on her finger. Wei Wei Bai was moved to tears. She said to the system, This drama queen is better than me. I didn't even think of kneeling on one knee. The system observed for a while before saying in a deep voice, Don't feel inferior. You're the same. A great drama queen and a great drama queen. Their path was simply full of twists and turns. Wei Wei Bai was relieved. He went down on one knee, and she decided to give him a kiss. Wei Wei Bai didn't hesitate. She stretched out her hands to hold his face and lowered her head to kiss him deeply in front of everyone. Her eyelashes were half closed, and in her beautiful eyes, only the light and shadow of one person remained, flowing with a stunning brilliance. Su Mengue gazed at her and only saw pure emotion and joy in her eyes. Being liked by one person. So was this kind of feeling? Su Mengue's reaction was slow for half a beat, but he already remembered how he should react. He showed an excited expression and kissed back. Everyone immediately stood up and applauded, blessing the newlyweds. Chapter 730. Bai Qingshui also said, Mengue and Wei Wei are now engaged. Starting tomorrow, Mengue will start working at the Bai Group. No one objected. Su Mengue's plan was proceeding smoothly, but he wasn't happy in his heart. Instead, he felt depressed. He stood up, and Wei Wei Bai clapped happily. We'll be a family in the future, Mengue. A family. Su Mengue saw Bai Qingshui's indifferent but appreciative gaze, and Wei Wei Bai's undisguised happy smile, full of kindness. His heart unconsciously skipped a few beats. It was like a beautiful dream. She had never experienced it before. The warmth of a family was just within reach. He slowly reached out, wanting to hug Wei Wei Bai. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Su Mengue's fingers had just touched Wei Wei Bai's shoulder. Bai Qingshui's expression suddenly changed. He clutched his chest and made a few difficult breathing sounds. Then he struggled to stand up. However, he fell to the ground and smashed the porcelain on the table. Wei Wei Bai screamed, Dad. She rushed over. Su Mengue's fingers touched the air. He had also returned to reality, and the dreamy familial warmth from before had gradually disappeared. In the end, there was only cold pride in his eyes. The drug had taken effect. Bai Qingshui's heart wasn't good, as long as there was some special, undetectable drug to stimulate his body. he would immediately have a heart attack, and it couldn't be detected afterward. He suppressed the pride in his eyes and rushed over to help Bai Qing up, saying anxiously, "Hurry to the hospital." Bai Qing quickly entered the intensive care unit. The situation wasn't good. Wei Wei Bai sat in the corridor with an anxious expression. Her fingers trembled, and she was at a loss. After Su Mengue finished some admission procedures, he came to her side. Wei Wei Bai hugged him and cried, "Dad will be okay, right?" Su Mengue's eyes were dark, but his voice was very soft. "Nothing will happen. You still have me." Wei Wei Bai hugged him even tighter. She nodded, relying on him. It was as if he was her salvation. Bai Qing life was no longer in danger, but he fell into a coma. The doctor said that the lack of oxygen in the brain had led to this condition. They didn't know when he would wake up. Wei Wei Bai received a huge blow and fainted. This frightened Su Mengue. He couldn't think of anything to be proud of or plan. All he could see was her falling body. Although the examination only showed excessive fatigue, it still made Su Mengue scared witless for a while. He left someone at the hospital to watch over Bai Qing and went home with Wei Wei Bai. She slept peacefully in the soft bedding. His brows were tightly knitted, and there were traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Su Mengue sat by the bed and carelessly stroked her cheek. He lowered his head to look at her, deep in thought. Wei Wei Bai slept for more than 2 hours before she woke up. She immediately looked around in horror and found Su Mengue by her side. She immediately burrowed into his arms. "Mengue, I had a nightmare." Su Mengue's gloomy eyes softened. "I'm here. It's all right." Wei Wei Bai choked out. "I dreamed that Dad fainted and couldn't wake up." Su Mengue's fingers that were comforting her back stiffened, and his expression turned cold. Of course, he quickly put away his indifference. He tried to comfort the poor little princess in his arms. "It's all right. Dad'll be all right." His voice was low and magnetic, especially pleasant to hear. It could also calm people down. Download the https://www.sashu.com/ Download the full article. https://www.sashu.com// Download the full article. https://www.sashu.com. Download the mobile article. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 731. Wei Wei Bai finally reacted. Bai Qing had indeed fallen. She looked up blankly, her eyes red. "I only have you now, Mingdu." There was unspeakable helplessness, but it was full of trust. Su Mengue pursed his lips and revealed a smile. "Yes, you only have me." His fingers gently stroked the corners of her eyes. Her eyes were sorrowful, but still without darkness. Her eyes were full of trust and dependence. How wonderful! The darkness in Su Mengue's heart emerged. When she had nothing, when she experienced the darkness of betrayal, would she be able to maintain such an innocent appearance? Su Mengue sneered in his heart. She would definitely be like him. Sooner or later, she would fall into a dirty quagmire. She would become a demon scheming against others. Su Mengue suppressed his subtle heartbeat. Wei Wei Bai was still chatting with the system. "Is Bai Qing okay?" "System, he's fine now, but I don't know in the future." "Wei Wei Bai, are there any discounted medicines?" "After I leave, let him wake up healthily." "System, is letting him wake up healthily beneficial to the strategy?" "Wei Wei Bai, what good is there if I leave? Although there are no feelings, his daughter Khan appearance reminds me of my father." "System, okay, I'll keep an eye out for discounted information for you." After that, the system said, "The male lead is looking at you." Wei Wei Bai immediately showed a sad and pitiful expression, not letting Su Mengue see anything. Su Mengue patiently coaxed her to sleep, until she fell asleep. He put away the gentle expression on his face, then walked to the living room and made a call to his people. Start the plan to destroy the Bai family's company. The person on the other side was clearly familiar with Su Mengue. "I thought you were really going to be the Bai family's son-in-law. Isn't the Bai family's little princess very beautiful?" Su Mengue frowned unhappily. Luo Langyue, let's talk business. Luo Langyue was his partner, equal in status. Luo Langyue, I'm ready. I'm just waiting for you to betray the Bai family and sell the Bai family to our company. Good luck. Su Mengue faintly grunted and was about to hang up. Luo Langyue said, Oh, right. When the Bai family collapses, can you lend me Wei Bai? She's my type. Su Mengue's expression changed. His cold eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. He lowered his voice and said, Shut off the messy thoughts in your head. If you can't shut them off, I don't mind helping you get rid of them. Luo Langyue was silent for a moment before he mocked. You're really moved? No way. Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. Goodbye. With that, he hung up. But Su Mengue's eyes were still cold and fierce. He wasn't tempted. It was just that he hadn't seen Wei Bai's miserable state with his own eyes. He wouldn't give it to anyone else. He convinced himself. Su Mengue returned to the room. However, he saw that Wei Bai had already woken up. She was at a loss, but when she saw him, her eyes lit up. Then she stumbled out of bed in her bare feet. She immediately hugged him, and the girl's fragrance and soft body also crashed into his embrace. Su Mengue's body stiffened. Wei Bai hugged him and innocently rubbed against him. Mengue, where did you go? Su Mengue said in a low voice. I went to drink water. Wei Bai hugged him without letting go, saying aggrievedly, Don't leave me. I'm scared. Su Mengue's lips slowly curved into a cold smile. Truly a delicate glass flower. Such a small setback had hit her like this. Su Mengue's face was immersed in the shadows, like a demon's. Chapter 732. You can search Transmigration System. Male God, come to search web www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the. His voice was very gentle. Sleep, Wei. I won't leave you. Wei Bai nodded confidently and then obediently went to sleep. Her fingers gripped the corner of his clothes tightly, unwilling to let go. The mocking smile on Su Mengue's lips slowly disappeared. She quietly entrusted him as she slept, as if she knew he wouldn't hurt her. The girl's beautiful eyelashes covered her clear eyes, and her snow-white cheeks were stained with a blush. At a glance, it was the noble appearance of someone who had been pampered since childhood. He stared blankly at her, his fingers gently stroking her face. In the past, he never dared to hope that he could meet such a delicate girl, just like many years ago when he saw her in the garbage. The shame of a princess and a wild dog. It had accompanied him until now. Su Mengue said softly, Do you know? Back then, you looked at me like I was a wild dog. Today, I came to your side to throw you into the garbage and change our identities. Those dirty words of hers back then, they had thoroughly become the inner demon of his shame. The Su family's revenge was over, and Bai Qingshui had fallen. The plan to destroy the Bai family company began. There would be revenge against Wei Bai. Wait until all the people who made him feel shame were crushed into dust by him. He would certainly be able to obtain peace of mind and no longer be tormented by nightmares. Bai Qingshui slept for a week. The Bai family company began to fall into chaos because there was no leader. To maintain the company's affairs, Wei Bai braced herself even though she didn't have any experience. A pile of documents, a pile of professional terms, and a pile of work. It left Wei Bai battered and bruised. Every time she couldn't finish her work, she would look at Su Mengue. Su Mengue would always put on an act and sigh. Wei, the company is yours. You have to take responsibility. When Bai Wei heard this, her eyes welled up with tears. Her teary eyes could simply crush the hearts of others. She suddenly threw the folder out. I won't do it. I don't know how. Everyone is laughing at me. Then she leaned over the table, aggrieved. He looked even more pitiful. Su Mengue smiled helplessly. He picked up the folders and took out a pen to help her. Wei Bai smiled. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Su Mengue sighed. If you give me power like this, what will you do if I betray you one day? Wei Bai looked at him gently and said seriously, It won't be you. Everyone in the world will betray me except you. The pen in Su Mengue's hand paused and drew a wrong line. He crossed out the wrong line as if nothing had happened and continued, what if I really betrayed you? Wei Wei Bai frowned and said, if you really betray me, I have no choice but to forgive you. Su Mangue looked up at her in a daze. Wei Wei Bai picked up a document and gently slapped it on his head, imitating his sigh helplessly. AI, there's no choice. Who told me to like you so much? Like you so much that I can't help but want to forgive you when you betray me. Su Mangue looked at her delicate and innocent appearance. His fingers gripping the pen turned slightly white. He lowered his eyes. For a moment, he couldn't think of a way to respond to her confession. Perhaps these words were too naive, but at the same time, they were too beautiful. It made Su Mangue reluctant to part. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 25. // to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 733. Su Mangue answered the phone and stood by the glass window. It was raining outside. This is the biggest acquisition recently. If it succeeds, our company will officially become the overlord in this field. Luo Langwe said. Su Mangue's face was gloomy as he looked at the rain outside. He asked, how many days are left? Luo Langwe, 3 days. You've almost emptied the Bai family's foundation. The little princess of the Bai family still doesn't know. Su Mangue said expressionlessly, in 3 days, we'll officially defeat the Bai family. Luo Langwe, what an indifferent guy. Su Mangue coldly hung up the phone. Then he turned around and walked to the side room. Wei Wei Bai was lying on the sofa, hugging a cushion and sleeping. She had been very tired during this time, running between the hospital and the company. It was obvious that she was haggard, but she still looked like a beautiful white porcelain doll. The Bai family had raised her beautifully. Who knew how much effort it took? Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled. She opened her eyes and saw Su Mangue. He already had a gentle smile on his face. You're awake. Sleep more. I'll take care of the company's matters. Wei Wei Bai sleepily rubbed her eyes. She was unspeakably cute, but there's a high-level meeting in a while. I heard that the acquisition that our family has been preparing for 3 years is about to come to an end. It's a meeting related to the Bai family's future. Su Mangue's smile deepened, and a trace of imperceptible coldness appeared in his eyes. It's fine. You still don't believe me? I can't bear to see you tired. I'll go for you. Wei Wei Bai didn't hesitate and immediately pulled Su Mangue to the safe. This is the password. Remember it. Wei Wei Bai pressed the numbers one by one for him to see. The safe was filled with the Bai family's most confidential documents, as well as all the Bai family's property documents, including the house. Su Mangue looked at the cabinet full of wealth. He stared blankly at Wei Wei Bai, only to find that she didn't treat him as an outsider at all. Mangue, this is all of our family's property. Dad said that no one can know the password except for our own family. Wei Wei Bai pulled out a few documents from inside and then reached out to Su Mangue. Pen. Su Mangue's fingers trembled, his eyes carrying traces of shock. Wei Wei Bai frowned and nudged him with her shoulder. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Su Mangue hid the emotions in his eyes and gave her a pen. Wei Wei Bai took the pen and signed the documents. Then she stuffed the document into Su Mangue's hands. This is the document for the president's agent. In the future, you will be the president's agent of the Bai family company. You can make any decisions. Su Mangue took these pages of paper and entered the Bai family. In fact, he thought that there would be a tough battle ahead of him, even if Bai Qing Shui had fallen. However, the Bai family company had been in business for many years, and it would take time and energy to bring it down. But Wei Wei Bai had so easily handed over the entire company to him. Now, as long as he had a thought, the Bai family company would no longer exist. And not just the Bai family company, but her entire family's wealth was spread out in front of him. Su Mangue pinched those pages. These were clearly the things he'd tried to get his hands on. But why didn't he feel any sense of accomplishment? Was it too easy? Su Mangue finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice. You're so assured about me? Wei Wei Bai closed the safe, her expression natural. What's there to be assured about? We're family. // Chapter 734. Wei Wei Bai felt that her life was really comfortable. Eat and sleep, sleep and play, occasionally flipping through documents and signing a few names. Then she continued to tease Su Mengue. Ah, life was so beautiful. The system looked at the dry 30 favorability points and could only knock on the host's head. Work hard, struggle, move forward, Why was the host always eating and waiting to die? Wei Wei Bai looked at the manga. Isn't there Su Mengue working hard? Su Mengue's experience was simply a classic example of life's counterattack. Every minute, every second he was working hard, playing the pig to eat the tiger, plus winning every battle. System. No, it's only 30 favorability points. Your family is going to be ruined. You should get more favorability points before it's ruined. When the Bai family is finished, he'll drive you out and you won't be able to see him. Wei Wei Bai was very calm. You don't understand. System? Question mark. Wei Wei Bai. Su Mengue came to ruin the Bai family. If I don't let him ruin it, he'll be plotting every day and can't vent. He won't have time to increase the favorability points. System. But if the Bai family collapses, you won't have any interaction. I think you should do it this way. You immediately become a business genius and fight with him. He can only look at you and think about you. In the end, you'll destroy all the companies and become the overlord of the world. The male lead will naturally worship you and admire you. Wei Wei Bai, you've read too many novels. There's only 2 months left. How can I become the overlord of the world? The system immediately pulled out the advertisement. Model of a business overlord. 1 day to kill Tao Bao, 3 days to fight Penguin, 10 days to ride on top of Wei Ruo. Father Ma isn't a dream. Father Tongue is under your feet. You're the world's richest man. As long as you have 15 life points, you could take me home. Wei Wei Bai, system, how about it? It's fresh and on sale. It's still hot. Wei Wei Bai, silently read the manga. No, I'll just eat, drink, and play. The system was exasperated. How can you eat, drink, and play? Where's your drive? Where are your best acting skills? What happened to your messy tricks? He had never seen a plane with such a negative host. Which plane didn't start with one trick after another? For this plane, half of the time had already passed, and the host was still being passive. Wei Wei Bai turned over and pretended not to hear anything as she continued reading her manga. The system cried, Host, you've changed. You're no longer the host who always had to kill me, kill the male lead, and kill the entire world. Suddenly, a phone call came. Wei Wei Bai answered the phone lazily. It was a man named Shun Anming who asked her out. After answering the phone, Wei Wei Bai frowned and said, Shun Anming, I remember that he's someone that the original owner knows. The system flipped through the information. Oh, he's not a good person. He keeps thinking about the original owner's beauty. He's the original owner's classmate. The original owner also went to university. He just skipped classes every day and basically didn't go to school. Wei Wei Bai immediately got up and went to change her clothes. Then, she dressed up delicately. He left the house and headed straight for the rendezvous point. System, what are you in such a hurry for? Wei Wei Bai, don't you want a trick? I'm going out to do a trick. They arrived at the rendezvous location. Shin Anming's eyes lit up, and he immediately greeted her. Wei Wei, you're finally willing to see me. Shin Anming was good-looking. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the lines of his face were sharp. Although he wasn't as gentle and delicate as Su Mengue, he was quite manly. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 735. You can search Transmigration System. Male God, come to search web www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the location. It was a private high-end bar. What do you want to say by asking me to come? Shun Anming was stung by her cold gaze and cowered. He had always liked Wei Wei Bai, but she never liked him. She even chose Su Mengue as her fiancé, which made him so angry that he smashed a room full of things. But thinking of what he was going to say later, his mood improved. Shun Anming reached out, wanting to touch Wei Wei Bai's white and slender fingers. Wei Wei, listen to me. There's a problem with your fiancé. Wei Wei Bai indifferently moved her fingers away, letting him touch the air. Then she raised her eyes, her eyes full of ice. "If you're here to slander my fiancé, then I'm leaving." Seeing that she was leaving, Shun Aming became anxious and immediately took out a pile of documents. "It's true. I took this out of my father's safe. This is the document Su Mengue cooperated with him. He said he wanted to bring down the Bai family together." Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, and her expression froze. Shun Aming thought he had a chance. He immediately flipped through the documents. "Look, the big case your family wants to buy has been leaked. It's lost before it even started, and many companies belonging to the Bai family are in trouble." Wei Wei Bai's fingers clenched. "Impossible. I gave the company to Mengue to manage. There won't be any problems with the company." Shin Aming immediately said, "This is evidence. Look, there's a bunch of schemes to bring down the Bai family. For example, tax evasion, scandals, and so on. These are all common framing methods." Wei Wei Bai frowned, her face pale. She looked at the documents in his hands, her lips trembling. "Is what you said true?" Su Mengue, who had just arrived, heard this. He had installed a bug on Wei Wei Bai's clothes, so he heard everything she said when she went out on a date. When he heard that she went out on a date, he didn't know why he felt anxious. So, he rushed over from the company. In fact, even if Wei Wei Bai knew about it, there was no chance for her to salvage the situation. All of his deployments were successful. Without Bai Qing Shui turning the tide, the Bai family's failure was already destined. He could leisurely watch her fall, but when he heard that she was going on a date with a man, he couldn't help but rush over. Then he saw that her face was pale as she looked at the document in Shun Aming's hand. She didn't even notice that the man had secretly reached out and touched her fingertips. Shun Aming couldn't wait to have Su Mengue scram. He hurriedly said, "Wei Wei, I risked being beaten to death by my dad to steal the document for you. You'll know with one look." Wei Wei Bai's face turned even paler. She pursed her lips. "I don't believe you. Shun Anming, it's Su Mengue. He doesn't have good intentions. You'll know when you see." For some reason, Su Mengue didn't step forward to stop him. It was good to know in advance so that he could be mentally prepared. Otherwise, if he waited until the day the Bai family collapsed to find out, it would be even more painful. Su Mengue leaned against the bar by the door, his eyes gloomy as he looked at Wei Wei Bai. He took out a cigarette. He didn't smoke unless he was extremely irritated. But now he really wanted to smoke, even for no reason. He had just lit the cigarette and took a puff when he saw Wei Wei Bai suddenly stand up. She took the document from Shun Aming's hand. Su Mengue smiled coldly. He was finally going to unveil the true face of this big bad wolf. Poor little princess. / Download the mobile article at https://m. Sashu. Kanto facilitate your next reading. You can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 736. But the next second, Wei Wei Bai fiercely waved her hand and threw the document in her hand at Shun Aming's head. Shun Aming cried out in alarm. Wei Wei Bai picked up another glass of wine and poured it on his head. Shun Aming hurriedly covered his face and cried out a few times. Wei Wei Bai raised her chin and looked at him coldly, her eyes bursting with dazzling anger. "Surname Shun, don't think I don't know your dirty thoughts. Su Mengue is my man. I believe him. Who do you think you are?" With that, she smashed the glass and took out a piece, her expression arrogant. "Next time, if you dare to frame him again, I will cut your neck." With that, Wei Wei Bai threw away the glass shards, picked up her bag, and was just about to leave. But she saw Su Mengue standing at the door, staring at her in a daze. Wei Wei Bai immediately thought of her fierce appearance just now and felt guilty. "Why are you here? I'm not usually fierce. Today was an accident." This little wife's appearance was different from when she defended him just now. They weren't the same person at all. The cigarette in Su Mengue's hand was crushed. He said in a hoarse voice, "What if what he said is true?" Wei Wei Bai stepped forward, took his hand, and walked out. "Okay, don't joke around. I know you're angry that I came to meet a man in private, but I swear there's really nothing between him and me." Su Mengue's voice trembled. "You really believe me?" The evidence was clearly in her hands, but she threw it away without hesitation. Wei Wei Bai walked out the door and welcomed the sunlight. Her smile was as warm and pure as the sun. You're my favorite person. In this world, if I don't believe you, who else would I believe? From her clear and smiling eyes, Su Mengue saw only gentle trust and love. He'd never felt such feelings before. Just like that, they suddenly broke into his life. Such pure trust and the kind of thing where you could give up everything when you like someone. He'd never experienced it. Su Mengue felt his heartbeat go out of control again. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 40. Su Mengue returned home with Wei Wei Bai. He followed her with a complicated expression. She called the hospital and listened carefully to Bai Qingshui's condition. She then went to the safe and took out some folders. She gave them to him, saying that there were some important and secret assets of the Bai family company that needed to be managed. For the first time, Su Mengue couldn't say that she was stupid. He didn't feel that these things were easy, but he felt that the documents were particularly heavy. Holding them in his hand for the first time, he wanted to throw them away. Su Mengue received another call from Luo Langhua. Tomorrow will be the end of the opportunity. Just wait for the fruits of victory. Tomorrow, the Bai family company would fall into bankruptcy on all sides. There was no turning back. Su Mengue was silent for a moment. Can't stop it. After saying that, he immediately clenched his teeth. What kind of stupid thing did he say? Since they had already come this far, there was no way for them to back out. When Luo Langhua heard this, he said, "No way. This isn't something you would say. How can you stop? You can't stop even if you want to." This situation had been planned by Su Mengue. If he hadn't controlled all the power in the Bai family, how could he have so easily destroyed the Bai family? Su Mengue said coldly, "Then proceed according to the plan." With that, he hung up the phone. Then he turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai standing behind him with a wine bottle in hand, looking at him. Su Mengue's pupil shrank. How much did she hear? Chapter 737. Wei Wei Bai held the wine bottle and glass. "I can't sleep, so I can only have you drink with me." It was red wine. For a girl, drinking a glass before going to bed was good for sleep quality. The tension in Su Mengue's heart relaxed. Didn't she hear his call? Su Mengue accompanied Wei Wei Bai to drink. Then he took the wine bottle. "Okay, you can't drink too much. Go to sleep." Wei Wei Bai complained. "Why are you controlling me like my father?" Su Mengue was helpless. "Controlling you isn't because I care about you." Wei Wei Bai immediately cheered up. "You're so good, Mengue." Under the light, her smile was especially beautiful. Su Mengue shifted his gaze, and his chest tightened again. Wei Wei Bai suddenly asked in a soft voice, "Mengue, you won't lie to me, right?" Su Mengue paused, seeing her forcing a smile. Although her voice was soft, there was a trace of hesitation as she shrank back. His fingers pressed hard on the wine bottle, his eyes lowered, and he didn't speak. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss. She drank a glass of red wine, and then said, "Of course you won't lie to me." "I know." Su Mengue subconsciously clenched his fingers. Tomorrow, the Bai family would completely collapse. Everything she had would be taken away by him. When he wanted to retaliate against the Bai family, he had imagined this scene many times. Wei Wei Bai would become a drowning dog. He would be high up, coldly looking down on her. That kind of mood would definitely be very pleasurable. Now he only needed to say, "I'm lying to you." He would definitely send her to hell. Wei Wei Bai seemed to think she was ridiculous. She suddenly laughed. "I'm really paranoid. Others want to drive a wedge between us, but I actually asked such a stupid question. Mengue, give me another glass of wine." "Red wine isn't intoxicating." Su Mengue hesitated before pouring her a glass. Wei Wei Bai downed it in one gulp. Her face was a little red, and her eyes were misty. She said she wasn't drunk, but she was seductive. Su Mengue's eyes were dark. "If someone betrays you, will you forgive them?" Wei Wei Bai tilted her head in confusion. She frowned and slammed the table. "I won't forgive you. You betrayed me, and you still want to celebrate the new year? Of course. I want that person who betrayed me to scram as far away as possible." For some reason, these words made him feel an indescribable sense of oppression and irritation. Su Mengue sneered. How could he expect her to say words of forgiveness? Wei Wei Bai blinked her eyes and then laid down on the table. Before she closed her eyes and fell asleep, she still struggled to reach out and pull on his sleeve. But I won't be sad no matter who betrays me, as long as it's not you. Her tone was soft and pitiful. It was an indescribable heartache. His heart ached. Su Mingui's face darkened. He actually felt heartache for her, as if he was avoiding the plague. He immediately shook off her hand. Wei Wei Bai was already drunk from the 2 glasses of red wine. She closed her eyes and breathed evenly. Su Mingui had already stood up, his chest heaving as he looked at her with difficulty. All kinds of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes, but in the end, indifference prevailed. He slowly stood up, revealing a cold smile. He reached out and gently stroked her soft and beautiful black hair. Then he said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, I betrayed you. Tomorrow, you'll know the feeling of your entire world collapsing. At that time, you'll be the wild dog, and I'll be the one to beat the dog when it's down." The Bai family's oppression caused the Su family to abuse him in every way possible, and Wei Wei Bai was actually the person who had the least connection to him. Slash. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like, Chapter 738. But for some reason, every time he was in unbearable pain, his nightmares were of her high above him, giving him a clean glance. That gaze was like looking at a wild dog. It simply turned him into a demon, wanting to beat her into the dirty water. Only when he grew up did he realize that there was a problem in his heart. He should have been jealous. He was jealous that Wei Wei Bai had a beautiful family, parents who doted on her, and never had to face any darkness. But he stayed in hell, living worse than a dog. So after he took revenge on everyone he could take revenge on, his heart still couldn't calm down. Only then did he begin to want to pull her into the quagmire, make her fall, become selfish, dark, and unscrupulous. At that time, he should be able to live happily. Su Mingui smiled, but for some reason, his heart was somewhat gloomy. After Wei Wei Bai woke up, her neck hurt from sleeping. She had been lying on the table all night. No wonder her body wasn't right. She looked around the house and found that Su Mingui was gone. She said to the system, "Has my company collapsed?" System collapsed. Wei Wei Bai finally collapsed. After it collapses, Su Mingui will know that after taking revenge on me, his heart won't be able to calm down. He'll start to have feelings for me. At that time, the favorability will increase rapidly. System, can it be that he's so happy after taking revenge that he'll forget about you in the blink of an eye? Wei Wei Bai absent-mindedly flipped her long hair, then winked seductively. My charm can definitely make him fall head over heels for me. That's why he can't forget me. The system rubbed its eyes, racking its brains to not blindly buy things. It didn't even have eye drops, so it could only be captivated by its host. Wei Wei Bai. Seriously, revenge can't calm a person's heart. The more you take revenge, the more uncomfortable you feel. Therefore, after he took his revenge on me, he would feel that he had done something wrong and would feel guilty. I would struggle for a while as a transition, and in the end, I would have no choice but to succumb to my feelings for him. I would forgive him and love him, and my favorability would naturally increase. System, what the fuck? The company was destroyed, but she still loved and forgave him so much. Let us sort out the story of this scumbag man and bitch. Wei Wei Bai patted her face. All right, let's get down to business. With that, she turned on the television. Sure enough, she saw the news that the Bai Group was officially disbanded. Scandals, financial deficits, and debt. The employees were fired, and the company's top management was chased out. There was also the news that the company would be officially acquired by the mysterious multinational company, M Group. Wei Wei Bai stood up in shock and walked around in front of the hidden surveillance camera. She let Su Mingui see the confusion, helplessness, doubt, and fear on her face. She shouted, "Impossible!" With that, she ran out like a madwoman. Sitting in the president's office of the Bai Group, Su Mingui watched Wei Wei Bai on the monitor. He pursed his lips, his hands tightly clenched. He had clearly won, so why didn't he feel happy at all? He made a phone call. "Watch the young miss for me. When she arrives at the company, don't stop her." He originally wanted to set up a barrier so that she couldn't enter and humiliate her. But Su Mengue didn't have this thought for a while. The door opened, and a handsome man in a blue suit with short brown hair walked in. "What's wrong? Why is your face so gloomy on the day of victory? Can't you be happier?" Luo Langyue said with a grin. Chapter 739. Su Mengue looked at him indifferently, then lowered his head and continued to sign documents. These documents were the property transfer documents of the Bai family. He signed his name on behalf of the company, the house, the land, and all kinds of private property. It was all his. Wei Weibai had nothing now. Wei Weibai rushed to the company and found that her family sign had been removed. A bunch of employees were hanging a new sign. A big M stung her eyes. She rushed into the elevator on the first floor in disbelief and pressed the button for the top floor. When she reached the top floor, she found that everyone was a stranger. The familiar elders of the Bai family were gone. Such young people, each with a joyful expression, were newly promoted employees from M Group to take charge of the new company. A secretary-like employee came over. "Who are you? Do you have an appointment?" Wei Weibai pushed him away and said with a cold face, "This is my family's company. Why would I need an appointment?" With that, she broke into the CEO's office. The office was very large. By the huge floor-to-ceiling window, a slender and beautiful man in a black suit stood there. His eyes were cold, and his face was stern. The familiar gentleness was gone, only leaving behind a strange chill. Wei Weibai's footsteps paused, her voice trembling. "Mengue, they said the company collapsed, but I didn't believe it. You're clearly still here." Even if it was obvious to this extent, she still chose to believe him. Su Mengue looked at her, coldly sizing her up, and suddenly snorted. "Yes, I'm still here. Maybe it's because I'm the leader of M Group." These words were filled with unspeakable malice, but it was enough to completely crush Wei Weibai's naive trust. Wei Weibai felt like she was seeing him for the first time, unspeakably unfamiliar. She stood by the door in a daze. Because she had rushed out, she hadn't had time to tidy up. Her long hair hung in messy curls below her shoulders, with cute little flowers in her bangs. She wore pastel pajamas and animal-shaped slippers. She was soft and cute, like a little rabbit that had been dragged out of its warm nest. Her face was full of panic and helplessness. It actually made people feel a sense of pity for him. Su Mengue had all kinds of vicious words in his mouth, but not a single one left his mouth. He unconsciously clenched his fists in his pocket. Wei Weibai suddenly looked up and said through gritted teeth, "I don't believe you. I don't believe anything you say." Her eyes were filled with tears as she kept saying, "I won't believe you. You're lying to me. The company didn't collapse, and it wasn't bought." Su Mengue laughed mockingly. He took out a cigarette, his fingers trembling. "You're so stupid. Wei Weibai, I've never liked you. I only came to your house to destroy the Bai Group. After all, all's fair in war. If my company wants to become the king in this field, I can only crush others by any means." That was clearly not what he wanted to say. Instead, he taunted her, mocked her, and told her that he was deliberately making her suffer. That was why the Bai family's company collapsed. But when it came out of his mouth, it felt more like he was explaining his motives. And this motive was made up on the spot. Wei Weibai staggered back a few steps. She looked at Su Mengue in a daze. "You don't like me?" Su Mengue didn't know why, but his neck was a little stiff, but he still nodded. Wei Weibai cried out, "I don't believe it. If you don't like me, how can you be so gentle to me? You risked your life to save me, love me, and spoil me." Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. / transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Download the mobile article at https://m. Sashu. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record the reading record. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 740. You can search Transmigration system. Male God, come to search web www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the irritation in Su Mengue's heart turned into a sharp pain. His eyes hardened, and he sneered. That was to get your family's company. I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to be tricked with just a few simple words of sweet talk. Wei Wei Bai's voice grew angry. That's because you said it. I believed you. Saying this, she cried out, desperately wiping her tears as she cried. I believed you. I like you. Su Mengui, I like you. I like you, one sentence after another. Like weeping blood, full of desperate pain, trembling with unwillingness, like a moth to a flame. Even when death was at hand, she still rushed into the flames without hesitation. Su Mengui had never felt such intense and decisive emotions. For a moment, his mind was blank. He only saw her face full of tears as she kept saying that she liked him. He instinctively took a few steps forward and reached out to touch her, wanting her to stop crying. Crying until he didn't feel the pleasure of revenge at all. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 45. But when his hand was halfway out, a teasing voice came from the side. Io, you're crying so pitifully. Su Mengui, that big bad wolf who doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex, doesn't want you. Do you want to consider following me? This sentence completely broke the fragile balance of the atmosphere. It wasn't just Su Mengui who was startled awake. There was also Wei Wei Bai. She blankly looked to the side. She discovered that there was another man. That man was Luo Langyue. She had seen the news before. When M Group was growing, Luo Langyue was an important member of M Group. Luo Langyue said with some surprise, "You know me." Saying this, he ran to Su Mengui's side and patted him on the shoulder. "This is my boss, Su Mengui." He chuckled. "My boss is amazing. To get your family's company." He deliberately pretended to be an honest person to deceive your feelings. "Today is the day we take over the company. We're holding a celebration banquet. Do you want to attend?" Wei Wei Bai's face was pale. She suddenly smiled. It was as if she had just woken up from a dream. The emotion on her face had disappeared, and she looked at Su Mengui with cold eyes and anger. "Then I really must congratulate you, Su Mengui." Su Mengui's body trembled. His expression remained calm, but his voice was somewhat unstable. "You can indeed stay. After all, the new company needs new employees. I can give you a higher position." This was clearly not what he wanted to say. He should have mocked her and told her scram. This made her even more miserable. However, the words that came out of his mouth sounded like he was trying to salvage the situation. This made Su Mengui shut his mouth with an ugly expression. However, Wei Wei Bai seemed to have heard a joke. She laughed in a low voice and suddenly walked in front of him. Then she raised her hand and slapped him hard and fast. This slap was decisive and did not leave any room for negotiation. It was a pain that truly penetrated the flesh. Su Mengui frowned. The corner of his mouth had been hit by the slap, scraping his teeth and bleeding. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with anger and grief. "Just take it that I'm blind. I'm really blind. Su Mengui, the thing I regret most in my life is liking you." Saying this, she turned to leave. Su Mengui didn't think much of it and reached out to grab her wrist. But Wei Wei Bai shook him off, her eyes chilling to the bone. "Scram, don't touch me." Su Mengui's fingers stiffened. She had already run out. // Chapter 741. He immediately chased after her, but Luo Langyue frowned and grabbed his clothes. "Wait, what are you doing? Don't you want revenge? Why do I feel like you guys are so melodramatic? Didn't you say you wanted to make Wei Wei Bai suffer? It looks like you're in more pain." Su Mengui paused, his eyes gloomy as he looked at Luo Langyue. Luo Langyue immediately let go and silently retreated. What a terrifying gaze. Why was it like he wanted to eat someone? Wei Wei Bai flew out of the company before her expression returned to normal. "How was the acting just now?" The system said, "I'm stunned by this dog blood. Wei Wei Bai, it would be better if there was a rainstorm to set off my miserable mood." Just as she finished speaking, rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Wei Wei Bai stood in the rain, her face splashed with MMP. She silently reached out to wipe the rain off her face. The heavy rain hurt her skin. The rain came as she wished. If she didn't know that the system was stingy, it would rather buy instant noodles than spend it on her. She thought it was the system's doing. Wei Wei Bai said, Next, I'll run wildly in the rain, then cry beautifully and romantically. Then I'll faint and have a fever. Then I'll be rescued by Su Mangue. Then I'll do still feeling or something. The favorability will be fine. System. Isn't this still feeling too stiff? His father had been framed and his company had been sold. Now he was forgiven just because he had a fever. This plot was too stiff. Way bye. Yeah, it's stiff. I'm happy. It was fine as long as the favorability increased. System. It forgot that the host's shameless personality was its fault. System. The male lead is caught up. Wei Bai's expression changed in a second. Her face was deathly pale as she stood in the rain, haggard and dazed. Her slender body couldn't straighten up from the heavy rain. It looked like she would fall down in the next second. Su Mangue took an umbrella from the entrance of the company and rushed over in the rain without opening it. But before he could reach her, he was sobered up by the rain. He stopped his tracks and looked at Bai Weiwei blankly. The company had been bought by him, the Bai family had been taken over by him, and Bai Qing Shui had collapsed in the hospital. Weiwei Bai was also on the verge of breaking down. He had already retaliated to this extent, but his heart was empty and he didn't feel happy at all. Was his revenge not ruthless enough? Bai Weiwei suddenly staggered 2 steps, and her whole body fell forward. Su Mangue didn't think much of it. He rushed out, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms. Weiwei Bai blinked her eyes. She couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. When she saw that it was Su Mangue, her face turned pale and she began to struggle. Let go. What else do you want? Are you going to force me to death before I'm satisfied? Su Mangue was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Was he going to continue taking revenge on her, or was he going to do something else? This was the first time he had been so hesitant about something. Weiwei Bai didn't want to talk nonsense with him. She pried open his hand and walked forward. She didn't take more than a few steps before her whole body fell to the ground. Su Mangue's expression changed greatly. He immediately rushed out and picked her up. He found that she was burning hot and her limbs were trembling. Su Mangue carried her to the company's garage and drove her home. Weiwei Bai's fever was unbearable, but things were going smoothly. She had the leisure to say to the system, "Sure enough, taking a cold shower in advance is effective." Chapter 742. Su Mangue stood by the bed in a daze. He reached out and gently touched his lips. Her taste was on his lips, soft, with the lingering warmth of a fever. There was a kind of palpitation that he couldn't escape from. Su Mangue suddenly smiled, his smile somewhat distorted. He couldn't deceive himself anymore. He actually liked her a little. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 50. Su Mangue suppressed the emotions in his heart. Rest well. I'll have the kitchen cook some porridge for you. Saying this, he turned around with a gloomy face, wanting to sort out his messy thoughts. Weiwei Bai suddenly called out to him in a trembling voice, "Su Mangue." Su Mangue stopped but didn't turn around. Weiwei Bai called out again, "Su." Su Mangue couldn't resist the call of her voice and couldn't help but turn around. But he saw her teary-eyed and hatefully looking at him. Did you like me?" This question was asked in a sad and stubborn tone, but there was a bit of expectation in it. Su Mangue pinched his fingers and couldn't help but look forward to something. Weiwei Bai continued to work hard, forcibly changing the plot and passing this melodramatic sadomasochistic love. Then it would return to the sweet plot of brushing up favorability. After all, Su Mangue had already gotten his revenge and knew that revenge couldn't make him feel good. So when it came to brushing up favorability in the future, Su Mangue, who didn't have heart demons, would be particularly easy to do. Her eyes couldn't help but become more grieved. Then she dejectedly lowered her head, clutching the sheets with both hands. "No, that's right. I actually expected you to like me. I'm so cheap." Su Mangue stiffened and held his breath for a moment. Finally, he relaxed. Then he clenched his jaw and moved his lips with difficulty. "In," a faint word, admitting defeat. Su Mangue even felt that this word had cost him so many years of courage. Letting go of his obsession with revenge. Overthrowing all the crazy darkness in his heart. Only then could he say it. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 60. As he listened to the favorability climbing up, he felt a chill down his spine. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally survived the sadomasochism and arrived at the sweet chapter. She adjusted her expression, intending to show a struggling expression to forgive him. In the end, just as he was about to reveal an expression of surprise mixed with helplessness and sadness. Ding, detected scumbag man and cheap girl plot. The main system refuses to accept this type of plot. Wei Wei Bai, ? Daughters should strive for self-improvement, while men are dogs. Scum Abuse Index activated. Host, please complete the side mission, Scum Abuse Index. Just as he finished speaking, a huge number appeared above Wei Wei Bai's head. 20. Before you complete the Scum Abuse Index, you are not allowed to have any good feelings for scum men, you are not allowed to flirt with scum men, and you're not allowed to forgive scum men in any way. Scum Abuse Index has dropped to 0. Failed. Upgrade to 90. Completed. Side mission failed. Host, please run happily on the beautiful grassland and kill 100 Tibetan Mastiffs. Wei Wei Bai, wait a minute. Abusing trash was still within the scope of human understanding. But what the hell was the punishment for failure? What's with biting a Tibetan Mastiff to death? Who did the Tibetan Mastiff provoke that she had to bite it? It wasn't enough to abuse single dogs on a daily basis. Now she had to kill real dogs? Wei Wei Bai was so angry by this side mission that she almost passed out on the spot. Then she saw the 20 Scum Abuse Index above her head suddenly and slowly decrease. Wei Wei Bai looked up in horror and saw Su Mingui's gaze soften as he gazed at her. // To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 743. His eyes were filled with tenderness and expectation. Seeing that she didn't immediately refuse, his heart was filled with hope. Wei Wei Bai silently shed tears in her heart. After a moment of silence, she finally resigned herself to her fate and got out of bed. She walked in front of Su Mengui and looked up at him. Her beautiful eyes revealed traces of affection. You like me? This sentence was a statement. Su Mengui's heart was filled with hope. He couldn't suppress the trace of joy on his face. Perhaps letting go of everything and starting over to obtain her forgiveness was the best result. He slowly nodded. I like you, Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai revealed a lovely smile. I also like you. Su Mengui's heart beat wildly. He was about to reach out and hug her. Wei Wei Bai was already smiling brightly. You didn't think I would say that, did you? How ridiculous. Su Mengui stiffened and stared at her in a daze. Wei Wei Bai's smile sharpened. She raised her chin, as proud as a white swan. Her eyes were like knives, cold to the bone. Su Mengui, I will never forgive you in this life. Your liking is worthless. Slag Abuse Index 25. Su Mengui's expression was calm, but his complexion was deathly pale. His eyes began to turn bloodshot, like a trapped beast, but his voice was still calm. Wei Wei, don't say things you'll regret. These words were like a warning, more like a plea. Wei Wei Bai mocked. What I regret the most is liking you and trusting you, but I won't do it in the future. She enunciated each word clearly. I don't like you anymore. I don't trust you. Get out of my house right now. Su Mengui's mind was empty for a moment. He thought he would go crazy when he heard these words, but he didn't. His heart was a little empty. He even wanted to shrink back and run away in a sorry state. Slag Abuse Index 30. Su Mengui's fingers trembled. He reached out, wanting to grab her, but Wei Wei Bai coldly slapped his hand away. Her action clearly wasn't a threat to him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Wei Wei Bai's expression was cold. You really disgust me. Su Mengui stiffened and didn't refute a single word. For the first time, he knew what it meant to hurt the heart with words. His heart felt like it was being ripped apart. It was different from the humiliation that came from abuse, and it was also different from physical pain. Instead, it hurt even more. He was in so much pain that he didn't know what to do. The trembling in Su Mengui's eyes was covered by an unyielding calmness. He retreated a few steps and suddenly revealed a mocking smile. You wanted to get out of here? His mocking smile became even more obvious. The Bai family has long become my property. This house, the servants here, including the carpet you're standing on, all belong to me. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. Su Mengue gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "So what right do you have to drive me out? This place is mine." Wei Wei Bai's smile disappeared. She looked at him with hatred. "You win. Su Mengue, then I'll scram." With that, Wei Wei Bai turned around and left. But Su Mengue suddenly said, "I didn't tell you to scram." Wei Wei Bai didn't look back. She sneered with a pale face. "I'm disgusted when I'm with you." Scum Abuse Index, 35. With that, Wei Wei Bai walked out of the Bai family without a trace of desire to look back. Su Mingge didn't chase after her. He stood in place for a long time before looking down at his surroundings. This was Wei Wei Bai's room. There were traces of her everywhere. After looking around, he suddenly calmly rolled up his sleeves, picked up something, and smashed it. Her room was smashed to smithereens. In the end, he stopped and crouched down, covering his face with one hand. This was the first time he had confessed to a girl. /com///, Chapter 744. After Wei Wei Bai left the Bai family, she was completely dispirited. As she said, "Tongzi, I forgot to bring money. System, you can feign again and have the male lead pick you up again." Wei Wei Bai. Am I the kind of person who slaps someone's face and still has the cheek to go back? System, no money, no place to live, no food. My body's fever just subsided, and it's already late at night. If I encounter a few hooligans or something, Wei Wei Bai turned around. She'd better go back and feign again in front of the Bai family's house. Halfway through, she saw a few bodyguards running out from the Bai family's house. Wei Wei Bai immediately pretended not to see and turned around to walk forward. It's at least 60 favorability. Su Mengue even had people follow me. I'm not afraid of hooligans. System, do you need to change your face so quickly? Wei Wei Bai really didn't bring anything. In the dark night, there was a damp aura in the air. Fortunately, the storm had stopped. Otherwise, her body probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Wei Wei Bai was thinking about the next strategy and some plans to abuse the scum. It was too difficult to torture a man into a dog and increase his favorability towards her. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and walked toward the hospital. Without money, there was no way to hitch a ride. Wei Wei Bai slowly walked for more than an hour. Only then did she reach the hospital and find Bai Qingshui's ward. Bai Qingshui's ward was still that luxurious single room. It seemed that Su Mengue wasn't crazy enough to kill Bai Qingshui. She knew that this ward had a monitor, so she cried in front of Bai Qingshui. She cried silently, but her cries made people's hearts twist into a mess. Wei Wei Bai desperately wiped her tears with her sleeve. "I'm sorry, Dad. I lost your company. This is your life's work. Because I fell in love with a bastard, the Bai family lost everything." She choked pitifully, completely without the coldness she had in front of Su Mengue. If only I didn't fall in love with him. If only I hadn't fallen in love with him, she scolded herself again and again. In the monitor, she was sitting sideways. Her body was bent over unbearably, and her nose was red from crying. She looked so aggrieved and fragile that it made people hate and feel sorry for her. Su Mengue crossed his hands and gripped them tightly. His eyes were dark and filled with an inexplicable emotion. In the end, he stretched out his finger and gently stroked her figure on the monitor. When she loved him, her smile could give him the whole world. Now that she hated him, every word she said could stab him in the heart. Su Mengue suddenly turned off the monitor. His face was gloomy, and his breathing was somewhat disorderly. His fingers couldn't help but caress her. It was as if he could feel the delicate feel of her skin, as well as her sweet and beautiful appearance when she smiled at him. His heart was beating uneasily. Su Mengue coldly said to himself, "Calm down. She's just one of your mistakes." It was obvious that he wanted revenge. They wanted to rob the Bai family of their resources. He wanted to calm his twisted heart. Not like this, where he was utterly defeated because of a Wei Wei Bai. Su Mengue picked up the phone and gave orders to his subordinates. Bai Qingshui will still give him the best medical treatment. Also, transfer the Bai family's house to Wei Wei Bai's name. Su Mengui had taken everything from Wei Wei Bai. She had nothing now, but seeing her alone before she recovered from her illness, without even the money for a ride. Step by step, he walked to the hospital. He was so irritable and uncomfortable that he couldn't even sit still. Chapter 745. Su Mengui felt that since the Bai family had been taken away by him, he had succeeded. He took pity on Wei Wei Bai and gave her an arrangement so that she had a place to go. But after doing all this, he still felt uncomfortable. Su Mengui stood up and walked out of the Bai family, looking up at the house. Then he resisted the urge to go back and turned to leave without hesitation. He had been like this since he was a child, indifferent all the way. He wouldn't miss anyone. His untimely love for Wei Wei Bai was just an impulse. If they didn't meet, it would disappear quickly. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, she was notified that the Bai family's house had been returned. The medical bills were all taken care of. Wei Wei Bai said regretfully, "Why is it different from what I thought?" "System, what do you want?" Wei Wei Bai, "Am I not a little pitiful girl with nothing? Su Mengui can use Bai Qing Shui to threaten me. For example, a little melodramatic woman, if you don't return to my side, I'll let Bai Qing Shui be a dog." "System, this old joke is so old that I can't chew it." Wei Wei Bai, "Or make me even more miserable. With no way to ask for help, I want to work to make a living. He'll threaten others to fire me, forcing me to starve to death, and can only go to his side." "System, this crazy melodramatic plot can't be swallowed." Wei Wei Bai shook her head. A good plot of torturing deep love and intertwining hatred to imprison the CEO, but it's gone just like that. "System, maybe it's because the male lead hasn't read CEO novels." Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment. "That's right. So it's understandable that he doesn't have a rich imagination." "System, Shan Anming was fidgeting and drinking coffee when he finally saw the door open. He immediately looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai walk in. Her steps were graceful, her long hair hanging down to her waist. She was so beautiful that people couldn't look away. As Wei Wei Bai's #1 admirer, Shan Anming immediately stood up in excitement. "Wei Wei, you're here." Wei Wei Bai sat down expressionlessly. Shan Anming immediately ordered coffee. He knew how much milk and sugar Wei Wei Bai liked to put in. Wei Wei Bai said, "Where's the invitation?" Shan Anming immediately took out an invitation. "This is an invitation to tonight's banquet. The banquet will be held after today's business meeting. Many powerful business tycoons will be there." Wei Wei Bai took the invitation and said faintly, "Thank you." Shan Anming was touched. "I will do my best to fight for what you want." Wei Wei Bai put away the invitation. "I plan to seduce a powerful man tonight, the kind that could destroy M Group. Give me a few names for me to consider." Shan Anming was originally happily drinking a mouthful of coffee, but when he heard her words, he almost choked himself to death. "What? Seduce men?" Wei Wei Bai looked up, her beautiful eyes gloomy. "Do I have any other methods? The Bai family has become like this, and my father is in the hospital. I can't beat Su Mengui, but I have the capital of a woman. Or do you think there's a man I can't seduce?" Shan Anming couldn't help saying, "Of course you can seduce any man." "No, I mean Wei Wei, don't go. There are other methods." Wei Wei Bai looked at him sadly. "Shan Anming, there's no other way. I have to take back the Bai family before my father wakes up." Shan Anming said impulsively, "Why don't you marry me? I'll go fight Su Mengui." When the Bai family was swallowed up, everyone was dumbfounded. Only then did they know that M Group's president was Su Mengui. Wei Wei Bai heard his words and couldn't help but laugh. Shan Anming stared blankly. "Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like, comma." Chapter 746. Wei Wei Bai had already stood up. She reached out to tuck a strand of long hair behind her ear. A woman's amorous feelings had just been displayed on her body. She lowered her head and gently planted a kiss on his cheek. "I don't want to implicate you." "Thank you." Shan Anming only felt a feather slide past his cheek. He stared blankly at Wei Wei Bai as she turned and left. His heart thundered. The goddess kissed him. He felt that it didn't matter if he died now. When Wei Wei Bai walked out of the coffee shop, she casually glanced at the table next to her. It was the person following her. She pretended not to know and walked out. System, why are you flirting with cannon fodder, Shen? There was no strategy to capture a passerby in the mission. Wei bye. I was hit hard. I went from a little princess to an old demoness. Because of the psychological trauma, I started playing with men. I flirted with one when I saw one, and even sold my body to save my own company. Bai Weiwei said this and sighed. I really am a beautiful girl with a rough life. Ah. System, allow me to vomit. Thank you. Su Mengue was working expressionlessly. The atmosphere in the company was terrible. He felt like he was living in hell. Luo Langyue was also trembling with fear. Recently, Su Mengue's mood was like the Antarctic, so cold that people couldn't live. Su Mengue's phone suddenly rang with a message notification. He abruptly stopped writing and glanced at the number of the message. It was the person following Weiwei by. Although he said he would let go, Su Mengue couldn't help but have someone follow her. Su Mengue clicked on a message. The first picture was of her wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress, looking back. Everyone was just her background. Unspeakably beautiful. The corners of Su Mengue's mouth rose slightly, but the second picture completely froze his smile. She was actually dating a man. Wasn't this the Shun Anming who wanted to expose him last time? The Shin family was also one of the forces that helped defeat the Bai family this time. That was why Su Menge didn't target the Shun family and only gave them a warning. The next picture made him grip his phone tightly, wishing he could smash it immediately. In the picture, Weiwei Bai bent down and kissed him gently. His already tense emotions were completely crushed by this photo. Didn't she like him? Even if she hated him now, she should still be thinking about him. It had only been a few days, but he already had a new target. Su Mengue called the person following them. What did they say? Was it a relationship or a mutual confession? All kinds of thoughts made Su Mengue gloomy and irritable. The person who was following by Weiwei and Shun Anming spoke in full detail, without any modification, about the conversation between the two people. Just like a repeater. After Su Mengue hung up, he sneered, "Good, very good, Weiwei Bai," seducing Shun Anming to get an invitation. Then, she would enter the power banquet of the business circle and seduce men to destroy him. Who gave her the idea? He was willing to go all out. He had seen women who used their bodies in exchange for wealth and power. This is very common. This was nothing new. Therefore, he was not surprised that Weiwei Bai would want to exchange her body for this. He didn't think. Sung suddenly stood up, opened the office door, and said to Luo Langyue, who was about to go out, "I'm going to the banquet tonight." Almost all the company's senior leaders would attend this kind of banquet. Luo Langyue was in charge of all M Group's external affairs, so he attended these banquets. Adjusting his tie, Luo Langyue said in surprise, "Don't you not attend these kinds of social banquets?" Fast. Chapter 747. Su Mengue glanced at Luo Langyue. He was dressed like a dog, and even his tie was red. He knew that Luo Langyue had a habit of flirting with women at banquets. He thought of how Weiwei Bai would go to that banquet tonight to seduce men. His gaze at Luo Langyue was exceptionally frightening. Perhaps Luo Langyue would also become one of her targets. Luo Langyue was also a sensitive person. Sensing his partner's murderous aura, he immediately said, "If you want to attend, then I won't. I still have other appointments." Su Mengue's face was cold, and his murderous aura was finally gone. He slammed the door. Then he paced back and forth. He glanced at the time, worried that Weiwei Bai would arrive when the banquet started. He immediately walked out and rushed to the banquet's address. The banquet had just started when some bigwigs arrived one after another. When Su Mengue arrived, many people came over to say hello. The Bai family was defeated. This battle had made them famous. Su Mengue moved from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. Everyone knew that Su Mengue had appeared in that dilapidated place of the Su family. M Group was the target of many people's flattery. Su Mengue absent-mindedly entertained. From time to time, someone would come over and congratulate him, saying that swallowing the Bai family was amazing, blah, blah, blah. When Su Mengue heard this kind of praise, he couldn't feel happy at all and was even incomparably irritable. Because of his impatient heart, the various methods that used to be easy to deal with became unbearable. He held a glass of wine and leaned in a secluded spot, staring at the door. After an hour, almost everyone had arrived. Su Mengue couldn't describe his mood, but Wei Wei Bai didn't come. Perhaps she had given up the idea of seducing another man. This made him feel relieved. She still couldn't let go of him. Su Mengue relaxed and took a sip of wine when he heard the people around him suck in a breath. He frowned and unconsciously looked at the door. He saw a lithe and graceful figure appear in the doorway. She wore a tight, blue, sleeveless dress. Beautiful, light blue hollow flowers covered the entire dress. Her beautiful legs were exposed, clad in slender high heels. Her ankles were as exquisite as a work of art. Her round and perfect shoulders were also fully exposed. Her collarbones were perfectly shaped. She was charming but not seductive. She was dewy but still carried a pure and clean feeling. She was so beautiful that everyone present paled in comparison. It was Wei Wei Bai. Su Mengue was like everyone else present. He couldn't help but keep his eyes on her, unwilling to move them away. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. She stretched out her snow-white hand and said to the man beside her with sparkling eyes, "I don't have a partner. Can you dance with me?" The man was pleasantly surprised. "Of course, it's my honor." Su Mengue almost crushed the cup in his hand. She was no longer the willful and cute little princess of the Bai family. She was simply a seductress. What man wouldn't be tempted by her? Wei Wei Bai's face was tender and beautiful. She led a man into the dancing area. Her eyes absent-mindedly swept over Su Mengue. She was stunned, as if she didn't know that he would be here. Su Mengue's heart tightened, and he stared at her without letting go. Wei Wei Bai suddenly gave him a disdainful smile, without the slightest bit of affection. Then she approached the strange man. She began to dance. Su Mengue downed the wine in his hand in one gulp. The feeling of the wine rolling down his throat was like a knife cutting through it. She actually didn't care about him at all. Slag Abuse Index 40. Fast. Fast. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Fast. Chapter 748. After Wei Wei Bai finished dancing with the man, she smiled and said something to the man. Then she walked away. That walking posture, that back view, that silent glance back, it was simply flirtatious to the point of brazenly flirting, yet it made people feel as if it was syrup to be flirted with. Many men at the scene began to get restless. Their gazes were glued to her. Wei Wei Bai walked to the place where the wine was placed. She picked up a glass of red wine and faintly raised her eyes. She saw Su Mengue standing not far away, leaning against the curtain, holding an empty glass and coldly looking at her. Wei Wei Bai's smile didn't change. She raised the wine in her hand and made a provocative toast to him. Then she downed the glass in one gulp and turned to leave. Su Mengue looked at her back as if he was looking at an enemy who had killed his father. That intense emotion could eat people up. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have completely thrown him to the back of her mind. In the blink of an eye, she hooked up with another man. He was a tycoon in the electronics industry with outstanding strength. The man looked at her like a wolf seeing meat, his eyes bright with greed. "I remember that your family has been in decline recently." The man cautiously probed. Wei Wei Bai shook the wine glass, frowning and sighing. "My family is not only in decline, but has already declared bankruptcy. I had no choice but to come out and ask for some help." With that, she gently held the glass and took a sip of wine. This action made the tycoon's breathing unsteady. He hurriedly said, "I can help. How much do you need?" Wei Wei Bai smiled. "This favor is too big. I have nothing now. There's no way to repay you." The man chuckled and couldn't help but pull her hand. "Isn't there still you?" This was a naked transaction. It happened from time to time. No one found this kind of transaction strange. Wei Wei Bai quietly frowned. Her fingers couldn't help but move back, not letting him grab them. But the man was insatiable. He leaned over. "The little princess of the Bai family, now that you've fallen to this point, only I can take you in." Wei Wei Bai's expression darkened. The man thought that there was a chance. He immediately grabbed her hand. "If you follow me, you won't have to worry about glory and wealth in the future. Even if the Bai family is gone, I can support you. Wei Wei Bai struggled for a moment before she said in resignation, then transfer 10 million yuan to my account as a deposit first. The man immediately said, I'll do it now, but I need your deposit. Wei Wei Bai thought for a moment, nodded, and gestured for him to come closer. The system also reminded her, countdown to the male leads attack in 5. Wei Wei Bai gently kissed the man on the cheek. The system said, the male leads attack for 1, it's here. The kiss hadn't ended yet. A fist had already landed on the man's face. The man screamed. Su Mangue had already walked out from behind Wei Wei Bai. He calmly rolled up his sleeves and quickly walked out. He reached out and grabbed the man's collar, beating him to death. His usual gentle and elegant appearance was now like a demon. His eyes were so cold that it made people shudder. The people around them didn't dare to step forward to stop him, for fear that Su Mangue would remember them. The man was beaten half to death and thrown to the ground. Su Mangue calmly put his sleeves back and turned to look at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai felt like she was being targeted by a hungry wolf. Her back was cold, but she had no choice but to maintain her posture. She bit her lip and said, Su Mangue, are you crazy? Su Mangue stared at her with a malicious expression for a long time before he suddenly laughed coldly. Can 10 million buy you? / com / com / Chapter 749. Wei Wei Bai retreated a few steps, suddenly a little scared. Su Mangue stepped forward like a beast on the hunt, his momentum terrifying as he approached Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai's face was a little pale, but she still refused to show weakness. She revealed a disdainful sneer. As long as I can bring you down, not to mention 10 million, even if it's $1 I'll sell. These words completely broke all reason in Su Mangue's mind. He suddenly reached out, grabbed her and pulled her out. Wei Wei Bai staggered as she was pulled away. During this time, no one dared to come up and fight with Su Mangue. This matter didn't concern them. More importantly, they didn't dare to offend M Group, which was at its peak. Wei Wei Bai struggled desperately, trying to shake off his hand, but his fingers were incomparably strong. No matter how hard Wei Wei Bai tried, she couldn't budge him in the slightest. Su Mangue stuffed Wei Wei Bai into the car. Then he got into the driver's seat and saw that Wei Wei Bai was going to open the door. Su Mangue expressionlessly locked the door, and the car quickly drove away. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't bear it anymore. She turned back and angrily said to him, Su Mangue, you mean? Are you trying to kill me to the last one? Su Mangue didn't say a word. His fingers gripped the steering wheel, the veins on the back of his hand popping out. He suppressed his immense anger and finally drove the car into a bustling area of the city. His apartment was here, on the top floor of a tall building. Su Mangue drove into the garage, got out of the car, and was about to pull Wei Wei Bai out. Wei Wei Bai's high heels stomped on the car, refusing to go out. She even slapped Su Mangue's hand. What do you want to do, you bastard? Do you know that it wasn't easy for me to get an invitation? It was fine if he didn't mention the invitation. As soon as he mentioned the invitation, Su Mangue thought of the photo of her bending over for a kiss. The fire began to burn in an instant. His dark eyes seemed to be able to see the light of anger. You're really willing to sell anything to hook up with a rich man. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have slept with a man who could afford 10 million. Wei Wei Bai's face paled, and there was sadness in her eyes. Su Mangue was stung by her expression. He thought about how she had never suffered before, yet she had met him. He had messed up her life and made it fall apart. How could she be willing to sell herself? Pity came quickly and fiercely. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. Wei Wei Bai suddenly shook off his hand and smiled coldly. Yes, my body is valuable. If I don't sell myself while I'm still young, how can I buy the Bai family back? She spoke resolutely and earnestly. He didn't look regretful at all. Su Mangue's breathing quickened as he stared at her. He suddenly stretched out his hands and dragged her out of the car. Wei Wei Bai immediately shouted, Su Mangue, you lunatic rogue, I'm going to call the police. Su Mangue picked her up by the waist and imprisoned her hands. Ignoring her struggles, he walked to the elevator. In the elevator, Wei Wei Bai scratched his face a few times. Su Mengue finally pressed her against the elevator wall and kissed her fiercely. This kiss was like he wanted to eat her up, not giving her any chance to resist. They arrived at the top floor. The entire floor belonged to Su Mengue. Su Mengue pushed Wei Wei Bai into his apartment and locked the door. Wei Wei Bai was shocked to realize that she had been locked up. She looked at Su Mengue, who was completely different from before, and finally couldn't suppress the fear in her throat. What are you doing? Isn't it enough that you took everything from me? You still want to silence me? / Calm. Chapter 750. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, you come to Sashu. Come in Baidu to find the. Su Mengue leaned against the door, looking at her with red eyes. There was a struggling expression on his face, as though he was suppressing something. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but take a few steps back. But the heel of her high-heeled shoes suddenly broke, and she sat down on the carpet. The beautiful, tight little skirt also tore open, opening up to her thigh, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Su Mengue straightened up, the struggle in his eyes covered by an even more frightening darkness. Wei Wei Bai quickly reached out to grab the large opening, an ugly expression on her face. She glared fiercely at Su Mengue. You're not allowed to look. Her beautiful black eyes carried traces of timid fear, but they still carried a clarity that made people want to destroy them. The struggle in Su Mengue's heart disappeared. He let out a sigh and finally admitted that he couldn't let go of her. The pain of these days, like a trapped beast, turned out to be just to resist his longing for her. Su Mengue unbuttoned his cuffs and took off his clothes, placing them one by one on the hanger by the door. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in bewilderment, until his upper body was bare and he began to take off his pants. Wei Wei Bai reacted. What are you doing? Su Mengue took off his pants, revealing his strong and beautiful long legs. He looked up, the fire in his eyes burning even brighter. He slowly said, Fuck you. Wei Wei Bai. This answer was too explosive, making the atmosphere silent for a moment. Su Mengue was only left with a pair of underwear. His shoulders were wide, his hips were narrow, his legs were long, and his waist was strong. The thin layer of muscles on his body was just right, but it looked very explosive. He had the face of a cultured person. After taking off his clothes, he was more frightening than a beast. For the first time, Wei Wei Bai saw the phrase, a beast in human clothing, perfectly presented in reality. She didn't have time to escape before she was caught under Su Mengue's body. His breathing was rapid, but his expression was still calm. If you want to sell yourself, why not sell yourself to me? Not to mention 10 million, even if it's 10 or 100 times that, I can afford it. His fingers gently caressed the delicate skin of her face, his actions dangerous and ambiguous. Wei Wei Bai raised her hand and gave him a slap. Her palm was numb from the slap. Su Mengue didn't dodge and just let her hit him. His cheeks turned red, but the look in his eyes was extremely dangerous. You can continue to hit me until you're no longer angry. I don't mind. Wei Wei Bai. Fuck, the target of this strategy is insane, so scary. The system said, don't worry about whether it's scared or not. Take the chance to hit it a few more times and see if the scum abuse index will increase. Don't just increase the favorability points. Wei Wei Bai thought about it and felt that it made sense. Her expression immediately changed. Su Mengue, keep dreaming. I'll sell to anyone but you. After saying that, she did not hesitate and slapped his face again. Su Mengue remained unmoved. Even when he trapped her under his body, he didn't budge an inch. Wei Wei Bai bit her lip and her fingers began to tremble. Let go of me. Su Mengue's voice was hoarse. Not letting go. Wei Wei Bai slapped him again with such force. Su Mengue was like nothing had happened. His cheeks were red from the slap, but he didn't move an inch. He still turned his face to the side. Hit me a few more times. Wei Wei Bai and the system hugged each other and trembled. This strategy target was indeed a little scary. Su Mengue saw the fear on her face and stuck out the tip of his tongue to lick the corner of his lips. He laughed softly and said, You've calmed down. Then it's my turn. His hand began to climb up along her knee, rubbing it. Chapter 751. Wei Wei Bai's eyes dangerously paused between Su Mingui's legs. She finally suppressed her frightening thoughts. If she really stepped on them, the favorability would drop to the bottom at any moment. Don't think of rising back up. Bai Weiwei hurriedly stood up and hurriedly pulled up her zipper. There was a tear in her skirt, but she didn't seem to care. She rushed to the door, wanted to open it and go out. The door was already locked. It was a passcode fingerprint lock. Weiwei Bai reached out and slammed the door. A shadow suddenly covered her. A hand appeared by her ear, supporting the door. Su Mingui's entire body pressed against her. His breathing was chaotic, and he couldn't even stand steadily. "Do you hate me that much?" His voice was hoarse, sounding particularly dangerous. Weiwei Bai froze. She lowered her head, and her fingers couldn't help but clench into fists. She looked like she was struggling. Finally, she lifted her head. Her eyes were red, and her voice was choked with sobs. "Yes, Su Mingui, you make me hate you." Su Mingui was silent for a moment before he suddenly sneered. "Then why did you pretend to love me so much in the beginning? Was it just to play around? Wait until you got tired of me and then dump me?" Weiwei Bai gritted her teeth. "You heartless thing. The person I like will be shy when I kiss him. When I'm in danger, he'll come to save me regardless of his own safety. If I'm happy, he'll be happier." Every sentence seemed to be pulled out from a wound. Bloody pain. Su Mingui could even feel the tremor in her voice from enduring too much pain. She laughed at herself. "You're not the Su Mingui I like. You're not." Saying this, she reached out again, wanting to open the door. The doorknob was still cold and indifferent. Su Mingui's hand suddenly fell and grabbed her hand that was holding the doorknob. Weiwei Bai's fingers trembled. She wanted to struggle, but Su Mingui didn't let her struggle. Their 10 fingers intertwined. Weiwei Bai finally became angry. "Su Mingui, is there any meaning to this? What kind of fucking grudge do I have with you? You destroyed my family. I'll just treat it as a hostile takeover by a competitor. But what do you want to do now? Or do you think that I'm still useful to you? So you insist on biting me and not letting me go?" Her angry words were filled with grief and grievance. Su Mingui was struck in the heart by her words. His fingers loosened, but he was still hesitant. His voice softened. "Weiwei, I'm not a good person." Bai Weiwei didn't say anything. "Su Mingui, the Su Mingui you like is all an act, and I can't pretend for a lifetime." When he said this, he laughed. His laughter sent chills down people's backs. "So I won't pretend anymore. I like you." Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 70. Weiwei Bai raised her eyebrows as a trace of contemplation flashed through her eyes. Was Su Mingui going to make an affectionate confession? Just as she thought this, Su Mingui's hand suddenly opened the door. The door opened. They stood in the doorway. Su Mingui also retreated. He even took the coat hanging on a hanger by the door and wrapped it around her waist. He made the tear in her skirt invisible. Weiwei Bai didn't turn her head. Her body stiffened as she looked outside the door. Su Mingui said, "You can leave if you don't like me." Weiwei Bai revealed a trace of mockery. Just as she was about to take a step forward and walk out, Su Mingui's voice, as gentle as the ravings of a wild beast, faintly sounded. "I'm not a good person. Weiwei Bai, I know you're not a good person. You don't have to keep emphasizing it. Su Mingui, so as long as you dare to walk out of this door, I won't let you have an easy time." Bai Weiwei. At the slash to read at https://www.sashu.com at https://www.sashu.com to read on. Com. Chapter 752. Su Mingui's black eyes were bottomless. His expression was gentle, but it was still frightening. He said softly, "You don't like me. I will force you to like me." Weiwei Bai, Su Mingui didn't care about her attitude and continued in a soft voice. "I will make you homeless, freeze your accounts, have no way to ask for help, have no food to eat or clothes to keep warm, and can't stay anywhere." Weiwei Bai was deeply silent. This wasn't just not a good person. This wasn't human. Was this liking you? This was having a deep hatred for you. Weiwei Bai knocked on the system. "Tongzi, can't you test when you choose a target?" What kind of freakish characters were these? System, randomly placed. No refunds. Su Mangue looked at her back as she stood at the door without looking back. He gently threatened. So what are you going to choose? Stay or leave? Wei Wei Bai stood in silence. Su Mangue didn't speak again, but the pain in his heart accumulated more and more. He even nervously clenched his fists. He held his breath, waiting for her answer. Wei Wei Bai suddenly laughed, and her voice suddenly turned cold. Su Mangue, you're simply crazy. In any case, you've already destroyed my family. It's only right that you deal with me. Her answer was like a knife stabbing into his heart. Su Mangue couldn't muster up his momentum. Instead, it was Wei Wei Bai who finally turned her head. Her eyes were filled with resentment, but there wasn't the slightest hint of sadness from being defeated. Instead, it was a stubborn coldness. If you have the guts, then kill me. I won't stay by your side. With that, she didn't hesitate to walk out. Scum Abuse Index, 65. Su Mangue looked at the empty door. After a long time, he finally determined that Wei Wei Bai hadn't come back. He finally lost all his strength and sat on the ground. Only then did he dare to reveal the blankness and sluggishness on his face. It's already like this. You still won't stay. Su Mangue believed that he had already cut off all her escape routes. He picked up his cell phone and called Luo Langwe. Call a doctor for me. Luo Langwe asked, Are you hurt? Su Mangue, it's down there. Wei Wei Bai's blow was very heavy. Su Mangue was holding on to not fall in front of Wei Wei Bai. Also, Su Mangue paused and finally said, I want Wei Wei to return to my side. Luo Langwe hesitated for a second before saying, Aren't you enemies with her? Su Mangue turned a deaf ear. Have someone follow her. Freeze her bank account and take back the house. As for Bai Qingshui, he hesitated for a moment before saying, Let's leave Bai Qingshui first. Let her have nowhere to go first. Let's talk about it when she can't fill her stomach. Luo Langwe was at a loss for a moment. Wait, don't you like her? What kind of liking was this? So ruthless? Su Mangue didn't answer, but hung up. He was still looking at the door, not knowing how much time had passed. He suddenly laughed out loud, mocking himself. He felt that he was ridiculous. When he was young, he was abused. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He felt that it was the most terrible thing in the world. At that time, he thought that even if it was an enemy, if they could give him a blanket or a bowl of rice, he would follow them. But now, he was using it against the girl he liked, because he knew that he would lose everything. The feeling of not being able to fill his stomach was terrifying. So terrifying that even if she loathed him, she would return to his side. Chapter 753. Wei Wei Bai went down the stairs. Her first reaction was to swipe her card. Su Mangue, that psychopath, said he wanted her to be cornered, so he would definitely make her cornered. But as soon as the card was swiped, it froze. The speed was frightening. Wei Wei Bai could only return to the Bai family and change her clothes. Just as she finished changing, she was politely driven out of the house. Because the house was confiscated. There was no justice. The house was given and taken away just like that. If she had known earlier, she would have opened the fridge and dug out a few more pieces of bread before leaving. Wei Wei Bai stood on the street and said to the system, Su Mangue is still too naive. Does he really think he's an overbearing CEO who can rule the world? She flipped her hair. In today's society, I won't starve to death even if I sweep the streets. What's there to be afraid of? As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach rumbled. Wei Wei Bai decided to use her innate advantage to freeload a meal first. When she brushed shoulders with a certain passerby, she glanced back and smiled. The man immediately blushed. Wei Wei Bai said generously, Can you treat me to a meal? The man immediately nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, of course. But as soon as he finished speaking, several burly men in black suits walked out, one covering his mouth and the other grabbing his legs. Just like that, the passerby was carried away. Wei Wei Bai, the system comforted her. Maybe you could try KFC. Wei Wei Bai, am I going to be reduced to working as a cleaner? System, you have to eat before you can work. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the fast food restaurant's recruitment notice. She felt that with her image, she could easily get a job. After all, As long as she ate for 2 days, she could apply for a good job again. The original owner's educational background was quite high. Wei Wei Bai entered the fast food restaurant. As soon as she explained her intentions and the boss was about to agree, a phone call made the boss's expression change. Then, Wei Wei Bai was chased away. In the following days, no matter where Wei Wei Bai went, all the places rejected her. She picked up a coin and wanted to buy a vegetable bun, but the coin was snatched away. In this day and age, even a single dollar would be snatched away. In the end, Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to call Shen Aming. However, Shen Aming's phone was turned off. Wei Wei Bai discovered that Su Mingui could really starve her to death. It's late at night. Wei Wei Bai wants to go to the mall to get some light. The 24-hour shopping mall was closed early because of a malfunction. Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to walk alone to the corridor by the river. There were stools and pavilions here. There were also street lamps. Fortunately, the weather was not hot and there were no mosquitoes. Wei Wei Bai lay on a bench and looked at the stars in the sky. What do you think Su Mingui means? If he liked someone, he would starve her and force her to be homeless. This wasn't something a normal person would do. System, the male lead's thoughts are hard to guess. Wei Wei Bai nodded in agreement. So can you conjure up food? System, the topic changed too quickly, like a tornado. It thought for a moment. Buy a system instant noodle for you to eat? Wei Wei Bai, are there any side effects? System, humans who eat it will mostly get epilepsy, rabies, and other minor illnesses. Wei Wei Bai, what kind of minor illness is this? It can scare people to death. She refused the food produced by the system. The phone suddenly rang. Wei Wei Bai picked up. There was a long silence on the other side. Do you want to come back? Wei Wei Bai coldly said, Scram. / to facilitate your next reading. You can click on at the bottom to record this reading, comma, Chapter 754. With that, she hung up the phone. She was so hungry that she couldn't wait to pull Su Mingui out and beat him up. She had no time to pay attention to this psychopath. Scum Abuse Index, 68. 1 word in exchange for 3 points of index. If she had known earlier, she would have yelled Scram a few more times. Wei Wei Bai sighed. How did I get to the point of sleeping on the streets? System, pick up a few more newspapers. Otherwise, the weather will be cold and you'll feel uncomfortable sleeping. Wei Wei Bai almost cried when she heard this. Even the homeless had a few tattered blankets. She was the only one who had to pick up the newspapers. Wei Wei Bai stood up and accepted her fate to pick up the newspapers. People had to be flexible. After all, the weather really was a bit cold. When she picked up the newspapers, she actually picked up 20 yuan. Wei Wei Bai held the 20 yuan bill. Everything looked 20 yuan. System, host, you screwed up. How'd you get to this point? It couldn't bear to hurt her and could only comfort her. That's a lot, he. Wei Wei Bai was afraid of being robbed, so she ran to buy a loaf of bread and a cup of cola. Just as she was about to eat, the sound of crying came from beside her feet. Wei Wei Bai stiffened and looked down. A homeless little boy was crying pitifully as he looked at her. Sister, can you give me something to eat? Wei Wei Bai asked the system. Was this also sent by psychopath Su? System in. Wei Wei Bai. She had to ponder what Su Mingui was thinking. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the favorability to increase in the future. Wei Wei Bai's mind spun several times before she looked at Su Mingui's information from childhood to adulthood. She roughly understood some of Su Mingui's thoughts. She glanced at the little boy and silently broke off half a piece of bread, handing it to him. Eat half each. I'm also hungry. Wei Wei Bai spoke the truth, which made her seem sincere. The little boy took the bread and ran off. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Not even a word of thanks. The system opened its heaven's eye. The little boy took the bread and ran to the corner. There was a big man in a black suit. The little boy took the bread and handed it to him. He gave him a few notes. Deeper in the corner, Su Mingui's face was somewhat pale. He wore a brown windbreaker, and his hair was somewhat disheveled as he leaned against the wall. He looked at the half loaf of bread with a complicated expression. You're already so hungry, yet you're still giving it to others. Seriously, haven't you been too hungry? The system retracted its gaze and saw that Wei Wei Bai had solved the problem of food and drink. Then, She hugged a few newspapers and ran to the pavilion. She laid them down and prepared to rest. Wei Wei Bai said, "Tongzi, good night. Sweet dreams." Wei Wei Bai thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep, but because she was too tired, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. The system was watching over her. If there was a hooligan or something like that, it could even alert the host. In the end, the local ruffian didn't come, but Su Mengue did. He stood outside the pavilion, smoking a cigarette, his face gloomy and haggard. He seemed even more pitiful than the host. He slowly walked in and crouched down beside her, staring blankly at her. Wei Wei Bai was curled up, a few newspapers covering her body. It didn't have any effect on keeping out the cold. She was also shivering from the cold, her brows tightly furrowed. Her skin was still beautiful and delicate, but he could still see her sorry state. He stubbed out his cigarette and sat to the side, watching over her like this. He whispered to himself, "Why don't you accept your fate? No place to go, no food. Isn't that the most painful thing?" Like him, she had fallen to a dark place. To get rid of the painful memories of her childhood, she had degenerated and become a demon. This was the most correct choice for a person. If she was forced into a dead end, she would also become a demon. She wouldn't have kindness in her heart, just like him. Su Mengue smiled with a pale face. "You're actually willing to share your bread with others. Sure enough, I'm still too kind to you." He saw that in her desperate situation, she was willing to share the food in her hands with the people he sent. At that moment, anger and adoration appeared at the same time. Anger that she didn't accept her fate and didn't degenerate. But he couldn't help but be moved by her actions. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 75. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. /transmigration system. Male god, come here. /transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 755. Wei Wei Bai thought that Su Mengue would only starve her for 2 days at most. But she found that she was wrong. This psychopath could harden his heart. She had been wandering outside for a week, but he was still so deranged that he wouldn't even give her a part-time job sweeping the streets. In any case, she could hold on until she was about to starve to death. She could pick up 20 pieces. It only took a few days for her to turn numb from the happiness of picking up 20 pieces to numbness. In the end, when she saw 20 pieces, she couldn't wait to tear them apart. Of course, she still didn't tear them apart. After all, people had to be able. If she didn't find an opportunity to turn Su Mengue 360 degrees around, she would live stream herself eating the system alive. System. When Shun Anming found Wei Wei Bai, he saw her sitting pitifully on the bench where the tourists rested, a few newspapers under her, a hamburger in her hand. Her long hair was a bit messy, draped behind her. Although her clothes weren't messy, it was obvious that she hadn't changed in a few days. Her entire person was haggard and tired, but because her eyes were soulless, there was a hint of softness. Her dark eyes were misty, making anyone feel pity for her. He rushed over with heartache and crouched by her side, simply unable to speak. Who was Wei Wei Bai? She was a golden branch and jade leaf from a young age, a young miss who was coaxed as she grew up. When had she ever suffered this kind of hardship? Su Mengue, that bastard, how could he force her like this? Shun Anming saw her like this, and his eyes reddened. She was his goddess. Wei Wei Bai looked down and greeted. "What's wrong? Is your family bankrupt?" She hadn't felt wronged yet. Shun Anming looked like he was going to cry first. Shun Anming immediately said, "Wei Wei, I'll take you away. I was locked up by my father. Only yesterday did I find out that bastard Su Mengue had already warned everyone. As long as you're in this city, no one will help you." Wei Wei Bai looked at him, a trace of struggle flashing through her eyes. "But my father..." "Shun Anming, your father is fine. Su Mengue didn't do anything to him. I will have my father pay more attention and watch the hospital. I won't let anything happen to your father." Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief, then said with a bitter smile, "It's rare that you're willing to help me when I'm in trouble. True friends are born from adversity." The corner of Shun Anming's mouth twitched when he was given a friend card. In the end, he couldn't help but reach out and place his hand on the back of hers. Wei Bai didn't respond. She just bit into her burger, calculating how to torture Su Mengue in her heart. Perhaps it was time for something more exciting. Otherwise, if this continued, she would really become a homeless person who slept on the streets with a newspaper over her head. She was so miserable that even she couldn't bear to look at it. Wei Bai looked at Shun Anming and smiled. She suddenly said, "Then let's run away." With that, she stood up and held his hand. A light of excitement finally appeared in her lifeless eyes. Shun Anming nodded blankly. Then, as though he was startled awake, he immediately stood up and said somewhat helplessly, "Okay, I'll go buy plane tickets right away. We'll go abroad. Anywhere is fine. Su Mengue's power can't spread all over the world." Wei Bai nodded. Under the sunlight, she smiled. After so many days, this was the first time she smiled so happily. Scum Abuse Index 70. Wei Bai didn't look around. She knew that Psycho Su must be nearby, keeping watch. She smiled even more happily. "Disgusting to death, you damn pervert." Shun Anming pulled Wei Bai forward, so nervous that his muscles were trembling. Address of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com download address of the full text: https://www. Sashu. Com read on. com//. Chapter 756. The goddess's hand was so soft. His hand was sweaty. Would it dirty her hand? All kinds of little thoughts appeared, turning Shun Anming into a robot with the same hands and feet. Shun Anming saw Wei Bai's beautiful profile, and his nervous mood finally eased. Shun Anming called his father's secretary, intending to use his privilege to buy 2 plane tickets. But the phone was snatched away by his father. "Stinking brat, get your ass back here. You've offended Su Mengue. I can't save you." Shun Anming's expression froze. He looked at Wei Bai and hung up without saying a word. He knew that it would be difficult to take away Wei, but he still had to try. Shun Anming suddenly grasped her hand. "Let's get rid of those followers first." With that, Shun Anming pulled her and ran into the mall. The people following Wei Bai all rushed over. Su Mengue's beard was unshaven, his bangs covered his forehead, and his eyes were frighteningly dark. He held a cigarette and slowly followed. When he reached the place where they had just been standing, he remembered the smile she had just shown. Su Mengue greedily recalled. Ever since he ruined everything for her, she hadn't smiled at him like that. Clearly, before, a small character like Shun Anming. He didn't enter her eyes. But now, she was so happy to see him. Su Mengue knew that when a person reached a point of despair, as long as someone could give her a bit of warmth, she would like that person. Su Mengue originally thought that he could appear as that person. But Shun Anming wasn't afraid of death and came to steal his fruit. His eyes darkened, courting death. To get rid of those bodyguards, Shun Anming took Wei Bai and ran back and forth in the crowd, to exhaust the opponent's patience. They stayed in the mall for more than 2 hours. During this time, Shun Anming took Wei Bai to buy some things. New clothes and some women's underwear. It was a very considerate and warm gesture. Shun Anming picked up a Pikachu for Wei Bai in front of the claw machine. Wei Bai squatted in front of the claw machine with him. Both of their faces were equally young and youthful. They looked exceptionally cute together. Wei Bai seemed to be seeing Shun Anming clearly for the first time. She tilted her face and stared at him. Shun Anming blushed. "What's wrong?" Bai Wei smiled and said, "Look at how handsome you are." Shun Anming was incoherent from a compliment. "No, I'm not as pretty as you." "Really, you're very pretty." Wei Bai's expression softened. She gently reached out and took Shun Anming's hand. "If you still don't have a girlfriend by the time I get through this," Shun Anming's eyes lit up with surprise. No, I won't have a girlfriend in this lifetime. The position will always be yours, Wei. No one can take it away from me." Wei Bai smiled until her eyes narrowed. "I was too willful before and couldn't see clearly who was good to me. It's really good to have you." Shun Anming couldn't help but laugh. "You don't know, but I've been secretly in love with you for a long time. Wei Wei Bai, you have good taste. Shenaming, I think so too. System, where's the male lead? Why do I feel like the male lead is going to be replaced? On the other end of the claw machine, Su Mengue leaned against the railing on the second floor of the shopping mall. He coldly looked at the two people opposite him. His expression was as calm as ever. His heart felt like it was being stirred by something. It was so uncomfortable that smoking couldn't ease it. There were already many cigarette butts thrown at his feet. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Read the full text. Download the full text. Read the full text. Chapter 757. Forcing Wei Wei Bai to this point, she still wouldn't come back. One Shenaming made her show that kind of smile. He suddenly laughed coldly. Sure enough, he was still too indulgent with her. Shun Aming estimated that it was about time for his best friend's car to arrive at the entrance of the mall. He pulled Wei Wei Bai and suddenly rushed outside. Wei Wei Bai followed his footsteps. The two people ran without turning back, even their backs intertwined. They looked really loving. Su Mengue threw away the last cigarette and then revealed an icy smile. The game of hide-and-seek is over. With that, the people who had long been ready immediately rushed out. As soon as Shun Aming went out, he knew something was wrong. His best friend's car was stopped. His expression changed, and he pulled Wei Wei Bai to change direction. A group of people had already rushed over. They separated him from Wei Wei Bai and stuffed him into a black car. The car took them to an unfamiliar place. As soon as Shun Aming got out of the car, he was beaten to death. Wei Wei Bai immediately rushed over. Don't hit him, don't hit him. Shun Aming was afraid they would hit Wei Wei Bai and quickly said, Wei Wei Bai, it doesn't hurt. Don't worry about me. Even Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but feel moved by this deep affection. She said, it would be nice if this was a strategy target. System, this doesn't need a strategy at all. You haven't even hooked your finger, and the favorability is already at 100. With that, the system couldn't help but sigh. This is so melodramatic. It's like Annie Cheong Yao has been possessed. Old jokes came one after another. It gritted its teeth until they were about to break. Just as they finished talking, Su Mengue slowly walked in. He looked at them with cold eyes and suddenly smiled. Are the two of you eloping or dying together? With that, his gaze turned into a knife as he stared fiercely at Wei Wei Bai's hand. She reached out and hugged Shun Aming. Biting her lips, her eyes were filled with worry. It was as if Shun Aming was the most important person to her, and she couldn't bear to see him get hurt. His heart suddenly ached. The emotions that had been accumulating for a long time finally exploded. His expression twisted as he immediately walked over and grabbed her hand. Ignoring her cries of pain, he pulled her off Shun Aming. Then, he dragged her to the sofa nearby. Wei Wei Bai almost screamed, Su Mengue, you might as well kill me. Just how long are you going to torture me? Torture? Who is torturing who? She's living a life of desperation this week. And because of her, he couldn't sleep, eat, work, or live a normal life. She was suffering, but how much better was he? Su Mengue's lips curled into a cold smile. I see that you're enjoying yourself to the point of forgetfulness. How long has it been? And you've already seduced another man to die for you. You're so charming, Wei Wei. That was the only bad thing about her. He always likes to attract bees and butterflies. Even someone like him, who harbored hatred, could be seduced by her. He really didn't know who in this world could refuse her charm. Wei Wei Bai's face was blank, fear mixed with disgust. Let go of me. Shun Aming has nothing to do with me. Let him go. Su Mengue's eyes grew colder and colder. In the desperate situation he created. However, it was Shun Aming who came first. You like him, don't you? Su Mengue asked coldly. His eyes were bloodshot, like a pitiful, trapped beast. Wei Wei Bai said loudly, I already said, we have nothing to do with each other. I don't like anyone. Are you satisfied? Read the full text. / Read on. Com / Chapter 758. After she finished speaking, she anxiously looked at Shun Aming. She found that the group was still beating him. Shun Aming was about to turn into a pig's head. This worried appearance, her eyes full of another man's appearance. Su Mangue slowly closed his eyes, his breathing almost breaking. He coldly said, "Stop." Those people immediately stopped and walked away. Only Shun Anming staggered and couldn't stand. His entire body swayed. He didn't care that his face was covered in blood. He immediately said to Su Mengu, "What kind of man are you to bully a woman? The Bai family has been defeated by you. Can't you let Wei Wei go?" Su Mangue revealed a sinister smile. "Let her go. You really have a tacit understanding, pleading for each other." After he finished speaking, he released Wei Wei Bai. He took a few steps forward and punched him in the face. Shun Aming was knocked to the ground. Su Mangue looked at him indifferently. His aloof appearance was like looking at a stray dog. "Stealing my woman. Who do you think you are? Even if I beat you to death here today, no one will dare to say anything." After he finished speaking, Su Mangue stretched out his foot and kicked fiercely. Shun Aming vomited blood from the kick. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't watch anymore. This psycho Su had rabies. He bit people as soon as he caught them. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her face and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rushed up and grabbed Su Mangue's arm. "Su Mangue, let him go. I won't run." This sentence was like adding oil to the fire. Su Mangue looked back at her, his eyes red. His fierce appearance showed traces of grievance for no reason. "Do you care about him that much?" Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. She almost cried. In the end, she couldn't lie to him. "Yes, I like him, so let me go. I beg you." He had forced her so miserably, but she didn't make a sound. She would rather sleep on the streets than admit defeat. In the end, she begged him for Shun Aming. Su Mangue finally felt fear. She had said so many times that she didn't like him. He still had hope in his heart that she still liked him. After all, she had treated him so well before. But when she begged him for Shun Aming, he finally saw the indifference in her eyes. She didn't like him. Well, he betrayed her. She didn't like him anymore. Su Mangue staggered back several steps, his face deathly pale. He laughed coldly, his voice extremely suppressed. "No one can leave today." With that, he stretched out his foot and stepped on Shun Aming's fingers one by one. Shun Aming let out a miserable shriek. Wei Wei Bai was furious. She hit him with all her might. "Su Mangue, let go of him, you lunatic." Su Mangue gritted his teeth. The strength of her fist was very heavy. However, the physical pain was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. The more she hit him, the more he tormented Shun Aming. Wei Wei Bai trembled with anger. She watched as Shun Aming was about to be tortured to death by Su Mangue. She saw a fruit basket on the coffee table beside the sofa with a fruit knife on it. Staking everything on one throw, she turned and rushed over, snatched the fruit knife, and resolutely pointed it at Su Mangue. "Let go of him. I'll let you let go." Her expression was firm, without a trace of hesitation. The tip of the knife almost pierced his chest. Su Mangue stopped his movements. His expression turned strange as he looked at Wei Wei Bai. Suddenly, he laughed. "You don't dare, Wei Wei." She wasn't ruthless. Even if she bared her fangs and brandished her claws, she was still a herbivore. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled, her face pale. "Don't force me. Do you have to force me until I break down before you're satisfied?" "Su Mangue, I regret it so much." Su Mangue stared at her in a daze. "Regret what?" Tears fell from Wei Wei Bai's eyes. "Regret loving you, meeting you, and even more regret provoking you." Su Mangue's heart clenched, and even his breathing became unstable. His eyes trembled, but he didn't dare to show too much distress. He only vented all his pain on Shun Aming. He stretched out his foot and kicked Shun Aming again. Shun Aming was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Su Mangue wanted him to die, as if this would stop her from looking at other men. Wei Wei Bai said, "Stop." When Su Mangue raised his foot again, his chest suddenly felt cold. He turned his head and saw his chest. The fruit knife in Wei Wei Bai's hand had already pierced his chest. Her eyes were cold. "I told you to stop." Slag Abuse Index 85. Chapter 759. Su Mangue was injured. When the people around him were about to rush up, he suddenly said coldly, Get out of the way. Let her stab me. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled violently. The fruit knife pierced a little deeper. Su Mengue groaned, but his eyes were fixed on her. Her eyes were filled with cold hatred for him. This kind of indifference was more unbearable than the knife in his chest. Since when had his revenge become so different? Starting with the Su family, his heart began to distort. When he took revenge on the Su family, every stray dog lying in front of him could make him happy for a few seconds. But the black hole in his heart grew bigger and bigger. He wanted to take revenge on more people and make himself normal. Wei Wei Bai was his last target for revenge. But when he succeeded in taking everything away from her, he finally realized that he had lost her. All the things he won were meaningless. Su Mengue's eyes trembled. He said to Wei Wei by word, "Go deeper. This way I won't die." The knife had only pierced and shallowly. It hadn't even pierced the bone. How could it pierce his heart? Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled even more. She revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Su Mengue, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" She was so sad that she couldn't breathe. Even her voice was hoarse. Su Mengue didn't move. He didn't even take a step back. He reached out and grasped the knife. "If you really hate me that much, then kill me. Otherwise, I will still haunt you like a ghost." Wei Wei Bai sensed that his strength was great. The knife kept being pulled forward by him. The coldness in her eyes turned to fear. But Su Mengue had no intention of letting her go. He was like a gambler, gambling on whether she still had him in her heart, gambling with his life. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. She shouted, "Enough! Do you want to die that much?" Su Mengue's expression was cold. He didn't care about the wound on his chest at all. He only wanted an answer. "If you kill me, I'll let you go." If she couldn't bear to part with him, did that mean he still had hope? Wei Wei Bai suddenly pulled back the knife. She staggered back several steps, looking at Su Mengue like he was a madman. Su Mengue was expressionless. His chest was stained with bright red blood. As if he didn't feel pain, his eyes followed her closely. "You don't want me to die?" Wei Wei Bai's limbs were weak and she looked tired, but her voice was still firm and cold. "You really think too highly of yourself. I will not look back on the man I abandoned." She looked at the knife in her hand and sneered. "Killing you is dirtying my hands. I won't become a murderer for you. It's not worth it." These words were simply heart-rending. Su Mengue's eyes dimmed and became lifeless. She held the blood-stained knife. Her beautiful face was as cold as ice. Then she walked to Shun Aming's side and wanted to help him up. Su Mengue suddenly said, "You don't like me anymore?" Wei Wei Bai looked at the bruised and swollen Shun Aming, who probably had 2 broken ribs, and said even more angrily, "Su Menge, you're simply sick. Who would like you?" Su Mengue was silent. Just when Wei Wei Bai thought his scum abuse index would increase, she heard, "Scum abuse index, 80. Decreased by 5. Wei Wei Bai, woof woof woof, what is this? You've been abused, silly. Why would the index decrease?" Su Mengue sighed, not knowing who he was pitying. "You're just angry at me." "I know." Wei Wei Bai looked at him in disbelief. He was abused to this extent. How could he still have the face to say this? And he still had the nerve to decrease the scum abuse index. Wasn't it abuse enough? Slash. Comma. Chapter 760. Wei Wei Bai thought for a moment, and still felt that they should send Shun Aming to the hospital first. Not waiting for her to help Shun Aming up. A hand pressed down on her shoulder. It was Su Mengue. His face was clearly pale from excessive blood loss, and he was even on the verge of collapse. But the strength of his fingers was still frighteningly strong. Wei Wei Bai frowned. "Let go." Su Mengue glanced at her with indescribable gentleness. "Okay." He let go. Wei Wei Bai was still wondering why he was so obedient. His loosened hand suddenly exerted force, turning into a hand knife that hit the back of her neck. Wei Wei Bai's vision went black, and she fell down. Su Mengue struggled to hold her and gasped for breath. "Call the doctor." Also, his eyes were terrifyingly cold as he looked at Shun Aming, who was paralyzed on the ground. He seemed to be considering whether to kill him or not. In the end, thinking of Wei Wei Bai's hateful eyes, he endured his mad jealousy. Throw him home and warn his father. If there's a next time, don't even think about the company. After Su Mengue finished giving the order, he softly sat on the ground. He reached out with his bloody hand and gently stroked her face. The tenderness in his eyes finally couldn't be suppressed. It doesn't matter if you don't like me. No one has ever liked me anyway. He chuckled twice. The laughter was unbearable to listen to. But don't think about running away. I'm already in hell anyway. Even if you hate me to death, you have to accompany me. This was his last prayer. For the first time, he liked someone. So much that even if he went crazy and died, he would drag her down with him. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 80. Wei Wei Bai had a nightmare. In the guide, she rarely had nightmares. Thanks to the emotional skimmer, she didn't have nightmares every day after doing so many shameful things. This time, the nightmare was a bit exciting. Su Mengue cut her up with a knife, saying I love you as he cut her. She woke up with a start, afraid that she would wake up with a missing arm or leg. As a result, when she woke up and saw Su Mengue's face, she trembled. Su Mengue's face was a little pale. His wound had just been bandaged, and he wasn't wearing a shirt as he sat by her bedside. When he saw that she had woken up, his gaze was gentle as he reached out to touch her forehead. Your fever is gone. You've been too tired recently, so you had a fever after you fainted. This week, she couldn't eat or sleep well. Fortunately, although the weather was a little cold, it wasn't cold. Otherwise, he would have fallen ill from the cold. Wei Wei Bai looked at the scum abuse index of 80 and could only accept her fate and continue to abuse him. She slapped his hand away and frowned. It's all thanks to someone that I'm like this. Su Mengue's expression didn't look good. Wei Wei Bai, on the other hand, started coughing because she spoke too quickly. Worried, he immediately went to get some water and handed it to her. Wei Wei, drink some water. Although Wei Wei Bai really wanted to drink it, she still dutifully slapped it down. The glass of water in his hand rolled to the ground. She looked like she would rather die than submit. Su Mengue, I don't need your fake kindness. Su Mengue looked at her. The gentleness in his eyes dimmed. She really hated him. How good she was to him before was how bad she was to him now. Su Mengue also figured it out. Slowly wear her down. Time would always wear away her anger. He had plenty of time to be with her. Thinking of this, Su Mengue's expression softened. You hate me. I'm going out. Saying this, he clutched the wound on his chest and walked out. The maid came in. She patiently poured water for Wei Wei Bai and wasn't afraid of being refused. She knocked the glass away and went to pour another one. Wei Wei Bai was worn down until she had no more temper. The main reason was that she was sick and didn't have the strength to toss and turn. She drank the water and took the medicine before lying back down. Tongzi, Su Mengue, seems to have figured it out. Abusing him probably won't work. Crossover system. Male God, come over here. / crossover system. Male God, come over here / crossover system. Male God, come over here to TXT. Download crossover system. Male God, come over here crossover system. Male God, come over here. Chapter 761. Previously, she had been competing with him, which increased the scum abuse index. It was because Su Mengue didn't understand his feelings, so when he couldn't figure it out, it was more effective to abuse him. Now that he had thought it through, plus the guilt of betraying her before. No matter how harsh her words were, no matter how pretentious she was, he could endure. The system pondered for a moment before slowly reciting the poem. Far away, on the prairie, you running. Are there 100 mighty and majestic big dogs in front, waiting for you to bite their buttocks? Wei Wei Bai, the system said deeply, it's fine. If you don't abuse him, then don't abuse him. Isn't it just biting a few dogs? Can a person be forced to death by a dog? Wei Wei Bai, she silently thought. As expected, she still had to abuse Su Mengue to death. Wasn't it just abusing people? There weren't 1,000 ways, but there were definitely hundreds. No matter how hard it was to abuse someone, it couldn't be harder than biting the buttocks of 100 dogs. Wei Wei Bai only discovered that she was still in the Bai family when she got better. The furnishings were the same as before. Her room hadn't been changed, but everything was new. Perhaps because Su Mengue was recuperating, he didn't appear in front of her often. But from time to time, little things would appear around her. For example, When eating, a small bouquet of beautiful and delicate roses would be sent and placed on the side. Or when she was bored and drinking afternoon tea, a strawberry cake and a love confession card would also be sent over. The things weren't expensive, but they were very thoughtful. A trick that girls liked. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless and threw them all in the trash. She hadn't seen Su Mengue for a few days. Late at night, she knew that Su Mengue had returned, but she put some sleeping pills in the water she drank before going to bed every day. So when she couldn't wake up, she only found out when she watched the system replay the next day. This guy with a human face, but a beast's heart. He held her and kissed her wildly, and it wasn't just on the lips. She was kissed everywhere, but he was careful not to leave any traces. If it weren't for the system, she wouldn't have noticed. Wei Wei Bai could only pretend that she didn't notice. Finally, one day, after dinner, she heard the familiar sound of car parking. She knew that Su Mengue had come back to get something and would be back soon. Su Mengue had locked her up here and refused to see her. Wei Wei Bai knew very well that he was tormenting her. After a long time, her anger would not fade. It was impossible for a person to stay in a state of anger and hatred for a long time. He planned to lock her up until she calmed down. Only then would it appear. Wei Wei Bai didn't have time to waste with him. The scum abuse index and favorability points had stopped increasing. If he didn't work hard, he might even fail the main quest, let alone the side quest. After all, there was not much time in this plane. Just as Su Mengue was about to get in the car and leave, he saw a figure in a blue dress running out of the door. Under the dazzling lights, she was as beautiful as a rose under the lights. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her cheeks were flushed. She looked exceptionally lively. During this time, he would sneak out to see her at night. He hadn't seen her open her eyes yet. Shinian grabbed him, making him reluctant to get in the car. He only wanted to see her. Wei Wei Bai rushed in front of Su Mengue, gasping for breath, and snapped, "Su Mengue, how long are you going to lock me up? You're illegally imprisoning me." Su Mengue looked at her with gentle eyes, but his mouth was indifferent. "I don't mind if you call the police." At https://www.sashu.com/ full text at https://www.sashu.com// download text at https://www.sashu.com mobile text at https://m/sashu.com to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 762. Wei Wei Bai stared at him fiercely, but her voice suddenly softened. "Su Mengue, how is my father?" Su Mengue said gently, "He's fine. He's still sleeping. I'll have the doctor look after him." "Wei Wei Bai, I don't believe you. I want to see him." Su Mengue froze for a moment before smiling. "What good is it for me to let you see him?" Wei Wei Bai clenched her fists, itching to punch him a few times. In the end, she gave up and said, "Up to you. You can do whatever you want." Su Mengue didn't want to see her so sad. He turned and opened the door. "Let's go to the hospital to see him." There was a flash of surprise in Bai Weiwei's eyes. She immediately got in the car and followed him to the hospital. In the hospital, Bai Qingshui's condition wasn't very good. It seemed that his internal organs were beginning to fail. Su Mengue knew that it was because of the drug. When he drugged him, he didn't care whether Bai Qingshui would die or not. But ever since he fell in love with Wei Wei Bai, he had people look for the antidote for this poison. There should be one in the United States, and there was news. So even if Bai Qingshui had deteriorated to this point, he still didn't care. He was still in no hurry. When the antidote came, Bai Qingshui would be healed. Then Wei Wei Bai wouldn't hate him too much. Wei Wei Bai and Su Mengue left the hospital. Her expression was sorrowful. Why is his internal organs failing? Why is it suddenly like this? His body has always been very good. Su Mengue pursed his lips. His expression was calm, without any guilt. "It's fine. I will cure him." Wei Wei Bai looked up at him. There was finally no cold disgust in her eyes. Instead, there was a trace of wavering emotion. Su Mengue saw it and couldn't help but smile. She didn't hate him that much. As long as there was time, he could make her put down her hatred and fall in love with him again. Suddenly, a woman rushed out from the side. Mengue, Mengue, it's me. Su Mengue saw the woman and his expression changed. He immediately grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand. Let's go back. The woman had waited so long to see him. How about you let him go? She rushed over and hugged Su Mengue's thigh. She cried and shouted, You said that if I poisoned Bai Qing Shui for you, you would let me be your mistress. How could you go back on your word? Su Mengue's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in disbelief. Su Mengue immediately kicked the woman away. His calm expression finally cracked, revealing an impatient and anxious side. He quickly tugged at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei, don't listen to her. The woman was unrelenting, screaming, I betrayed Bai Qing Shui for you. How can you treat me like this, Su Mengue? Wei Wei Bai looked at him with a pale face. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. She asked, Did you really poison my father? Su Mengue's lips trembled. He was just about to say no, but Bai Weiwei looked at him with sharp eyes and said word by word, Don't lie to me, right? Su Mengue was silent for a moment. With this kind of attitude, how could he not understand? Weiwei Bai smiled. Her smile was full of mockery. I never thought you could be so vicious. Su Mengue, I will never forgive you in this life. Saying this, she opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Then she drove off. Su Mengue chased after her with all his might, shouting, Wei Wei, come back. But the car soon disappeared. A cell phone rang. Su Mengue picked it up with trembling fingers. It was Wei Wei Bai calling. He answered, his tone humble. Wei Wei, it's all my fault. It's fine if you hate me and want to kill me, but don't drive so fast. Wei Wei Bai suddenly asked, Do you like me? Su Mengue immediately nodded. I like you. Wei Wei Bai, me too. On the phone, her speed seemed to be very high and the noise was very loud. But her voice had never been so clear. Su Mengue was stunned. You too what? I like you. I always have. Wei Wei Bai's calm voice collapsed. She finally cried in a low voice. Why should I like you? Because I like you. I caused my father's death. I caused my father's life's work to be in vain. Su Mengue's mouth and tongue were dry. His heart was throbbing. Wei Wei. Suddenly, there was a violent crash from the other side of the phone. Wei Wei Bai's voice weakened. Su Mengue, I don't like you anymore. If I die, my father won't blame me. In the next life, I don't want to. Su Mengue felt like he had fallen into an abyss. The violent crash on the phone was a car accident. Slash. Chapter 763. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 85. Scum Abuse Index, 85. The favorability alert and the scum abuse index alert sounded at the same time. Wei Wei Bai lay in the deformed car, her face covered in blood. She dizzily said to the system, This scum is so stingy. I risked my life, but it only went up so little. The system was nonchalant about this series of melodramatic jokes. It was already very calm. It couldn't be more melodramatic, the system thought. Then it said to the host, It's okay. 15 days of life value in exchange for a discounted immortality sticker. I guarantee that no matter how serious your injuries are, you will be able to recover afterwards. Wei Wei Bai tilted her head and leaned against the steering wheel, blood pooling on the ground. She struggled to keep her eyes open. That's good. I can't faint yet. I have to hold on until Psycho Sue comes and abuse him again. Otherwise, I'll be letting down my 15 days of life value. She was distressed about her life value. She'd managed to save up almost a year of life with great difficulty. She couldn't waste it. Su Mengue returned faster than expected. The car hadn't gone far. He used his power to access the surveillance footage of all the nearby roads and saw the tragic scene of Wei Wei Bai's car losing control and crashing into the guardrail on the side of the road. The car had been driving steadily at first, but for some reason, it suddenly lost control. It was as if she deliberately lost control. She did it on purpose. Su Mengue returned to the scene of the accident and saw the deformed car. The airbag hadn't popped up in time, causing Wei Wei Bai to suffer a violent impact. Her entire body was sprawled over the steering wheel. Her long black hair was stained with blood and plastered to her nearly transparent face. Her eyes were half open. Her beautiful black eyes were dim and lifeless, making people feel pity for her. For a moment, Su Mengue didn't dare to step forward. An icy tremor and intense fear rose in his heart at the same time. Her eyes seemed to move as she stared blankly at Su Mengue. Su Mengue abruptly woke up. He frantically ran over, one step at a time. His foot hit a rock, and he fell to the ground. He continued to climb up, ignoring the pain, and rushed to the front of the car. He wanted to open the car door. However, the door was deformed and difficult to open. Su Mengue could only grit his teeth, his voice trembling. Wei Wei, don't be afraid. I'll save you. Wei Wei Bai's eyes slowly lost their light. She moved her lips, and blood flowed down from her forehead. She looked very scary. Su Mengue kicked the car door, loosening it a little. He kicked the car door with all his might. He kept comforting her. I'm here to save you. You have to hold on, Wei Wei. This was the first time he was so afraid of death. He was afraid that if she closed her eyes, she would never open them again. Wei Wei Bai finally said with difficulty, Get lost. I'd rather die than be with you. This sentence consumed all of her strength. Su Mengue's movement stiffened. His heart was dripping with blood, but he suppressed his despair on the surface, not daring to show it. He even humbled himself. If you don't want to, you can hit me, scold me, or even kill me. Look at me. I'm so angry that I don't want to sleep anymore. He could see that Wei Wei Bai was on the verge of death. He couldn't let her fall asleep. Once she fell asleep, not many people could wake up. Su Mengue kicked the car door again, and it finally loosened. He anxiously opened the car door and bent in, reaching out to carry her out. Wei Wei Bai softly fell into his arms, covered in blood. Chapter 764. For the first time, Su Mengue felt that blood was so frightening. He trembled at a loss, not knowing where she was hurt because she was covered in blood. He could only hold her helplessly and rush to his car. He had to race against time. Her life was being drained away with every second. Wei Wei Bai leaned into his arms, her breathing gradually weakening. Su Mengue kept pleading, I beg you, don't fall asleep, Wei Wei. The sound of an ambulance came. Su Mengue seemed to have seen his savior and immediately changed direction. He ran in the direction of the ambulance. He hugged the girl he liked so tightly that it was as if the Grim Reaper couldn't take her life away. The ambulance saw him and immediately stopped. A group of professional doctors and nurses ran over with an emergency bed. Su Mengue placed Wei Wei Bai on it and shouted, Hurry, hurry, breathe. She was going to lose her breath. The ambulance had a full set of emergency equipment. Wei Wei Bai was brought up. Su Mengue held her hand tightly and kept saying, Wei Wei, get up. You hate me and get revenge on me. Don't lie down like this. You can't use yourself to hurt me. This is too cruel to me. By the end, this man, who was good at enduring and had a viper-like personality, choked with sobs. It made one's heart ache. Wei Wei Bai's face was covered in blood. Her eyes were closed, and she didn't respond. The doctor had already started emergency treatment. Suddenly, the instrument sounded a warning. The patient's heart stopped, and she entered a state of shock. Su Mengue trembled, his face pale. He looked at her in panic. The doctor began to rescue her. With great difficulty, during the golden time of emergency treatment, the shocked Wei Wei Bai's heart started beating again. When Su Mengue heard the doctor say, No problem, the patient will definitely be able to hold on until the hospital for surgery, his entire body collapsed. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was covered in cold sweat. Just now, when Wei Wei Bai's heart stopped during the few minutes of emergency treatment, it was as if he had died once. When they arrived at the hospital, Wei Wei Bai was pushed into the emergency room. Su Mengue refused to let go of her hand and followed her into the emergency room, no matter how much power Su Mengue had. The emergency room was no laughing matter. The doctor had no choice but to say loudly, Mr. Su, you can't be there to save the patient. It will affect the doctor's performance. Su Mengue could only let go and watch her enter the emergency room. He stood outside the door in a daze. After standing there for an unknown period of time, he finally regained his senses. He turned around, but before he could take more than 2 steps, he stumbled and almost fell. Only then did Su Mengue realize that all the strength in his body had been sucked away. When he saw how Wei Wei Bai had almost died, his mind was filled with nothing but revenge and company. The bone-deep pain made his brain feel like it was going to explode. Su Mengue's body was still trembling from fear. He was afraid of Wei Wei Bai's safety. Su Mengue sat in a chair and took out a cigarette. His fingers trembled incessantly as he laboriously took a drag. He sucked too quickly. Instead, he choked himself. He coughed, and his tears fell without warning. Su Mengue gritted his teeth, his eyes red. "How can you die? I won't allow it. I won't allow you to die, Wei Wei Bai." She was too ruthless. How could she use her own death to retaliate against him? This was the first time Su Mengue hated someone so much. It was also the first time he loved someone so much. // to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button below to record your reading record. Chapter 765, Scum Abuse Index, 90. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Ding, the male lead's favorability, 90. Wei Wei Bai was seriously injured, but because of the undying sticker bought by the system, she was able to endure it. Her body was able to survive this fatal car accident. But because it was a discounted item, it still hurt when it should hurt. So the prodigal system didn't ask for her permission and used painkillers on her. Wei Wei Bai slept for 3 days and finally regained consciousness. She didn't feel any pain, but she felt that her body was very weak. When she woke up, she looked at the favorability and scum abuse index. The scum abuse index was finally completed. She didn't have to bite the buttocks of 100 dogs. It was really touching. Wei Wei Bai asked, "Where's Psycho Su?" The system glanced at her. "He's outside talking to the doctor about your condition. He hasn't slept for 3 days and almost died from exhaustion." Su Mengue really hadn't slept for a second these 3 days. It was frightening. If he fell down, he wouldn't be able to get up. System. Then how do you farm the favorability next? To abuse people beyond recognition, you came up with a hatred joke, a daddy joke, an imprisonment joke, and a heart-tormenting joke. The last one is a suicide joke. It's basically cut off all paths for you to farm favorability. So many old-fashioned and melodramatic abuse jokes. The endings were all headed for tragedy. There was no room for regret. The system even felt that Su Mengue was scared when he saw Wei Wei Bai. The favorability probably wouldn't increase. Wei Wei Bai heard the system's question and fell into contemplation. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei Bai said, "I was only thinking about the side mission. I didn't think about the main mission for a while." The last 10 points of favorability were the most difficult to farm. She couldn't continue to abuse people until his favorability increased. Su Mengue wasn't a real masochist. It wouldn't work. If she suddenly became affectionate towards Su Mengue, this character setting would collapse. This turning point was so stiff that even she didn't believe it. Su Mengue was even more unconvinced. Wei Wei Bai thought about it. "There's no other way. I can't abuse him anymore. I have to eat some sweet cookies for a change. After all, Psycho Su is obviously lacking in love. If I give him some love, his favorability will increase. Once he tortured him, let's see how slowly the affinity increases. If he were to continue tormenting him, he could forget about increasing his favorability with him." The system said, "If you keep stuffing him with knives and suddenly give him cookies, he'll think it's poisonous and won't eat it." Just a second ago, she hated him so much that she wanted to die. The next second, immediately, "Darling, darling, I love you. Is this going to work?" Wei Wei Bai nodded solemnly. "So I can only use my ultimate weapon." System. Ultimate weapon? It sounds so grand and mighty, so mighty and majestic. Su Mengue's clothes were a mess. His face was haggard, and his beard hadn't been shaved. His eyes were dim as he opened the door and entered the ward. He thought that Wei Wei Bai had not woken up yet. Therefore, he did not try to hide his fatigue. In these 3 days, Luo Langyue had come to take over the shift so that he could rest. Of course, he knew that the body's condition after resting would be able to better take care of Wei Wei Bai. But there was no other way. He couldn't sleep at all. Once he closed his eyes, It was a nightmare of Wei Wei Bai's face covered in blood, and her heart stopped. He was so scared that he didn't dare to close his eyes. That feeling was too painful, more painful than not closing his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. Su Mengue reached out and rubbed his face. Suddenly, he stiffened. His fingers were still on his face. Through the gaps between his fingers, he saw a pair of bright and beautiful eyes looking at him with some doubt. Chapter 766. Su Mengue stiffened for a few seconds before immediately releasing his fingers. His voice was dry. Wei Wei, you're awake. Although the doctor said that she was out of danger, he was still worried before she woke up. Now that she was awake, he suddenly couldn't face her. He hadn't forgotten that she hated him to death. She hated him so much that she would rather die than be with him. Su Mengue thought a lot these 3 days. He always brought her disaster. But when he thought of letting go, he couldn't bear to. Just like this, these 3 days, he struggled fiercely between letting go of her and being entangled with her even if he had to die. Su Mengue clenched his fingers in his pocket. He straightened his back, and his lips trembled twice. He finally said, "You think you can escape me by dying? Don't be delusional." He wouldn't let go of her, not even in death. Wei Wei Bai frowned, but only looked at him. Quietly and strangely, she looked at him. Su Mengue's lowly threat paused. He also looked at her in a daze, but he didn't see the disgust in her eyes. Wei Wei Bai's face was pale. Her lips were pink, but her eyes were very bright, so much so that they were excessively clear. Finally, Wei Wei Bai asked softly, "Are you someone I know?" Su Mengue's system, Wei Wei Bai's ultimate weapon, unparalleled dog blood, old joke, 10,000 spirits, honest to all. Amnesia. The system, splashed with dog blood, didn't want to speak anymore. It still underestimated its host's thick skin. So trashy that she had to use a joke that everyone disliked. Could it still be properly captured? Wei Wei Bai was incomparably calm. Even if she had amnesia, it had to be fresh and refined, different from those coquettish bitches outside. She pursed her lips. There was no fear in her eyes, only some confusion. "You don't know me? You're not my family?" The word family finally woke Su Mengue up. A clear guess flashed through his mind. He slowly walked over and gently held her face. "Wei Wei," he said gently. Wei Wei Bai's brows relaxed. "My name is Wei Wei." Su Mengue stared at her face, wanting to find a trace of hatred for him on her face. No, there was nothing at all. There was only a clean gaze and an expression as innocent as a child's. Su Mengue probed. "Do you remember who I am?" Wei Wei Bai looked at him in distress. She tried to think for a while, but her head hurt so badly that she couldn't help but gasp. Su Mengue's fingers quickly pressed her temples. "Do you have a headache?" He still remembered that her head had been severely injured. Wei Wei Bai looked at him curiously. She felt that he was very gentle and couldn't help but smile. "I forgot, but you should be my family, right? If they weren't family, how could they be so gentle?" Su Mengue's eyes darkened. He held his breath. His mind was in chaos for a moment before it was suppressed by reason. "I'm your husband," he said tentatively, one word at a time. A trace of surprise flashed through Wei Wei Bai's clear and blank eyes. "Husband? I'm married?" Su Mengue still didn't relax his vigilance. He nodded, but his eyes didn't relax, remaining on her expression. He wanted to find traces of whether she was lying to him. If a person wanted to deceive someone, it was impossible to leave no traces behind, especially Wei Wei Bai, who had a personality that didn't know how to deceive people. Wei Wei Bai frowned in confusion. "No, you say you're my husband. Do you have evidence? I can't believe anyone who casually says something. Who knows if you're a bad person or not?" Chapter 767. Su Mengue couldn't help but smile. He was indeed a bad person. A very bad person. This was indeed Wei Wei Bai. She hadn't lost everything, hadn't been hurt by him. The Wei Wei Bai that still carried a trace of willfulness and innocence. Su Mengue said in a hoarse voice, "What proof do you want? I'll get our marriage certificate for you to see." Although they weren't married yet. Although there was no certificate. However, as long as he gave the order, These things could be forged immediately. Wei Wei Bai shook her head. I want to prove it now. Su Mengue patiently asked. How do you want to prove it? Wei Wei Bai said, come closer. Su Mengue gently approached. In his eyes, all kinds of complicated emotions eventually turned into deep affection. Just as he was about to say something, a kiss gently fell on his lips. Su Mengue was stunned. Wei Wei Bai closed her eyes and earnestly kissed him. This kiss was incredibly soft, but it carried a magic that made people sink into it. Su Menge didn't dare to move, for fear of interrupting this emotional kiss. Wei Wei Bai kissed him for a while before leaving him. She revealed a brilliant smile. And I believe you are my husband. Su Mengue's voice was bitter, and his heartbeat was abnormally fast. Didn't you not remember? Why do you believe me? Wei Wei Bai playfully glanced at him. Her eyes were clear, and her thick black hair draped over her shoulders. Her face had a trace of haggardness, but it made her appear even more delicate and beautiful. She didn't seem to know how to guard against people and reached out to grab his hand. Then she pressed his hand to her chest. Did you hear that? Wei Wei Bai said with a smile. My heartbeat sped up. It said I like you very much. Under Su Mengue's palm was a ball of softness, and under that softness was the sound of a heartbeat as fast as his. He held his breath, and a blush began to spread from behind his ears. You like me? Wei Wei Bai released his hand and said doubtfully, how can I get married if I don't like you? Although I don't remember, I still remember the feeling of liking you. After saying that, she added seriously, even if I forget you, I haven't forgotten the feeling of liking you. This means that I like you very, very much. So, you're definitely my husband. She spoke softly and sweetly. Every word was filled with warmth. But Su Mengue's heart ached. He wished he could kill himself. He had forced her to the brink of death. When she woke up, she had forgotten everything. But she still remembered the feeling of liking him. For the first time, Su Mengue clearly felt how deep Wei Wei Bai's feelings for him were. His voice was hoarse but gentle. Yes, we got married because we love each other. I like you very much too. For the first time, Su Mengue thanked her for forgetting everything. But she did not forget her love for him. He lowered his head and kissed her. Wei Wei, you are Wei Wei Bai, my wife. I am Su Mengue, your most beloved man. Wei Wei Bai nodded blankly and then said seriously, I know, Xiaomeng. Su Mengue's body trembled and his eyes reddened. He thought that she would never call him by this name again. He actually didn't like such a girly nickname. But now, he was so grateful that he couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart. His voice carried nostalgia and joy. And a faint answer, but full of gratitude to fate. And full of affection. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 93. Download the mobile article at https://m. Sashu. Com to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 768. After Wei Wei Bai made up the amnesia meme for herself, Su Mengue's personality completely changed. Perhaps she'd abused him too much before. He completely used the image of a good youth, clean and kind, to face her. He began to fabricate her identity. He said that she was an orphan and that her family was originally very rich. But because her parents were both dead, her company was taken away, and she was homeless. He took her in. Then they fell in love. Wei Wei Bai asked curiously, Why did you take me in? Su Mengue gave her a deep look. Because I fell in love with you at first sight. Wei Wei Bai, confessing without a word. She took a deep breath. Then who stole my family's company? A trace of distress appeared on Su Mengue's face. He held her hand and said seriously, It's the Shun family. They have a mentally ill son called Shun Anming. Because he has dirty thoughts about you and wants to obtain you. So, Wei Wei Bai, Shun Anming, you died so unjustly. Su Mengue didn't feel guilty about lying at all and was incomparably calm. He used his family's power to make your family's company go bankrupt. Because your parents were already dead and your talent for business wasn't high, he got away with it. Wei Wei Bai frowned. This Shun Anming is a bad person. Su Mengue, who had been paying attention to her expression, breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to lie. Yes, He's a very bad person. So in the future, don't believe anything he says to you. He's the best at lying. Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment before asking another key question. Then, what accident did I lose my memory? Su Mingui's eyes held traces of sadness. His lips moved, and he finally told the lie he had long thought of. You were in a car accident. Wei Wei Bai, a car accident. Su Mengui paused before saying in a gentle tone, Did you forget? When I was working overtime at the company to deliver me a midnight snack, you accidentally drove into a guardrail in the middle of the night and got into a car accident. The answers were standard. There was no hatred, no misunderstandings, no ups and downs. The person he was talking about had a clean past. Other than the company going bankrupt and getting into a car accident, she had never experienced anything painful that would make it easier to fabricate. Wei Wei Bai looked at him calmly. Her clear eyes were examining him. Really? Su Mingui's expression didn't change. His tone was flat, still as lukewarm as before. It's true, Wei Wei. I've never lied to you. A man came out of the dark and filthy mire to reach such a successful stage today. Su Mengui was familiar with lying, backstabbing, and all kinds of conspiracies. He could deceive a person to the point where the other party would not suspect him even after being sold. Wei Wei Bai's love was also cheated by him. But now, when he was lying to her, he was extremely nervous. Even though he knew that if his tone was too calm, it might arouse suspicion. But he had already done his best. Su Mengui seemed to be convincing himself. I won't lie to you, Wei Wei. Convincing her repeatedly was more like convincing himself. If he didn't lie, he would lose her. This made every time he lied, he hated that he couldn't make it more real. Wei Wei Bai pondered for a moment and reached out to look at the documents. Su Mengui had already prepared them. This is the marriage certificate, the real wedding photo, and this is the information on your transfer. Also, this is the information on our physical examination at the hospital. // To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 769. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, you come to Sashu. Come in Baidu to find the Wei Wei Bai studied the document. It was too real. This Photoshop photo was simply a god among gods. If she hadn't lost her memory, she would have thought she had taken wedding photos. She saw the hospital information and casually asked, Why are we going to the hospital together? Su Mengui faintly replied, I'm checking the quality of the sperm. You're checking if the body is pregnant. Wei Wei Bai had already seen the sperm test report. She still had some medical knowledge. The quality of the report was pretty good. It was at least 98% in the country. Hee hee. Wei Wei Bai put the document back with a stiff face. Then she nodded. I believe you. Su Mengui breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and dotingly rubbed her hair. Of course you believe me. Because you love me. It was only after she lost her memory that he realized this. If she didn't love him, how could she forget everything except for her love for him? Su Mengui had never felt so loved by someone before. Wei Wei Bai gently patted his hand away, her bright black eyes fixed on him. Then do you love me? Su Mengui's Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he finally nodded. His eyes were a little red. Love, very much. When she was in a car accident, he had never realized it. Losing a person could be so terrible. This feeling of dying with her at any time. If it wasn't love, then what was it? Wei Wei Bai seemed to feel that his expression was too complicated. A trace of pity flashed through her eyes. Then she couldn't help but lower her head and kiss his eyes. Such beautiful eyes, you can't cry. After she finished speaking, she seemed to feel that she was a little mushy and chuckled. Her smile was bright and warm. Su Mengui rubbed his eyes and couldn't help but laugh as well. He didn't expect that letting go of everything, being loved, and loving someone would be so happy. This was the first time that Su Mengui truly understood the meaning of the word happiness. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 95. Wei Wei Bai stayed in the hospital for a week. She was so seriously injured, but fortunately, her most important internal organs weren't damaged. In the end, his bones were only fractured. His head, which had suffered the most serious impact, was also checked to find no residual blood clots, except for amnesia. It was a miracle that she survived the car accident. Therefore, she was discharged from the hospital a week later and went home to rest. Su Mengue transformed the Bai family. The Bai family would definitely give Wei Wei by a sense of familiarity. When the time came, he would say that this was the place where they got married. She would not suspect anything even if she felt a sense of familiarity. He was the kind of person who could perfectly cover up the traces of his crime and create a crime scene. To maintain this beautiful lie, he had to do it. He was like a criminal with a high IQ. He changed all the places that could give a game away. After Wei Wei Bai returned home, she glanced at the room and said, "I seem to have lived here before." Su Mengue calmly responded, "Of course you've lived here. This is our house." Wei Wei Bai did not suspect anything. She stayed behind to recuperate. Su Mengue was like a 24 filial husband, taking care of her. Wei Wei Bai didn't have to do anything. She could just eat and wait for death. Su Mengue had a bouquet of flowers every day and a small surprise every 2 or 3 days. Wei Wei Bai gave him an appropriate smile and a few sweet words. His favorability would rise at the speed of a turtle. It rose by 2 points. It was almost time for the strategy to end. There were still 3 points of favorability left. Wei Wei Bai didn't expect that she could coax his favorability to full 100 with just a few words. / Chapter 770. The system was also Buddhist. In any case, it watched the 2 drama queens ad scenes for itself every day. It had nothing else to do but eat popcorn. The system silently watched them and thought, the most melodramatic amnesia joke is here. There couldn't be a more old-fashioned, more melodramatic joke. There shouldn't be. Su Mengue only worked half a day at work and often didn't go to work. The workaholic from before was gone forever. After an important meeting, he threw the documents to Luo Langwei. "I'm off work." Then he ignored his partner's pitiful gaze. He walked out. He drove back to the Bai family. The garage wasn't closed. He had just gotten out of the car when he saw an irksome presence. Shun Aming was standing not far from his car. When he saw Su Mengue, he immediately rushed over and was about to say something. Su Mengue didn't give him a chance. A left hook made him fall to the ground. Then he turned around, preparing to call someone to deal with Shun Aming. Shun Aming suddenly pounced over and hugged his thigh. "Where did you hide, Wei Wei?" "Su Mengue, I went to the hospital." "The hospital said Wei Wei lost her memory, right?" Su Mengue's expression didn't change. "Let go." Shun Aming didn't give up. "You're simply a madman. Bastard, you must have tricked Wei Wei into being with you. She lost her memory, and you still lied to her." Su Mengue's expression changed. He gritted his teeth. "Let go." Shun Aming wasn't afraid of death. "Wei Wei doesn't like you anymore. She's starting to like me. She promised to be my girlfriend." Su Mengue took a slow breath and finally couldn't help it. He reached out, tore off his tie, and rolled up his sleeves. Then he lifted Shun Aming and gave him a violent beating. Shun Aming couldn't beat him, but he was very resistant. He was beaten into a pig's head and still roared, "Su Mengue, you bastard, you lied to her. Don't you feel guilty?" Shun Aming had heard that Wei Wei Bai was going to marry Su Mengue, so he ran over. Plus, he'd investigated that Wei Wei Bai had lost her memory. With this association, what didn't he understand? You are despicable, shameless, and shameless. Su Mengue kicked him until he couldn't get up. Then he crouched down, revealing a sinister smile. "I'm despicable, so I got her. Who do you think you are?" With that, he stood up, pulled down his sleeves, and straightened his clothes. After making sure that his clothes were clean and tidy, he left. Su Mengue walked out and ordered the bodyguards to pull Shun Aming out. The Shun family had paid a huge price to save Shun Aming's life. So Su Mengue didn't kill Shun Aming to the last. In addition, he was in a good mood recently. He spared his dog life. Shun Aming was still roaring before he was dragged out. "Su Mengue, if she recovers her memories, she'll definitely hate you. What was cheated is cheated. Do you think you can hide it from her for a lifetime?" Su Mengue's footsteps paused, his body straightening. After a while, he took a deep breath and relaxed his body. With a gentle smile, he walked into the house. Amnesia was a very difficult disease to cure. As long as they did not come into contact with a particularly familiar scene, they would not recover their memories. All the decorations of the Bai family, as long as they were of special significance, he put them away. He only gave her a sense of familiarity that wasn't stimulated. The rest had all disappeared. So Wei Bai wouldn't remember anything so easily. She wouldn't remember. When he entered the house, it was just in time for lunch. Wei Bai sat at the dining table, her hand propping up her chin as she eagerly waited for the food to be served. Chapter 771. Su Mengui came up and lowered his head to give her a kiss. "I'm back, Wei Wei." Wei Bai pulled out a chair next to her. "You're back, just in time to eat." Su Mengui smiled and sat down. Then he took out a box from his pocket. "This is the heart-shaped diamond bracelet I bought at the charity banquet last night. Try it on." He put it on her. The beautiful sapphire bracelet shone even brighter on her snow-white wrist. Wei Bai smiled. "I like it very much." With that, she casually picked up the decorative ribbon beside her and tied a bow around his wrist. "This is a return gift. The gift is light, but the thought is heavy. Although it's just a ribbon, it has my kiss on it." Saying this, she lowered her head and kissed his wrist with her pink lips. Her warm breath brushed against the skin of his wrist. It was incomparably numb. Su Mengui's fingers trembled. He pursed his lips and couldn't stop smiling at her. Just as the dishes were served, Su Mengui began to pick up food for her. Her body hadn't fully recovered, so her diet was strictly selected. As Wei Bai ate, she casually asked, "Right, was there anyone outside just now?" Su Mengui paused in the act of picking up food and then quickly returned to normal. No, the garage was far from here. Even if he heard some sounds, they must have been very vague. Bai Weiwei muttered to herself strangely, "You don't? It seems I heard wrong." Su Mengui thought of Shun Anming's words and didn't know why he felt depressed. He looked at Wei Bai. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with a gentle smile. After losing her memory, she had a bit more of a young girl's naivety. From time to time, she would be a little willful. No matter how he looked at it, he felt it was rare. Su Mengui didn't know why, but he couldn't help asking, "If one day you find out that I did something wrong, will you forgive me?" Wei Bai didn't think much of it and lightly replied, "What wrong? I won't forgive you for cheating." Su Mengui, "I won't cheat, Wei Wei." Wei Bai smiled and said, "I won't cheat. What's there to be afraid of? Just don't lie to me." Su Mengui's hand trembled, his smile somewhat stiff. Wei Bai didn't seem to notice that something was wrong with him. She said casually, "I hate it when people lie to me, so even if you have an affair, don't lie to me, okay?" Su Mengui smiled. "If I don't lie to you when I have an affair, when will I lie to you? If I don't lie to you when I have an affair, then it's impossible for me to lie to you about other things." One lie after another. Su Mengui maintained his calm facade, but inside, he began to feel a stabbing pain. No matter what he did, he was afraid that she would regain her memory. And this was something he couldn't control. Wei Bai turned around and said gently, "I believe you. You won't lie to me, and you won't cheat on me." Su Mengui looked back and saw the seriousness in her eyes. He didn't look away and said in a low voice, "Yes, I won't cheat." But he didn't dare to say that he wouldn't lie to her. Wei Bai was in the same room as Su Mengui. Because of her recuperation, he only hugged her to sleep. He endured bitterly, but he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, her health was what he valued the most. Su Mengui listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom and could only focus on his notebook. He continued to deal with his work. The bathroom door opened, and Su Mengui turned around. But he was stunned. Wei Bai's long hair was wet and draped over her chest. She wore a cherry blossom-colored, translucent nightgown. Her faintly discernible white body was full of temptation amid the silk-like fabric. Her cheeks were flushed from the steam, and she looked at him with bright eyes. She was a little shy, but she stared straight at him, her eyes carrying a bit of seduction. Su Mengui's breathing became heavy. Wei Bai slowly walked over, every step like an enchantress. She could draw out a person's soul. Su Mengui's heart raced, and his body stiffened. He didn't know how to react. Wei Wei Bai walked in front of him and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. She leaned close to him, her bright red lips softly spitting out a sentence. "Husband, it's late. Let's do something fun." Su Mengui only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 98. //. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Fast. Chapter 772. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, the feeling of home. Let him feel that someone is waiting for him. I'll show you. With that, Wei Wei Bai stood up, her eyes focused and affectionate, her smile happy and warm. She jumped up from the sofa like a cute little bird and threw herself into his arms. She didn't let go, her voice 3 parts coquettish and 7 parts sweet. "Hubby, you're back. I love you so much." Su Mengui stiffened, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. He blinked, unable to stop his fingers from running through her hair and stroking her head. He felt her true body in his arms. His eyes were a little red as he faintly responded, "And I'm back. Wei Wei Bai, I love you too." These weren't sweet words. They came from the bottom of his heart. He was willing. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 100. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. The host is in good physical condition. Before the end of the mission, you can freely choose whether to stay or not. Wei Wei Bai and the system couldn't help but applaud. Amazing, amazing. 100. There was no way to refute this. It was based on strength. Wei Wei Bai, I was just demonstrating. I didn't think I'd succeed on the first try. Of course, she wouldn't tell the system this. She silently chose to act cool. Wei Wei Bai revealed a smug smile and released him. She was about to say something. The system's automatic reminder came again. Ding! Additional side mission of 100 favorability. Please increase the scum abuse index to 100. Additional reward, 20 days of life value. There is no punishment for mission failure. Host, please play happily. Wei Wei Bai furiously knocked on the system. Your uncle, there's actually an additional side mission when the favorability is maxed out. Why wasn't there before? System, when did you ever die when you weren't maxed out? Of course there wasn't an additional side mission. Wei Wei Bai, 20 days of life value and no punishment. I actually missed such a good thing because I died again and again. System, Wei Wei Bai said excitedly, completed. It's just abusing a scum. The system couldn't help but remind him. You said that you want to be sweet until the end. Wei Wei Bai. Really? The wind is too strong, and I'll hurt my tongue. It doesn't count. Ah, I forgot that the thickness of the host's skin is beyond that of humans. It should not hold her to the standards of human shamelessness. The system suddenly thought of something and said in a trembling voice, "You're not going to use the meme of recovering memories, are you?" This was simply a twice-cooked pork trotter. Amnesia was sweet. Recovering his memories was a bitter experience. The same recipe was cooked twice. Wei Wei Bai. Am I such an old-fashioned person? You don't need to recover your memories. The system was looking forward to it. It didn't need to recover its memory. What else could he do? It was already so sweet. Then, it silently ate another handful of popcorn. When Wei Wei Bai was eating, she acted coquettishly again. I don't want to stay at home every day. I want to go to work. Su 100 favorability, Meng Gue had become a slave to his wife. Be my secretary. I'll take you to work. They were together at work and together after work. Su Mengui felt very good. Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, "Okay." Then Wei Wei Bai began to follow Su Mengui to work. When she went to work, there was a housekeeper and 2 maids waiting on her. When Su Mengui was working, she was responsible for enjoying life. After working for several days, the time for the strategy was only a few days away from ending. The system reminded, "Continue to be sweet." The last 10 points of the scum abuse index remained motionless. Button at the bottom to record the reading record. Chapter 773. It was impossible for Su Mengui, who had a favorability of 100, to easily touch the scum abuse index, because he was already blessed to the heavens. How could a happy person feel like he was being abused? Wei Wei Bai had just finished her afternoon tea when she heard the reminder. I almost forgot about business. She came to abuse scum, not to play games, watch TV, and eat desserts. After speaking, she glanced at the time. It was time for Su Mingue's meeting. Recently, Su Mingue's company had been planning a very important cooperation case. If this case failed, it would cause the entire group to fall into chaos. But once it succeeded, M Group would become a behemoth that no one could shake. Wei Bai walked to the table and began to rummage through things. She flipped through a pile of information on the case. Then she filmed it and sent it to Shun Anming. Soon, Shun Anming's call came. Wei Bai counted the time. When she heard the system remind her that Su Mingue had returned, she picked up. Shun Anming's anxious voice came through. Wei, why do you have this? This information is very important, ah. After Wei Bai confirmed that the person standing outside the door was Su Mingue, she turned her back. Then she revealed a cold smile and said grimly, Yes, Anming. If this information is leaked out, Su Mingue's company will definitely go bankrupt. I want him to lose all standing and reputation. The man outside the door pushed the door open halfway. His body stiffened, and he didn't move. He looked inside the door at her slender figure with her back to him. She didn't seem to know that he had come. Her tone was full of disgust. I hate him to death. You have to avenge me, destroy this case, and make his company go completely bankrupt. The door slowly opened. Su Mingue stood outside the door. Wei Bai didn't notice that her voice had softened. After this revenge is successful, let's be together. This voice was full of tender love. Su Mingue remembered that she had hugged him in the morning and said that she liked his appearance the most. Much sweeter than this phone call. Much softer. Much cuter. Was it just fake? Su Mingue stared at her in a daze, not even daring to take a step forward. A terrifying thought kept circling in his mind. Wei Bai turned around casually while talking on the phone. I don't like him anymore. Ever since he betrayed me, I have no feelings for him. After saying this, she seemed to realize something. She looked up and saw Su Mingue standing at the door. She hurriedly turned around. She was still holding the phone in her hand, and around her were confidential documents about the project. Wei Bai seemed to be unsure how much he had heard, so she hurriedly packed up the documents. Suddenly, a hand snatched her phone away, and he hung up. Then, her fingers pressed down on the documents she was about to tidy up. Su Mingue confirmed once again that this was indeed confidential information for this cooperation. His eyes turned scarlet and ferocious, but they still carried a humble hope. Wei, have you recovered your memories? Only when she regained her memory would she hate him so much. Wei Bai's body stiffened. Her fingers pressed against the documents. She was silent for a few seconds before she turned around. Then her eyes were ice cold and her voice was incomparably gentle, but made Su Mingue feel cold from head to toe. Recover my memories. I've never lost my memories. Why would I need to recover my memories? Su Mingue's throat was dry. He wanted to make a sound to stop her from speaking, but he couldn't say a word. Wei Bai laughed. Her smile was incomparably sarcastic. She fiercely pushed him away. Su Mingue lost all his strength. It was clearly a very small amount of strength, but he was easily pushed to the ground. He sat on the ground, his eyes even carrying traces of fear. Wei, don't say any more. Wei Bai looked at him from above, a mocking smile on her lips. I only pretended to lose my memory to numb you, steal your company's confidential information, and destroy you. Do you really think I love you? These words made Su Mingue lose his last hope. He looked at her in despair. His body felt like it was dead, and his blood was cold. He pleaded, letting go of a man's self-esteem. Don't say any more, Wei. Don't say any more. Leave him with a bit of hope. Don't take away all of his sweet and beautiful memories. Too cruel. Wei Bai didn't give him the slightest chance to escape. She wanted to kill him in one blow. She bent over, her expression gentle, but her tone was as ruthless as a viper's. Mia, pretending to love you. It's disgusting. Ding, Scum Abuse Index 100. Side mission completed. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 774. 100 Favorability Points. It was a deep love. Once hurt, it was a heart-wrenching pain. Su Mingue felt that every time he breathed, It was a kind of torture. The air turned into a knife, and every time he went in and out, it was excruciating pain. His eyes were scarlet as he awkwardly got up from the ground. He tried his best to calm himself down. It was just that he didn't love her. It was just a deception from beginning to end. What hadn't he experienced? He would definitely be able to endure this kind of pain. He forced a smile. Okay, Wei, don't joke around. Let's go home. His smile was so sad that it made one's heart ache. Wei Bai looked at the Easy 100 Scum Abuse Index and thought about the change in her personality. She felt that if she suddenly changed her face and said that she was just joking, that she actually still had amnesia and still loved him. Even if Su Mengue was a fool, after being deceived so many times, he wouldn't believe it. Wei Bai said to the system, "Can we leave early?" System, after accepting the additional side mission, you have to stay until the last day of the strategy time before you can leave. There are only 4 days left. It'll be very soon. Wei Bai nodded. Then she felt that she had finished everything in this plane. She reckoned that there wouldn't be any more tricks in the future. So Wei Bai said very calmly, "Su Mengue, you took everything from me. I also let you experience my feelings. Now we're even. Goodbye." Su Mengue was probably afraid of being abused. Wei Bai felt that he wouldn't want to see her in the next few days. People would instinctively avoid those who hurt them. By the time he figured it out and came to find her, she would probably have left. Wei Bai thought it through and felt that there shouldn't be any major events in the next few days. So after she finished speaking, she walked out. Just as she was about to open the door, Su Mengue took a deep breath, his voice trembling. "Have you never loved me?" Wei Bai's footsteps paused. She showed great compassion and said, "I loved you, but then I just didn't love you." It was a simple sentence. He summed up all her tricks. After saying that, Wei Bai opened the door and went out. Su Mengue didn't stop her. He stared fixedly at Wei Bai's calmly departing figure, his scarlet eyes full of moisture. He blinked his eyes, blinking away his cowardly tears. Then he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and started smoking with trembling fingers. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the crowd below. Wei Bai would soon go downstairs and join the crowd. From then on, she never knew him again. Their marriage was fake, their love was fake, and their happy future was fake. He was the only one who took it seriously. Su Mengue couldn't help but laugh. There was a heart-wrenching misery in his laughter. He choked on the smoke and clutched his chest. His lips trembled, and he felt as if his chest was about to split open. Su Mengue thought of his cheap mother. He did not have a good impression of her. The deepest impression she had of him was when she kept looking through by Qing Shui's photos a few days before she died. Some of them were cut out from newspapers. Some were from magazines. She was crazy, affectionate, and incomparably sorrowful. Everyone in our family is a madman who lives for love. I love him so much that I would rather die with him. She repeated this sentence again and again. Like a curse, it was branded in his heart. Even though she had been dead for so many years, when he recalled this woman, it was only this image. Su Mengue finally realized the meaning of her words at that time. Yes, they were all madmen. All of them. Download the mobile article at https://m/sashu.com to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 775. Su Mengue's twisted and sorrowful expression slowly calmed down. Only his pair of eyes were sinister and terrifying. It was like an endless abyss, making people shudder. He abruptly turned around and quickly ran out to chase after Wei Bai. Wei Bai went downstairs and remembered that she had come in Su Mengue's car. She could only stand at the intersection and wait for a taxi. It was rare that she hadn't left this world after completing the mission. These last few days, she didn't want to see the mission target or the people she knew in this plane. After all, as soon as she saw them, she felt like she was at work. It took a lot of effort to maintain one's character. She was off work and wanted to relax. By Wei, Tongzi, why don't I go on a love trip with you for the next 4 days? System, a love trip? Wei Bai sighed. I've been working and neglected you who loves me. You've suffered. I finally have a holiday and can love you properly. System, Wei Wei Bai, what do you want? A diamond ring of love or a honeymoon trip to the Maldives? I'll give it all to you. The system felt dizzy and nauseous. It struggled to spit out a sentence. Do you have money? Wei Wei Bai, she had been supported by Su Mengue all this time. There was no need for money at all. Moreover, she didn't think that she could continue to stay in this plane after completing the mission. So after abusing him, she left. She didn't even take the bag she threw in the president's office. After a moment of silence, she said, "Do I have to continue sleeping on the streets?" The system, disgusted enough by Drama Queen Bai, said, "Sleeping on the streets is still good. You're so confident that Su Mengue will let you go after being abused by you." Wei Wei Bai said with experience, "Normally, after an emotional injury, one will be dispirited for a while. At least for a few days, at most for a lifetime. So Su Mengue is busy being hurt and sad. He definitely doesn't want to see me." The system was about to say that Su Mengue didn't look like a normal person. A familiar car stopped in front of Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back and was almost knocked over. She turned around and saw Su Mengue sitting in the driver's seat. His eyes were dark as he looked at her. However, his expression had already calmed down. He said, "Wei Wei, let's talk." Wei Wei Bai frowned. She had to change her character setting again. After all, he had just finished tormenting someone, so he couldn't immediately lose his temper. She sneered, "There's nothing to talk about. We're even now. Don't bother me. Don't make me look down on you." Su Ming gazed at her as if she was the only one in his eyes. He closed his eyes as if he was suppressing something. Su Mingue's voice was hoarse. "You haven't packed your things yet. If you really hate me that much, then pack your things and move out." Wei Wei Bai knocked on the system. "We don't have to sleep on the streets anymore. I'll go pack up the cash and we'll go for a ride." System. "Fuck, you still dare to go back? Aren't you afraid the male lead will take revenge on you?" A man whose favorability and scum abuse index were both 100. Wei Wei Bai probably didn't have much of an idea of this. After all, in the past, when her target's favorability reached 100, she would die when their favorability reached 100. She didn't realize how terrifying 100 favorability was. Not to mention, Su Mengue still carried a 100 scum abuse index. This was simply extreme love intertwined with extreme hate. This was a nuclear bomb. Chapter 776. Wei Wei Bai heard the system's worry and said softly, "It's fine. It's only a matter of a few days at most. I'll leave, and I have you. What am I afraid of?" How could Su Mengue retaliate against her? At most, it would be another imprisonment joke. There were many old jokes in this plane. Imprisonment jokes weren't popular. When the system heard this, it was suddenly moved. The host finally knew how hard it worked. In the past, when those little systems talked about being praised by the host, they were happy. It was dismissive. But when it was its turn, it almost couldn't hold back its tears. The system was just about to say, "It's fine, I'll cover you." Wei Wei Bai muttered, "It's better than sleeping on the streets. Imprisonment is better. There's a place to sleep and someone to serve me." The system's tears were forcibly choked back. "You got in the car because you didn't want to sleep on the streets? Not because of me? By the scumbag, liar way. No, it's all because of you. Don't doubt my sincerity. It might rain in the next few days. Sleeping on the streets is very uncomfortable." System Ba. Liar. The host was a big liar. Su Mengue calmly waited, as though he would let Wei Wei Bai go even if she didn't get in the car. She hesitated for a few minutes before opening the door and getting in. Su Mengue's face was taut. "Fasten your seatbelt." Wei Wei Bai fastened her seatbelt. Su Mengue started the car. The whole journey was quiet. The two didn't say anything. After all, they'd already shed all pretense of cordiality. Words wouldn't work. Wei Wei Bai looked at the road outside. The more she looked, the more unfamiliar she felt. Su Mengue was silent. She finally couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" Su Mengue's dark eyes finally looked at her. That look was terrifyingly twisted. He suppressed it and said coldly, "I have a villa in the suburbs. You can see the sea there." Wei Wei Bai frowned. "So what?" Su Mengue's calm expression finally couldn't be maintained. His brows slumped, and his voice contained ridicule. "Nothing much. It's my birthday in a few days. I just want to watch the sea with you as a birthday present. When he said this, his fingers were gripping the steering wheel and his veins were bulging. His tone became calmer and calmer. I love you, Wei Wei. Since you don't love me and want to part on good terms, I'll fulfill your wish. But everyone has a beginning and an end. If you celebrate my birthday with me, I will let you go. From now on, you will never see me pester you again. Wei Wei pondered for a moment before looking at him in confusion. Really? Su Mangue revealed a haggard and bitter smile. I'm tired, really tired. Loving you is too hard. Even if I want to pester you, I can't. Wei Wei thought of how she would torture him. This chain of events could indeed make one doubt life. Su Mangue continued, I've already separated the Bai family's company from mine. The documents have been signed. Your father's illness has been treated with medicine and has begun to improve. In the future, you will still be the little princess of the Bai family, and the Bai family will return to your hands. Wei Wei asked, Su Mangue, you want to give these to me? Su Mangue looked ahead. The villa was getting closer and closer. He said indifferently, Yes, we meet and part on good terms. From now on, we are even. This sentence was light, but heavy at the same time. It made one feel uncomfortable to hear it. Wei Wei was concerned about not sleeping on the streets and readily agreed. Okay, I'll celebrate your birthday with you. Do you want me to order a birthday cake for you as a gift? Su Mangue shook his head, indicating that he didn't need it. Fast // fast to facilitate your next reading. You can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Fast. Chapter 777. Su Mangue shook his head. The car had already entered the garage. He opened the car door and said to Wei Wei, Bye, let's go in first. I remember there's a room with the best view of the sea. Wei Wei wasn't afraid at all. After all, they were going to leave. Even if Su Mangue really wanted to retaliate against her or imprison her, she wouldn't feel any pain or itch. After entering the villa, Su Mangue locked the door. Then he turned his head to look at Wei Wei. She stood in the living room. Her beautiful profile, her white skin, and her black hair that curled like seaweed made her as beautiful as a dream. Su Mangue's eyes deepened. His eyes were red, dangerous, and twisted. Then he reached out and used his fingerprint to activate the villa's security system. The villa's protective equipment was fully automated. All of a sudden, all the villa's doors and windows automatically locked, and the iron bars on the outside appeared. The villa suddenly became a cage. No one could escape. Wei Wei looked around in surprise and hurriedly turned her head. Su Mangue, what are you doing? Su Mangue's eyes were fierce and wild. Those scarlet eyes couldn't wait to devour a person. He smiled, and the madness in his smile made one's back numb. Su Mangue slowly said, For now on, we'll part on good terms. I won't pester you as if. Surprisingly, there was a hint of deep affection in his words, but it was more dangerous and irritable. He slowly rolled up his sleeves, his eyes as frightening as a hunter catching prey. Wei Wei, I won't ask you to love me. Hate is also fine, but don't be deluded into thinking that we're even. After he finished speaking, he walked up and vigorously picked her up. Ignoring her weak struggles, he carried her up the stairs. There was a large room upstairs with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea. The sea view was unobstructed and particularly beautiful. Su Mangue threw her on the bed and tied her hands with his tie, tying her to the head of the bed. Wei Wei reacted. Fuck, Tongzi, this Su Mangue turned from love to hate and became a rapist. She wasn't a fool. Looking at Su Mangue's disposition, he looked like he was going to force himself on her. The system put on an act and said, I told you, you'll take revenge if you're forced, but you just had to get in the car. Also, look at the dress you're wearing. Your calves are exposed. It would be strange if a rapist didn't fancy you. It's all your fault. You deserve it. Su Mangue's expression was ruthless, like he wanted to kill someone. He unbuttoned his shirt and took off his pants. His movements were powerful and swift, like a wild beast. He saw her fearful eyes and smiled. Wei Wei, don't be afraid. It might hurt a little later. You can scream as much as you want. No one here will listen. Su Mangue reached out to cup her face and licked her lips with the tip of his tongue. He was very possessive. His fingers rubbed her face with a little too much strength. They moved down and hooked on her collar. Sumangue's eyes darkened. Only I can hear it. And I like your voice the most. I really want to hear you scream for a lifetime. As long as she didn't say those hurtful words again, it would be fine. Wei Bai expressionlessly knocked on the system. Help! The system ate popcorn. Kacha kacha! Wei Bai made a final struggle. Her voice trembled as she said, Su Mangue, you are committing a crime. Su Mangue faintly grunted. Then, without any trace of politeness, he tore open her collar, revealing her white underwear. His tone carried a chilling smile. You're my crime, Wei. Saying this, his entire body covered her, carrying the despair of not being able to obtain anything. Even if she hated him to death, she still had to pester him. He was a madman, just like his mother. Fast/fast //fast. Calm fast. Chapter 778. Bai Weiwei was pressed down so hard that she couldn't breathe. She desperately tried to retreat, but he held her head and blocked all her cries for help with a feverish kiss. Su Mingue's eyes were dark and full of suffocating, twisted gloom. He licked her lips, breaking in her mouth and recklessly stirring inside. This wasn't like a kiss. It was more like a terrible and powerful oppression that didn't allow her to make any resistance. Wei Bai lay powerlessly on the bed. His shadow completely enveloped her. Wei Bai gasped for breath and said to the system, If you don't think of a way, I won't give you popcorn to eat. The system's action of chewing on the popcorn shook. How did the host know it was eating popcorn? Wei Bai, crunch, crunch, crunch. I can smell the fragrance of the popcorn, you prodigal. Imprisonment is imprisonment, and you're forcing yourself to be low. Tell me. The system didn't know if it should hide the popcorn in its hands. Didn't you want to sacrifice yourself? Just sacrifice yourself. You flirted with so many planes. It's too unreasonable to still be a virgin. Wei Bai, I'm a virgin. Is sacrificing myself so worthless? I've already completed the mission and still want to sacrifice myself? If the favorability doesn't soar by 50 points, I won't sacrifice myself. System. Fuck, 50 points of favorability. You might as well, Rob. With your looks, you can't get more than 5 points. Wei Bai, give me back the popcorn. System. With your national beauty, how is 50 enough? You need 500 ah. Wei Bai. Although this truth sounds good, I'm still unhappy. Seeing the host's face grow darker and darker, the system, who couldn't bear to part with the popcorn, had to give up its plan to watch the show. It flipped through the store's discounted products. Recently, it was all stickers that were on sale. In the 15-day life value area, it found a substitute sticker. Wei Bai had only communicated with the system for a few seconds when Su Mingue tore off her clothes. His movements were swift and terrifying. His usual gentleness seemed to be an act. Only this person with scarlet eyes and a strong invasion was his true face. Wei Bai's skin was very white. When he exerted force with his finger, it left a red mark. Wherever his teeth had gnawed, they would leave behind frightening scars. Suddenly, Wei Bai couldn't help but cry out. His teeth bit down hard on her soft and delicate waist. The smell of blood spread between his teeth. Su Mingue gently licked the blood that seeped out, his eyes dark and burning. Wei, you're driving me crazy. Since you know you're crazy, why aren't you contacting the mental hospital? Get out of my way, you lunatic. Wei Bai heard the system say that there was a substitute sticker and stuck it on her. She didn't have to worry at all. Therefore, she lifted her leg that was not tied up and stepped on his face fiercely. She wished she could kick him off the bed. Unfortunately, Su Mingue's strength was much greater than hers. He reached out and grabbed her ankle, easily moving it away. Then his whole body covered her. His bloody lips captured hers, hating to swallow her into his stomach. Su Mingue was so excited that his body trembled. He kept kissing her, leaving one kiss after another on her skin with traces of kisses. I won't leave. How can you say you don't love me anymore? You're too cruel to me. When you love someone, there is no way to let go so easily. Su Mingue couldn't understand. How could she say she didn't love him anymore so easily? There wasn't a trace of emotion left in her heart. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 779. The corners of Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. She didn't wait to say anything. Shameless, Su was already naked. He walked directly into the bathroom to turn on the water. Wei Wei Bai's face was devoid of love. This feeling of the soul not participating, but the body being strengthened. She really didn't feel anything. When it was pleasurable, the soul wasn't at home. Afterwards, the discomfort of the body's severe disability came back. Wei Wei Bai hugged the quilt, tears streaming down her face. This sticker was too unreliable. She used 15 days of life to buy a fake Taobao product. Her heart was broken. Then, when she took a bath, it broke through her shameful threshold. He thought her face was thick enough to block an atomic bomb. He didn't expect that she would also feel shame. Fuck, where's this hand going to reach? Do you want to take a bath or eat people? Wei Wei Bai felt that if it weren't for her, she would look like a broken doll. Su Mengui would probably force himself on her again. The system reminded, the discounted substitute stickers are sold in 3 sets. There are still 2 unused. Wei Wei Bai, scram. Su Mengui went to the kitchen in a good mood. Wei Wei Bai's hands and feet trembled. She couldn't get up. She said, I should have slept on the streets. She was too confident. She thought that Su Mengui, this psychopath, would hesitate for a few days. Only then would he be able to walk out of the huge blow. Who knew that a psychopath wouldn't follow the routine and completely overturn her car? This car was supposed to go to kindergarten. Now, it was directly entering a heavy-flavored hot pot restaurant. Su Mengui walked in with a tray and saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on the bed in a daze. Her slender body was wearing large pajamas. Under the loose collar, a touch of white skin was revealed. His eyes darkened. Then he suppressed the anger in his body and walked over. When Wei Wei Bai saw him, her body instinctively trembled. There was no helping it. Her body didn't have any strength. She had sat for too long, and her muscles couldn't be controlled. Su Mengui's footsteps paused. The gentle smile on his face slowly disappeared. Was she that afraid of him? Su Mengui's lips curled in a mocking smile. Of course he was afraid of him. He had just done something worse than a beast. She probably couldn't wait for him to die. Su Mengui suppressed the discomfort in his heart and still showed a gentle smile. Wei Wei, eat something. Wei Wei Bai felt that it was only normal for her to flip the food over and kick him out. In the end, when she saw the bright shrimp porridge and the appetizing side dishes, her stomach failed to live up to her expectations and became hungry. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. But this was enough to make Su Mengui pleasantly surprised. He thought that she would tell him to get lost. Wei Wei Bai's fingers were a little weak. She held the bowl in silence and slowly drank the porridge. On the side, Su Mengui's heart softened. But before he could be happy for a few seconds, Wei Wei Bai's expression suddenly changed. The bowl in her hand trembled and fell to the ground. She was already sprawled on the edge of the bed, vomiting. Su Mengui suddenly stood up, his face twisting. Wei Wei Bai furrowed her brows in discomfort. The few mouthfuls of porridge she had just drank were all vomited out. Her stomach was empty. It wasn't uncomfortable, but rather a very strange feeling. It was as if her body would reject whatever she ate. Wei Wei Bai said, "What's going on, Tongzi?" "System, today is almost over. You still have 3 days before you die. Your character in each plane has a way of dying. As long as you don't leave early or change your way of dying, your original way of dying will automatically appear." Only then did Bai Wei Wei remember this, because every time she died, she was the one controlling the time, so she didn't use the original way of dying at all. It made her forget that there was such a thing. Then how did I die this time? Starving to death. Even if you eat, you will reject it until you starve to death. Wei Wei Bai trembled. This way of dying was too cruel. Her body was suddenly pulled up by Su Mengui, his eyes sinister. He said, "Do you disgust me that much?" Chapter 780. Wei Wei Bai really couldn't speak. After all, there was really no way to explain something like passive starvation. She looked up, her eyes misty. She looked exceptionally pale and haggard. Su Mengui's temper disappeared, and the tyrannical emotion in his eyes was instantly suppressed. He took a tissue and wiped Wei Wei Bai's mouth. "I'll go get you another bowl. Let's eat some, okay?" Then, as though afraid Wei Wei Bai would refuse, he turned and left. But Wei Wei Bai couldn't eat and spat it out again. Su Mengui was distressed and desperate. "Don't be like this, Wei Wei. It's all my fault. Eat something, okay?" Wei Wei Bai was also hungry. This body had been tormented for so long, but she couldn't even drink a mouthful of water. She felt that in this state, she wouldn't need 3 days. She probably wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. So Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but whisper, "Okay." A light flashed through Su Mengui's eyes. He immediately ran to the kitchen, fearing that Wei Wei Bai wouldn't eat the shrimp porridge. He made something else. It was all easy to eat and easy to digest. Although his cooking skills couldn't compare to that of a chef, he could still make home-cooked dishes. Wei Wei Bai saw him bring the fragrant food, but didn't eat more than 2 mouthfuls. Under the powerful constraints of a predestined death, she vomited everything again. Su Mengui smashed everything in his hands. He finally couldn't hide the violence in his eyes. "Do you want to go on a hunger strike and leave me?" Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips. She felt that starving to death was miserable enough. If she angered Su Mengui, he'd give her another round of porn. That was too torturous. So Wei Wei Bai was very thick-skinned and pretended that those hurtful words from before didn't exist. She reached out her slender fingers and gently tugged at his cuff, revealing a smile. "I just can't eat. I don't want to leave you." Her smile even carried a hint of sweetness. Su Mengui was enraged. He angrily gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Then, he revealed a twisted smile. "You're still thinking of running away, aren't you? Hunger strike, deceiving people with sweet words. Next, are you going to treat me very well and then trample me into the dust?" From the beginning to the end, she had never lost her memory. Send him to hell. Even if she had amnesia and regained her memories to take revenge on him, she wouldn't love him anymore. Even he wouldn't be so heartbroken, because not having amnesia meant that she had never loved him. Not even once. He would not believe any of her tenderness now. If he were to be deceived by her again, he would not be able to take it anymore. Su Mengui looked deeply at Wei Wei Bai, his expression somewhat tragic. Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale and her smile froze. It felt so good to torture others. Tormenting people for a while is fun, but making up with them is a crematorium. If a woman's words could be trusted, boars could also climb trees. This was Su Mengui's present state of mind. Su Mengui reached out and gently stroked her face. His voice softened. "So, Wei Wei, no matter what means you use, I won't let you go." Wei Wei Bai was powerless from hunger and could only stare at him blankly. She whispered, "I'm sorry, but I'm tired, too hungry," and there was no mission strategy or anything like that. So her attitude became casual. Su Mengui's face was a little pale. His fingers couldn't help but rub against her lips, trying to make her pink lips more red. Then he couldn't resist the temptation and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. This kiss was incomparably gentle, but it still carried the strong sense of a man's invasion. // Chapter 781. But he still restrained himself. After kissing her, he picked her up and brought her to another clean room. Wei Wei Bai might have been tired and fell asleep at once. Su Mengui covered her with a quilt and saw her long hair scattered messily on the pillow. Her face was turned to the side, and her eyes were closed like a quiet child. She looked exceptionally well-behaved. If only she could stay like this forever. She had always been so well-behaved. Su Mengui's eyes became affectionate and paranoid. He went next door and began to tidy up the room. For him, doing housework or cooking was essential knowledge. She hadn't eaten for almost a day. Su Mengui knew that if a person suffered a huge blow, they might become anorexic. He stood expressionlessly on the balcony and looked at the beach in the distance. He finally turned on his phone. There were countless messages from Luo Langyue on the phone. He dialed back. Luo Langyue's voice roared. "Where are you going? The company's going to close down, and you're still fooling around outside." Su Mengui was expressionless. "If it's going to close down, then close down. Find me a doctor and 2 nurses. Luo Langyue, are you hurt?" Su Mengue was silent for a moment. It's Wei Wei. She doesn't eat. Luo Langyue doesn't eat? She's not picky about food. You could just have the chef cook a few more dishes. The company's information has been leaked. Fortunately, only a portion of the information has been leaked. I'm in a terrible fix right now. Hurry back to the company and help. Although closing down was a serious statement, but the information leak did give them a headache. If Su Mengue was here, this matter could be perfectly resolved. After all, it wasn't like they hadn't encountered more serious crises before. Su Mengue was completely indifferent. The company isn't important. She doesn't eat all day and vomits whatever she eats. I won't let her go, so I'll have the doctor give her an infusion to supplement her nutrition. Luo Langyue realized the seriousness. What the hell? Why is it so serious that she needs an infusion? With Wei Wei Bai's heartless appearance, what kind of blow could make her unable to eat? Why did he feel that even if the world was ending tomorrow, that woman could happily eat a pot of braised pork trotters? Su Mengue was expressionless. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "She hates me and wants to leave me, Luo Langyue. Don't tell me she's regained her memories. She'll definitely hate you if she does, but women need to be coaxed, right?" Su Mengue, coax? Luo Langyue said patiently. Even if she remembers, you just have to be gentle and follow her around shamelessly. Don't force her, and don't imprison her either. Just play a few of the CEO's Cinderella's romantic tricks. After a year or two, she'll succeed. Su Mengue, Luo Langyue, don't restrain her for now. What's the use of locking her up if she doesn't have a heart? First, cry bitterly and kneel in front of her. Say that your heart was blinded by lard and beg for forgiveness. Su Mengue, I feel like I've been shot by an arrow. Luo Langyue, even if she doesn't forgive you, just let her go and pursue her again. Don't force yourself on her. What do you mean by forcing yourself on her? Those are just lies to fool a fool. Who in their right mind would love a rapist? Su Mengue, I feel like I've been cut down by a 40-meter-long broadsword. Luo Langyue, okay, can you come to work soon? I'll teach you my 20 years of chasing girls while you work. Su Mengue finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Then what if I do? Luo Langyue was silent for a moment. Then you don't have to go to work. I can take care of the company by myself. Your problem is more difficult than the company going bankrupt. Hee hee. Chapter 782. She'd already done it. He could only teach her the secret of how to escape legal sanctions. Talk about love, my ass. Su Mengue hung up the phone. He finally leaned against the wall and crouched down. A crack finally appeared in his cold expression. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. There's still no way to let you go. Even if it was a dead end, he had to walk down it. If he let her go, he might not be able to catch up. He couldn't take the risk. The doctor soon came and gave her an intravenous drip. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes in a daze. Is this thing useful? System. The body won't reject this, but once the time is up, your stomach will be empty and you'll leave this world directly. Wei Wei Bai, Tongzi, I'm hungry. The system comforted her. Bear with it. It's just hunger. It's not uncomfortable. After that, it began to crunch on popcorn again. Next time, buy strawberry-flavored popcorn. Mango-flavored is also good. It's crispy and sweet, and when it enters your mouth, Wei Wei Bai. Also, you'll give me back my life points. The system was as quiet as a chicken. Su Mengue saw her wake up. Do you want to eat something? Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai was uncomfortably hungry, but she still shook her head. If she vomited after eating, she wouldn't suffer this double torment. She decided to sleep. Sleep until it was time to leave. In the next plane, she had to choose her own way of dying and be stabbed to death by the target. It was better than starving to death. What kind of strange way of dying was this? Su Mengue's fingers clenched, his eyes gloomy as he looked at her lying on the bed. Her complexion wasn't good, and she looked thin. The fire in his heart couldn't be vented, so he silently walked away. Using an intravenous drip to hang on to life wasn't a solution. He could only have Luo Langyue find a psychiatrist. Luo Langyue wailed, I'm saving the company. Big brother, you're imprisoning and forcing yourself on me. It's good enough that a woman doesn't jump off a building. What more do you want? Su Mengue was indifferent. The company isn't important. Find a psychiatrist. Luo Langyue felt that he really owed Su Mengue. Didn't they agree that Su Mengue was in charge of the outside? Was he trying to tire him to death? In the end, the psychiatrist still came. Wei Weibai was pulled up and saw the psychiatrist. She wasn't surprised at all, because after Su Mengue did her, she began to be anorexic. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that she was thick-skinned and had thin moral integrity, she would have been in trouble. They would also think that they had suffered a huge blow. He wanted to seek death. When the psychiatrist came, Su Mengue went out, wanted to give her a relaxed environment. For a psychologist, there were a bunch of trap questions. Wei Weibai dealt with it calmly. Finally, the psychiatrist carefully mentioned Su Mengue. Wei Weibai said to the system, "I think I should give Su Mengue a parting gift." The system said, "For example." Wei Weibai said, "Let him embrace his beautiful life and forget about me, a woman with a bad relationship." So when the psychologist asked about Su Mengue, tears fell from her eyes, and her whole body trembled with fear. "I don't like him anymore. I really don't. Let me go. I don't want to be here." She rubbed her eyes hard, making them redder and more convincing. "I want to go out. Let me go out. Su Mengue is a madman. Bastard. I hate him to death." The psychiatrist had no choice but to do his best to comfort her. Then he went out, trembling with fear. Su Mengue was leaning against the wall by the door. His handsome face was incomparably gloomy as he looked at the psychiatrist, like he was going to kill someone. // To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 783. It was like he was going to kill someone. When Bai Weiwei saw the doctor leave, she said to the system, "This way, Su Mengue will wear away his love for me. Once I'm gone, he can better immerse himself in another relationship." After all, 100 favorability was completed. Even if the target suddenly didn't love her anymore, she could be considered to have completed the mission. The system was shocked. "You really are kind, girl." This was simply not letting go of the male lead, even when she was about to die. She still wanted to abuse him before she was satisfied. Shameless white, of course. System, after Su Mengue walked in, he didn't say anything. His attitude was still hard-working. He began to make many of the things Wei Weibai used to love to eat. But Wei Weibai was no exception. They all vomited. Su Mengue's expression became more and more dejected. Every time she vomited, heartache, gloominess, and madness intertwined in his eyes. After 3 or 4 days, Wei Weibai was so weak that she couldn't get up. She wore white pajamas, like a ghost. After today, she could leave. Starving to death really wasn't something a person could bear. Fortunately, she didn't really starve to death. After all, 3 or 4 days, plus the nutrition from the 4 drip. It wasn't so painful that she couldn't hold on. But even if her body could hold on, she still had to leave. Su Mengue made porridge again. She hadn't eaten for so long. If she wanted to eat, it had to be liquid food. But Wei Weibai refused. She was afraid of vomiting. Su Mengue had erupted once yesterday. She didn't eat, so he forced it down her throat and even used his mouth to feed her. But no matter what method he used, it was useless. Even if he succeeded for a while, she would still vomit after a while. The power of the rules was really powerful. Yesterday, he seemed to have confirmed that she was on a complete hunger strike. Su Mengue's despairing eyes made one's heart ache. "Wei Wei, try again. Let's try." Although Su Mengue wasn't as frightening as yesterday, he still tried to make her eat. Seeing the girl he loved go on a hunger strike, no one could imagine the pain he suffered. Wei Weibai weakly shook her head. "I won't eat. Su Mengue, take it away." Su Mengue held the food and stood in a daze for a long time. He finally couldn't help but smile. His eyes were cold and desolate. Then, he turned around and left with the food. He didn't force her like he did yesterday. Wei Weibai felt dizzy and said softly to the system, "Slag stem. Next time if there are any weird ways to die, remember to inform me." The system replied, "Sometimes, I would only find out how you died much later. After all, this isn't the most important information." Wei Weibai used to think that it was not important. Only now did he realize that it was too important. Today, he might starve to death, but tomorrow, he might die from overeating. The main system was simply crazy. How could it screw the host over like this? In the evening, Su Mengue began to decorate the room. He ordered a birthday cake. He opened another bottle of red wine, facing the sea through the floor-to-ceiling window. He said to Wei Bai, Wei, today is my birthday. Wei Bai said weakly, Happy birthday. Su Mengue's eyes were incomparably deep. He suddenly reached out and hugged her, bringing her to his lap. Then he laughed softly and said, Eat some cake. Saying this, he reached out with his finger, smeared some cream on it, and gently smeared it on her lips. Wei Bai hadn't eaten for a long time. Smelling the cream made her a little nauseous. In fact, in the later stages, when it was more painful, the prodigal system would use painkillers. He didn't think that painkillers could really alleviate the pain of hunger. So Wei Bai didn't suffer much. / Chapter 784. He saw Wei Bai furrowing her brows, as if rejecting his contact. Su Mengue's deep and serene eyes held traces of a strange burning emotion. He kissed the cream on her lips, and the force of his suction made her feel uncomfortable. Wei Bai felt that Su Mengue wouldn't be so deranged as to not let her go when she was so weak. After the hot kiss ended, Su Mengue gently pressed his chin against her hair. Then his voice carried traces of laughter. When I was a child, I would always come to the beach to see the sea on my birthday. At that time, I made a lot of wishes. Wei Bai was silent and didn't make a sound. He didn't mind, and the expression on his face was very gentle. I want those people who bullied me to die. I also want money and power. Of course, what I want the most. He paused for a moment before continuing. Is someone who loves me. He had never received the love of others, so that was what he desired the most. Wei Bai comforted him. If you let me go, you will meet someone who loves you in the future. A trace of pain flashed through Su Mengue's eyes, as well as a hideous scarlet color. He softened his voice. There won't be, Wei. Yes, there won't be in the future. Wei Bai suddenly felt something on her back break through her flesh and directly into her bones. Her eyes widened, and she reached out to push Su Mengue away. But this man's body was like a cage. Her weak struggle was unable to shake her in the slightest. Su Mengue's expression was gentle, but his eyes were dark. He pressed one hand against the back of her neck, holding her firmly in his arms. Wei, I tried to let go, but in the end, I found I couldn't. He couldn't let go of her. Just a thought made him wish he was dead, not to mention putting it into action. His voice was soft and deep, full of doting, but the words made one shudder. You will never fall in love with me, and I can't let go. I thought about dying myself. He really thought about dying alone. Many people said that love should be selfless. He would rather suffer himself to let the people he loved be happy and free. Unfortunately, he was not a normal person. He was a lunatic. He couldn't tolerate her falling in love with another man when he was dead. As long as she was alive, he would imprison her and force her to death. Even if he died, he didn't want to die alone and let her live happily. It must be really hard for you to meet me. Even he couldn't help but sympathize with her. Wei Bai's panting and struggling gradually weakened. Her eyes were half closed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Blood gushed out from her back, following the slender knife and dripping onto the carpet. The knife was specially made. It was thin, long, and sharp. It stabbed directly into his back and pierced through his heart. The pain lasted for only a short time, and there was no hope of saving him. Su Mengue sensed her slowly disappearing breathing and finally couldn't help but laugh. With a mournful laugh, the tears in his eyes finally flowed out. He held onto her body tightly, his hand trembling nonstop as he held onto the knife. Su Mengue finally broke down. Wei, even if you love me a little bit, just a little bit, I won't be like this. She was the one who had driven him crazy. Su Mengue pulled the knife out, his face covered in her blood. He lowered his head and gently kissed her. Then the knife in his hand ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. Blood was left all over the floor. The candles on the cake slowly went out. A few wisps of smoke rose from the candle wick. It was like a helpless sigh. //. Chapter 785. Yi Yuxuan woke up with a start. He gasped for breath, his black eyes full of fear. Then he raised his hand. His slender and beautiful fingers were clean and white. There was no blood, but the feeling of the blood flowing out of her body and sticking to his hand was so clear and terrible. He killed her. Yi Yuxuan immediately stood up, his head full of cold sweat. He walked to the bed and saw that Wei Wei Bai was still asleep. Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her face. He touched her inch by inch, feeling her white and tender skin, the temperature that belonged to a living person. She slept quietly. Her breathing was steady. Her heartbeat was also very normal. Yi Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sat by the bed and stared at her. She breathed shallowly. The morning light in the room fell on the pillow and dyed her black hair with a fine luster. The room was very large and connected to the garden. The white walls were hung with elk hand paintings. The gray cushions, the warm color of the carpet. There was also a big brown bookcase and a flower arrangement on the table. There was obviously nothing pink, but it looked like a girl's room. It was very soft and very warm. He analyzed a lot about her strange illness. During this time, he also spent a lot of energy in meetings with various experts in this field. In the hospital, Qin Xiu also said that she could just go home to recuperate with a set of life-sustaining medical equipment. After all, the Bai family and the Yi family both had private doctors and nurses. If there was no major life-threatening situation, she didn't have to lie in the hospital all the time. Yi Yuxuan originally wanted to take her back to his home, but Bai Changyan insisted that he couldn't. After all, she hadn't married him yet. How could she live with him directly? The word marry made him stare at Bai Changyan for a few seconds before he reacted. Yi Yuxuan thought for a long time and found that it seemed to be a feeling of being moved. It wasn't too uncomfortable, but it was a good feeling. Then he agreed to let Wei Wei Bai go home, and he followed her in. Yi Yuxuan still had a headache when she recalled that dream. The taste of her dying in his own hands made his entire body turn cold. He was actually able to experience a little of that crazy feeling. Fortunately, it was just a dream, probably a dream. Yi Yuxuan's eyes were dark and calm, but his body couldn't help but move closer to her. It was as if the more he leaned against her, the more he felt that she was real and would not leave him. Finally, he slowly laid down beside her, his body close to hers, and those cold feelings finally disappeared. He let out a sigh of relief and put his hand under her neck. His other hand hugged her waist and pulled her into his embrace. It was done in an instant. Then he closed his eyes tiredly. He fell asleep again. Not long after he fell asleep, the eyelashes of the person in his arms fluttered. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. Why didn't you stab me earlier or later? You waited until I was about to starve to death to stab me to death. You'll suffer double the punishment. The system retorted. Who asked you to torture him again? Before she died, she deliberately provoked the male lead. This was only because the male lead had good manners. If it was more perverted, he would even do that after killing her. Wei Wei Bai said, Yes, I'm too kind. That's why I want him to find a better relationship. System, don't you feel guilty saying that? You were just being naughty before you died. It felt that it shouldn't talk to its host anymore. If this guy's words could be listened to, a pigsty would have to grow on a tree. An automatic notification sounded. Host has completed the mission. Received 30 days of life points. A total of 354 days of life points. Chapter 786. External life value can be accommodated for 500 days. Wei Wei Bai didn't have the mood to bicker with the system. Her breathing was a little difficult, as if there was something hot imprisoning her. She couldn't help but frown. The system's reminder was still ringing. Ding, 15 days of immortality stickers, 15 days of substitute stickers, 10 days of painkillers, 2 expired system popcorn for 4 days. Fuck, expired popcorn, only 4 days. This was the first thing Wei Wei Bai saw. Not a prodigal, her good system. It actually knew how to buy expired food to eat. Wei Wei Bai smiled in relief. Even her life value was deducted for 44 days. There were only 310 days left, and they weren't as shocking. Then she opened her eyes and almost closed them again in shock. She saw a face so handsome that she couldn't find any flaws. His skin was so good that she couldn't see any pores, his nose was straight and standard, and his thin lips were beautifully shaped. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment. Her brain almost couldn't work. The beautiful light shone on his short black hair, giving off a dazzling halo. A man who brought his own light board. Sleeping, it was as beautiful as a god in a good position. In hindsight, Bai Weiwei remembered that she didn't cross planes, but returned to reality. And the man sleeping beside her was Yi Yuxuan. He was close to her, very close. There was a sense of dominance in the way he hugged her. He almost held her in his arms, making her unable to move. Then she felt that something wasn't right. She raised her head and looked around. Wasn't this her room? How nostalgic. After transmigrating for so long, she stayed in the hospital for so long. She was finally home. Bai Weiwei didn't wait for him to finish being moved, but Yi Yuxuan frowned. She didn't know why, but she was nervous and her breathing became heavier. These few breaths woke Yi Yuxuan up. He abruptly opened his eyes. His black pupils were deep and bottomless. Then he saw her face. The deep darkness in his eyes softened in an instant, bringing with it a ray of light that imprinted her entire being within. Unexpectedly, it was exceptionally stunning. Yi Yuxuan pursed his lips slightly, and his expression became gentle. "You're awake." A faint sentence. "You're awake." It was not the calmness of facial paralysis. It wasn't a tense indifference either. Instead, it was a quiet gentleness. The snow melted from the corners of her eyes and the tips of her brows, bringing warmth. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but blink. She felt that the Yi Yuxuan in front of her was still a little unfamiliar. It was as if every time she woke up, he would change a little. Wei Wei Bai curled up in his arms and finally couldn't help but remind him, "What are you doing?" Yi Yuxuan answered calmly, "Sleep." Wei Wei Bai said, "This is my room." There was also her bed. What was even worse, there was also her person. Yi Yuxuan looked at her silently, still with that kind of calm and gentle gaze. Just when Wei Wei Bai thought that he wouldn't say anything. With a magnetic voice, he spoke in a low and hoarse voice. "You're married to me, so we're one body. Your room is also my room." Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment. "When did I marry you?" Yi Yuxuan blinked, his eyes actually looked innocent. "In the future." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips. Was this flirting? Was it? She had just experienced flirting, and she was stabbed to death. So for a moment, she didn't want to flirt anymore. Wei Wei Bai carefully communicated with the system. "He's not draining my life points now." The system replied calmly. "He's draining, of course he's draining. It's just that the system has a delay, so I haven't reminded you yet. Your life points have been drained for 5 days." Chapter 787. He changed when she woke up. Although she was in this plane for a few months, in reality, it was only 3 days. Why was it that every time she woke up, she felt that Yi Yuxuan's personality would undergo an obvious change? Was this man's schizophrenia? System, of course there's a problem. If you don't work hard, your life value will be sucked away. Isn't this a big enough problem? Wei Wei Bai thought about it. Indeed, was there any problem bigger than life value? There wasn't. Even if Yi Yuxuan suddenly turned into a dinosaur or a sissy, as long as there was life value, it could be taken. She didn't care. Sure enough, she was such a strong and beautiful woman. She had dreams in her heart, and she kept moving forward. The door suddenly opened, and Yi Yuxuan walked in with a food tray. On it was shrimp porridge, as well as some specially cooked things suitable for patients. He put the tray on the side table. Then he picked up the porridge. "Eat some. You haven't eaten for a long time. It's not good for your stomach." Wei Wei Bai glanced at the porridge in his hand and couldn't help but frown. Coincidence? The first time Su Mengue cooked, it was also shrimp porridge for her. Yi Yuxuan brought the spoon to her lips and looked at her calmly. "Eat some." His tone was gentle, as if he was coaxing her. Wei Wei Bai felt that his voice was simply breaking the rules. Once it was low, each sound had its own special effect that made people's back go numb. She lowered her head, held the porridge in her mouth, and swallowed. She couldn't taste anything. After all, this body didn't eat often. Even if she ate, it was some soup, because only these things could be fed in her mouth while she was sleeping. After eating a spoonful of soup, she licked her lips. Yi Yuxuan's eyes darkened, and his body stiffened. Then he moved his gaze away. His life value automatically increased by 3 days. Wei Bai raised her eyebrows. Her eyes didn't have a trace of depression from sleeping for a long time, but were incomparably clear. Yi Yuxuan waited for a while before feeding her again. Wei Bai casually let the collar of her pajamas fall below her shoulders. With an innocent look on her face, she continued to suck on the spoon. She drank the porridge that he fed her. Yi Yuxuan was dazzled by her fair and smooth shoulders. Yi Yuxuan froze again. His HP increased by another 2 days. Wei Bai gave him a flirtatious look. Continue feeding me. I'm hungry. The gentleness on Yi Yuxuan's face disappeared. His jaw tightened, his lips pursed, and his breathing became disorderly. Then he suppressed it. He continued to feed her. Wei Bai exposed her legs from time to time. Her eyes were seductive, but not obvious. Her smile was sweet, soft, and seductive. He could even taste the heat from the porridge. Yi Yuxuan finally couldn't help but reach out and pull up the collar on her shoulders. Wear it. Wei Bai pursed her lips and stuck out her tongue, just as she was about to seduce him. Yi Yuxuan stuffed another mouthful of porridge in her mouth. It's delicious. Wei Bai refused to give up. She pulled up her pajamas, revealing more of her legs. Yi Yuxuan was expressionless. He pulled the blanket over her legs. Don't catch a cold. Wei Bai's lips twitched. Then her eyes became seductive as she stared at him. Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and looked at the porridge. This is enough. You can't eat too much. After saying that, he didn't even look at her as she twisted her body into a braid, looking as if she was at his mercy. Wei Bai hurriedly tugged at the corner of his shirt. She smiled sweetly and said, Hubby. Yi Yuxuan finally turned around. His eyes were dark, but they were tinged with light. Then he turned around again and reached out to ruffle her hair. You haven't married me yet. You can call me by my name first. Wei Bai, you're an old stubborn coffin plank. Chapter 788. After Yi Yuxuan walked out of the door, he looked at the food plate in his hand. His eyes were calm and repressed, as if he was thinking about something. But from time to time, his mind would think of her fair calves, her round shoulders, and that pair of clear, obviously seductive eyes. It was too obvious. Yi Yuxuan thought for a moment, then loosened his collar with one hand. Then he exhaled lightly, then walked back to the kitchen. Wei Bai was still chatting with the system. This tease is worth dozens of life points. Compared to the Shura field at the beginning, the current Yi Yuxuan is so easy to tease. The system was experienced. Of course, it's easy to tease if you like him. At the beginning, it was not just the Shura field. Their auras were too similar. Yi Yuxuan was not enlightened, which led to such a tragic tug-of-war. Now this man had been abused in so many planes, even with the dream isolator. That kind of love had long been deep in his bones. If it was not for the severe emotional loss, Yi Yuxuan's life points would be lost even more. Wei Bai held her face. I'm so lovable. How long has it been? And I've already fallen in love. Although she used a lot of time to transmigrate between planes, but each time in reality, it took 3 days. In total, it did not take that long. The system said, when you're praising yourself, can you first send a high-energy warning bullet screen? Take care of the normal reader's eyes. Wei Bai was silent for a moment, then suddenly snorted coldly. Then she held her face with both hands, shook her head deliberately, and said in a high-pitched voice, I'm the cutest, the most beautiful, the world's first Mary Sue is me. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. Men are overjoyed when they see me. He. The system, it chose to die, don't stop it. After discussing the system, Wei Bai smiled and looked up. Then she saw Yi Yuxuan standing at the door. His expression was expressionless. His body was straight and slender, and his eyes were indifferent. However, there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Wei Bai. She chose death. Don't stop her. The corners of Yi Yuxuan's mouth suddenly curved, and he couldn't help but smile. His laughter was low and deep, and his eyes curved up. There was a kind of person who, when he smiled, you would see all the sunlight in the world fall into his eyes. Yi Yuxuan was just like that. His face, which had never smiled before, suddenly smiled without warning. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a few seconds. Yi Yuxuan was also stunned. Then, he put away his smile and frowned. He couldn't help but recall the emotions he felt at that moment. That was bursting with joy. Or was it the joy of liking someone to the extreme? He couldn't explain it, but it felt good. Was this the feeling of happiness? The system reminded he smiled just now. 10 days of life. When Wei Wei Bai heard this, it was as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She immediately rushed off the bed and ran in front of Yi Yuxuan. She stood on her tiptoes and reached out her hands to pinch his cheeks. Smile again. Yi Yuxuan's handsome face was a little comical because of her pinching. He looked at Wei Wei Bai in a daze. Her beautiful eyes had lost the disguise of indifference and were unexpectedly pure and lovely. Wei Wei Bai didn't expect that one day she would be able to see such a feeling of cuteness on Yi Yuxuan. She had lived for a long time and could see everything. Wei Wei Bai had already trained her super shameless skills. She wasn't afraid at all and asked again. Yi Yuxuan, smile again. Yi Yuxuan pursed his lips and found that this action was a little difficult under her tugging. To read the at https://www.sashu.com/ to read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 789. He reached out and grabbed her wrist, making her let go of his pitiful face. Then he lowered his head and said calmly, "Why do you want to see me smile?" Wei Wei Bai didn't think much and blurted out, "Because you're super handsome." A man smiling so brightly that flowers bloomed all over the world. She had never seen such a good-looking smile. System, isn't it for the health points? Drama Queen Bai really dared to say anything to coax people. Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and looked at her. At this moment, she was telling the truth. He was very handsome, so she wanted him to smile. Yi Yuxuan didn't know what kind of mood he had, but there was a kind of sour and sweet eagerness that made him want to obey her words. He pulled up the corner of his mouth, revealing a calm smile. It was a little jerky, not as natural as before. Wei Wei Bai asked the system, "How much did my health points increase?" System, deduct 1 day's worth of health points. Wei Wei Bai looked at Yi Yuxuan, then said calmly, "Your smile isn't handsome." He actually dared to deduct 1 day's worth of health points. She said again, "Stop smiling." She was afraid that her health points would be deducted again. Yi Yuxuan stopped smiling as expected, and his expression was a little gloomy. System, deduct 5 days' worth of health points. Wei Wei Bai. Yi Yuxuan pursed his lips, was silent for a moment, then suddenly bent down and carried her up in a princess carry. Then he walked to the side of the bed and stuffed her on it. He said, "You're weak. Don't move around too much. Rest well." Wei Wei Bai quickly reached out and tugged at his sleeve. What about you? He was her life now. It was a genuine life. If he ran away, just based on her health points in this world, she would be done for. Yi Yuxuan sat on the side of the bed, then crossed his hands and supported his chin, looking at her with a strange heaviness in his eyes. It was as if he was observing some precious animal. Their gazes were filled with curiosity. Wei Wei Bai lay on the bed obediently. From time to time, he would check with the system to see how much HP he had left. However, Yi Yuxuan saw that she was occasionally in a daze and occasionally in a trance. He was silently calculating in his heart. He suddenly said, "Why did you seduce me?" Bai Weiwei almost didn't use her brain to answer this kind of question. She reflexively answered, "I like you, ah." His HP increased by another 2 days. Then, another 4 days were deducted. Only then did Weiwei Bai react. "What the hell? If I like someone who follows the rules like you, why will my HP be deducted?" Yi Yuxuan changed her sitting position and continued to place her fingers on the armrest of the chair. She tapped the armrest with her fingertips. He tilted his head, and under his black bangs, that pair of calm eyes stared intently at her. She felt like he had seen through everything. Weiwei Bai, on the other hand, was extremely calm as she looked at him. The two of them looked at each other silently. An invisible tension made the atmosphere tense. Finally, Yi Yuxuan bent over. His body was shrouded in shadow, and his eyes became frighteningly sharp. Bai Weiwei couldn't help but tense up under the immense pressure. He said softly and unhurriedly, "Who are you talking to, Weiwei?" Weiwei Bai's eyes were blank. "What did you say? Who else is here besides you?" Yi Yuxuan shook his head. "I just calculated. Your eyes were not focused at least 5 times, but your expression changed 7 times. It was as if someone was talking to you, and you were replying to him in your mind. When he asked, he looked at her expression very intently. It was as if he would catch every slight change in her expression. // Chapter 790. Weiwei Bai's mind was filled with thoughts, but she maintained her composure and smiled. "Maybe I've been thinking about you. My mind is full of you, so I couldn't help but talk to you." Yi Yuxuan was confused. "Talk to me." Weiwei Bai reached out and gently hooked his loosened collar. Her eyes were still pure and innocent. Her voice was sweet and soft. "Have you never thought about me? Don't you have a lot of me in your mind? This is what it means to miss someone. When you think about someone, you can't help but talk to him in your mind. Of course, your expression will change too. It's all sweet." The system said, "Oh, so you always have a sweet expression when you talk to me. You love me so much." Weiwei Bai said, "Scram, a poor shorty doesn't deserve my love." The poor shorty system was speechless. Yi Yuxuan said, "Your expression just now clearly looked like you were scolding someone." Weiwei Bai raised her eyebrows and pulled him closer to her face. Her warm breath blew on his face. Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but hold his breath. Weiwei Bai said coldly, "What? I miss you and like you, but I'm not allowed to scold you. I'm scolding you, you heartless ghost." Yi Yuxuan felt a chill down his spine. What happened? He didn't realize that he was getting goosebumps because of this mushy sentence. The system responded truthfully, "Evil." Weiwei Bai had to be professional when it came to acting. She turned into a demon. "I miss you. But did you miss me? My mind is full of you, but what's in your mind? Air? You don't have me in your heart. How can I not scold you?" The system vomited and died. Before it died, it left behind its last words. "Stop it. This line is going to kill me. Fuck, it's so mushy. Why didn't the host poison herself to death?" Yi Yuxuan was pulled by her, but he didn't move. He maintained the same position. His previous appearance of precise calculation had disappeared. Although he was still expressionless, his eyes started to look evasive. Weiwei Bai did not give up. "Do you have it? Do you?" Yi Yuxuan finally looked at her again. His gaze was very focused, and his tone was doubtful. "My mind is full of you. Is it because I miss you?" Weiwei Bai blinked. Why did she feel that Yi Yuxuan looked a little silly? Yi Yuxuan pursed his thin lips and finally said again, "Then do I miss you? Because during this time, my mind is full of you every second." No matter what he did, she would always be in his mind. He had never left for even a second. The fake sweet smile on Weiwei Bai's face stiffened. Her flirting skills were a little too high. He felt like he had encountered a formidable opponent. She coughed softly. It's good that you miss me. I won't scold you anymore." Yi Yuxuan faintly grunted. His words of love were calm, and his response was also particularly calm. Then he continued to ask, "Why do you want to seduce me?" Weiwei Bai had seduced him from the start. He definitely did not misunderstand. He had even held an expert seminar to discuss the process of a woman seducing a man. There were also various reasons for the woman's mood changes. So he definitely did not get it wrong. Weiwei Bai had always been seducing him. The smile on Weiwei Bai's face disappeared. Couldn't he get past this hurdle? Her gaze softened. "Because I like you. Sincere and flawless." Yi Yuxuan sized up her expression. "You're lying. You're only seducing me, not liking me." Is at https://www.sashu.com/. Chapter 791. Weiwei Bai's expression became more natural. "No, I really like you. The first time I saw you..." Yi Yuxuan reached out a long finger and pressed it lightly on her lips. He looked at her calmly and firmly. His thin lips moved slightly again. "No, when you lie, your eyelashes flutter." Weiwei Bai. Whose eyelashes don't flutter? Even plastic people's eyelashes flutter. How could her eyelashes betray her? Yi Yuxuan narrowed his eyes. There was actually a tinge of coldness in his eyes. What's your motive? Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but bend her fingers stiffly. It was a nervous but discreet action, but it was such a small action. Yi Yuxuan grabbed her fingers easily. Look, you're nervous. Wei Wei Bai, she had met a high-level player. He could actually capture such a small action. This must be a freaking computer scan. Bai Weiwei didn't change. She didn't admit it, even if she was beaten to death. There's no doubt about the fact that I like you. Yi Yuxuan, you're wrong. That's not how I like you. Wei Weibai sized him up in disdain. Damn rookie, old virgin, a 10,000-year-old bachelor who had never taken care of a girl before. What I did, you have to talk to her about what it was like to like. Then what do you think it's like? Yi Yuxuan thought about it seriously and said, you should write a love letter or a confession bookmark and put in the book I'm used to reading. Then you should look at me shyly and say to me, let's go watch a movie. Wei Wei by Yi Yuxuan. When we're watching a movie, you should take the opportunity to hold my hand. At that time, our hearts will beat faster at the same time. Wei Wei by Yi Yuxuan. After the date, you'll confess and then we can kiss. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. No, she had nothing to live for. Yi Yuxuan nodded seriously. Liking someone isn't just a matter of words. You have to do it. This is the process of liking someone. Wei Wei Bai. So Yi Yuxuan is a pure and innocent person. He was just short of rolling on the bed. This man actually thought that only by watching a movie could he be considered to have liked her. Wei Wei Bai looked at him sympathetically. This was a perfect example of someone who was destined to be a bachelor based on his own abilities. He was the absolute king of bachelors. I'll write you a love letter, and then we'll go watch a movie. Yi Yuxuan thought for a moment, and then nodded reservedly. Are you going on a date with me? Wei Wei Bai. Are you crazy? Are you schizophrenic? Wasn't she about to get engaged the last time she came back? Wasn't she very mature back then? Why did he become so childish? He couldn't seem to connect with his previous personality. She didn't have a split personality. Yi Yuxuan, on the other hand, was very intelligent. A faint doubt flashed through her heart. Bai Weiwei hid this trace of doubt very well, and then she revealed a smile that grinded her teeth. Yes, I'm going on a date with you. After all, liking someone requires action. Yi Yuxuan sighed in relief, and his expression finally softened. I know you're lying, but I still can't help but agree to your invitation. Wei Wei Bai. How did she expose herself? However, the system knew that Yi Yuxuan represented absolute rationality and calmness. So as long as Wei Wei Bai was lying, he would be able to detect it. This kind of terrifying observation ability was not something a normal person could have. It glanced at Wei Wei Bai and then looked at the steadily rising health points. So what if he was rational? He still couldn't escape the fate of loving her. Wei Wei Bai really couldn't do anything about Yi Yuxuan's observation ability. She saw that he was going to seriously analyze the dozens of reasons why she was lying. She quickly covered it with her mouth and kissed it. Yi Yuxuan was stunned. Wei Wei Bai left, and he moved his lips. Wei Wei Bai pouted again and chirped. He froze. Her kiss was heavy and fast, sweet and cute. Wei Wei Bai saw his dazed look and quickly chirped on his lips again. Yi Yuxuan's brain calculated and analyzed rationally. He even began to suspect that the her in his dream had been deceiving him in his dream, which was infinitely close to the truth. And because of her kiss, the chirp disappeared. She lied to him, and he was willing to be lied to. // T. Chapter 792. Although Wei Wei Bai's body was still weak, the vegetative life given by the system had the function of combing the body. It was to prevent the body from becoming useless from sleeping. So as long as Wei Wei Bai's heart disease did not relapse, there would be no major problems. She looked at the various dishes on the table and picked up a piece of braised pork ribs. Come, eat some, Xian Xian. Yi Yuxuan looked at her sideways. His eyes were soft and bright. Wei Wei Bai also reached out and supported herself, teasing him openly. Eat more, then you'll have the strength to hug me. These sweet and mushy words. Yi Yuxuan still had a paralyzed expression, but he ate the food she picked up gracefully. Wei Wei Bai picked up a prawn, peeled it herself, and put it into his bowl. Xian Xian, this prawn is delicious. Eat more. Yi Yuxuan's chopsticks paused, and he looked up, the gentleness in his eyes more obvious. Even his stoic expression exuded tenderness like water. Then he also picked up some food and gently put it in Wei Wei Bai's bowl. You're weak, eat more. Wei Wei Bai's face was full of sweetness, and she nodded. You love me the most. System, evil, Qin Xiu, evil, by Chang'an. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and looked over, seeing two big light bulbs across the table. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu, her father and her attending physician. Qin Xiu saw Wei Wei Bai looking over and quickly put food in her bowl. Come, Wei Wei, eat more healthy food. It was to cover up the sound that he had just made when he was disgusted by their mushy words. But when he put food in her bowl, Yi Yuxuan stuck his chopsticks, took the food, and threw it back into Qin Xiu's bowl. She doesn't eat other people's saliva. Qin Xiu, so she eats your saliva. Bai Changyan ate alone as he stared at the other side of the table. Wei Wei Bai saw him and showed a sincere smile. Dad, it's delicious. Bai Changyan immediately showed a surprised smile. I ordered the kitchen to make these. They're all your favorite dishes. Wei Wei Bai smiled and nodded and picked up a piece of stewed tofu. Bai Changyan's eyes brightened. This was his favorite food. He quickly took the bowl and leaned over. Wei Wei Bai quickly put the tofu into Yi Yuxuan's bowl. Tofu is so hard. So she increased HP. Yi Yuxuan's eyes moved, and, as expected, his expression became gentler. Her HP also increased HP. Bai Weiwei smiled even more adorably. Yi Yuxuan also gazed at her, expressionless and happy, romantic and affectionate. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. It felt like they were in another world. No one was allowed to enter. Bai Changyan silently took back the bowl. Qin Xiu looked at Wei Wei Bai, and then looked at the damn Yi Yuxuan. Then he bitterly picked up a piece of chestnut stewed chicken and stuffed it into Bai Changyan's bowl. Only he can pick up food. I can too. Come, let's see the super death resentment of a 10,000-year single dog. Bai Changyan was also moved and put food into Qin Xiu's bowl. Eat more. Qin Xiu looked back at him and suddenly felt sad. It was Wei Wei Bai who picked up food for Yi Yuxuan. It was Wei Wei Bai's father who picked up food for him. Damn, no one loved him when he was with Yi Yuxuan since he was a child. When he grew up, no one still loved him. He was going to blacken. So Qin Xiu grabbed a plate of shrimp in front of him, letting him show off his love. Yi Yuxuan suddenly said, "Don't move." Wei Wei Bai blinked, and a trace of doubt appeared on her fair and beautiful face. Yi Yuxuan leaned close to her. Wei Wei Bai immediately understood. She closed her eyes and looked up expectantly. Her cheeks were slightly red, her beautiful eyelashes trembled, and her fair skin was unbelievably beautiful under the sun. Chapter 793. Her lips were slightly pouting. Old Father Bai and Dog Qin were both speechless. What kind of third wheel were they? Even the plate of prawns on the table had more presence than them. Yi Yuxuan stretched out his finger. The tip of his finger lightly brushed past her lips like a feather. Then he said, "There's a grain of rice on it." Before he could kiss Wei Wei Bai, who had opened her eyes, Old Father Bai and Dog Qin. At the same time, they thought, he really doesn't understand flirting. Then they saw Yi Yuxuan looking at the grain of rice on his finger indifferently. He didn't seem to think much. His thin lips sucked the grain of rice into his mouth. Then he said softly, "Don't waste it." His tone was calm. His posture was natural. He looked like he didn't have any friends. Wei Wei Bai's heart beat wildly for a while. Then she said to the system, "System, I've been flirted with." System, what? Isn't this a slap to your face? You're in charge of flirting. This is the biggest insult to your professional ability. Get him. Flirt back to prove your strength, girl. Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. She suddenly turned around and immediately changed her appearance. Her eyes were misty and soft. Her cheeks were flushed, and her smile was gentle. She pursed her lips, hesitated a little, then stretched out her finger and gently tapped the back of his hand. Yi Yuxuan turned back. Wei Wei Bai's voice was soft. The ending was sweet like spring water. "Do you want a date?" Yi Yuxuan's expression finally changed, his eyebrows raised. He felt that the back of his hand was wrapped around by her finger. Lightly tapped into his heart. It made his heart beat uncontrollably. He restrained and said, "Date." Bai Changyan slammed the table and stood up. "What date? If you dare to take my daughter to some messy place, I'll be the first to disagree." Qin Xiu quickly pulled on old Father Bai's clothes. Wei Wei's dad, I think young people still need to improve their relationship. Yi Yuxuan's expression also changed. He looked at Bai Changyan indifferently. Then, his voice was calm and oppressive. "My intended wife, wherever I am, she has to be. Wherever she asks me to go, I will go. In the eyes of the law, she is already an adult. You have no right to question or control her choice." These words really pierced Bai Changyan's heart. He pointed at Yi Yuxuan's face and said, "You little beast, don't think that just because I agree to your engagement, I will marry Wei Wei to you. If I don't agree, Wei Wei won't agree either, right, Wei Wei?" "Wei Wei Bai, I agree." Bai Changyan was heartbroken. Qin Xiu patted him on the shoulder. "Our daughter has grown up. Don't worry about her." Tears streamed down Bai Changyan's face. "You want this stinking brat? You don't want me anymore. Do you still remember how I changed your diapers when you were young and fed you milk powder in the middle of the night?" Wei Wei Bai stood up at once, stretched out her hands, and held Bai Changyan's trembling hands. She was moved to tears and said, "Dad, how could I forget? Every time you went out, you would bring me a gift. When I was sick, you were always with me. On my first day of school, you were afraid that I wouldn't be able to adapt, so you didn't go to work and followed me to school." Bai Changyan was brought into those warm times by her. Wei Wei Bai showed a grateful smile. "I remember how you loved me. Thank you, Dad." Bai Changyan's heart softened, and he couldn't get up. He said, "Of course, Dad loves you. I'll give you whatever you want." "Wei Wei Bai, I want Yi Yuxuan." Bai Changyan quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. I'll give you whoever you want." "Qin Xiu," Wei Wei Bai said with a smile. "Then I'm going out to play, Dad." Bai Changyan, Okay. Remember to bring medicine and your phone. Take care of your body." Wei Wei Bai pulled Yi Yuxuan up. "I know. Goodbye." Old Father Bai settled it in a few minutes. // Chapter 794. When Qin Xiu saw that the lovey-dovey couple had left, he finally couldn't help but ask a key question. "Wait, they haven't said what they're going to do yet. Damn, it's painful to be in the middle of a spoiler." Bai Changyan's eyes were soft. "Anywhere is fine as long as my Wei Wei is happy." Qin Xiu was silent. A daughter con is really scary. When Wei Wei Bai walked out, Yi Yuxuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pulled her. His expression was a little gloomy. Wei Wei Bai was puzzled. "What's wrong? Aren't we going to watch a movie?" Yi Yuxuan looked at her and suddenly said in a cold voice, "I can also watch over you when you're sick, change your diapers, and make milk powder for you. I'll follow you to school and guard you 24 hours a day. In addition, I'll have the right to choose any gift in the world." He paused for a second. Then he said, "So, can you remember how I love you?" This sentence made the smile at the corner of Bai Wei Wei's mouth stiffen. She wanted to say that she didn't need milk powder and diapers anymore. She didn't need to go to school. But these words couldn't come out of her mouth. The sweet smile on her face slowly disappeared. The two of them stood under the sun. Their expressions were equally calm, but there was a sense of tension surging within them. Wei Wei Bai suddenly smiled, and there was a hint of fatigue in her smile. "I don't know, Yi Yuxuan. Who knew what would happen in the future?" Suddenly, she didn't want to lie to him. She didn't even listen to the system's warning. Maybe it was because she knew that Yi Yuxuan had been watching her hypocritical look. She didn't know if it was in a fit of pique. She actually told the truth. She was obviously trying to seduce him. She was so thick-skinned that she wouldn't admit it even if her lie was exposed. Yi Yuxuan's expression didn't change, but his eyes were unusually deep. He held her hand tightly and suddenly walked forward. Wei Wei Bai was pulled by him. Yi Yuxuan looked straight ahead. "It's okay. If you can't remember, it's because I don't love you enough. I'll work hard." At this point, he pondered for a few seconds. Only then did he say seriously, "I'll work so hard that you won't forget me." He was persistent and peaceful, but it was a sweet vow. His HP instantly increased by 10 days. Wei Wei Bai held her breath and looked up at him. His back was facing her. His body was straight and slender, and his fingers pulled her forcefully. It was as if he could take her to the end of the world. The anxiety of death in her heart was smoothed away by his strong calmness. Wei Wei Bai's gaze couldn't help but soften, without a trace of impurities. Since he asked her to come to the cinema, she came to the cinema. Yi Yuxuan didn't think too much about it. There was a 5-star hotel next to the cinema. It seemed like it was his first time in the cinema. He stood at the entrance of the cinema in a daze. In the bustling crowd, Yi Yuxuan's appearance was too stunning. His handsome face was cold and dazzling. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and stood straight as he looked around. Wei Wei Bai said, "Buy the movie tickets first." Yi Yuxuan nodded. Then the two of them stood together and went to queue. The people in the queue turned back to look at them from time to time. The two of them were very eye-catching. When they stood together, the people around them couldn't help but take a few steps back. They were afraid that this couple, who seemed to have been photoshopped, would set them off as the cruel background. Even Photoshop couldn't create such beauty. Yi Yuxuan looked around indifferently. He was very calm about the gazes of others. Wei Weibai was also very calm. She was already used to the gazes of all kinds of emotions brought about by beauty. The calm couple finally had their turn to buy the tickets. Wei Weibai raised a beautiful smile and said to the guy buying the tickets, "Buy the tickets." Then she bought a discounted ticket and a bucket of popcorn. Chapter 795. Beauty could be used as money. This was the truth that Wei Weibai had known since she was young. Yi Yuxuan was expressionless. Suddenly, he took out a few large bills from his wallet and threw them on the table. He then covered Wei Weibai's mouth with one hand to cover her smile and said coldly to the ticket seller, "Keep the change." The ticket seller's mouth twitched. What kind of operation was this? He said, "Sir, you've already paid." It was awkward to use money to slap people in the face these days. Yi awkward, overbearing Xiao Xian said coldly, "I'll fire you after I buy the cinema." The ticket seller, Wei Weibai, was speechless. Yi Yuxuan then dragged Wei Weibai away. He even said to her, "You don't have to smile at him. Although your smile can be exchanged for discounted tickets, your smile is much more expensive than the discounted tickets. It's not worth it." Wei Weibai. This was the first time someone said that her smile was expensive. She then remembered to ask, "You're joking about buying the cinema, right?" She thought that Yi Yuxuan had said out of turn. Yi Yuxuan looked at her indifferently. "I'm not joking. I'm going to buy the cinema and fire the ticket seller." Wei Weibai hesitated for a moment before looking at him strangely. "Are you jealous?" Yi Yuxuan looked at her calmly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly took out his phone. He then looked up the physical and psychological changes of jealousy. He compared it and found that there was a 90% similarity. Then, under Wei Weibai's stunned expression, he nodded calmly. "Yes, I'm jealous." After saying that, he frowned again. "If I'm jealous, will you coax me?" In the reference example of jealousy, the other half would always coax them. Wei Weibai was really defeated by him. She stuffed him with a few pieces of popcorn. Her face was expressionless, and her voice was emotionless as she said, "Be good. Don't be angry. If you hurt your body, I'll be heartbroken." Yi Yuxuan nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, I got it." The system couldn't help but rub its face as it watched the two emotionless people fall in love. He was afraid that his face would be paralyzed as well. The movie was a romance movie, a must-watch movie on a date. It was a beautiful and tragic love story. In the dark cinema, cries could be heard from time to time. Wei Weibai and Yi Yuxuan, cold-blooded and emotionless, watched. From time to time, Yi Yuxuan would point behind the female lead. There was a Hyundai car there. The movie was from ancient times. Wei Weibai also saw it with her sharp eyes. Yes, the alley that they ran to just now had advertisements for infertility treatment and circumcision. "Yes," Yi Yuxuan said. "There's also a notice about a search for a husky." Wei Weibai said, "The female lead's makeup is smudged. Even her neck is a few shades darker." Yi Yuxuan said, "I saw the director's feet exposed in the camera." The audience sitting next to them was so moved that they kept crying. In the end, the audience kept cursing. They came to watch a love story to detoxify, but they were exposed. There was no way to live. In the end, the female lead died in the male lead's arms. "Forget me. Find a better woman. Don't be sad for me for more than 3 days." The cinema was suddenly filled with cries. Wei Wei Bai and Yi Yuxuan, cold-blooded and emotionless, watched indifferently. Then Yi Yuxuan said, "That's it." Wei Wei Bai said, "That's it." Yi Yuxuan thought for a moment. "I'll leave first. Wait for me." Wei Wei Bai nodded. As soon as Yi Yuxuan left, the system said, "The 500 external life points are full." Although Yi Yuxuan's life points were deducted from time to time because he was not in a good mood, but when he was in a bad mood, his life points increased by a shocking number. Wei Wei Bai looked at the female lead who died in the male lead's arms with a complicated expression. She sighed, then leaned her head against the back of the chair. "Let's go, Tongzi." She stayed for 2 days this time. It was the first time she stayed for 2 days in reality. The system said, "You can stay for a few more days to rest." Wei Wei Bai was silent, then finally said, "No, let's go." There was no emotional shield in reality. She could not be indifferent to Yi Yuxuan. So, she could only escape. When Yi Yuxuan walked in with the roses, he saw Wei Wei Bai with her eyes closed. There was some noise around them, only she was so quiet and gentle. Yi Yuxuan looked at her quietly for a few seconds, then put the roses in her hand. Then he leaned his head on her shoulder, close to her neck, and felt the vibration of her arteries. She was alive. Then, tears suddenly fell from his calm eyes. He was not afraid that she would fall asleep, but he was afraid that she would suddenly die. Chapter 796. Wei Wei Bai woke up with a familiar headache and found herself half leaning on the beauty chair. A servant girl with 2 buns on her head whispered, "That Chi Chimu has come." Chi Chimu? Just as she was thinking this, the system's memory and reminder came at the same time. This mission is to obtain Chi Chimu's love. Target: Chi Chimu. Completion: 0. Time: 1.5 years. 1.5 years. This time was frighteningly ample. Wei Wei Bai massaged her temples, looking at the jumbled memories. This mission was a rebirth mission. The one reborn was Chi Chimu. Chi Chimu could be considered the original owner's older cousin. Because of his rough life and the death of both his parents, he had no choice but to live under someone else's roof in the Bai family. From a young age, he was regarded as a freeloader and was bullied everywhere. But because the Bai family was considered an aristocratic family of officials, they didn't eat or drink less. Even if it was called bullying, it was just bullying between children. It couldn't be considered a life and death feud. The turning point happened when Chi Chimu was 7 years old. He was dragged by Wei Wei Bai's older brother, Bai Chi, to the ice lake to fish. Bai Chi had the idea of teasing him and kicked him into the ice cave. Chi Chimu casually pulled Bai Chi into the ice cave. The 2 children fell into the ice cave, life and death hanging by a thread. When they were finally rescued, Bai Chi had already breathed his last. And because Chi Chimu's body was stronger, he was lucky to survive. Bai Chi was the eldest grandson of the Bai family, but he died. But Chi Chimu, this little bastard who had no parents, survived. From that day on, Chi Chimu's nightmare began. Everyone in the Bai family, from the young masters and misses to the servants and servants, they all abused him under the Bai family's tacit approval. They believed that he killed Bai Chi. Chi Chimu grew up in the Bai family's environment of all kinds of abuse and humiliation. Then at the age of 19, he tried every method to obtain the opportunity to take the imperial examinations and became the top scorer. Then he hooked up with the 3rd prince and toppled the crown prince. He became a rich son-in-law in the eyes of the prime minister. And the Bai family, which was originally a family of low-ranking officials, was destroyed by Chi Chimu, who came for revenge. The men were all executed by 1,000 cuts. The women's faces were branded with the mark of sin and thrown into the barracks as military prostitutes. They would not stop until they were tortured to death. When Wei Wei Bai saw this, she had a bad premonition and frowned. Then the memories continued, and it was Chi Chimu's death from poisoning. This poison was very strange. Back then, when he obtained the top score and returned to the Bai family, Madame Bai already knew that he was here for revenge. Therefore, he added a tasteless and colorless special drug to his tea. There was no poison, so he couldn't test it. Then, the original host, Wei Wei Bai, appeared. She had a natural body fragrance. This kind of body fragrance was special. It could actually trigger the medicine in Chi Chima's body, slowly poisoning him to death. Seeing this, Wei Wei Bai, who had a face full of logic, could only put on an expression of despair. What the hell was going on? Her body fragrance and an unknown drug had killed Chi Chimu. Then Chi Chimu was reborn back. Favorable impression points. Ding. The male lead's favorability is at -40. It was just a bit less than the enmity of Chet Ding Ding. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but ask the system, before he was reborn, what was the favorability of the original host? The system flipped through the information. Oh, the initial favorability was 20. Seeing that the little girl was cute, later the little girl was vicious and bullied him, so the favorability became -10. Wei Wei Bai. What about the original host's fate before she was reborn? Why does it seem like she's pixelated? System. Oh, in response to the call to eliminate pornography and promote righteousness. The unsuitable scene can't be exaggerated too much. Wei Wei Bai. Favorability -10. What unsuitable scene is that? Slash the. Chapter 797. After all, when the original owner died, the slow-acting poison in Chi Chima's body hadn't been discovered yet, so the favorability shouldn't have changed much. The system said, because he hated the original owner for making him dress up as a woman and bark like a dog when he was young, he called over a dozen big men to do the same thing to the original owner. Then, he called over a dozen big dogs to provoke the original owner. In the end, the original owner died beyond recognition, and more than half of the body was eaten by the dogs. Wei Wei Bai. Ugh. She couldn't take it anymore. She had successfully disgusted the audience and herself. The system said, later, he found out that his poison was caused by your mother, and it was triggered by your body fragrance. So he dug out your body and ground your bones to ashes. Wei Wei Bai, Slagstem, I'm a bit cold. The system said, it's okay. Let the male lead call a few more dogs to accompany you. Then you won't be cold. Wei Wei Bai. I quit acting and chose to commit suicide. I still have 510 days of life value anyway. So she was still alive when she returned to reality. Having life value was willful. The system immediately said, I lied to you. There was no exciting scene of a man, a beast, or a big man doing it. In fact, the original owner's final ending was suicide, and then she was fed to the dogs by the angry Chi Chimu. Wei Wei Bai wanted to roar. This was also very cruel, okay? The system said earnestly, you've passed all the hurdles. How can you be lazy now? 500 days of life value is just a little more than a year. Living a little more than a year, isn't that a short-lived ghost? Wei Wei Bai, you can flirt with Yi Yuxuan in reality. The system said, if the strategy fails, even if your soul is lucky enough to pass through the plane storm and return to reality, your body can't accommodate external life value. So Yi Yuxuan is also useless. Wei Wei Bai just remembered this. After successfully attacking the plane and returning, it could accommodate the life value given by Yi Yuxuan. The system said, also, I just remembered, if you fail and return, you can't immediately pass through the plane again. Wei Wei Bai asked, what do you mean? The system replied, it means that you have to spend all of your life points before you can enter the realm again. For example, if she had 500 days of life, she would have to spend that many days before she could enter the plane again. Wei Wei Bai trembled and spoke quickly. Call him in. The young man outside the door stood as straight as a pine tree. Just looking at his back made people feel that he was incomparably handsome. But when he turned around, it made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Her black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, and her clothes were also a girl's jacket and skirt, bright red and green. Even his fair and handsome face was smeared with some rouge, making him look extremely comical. However, his eyes were pitch black and cold, like a bottomless pool, suffused with cold air, abnormally deep. The door opened, and a young maid walked out, her face full of disdain. Let you in, Chi Chimu. Chi Chimu, who should clearly be considered half a master. In this family, her status was even lower than that of a female servant. Anyone could call out his name and order him around. Even if Chi Chimu was smeared with ridiculous rouge, one could still see that his delicate face was suddenly frighteningly cold. He faintly swept a glance over the young maid. his cold aura sending a chill down people's backs. The young maid immediately retreated a few steps, her heart fearful. Then she frowned and shouted, "What? You still dare to glare at me? Be careful. I'll have the young miss chase you into the laundry room to wash your clothes." The people who did the laundry were the lowest of the lowest. When Chichimu heard the young miss, he thought of his previous life. The scene of Wei Wei Bai's unrecognizable corpse being dug up by him and her bones being ground to dust. His mood improved a bit. Chapter 798. Then he lightly pursed his lips, restraining the incomparably oppressive cold light in his eyes. He said softly, "Little Jiejia, please forgive me. I saw that you were beautiful and couldn't help but take a few more glances. I was rude." The little maid immediately raised her chin proudly. "Consider yourself to have good eyes. All right, hurry and get in." Chichimu calmly pursed his lips, smiling faintly. Then he turned and walked through the door. There was a screen at the door. The Bai family's daughter lived like a prince. She was pampered, but raised with an arrogant appearance that made people nauseous. Chichimu recalled that since childhood, the person who bullied him the most was Wei Wei Bai. This woman was 2 years younger than him. Her methods of humiliating others were more formidable than his. He looked at the woman's clothes on his body and recalled her arrogant, cold smile as she ordered, "I lack a maid to dress and make up. In the future, wear women's clothing and come comb my hair and dress me." That one sentence crushed his pride as a man to pieces. A bloodthirsty light flashed through Chichimu's eyes. Now was not the time to break away from the Bai family. He could only endure. He was just about to bend down behind the screen to speak to Wei Wei Bai. Behind the screen, an arrogant, soft, and sweet shout came from behind. "What are you still standing at the door for? Hurry and come in. The sun is already in the middle of the day, and you're only here now." It was clearly an order. But why did it sound like she was acting coquettishly? Chichimu was absent-minded. He, who had just been reborn, couldn't remember if Wei Wei Bai used to speak in this tone before. As he thought about it, he stepped into the hall. Then he calmly raised his eyes and glanced. He was slightly stunned. On the beauty chair, the young girl was leaning against it, her moon-white strapless dress flowing down the chair like water. Under her willow-like delicate brows, her black eyes were as clear as a pool of spring water, quick-witted and soaring. Her beautiful and slender fingers gently supported her bright and clean forehead. Her raven black hair was scattered, faintly revealing her fragile and elegant neck and that delicate white skin. This kind of her, bright and beautiful, carried a fragile softness. Even though her eyes were cold, there was still a hint of sweetness in them. For a moment, Chichimu couldn't retract his gaze, and his breathing grew heavier. Wei Wei Bai didn't seem to notice his expression. She got up impatiently. "You're only here now. I have to pay my respects to my mother." Chichimu was now Wei Wei Bai's dressing maid. No one dared to raise any objections. Chichimu heard her mention her mother. Only then did he remember that the woman had poisoned him to death. His eyes turned cold again. He said calmly with a hint of flattery, "Coming, cousin." Wei Wei Bai was sitting on a chair in front of the dressing table. She was casually holding a peach blossom hairpin. When she heard how he addressed her, she turned around and glared at him. The corners of her eyes were red, and her gaze was cold and glamorous. "Who are you calling your cousin? I don't have such a shabby cousin like you." He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she actually said the word cousin with a bit of emphasis, but with a bit of finesse. He couldn't hear the disdain in it, but it carried a bit of seductive charm. Chichimu paused in his action of picking up the comb, then lowered his head as if nothing had happened. "Then, miss, I'll comb your hair." Wei Wei Bai looked at herself in the mirror, her expression saying, "I'm too beautiful to have a IQ. Comb it a bit better." Chichimu said indifferently, "Okay." There wasn't the slightest feeling of resistance. It was the favorability. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -45. That's right, it dropped another 5 points. Should she make a few more points and drop the favorability to -55? That way, she could break through that plane of vengeance. // Download. Read on. To facilitate your next reading, You can click on the Save button below to record this reading record. Chapter 799. The system kindly reminded. -10 is fed to the dogs. -45 should be fermented by dozens of dogs. So be gentle, lest you die too unsightly in the future. Wei Bai. My gentleness is too obvious. Chi Chimu. This rebirth will know that if I'm not possessed by a ghost, then I'm also reborn. It was very easy for transmigrators to see that they were also transmigrators. People who were reborn would also wonder if others were the same as them, whether they were also reborn. So if she had made a big change in temperament from the start and treated Chi Chimu gently, Chi Chimu would have been able to guess her origins. Wei Bai said calmly, "It's fine." Later on, things like deliberately starving him to death, pushing him into the water, letting people whip him, and so on, I won't do it. Then I'll find a suitable opportunity to change my attitude, and the favorability will go up. In any case, the targets of every plane had enmity with her. She was very calm and didn't feel surprised at all. No, why couldn't she transmigrate to a plane where the targets loved her to death? Every target had enmity with her. Couldn't this setting be changed? Suddenly, on by Wei's eyebrows, a finger with a rough feeling gently rubbed over. She looked up and saw Chi Chimu bending over, his movements gentle as he helped her draw her eyebrows. After drawing her eyebrows, his hand, with a cold feeling, began to apply powder on her without using any strength. His movements were smooth, as if he had done it many times. Wei Bai seemed to want to be picky, but no matter how she looked, the makeup was perfect. There was nothing to be picky about. Chi Chimu leaned close to her. The familiar orchid fragrance on her body faintly floated to his nose. This smell carried the aura of death. He had died because of this fragrance. Chi Chimu's gaze was even colder, but he easily concealed it. Finally, in the center of her eyebrows, he drew a peach blossom. The peach blossom was gorgeous and dazzling. Wei Bai glanced at the bronze mirror and suddenly pursed her lips, revealing a bright and charming smile. All of a sudden, the peach blossom on her forehead seemed to have come to life. Her beautiful face was so lively and beautiful that it could captivate one's soul. She sized her up reservedly and said with a little pride, "My makeup is rough, but it doesn't detract from my beautiful face." The coldness in Chi Chimu's eyes was unexpectedly warmed by her smile. Even if she had the heart of a snake or scorpion, she was so beautiful that it moved people. A trace of doubt flashed through Chi Chimu's heart. In his previous life, was Wei Bai so beautiful? Although they had similar appearances, his impression of Wei Bai was only that she looked disgusting. Even her eyes were the same shape as the dead fishball. There was no sense of amazement. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at her. He saw that her face was even more beautiful than the peach blossoms between her brows. However, he could not help but shift his gaze away. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -40. Bai Wei smiled and said to the system, "As long as I change my attitude a little bit, the favorability will definitely rise. The original owner is stupid. She bullied people to death and didn't wait for people to retaliate. System, that's right. Before her rebirth, the original host also let the male lead dress up. After dressing up, she threw a tantrum and slapped people, making them kneel outside and pour cold water on them. Wei Bai, I can't do that. Wouldn't that be courting death?" Just as she finished speaking, ding, side mission activated. "My dearest darling host, have you ever longed for a childhood sweetheart? Wei Bai, waste your big pig trotter's words. If you have something to say, then say it quickly. Once you're done, scram your mother." Address of the https://www.sashu.com// Address of the https://www.sashu.com. Address of the https://m. sashu.com// Chapter 800. In any case, it definitely wasn't a good mission. The side mission didn't disappoint. Mission, before rebirth, all the steps of the original owner to bully the male lead cannot be omitted. Whipping people with vine whips, pushing people into ice water, starving people to death in the firewood shed, stopping the imperial examinations, burning exam books, poisoning, adding orchid fragrance, etc. Wei Wei Bai suddenly wanted to commit suicide and go home. Failure punishment. Please be happily fermented by dozens of large dogs for 7 days and 7 nights. Incidentally, the system will also be fermented this and that by the dogs. I wish you guys a happy human and beast romance. Love you, yo. Wei Wei Bai in the system. It wasn't thinking it was better to commit suicide and go home. This was fucking going against the dogs, wasn't it? What kind of deep hatred did this system have with dogs? Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "What a coincidence, you also have dogs over there." System. Yes, the dogs in our system world all grow 3 chrysanthemums, 5 hooks, 12 legs, and 30 caddies of fur. Wei Wei Bai, a bit of a heavy taste. Then Wei Wei Bai saw a horizontal bar appear above her head. On it was written a countdown of 30 seconds. What the hell? The system reminded, the original owner slapped people at this time in her past life, and at the same time had people kneel and pour cold water on them. The slap must be done within 30 seconds. Wei Wei Bai, she couldn't live anymore, just wait for death. Then Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath and turned to look coldly at Chi Chimu. Chi Chimu stood calmly, as if he didn't see the cold light in her eyes. He said softly, "It's a bit late, so I won't disturb you." Wei Wei Bai had him come dress up just to humiliate him. She didn't really want to see him. Chi Chimu calmly thought, waiting for him to endure until he got the chance to escape. By family, humph. He wouldn't let any of them go, pa. Chi Chimu was stunned, a burning sensation coming from his face. The gloominess and coldness hidden in his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Although Chi Chimu's appearance carried the delicate feeling of a youth, his nose was straight and graceful, and his thin lips were ruthlessly exquisite. He had his own cold handsomeness. No one dared to blaspheme her. Wei Wei Bai acted as if she didn't see the killing intent in his eyes. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. "What kind of makeup did you put on me? It covered up my beautiful face. Are you jealous that I'm prettier than you? You did it on purpose, didn't you?" These words were truly laughable. Chi Chimu's murderous aura was interrupted for a moment. Wei Wei Bai arrogantly said in a loud voice, "What are you waiting for? Carry him out and pour cold water on him to wake him up." Chi Chimu was pushed out. The weather was cold, and it had snowed the previous night. The green tiles were chilled to the bone. His head was pressed down as he knelt on the ground. He had lived 2 lives, but he didn't have any martial power, so he couldn't break free. A bucket of ice water was poured all over his head. The bone-piercing cold made Chi Chimu's eyes turn red and his muscles tense up. However, that delicate and sweet voice was filled with venom. "Continue watering." Several buckets of water poured down, knocking Chi Chimu unconscious. He gasped for breath, gritting his teeth as he raised his eyes. He saw Wei Wei Bai standing on the steps, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Then she gracefully walked over to him, and when she reached his side, she suddenly turned her head, a pair of black jade-like eyes beautiful and clear. Jealousy flashed through her eyes. Then she arrogantly raised her head. "You're so good-looking. Do you think you can compare to me? Dream on." Saying this, she turned and left. Chi Chimu, "So you poured cold water on me because I'm good-looking?" Such an absurd reason made him angry. He found it laughable. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -50. Wei Wei Bai in the system. This hatred is like the enmity of having a JJ cut off. /full text download. Chapter 801. Wei Wei Bai absent-mindedly finished dealing with her mother, who was also the Bai family's matriarch, as well as a bunch of older brothers and sisters. She asked the system, "Where's Chi Chimu?" System, "Dead." Wei Wei Bai, system, "The weather's cold." After being watered and just coming back from rebirth, his body was weak, so he directly fell down. He's probably running a fever now. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. A fever was good, She liked to make targets miserable the most. Once they were miserable, she would take the opportunity to redeem them. Favorable impression points would come very quickly. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly said, Go, go, go. Quickly go take care of him. System, collapsing characters setting. Wei Wei Bai's footsteps paused. This was a problem. After all, if her personality suddenly changed, Qi Chimu would definitely be vigilant. The consequence of not trusting him was that no matter how good she was to him, the favorability wouldn't rise. Bai Weiwei walked around expressionlessly, all kinds of conspiracies and overt schemes running through her mind. She had to find a normal reason to get close to Qi Chimu. It began to snow outside. Qi Chimu lived in a simple and crude room similar to a firewood shed. He only had time to change his clothes before his entire body collapsed. It was the same in his previous life. When he was pranked, he hovered on the edge of life and death many times. That was why his body later became weak. That was why that poison could easily take his life. Thinking of this, he really hated the Bai family to the bone. Qi Chimu's thin lips were white, his expression haggard, but his pair of black eyes were frighteningly bright. There was no fear or anxiety, but calmness. Everything he had now was in the hands of the Bai family. Even his qualifications for the imperial examinations were obtained after he first met the third prince. And the most important reason for being able to rely on the third prince was because of the wealth his parents left him. Qi Chimu only found out in his previous life by chance that his parents were famous wealthy merchants. The Qi family was very rich, but later on, the two of them died in an accident, and he was brought to live in the Bai family. And the Qi family's wealth fell into the hands of the Bai family. Later on, he discovered that the Qi family was much wealthier than he had imagined. The Bai family had only taken a small portion of it. As for the place where the wealth was stored, he had seen the map in the hairpin in his previous life. And in this life, he needed to obtain this wealth again. What he needed was the hairpin his mother had given him. He remembered that hairpin. It was in Wei Wei Bai's hands. Only with this amount of money could he rely on the third prince, who had successfully usurped the throne in his previous life. Because the current third prince was still being suppressed by the crown prince. He only had ambition and wisdom, but he lacked talent and wealth. Because of his fever, Qi Chimu couldn't sleep and thought about many things. The more he thought about it, the more he hated the Bai family. Suddenly, the sound of frolicking came from outside. "Where's that little bastard? I heard that Big Sister punished him. He must have made Big Sister unhappy." He was Wei Wei Bai's younger brother. The mistress of the Bai family only gave birth to a pair of twins, Bai Qi and Wei Wei Bai. After Bai Qi's death, in the entire Bai family, only Wei Wei Bai, the daughter of the first wife, had the highest and most respected position. Her group of younger brothers and sisters were all born of concubines, and all of them thought of ways to curry favor with Wei Wei Bai. And bullying him was the best way to curry favor. Qi Chimu's fingers clenched tightly, his eyes ruthless and oppressive. The crumbling door was pushed open, and a few sloppy teenagers walked in. Seeing Qi Chimu lying sickly on the broken wooden bed, they immediately kicked the bed. "Still not coming over to kneel in front of us? You dare to sleep after seeing us. Your guts are quite big." Chapter 802. The other immediately reached out and pulled the thin and feverish Qi Chimu off the bed. Because Qi Chimu's body was too weak, his head was dizzy, and he fell to the cold ground without any strength to resist. For a moment, his chest and lungs felt stuffy, and he coughed. The malicious ridicule of the youths was ear-piercing. "Say, is his illness contagious? Such a sick ghost? Why don't you drive him out of the manor?" Our Bai family is a scholarly family. Even if he is a little bastard with a vicious heart, it is because of our benevolent hearts that we can accommodate him. Benevolent hearts. A trace of ridicule flashed through Qi Chimu's eyes. He was truly disgusted with the Bai family. The youth who kicked the door suddenly took out a bag. "Do you know what this is? It is good stuff to nourish the body. I also have a good heart. Hearing that you were sick to death, I brought it to nourish you." Qi Chimu saw the thing in his hand, and his pupils shrank. It was the same in his previous life. When he fell ill, he was stuffed with tiger and wolf medicine. It caused his body to directly collapse. Qi Chimu knew that he couldn't let this happen again. If he hadn't just been reborn last night, there would be no time to plan. He wouldn't be as passive as he was now. The youth revealed a malicious smile and took out the medicinal powder, about to stuff it into Chi-Chimu's mouth. Chi-Chimu reached out and viciously swatted. The youth's expression was sinister. He dodged and immediately gave him a kick. "Who do you think you are, daring to kick this grandpa? You are just a little bastard without parents. Seeing that you are sick, I fed you medicine out of goodwill, but you actually repay kindness with enmity." Chi-Chimu's head was very dizzy. He choked and coughed up traces of blood. Several youths had already rushed forward, pressing down on his hands and feet, wanting to stuff the body-destroying medicine into Chi-Chimu's mouth. In any case, Chi-Chimu was a punching bag in the Bai family. They were used to bullying him, even if they killed him. No one felt that there was anything wrong. Chi-Chimu's head felt like it was splitting, and he almost couldn't breathe. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with blood. He remembered these people. The youths who were used to bullying him felt a chill run down their backs. One of them picked up a chair and was about to smash it down. He's still not letting go. I don't believe that he'll be able to bite his tongue after this hit. Chi-Chimu watched helplessly as the chair came crashing down. He clenched his fists so hard that they bled, but he couldn't avoid the chair. Just as the chair was about to fall down, a cry of surprise came from the door. The familiar voice caused the youths to be stunned. The chair stopped just above Chi-Chimu's head. Chi-Chimu took the opportunity to kick the youth in front of him away. Because he didn't have enough strength, the young man only took 2 steps back. Then, he fiercely turned around and said, "Are you looking for death? How dare you kick me?" At the door, Wei Bai frowned and looked at them with disdain. "That's enough. What are you all doing? Why are you all yelling about fighting and killing? Hurry up and leave." Wei Bai was the daughter of the first wife and the apple of the Bai family's eye. One word from her was worth 100 words from others. The youths immediately stopped, embarrassed. "Yes, sister." Then, he immediately walked out. Once the group of youths had gone far away, Wei Bai looked at Chi-Chimu. His entire body had collapsed as he leaned against the bed. His thin, cold lips were tightly pursed, without a trace of blood. It was clearly the dead of winter, but his entire body was drenched in sweat. His face was abnormally flushed, and his brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was enduring great pain. But even though he was already weak to this extent, Chapter 803. His eyes were still open, and under his thick, long eyelashes, a pair of eyes carried a ruthless, bloodthirsty aura. It made people feel a chill run down their backs. He looked at Wei Bai and blinked, the bloodthirst in his eyes disappearing. Then he slowly enunciated, "Why did Biaomei come? Is it because you saw that I didn't die, and also came to feed me a dose of tiger and wolf medicine, so that I can go on my way smoothly?" His words were soft and slow. There wasn't a trace of ruthlessness, but it was cold and gloomy. Wei Bai pulled out a handkerchief and covered her nose, looking around critically. "What is this, Why do you live in such a messy place?" And she seemed to have spilled the beans, and her expression changed. She quickly walked to Chi-Chimu's side, a bell at her waist, each step crisp and clear. Chi-Chimu looked at her coldly. After his rebirth, he also knew that he had to endure silently to succeed. Perhaps because of the burden of his body, his mind wasn't too clear. Seeing Wei Bai, new and old hatred rose up. He also lost the calm thought of acting to curry favor. Wei Bai revealed a forced smile. Her pale face and lips were extremely good, full and captivating, with a moist luster. Even if it was a fake smile, it was extremely beautiful. Chi-Chimu became even more vigilant. He forced himself to hold on and stared at her. He didn't know what kind of vicious thoughts she had, but he saw her reach out with her soft, white fingers holding the handkerchief and approach him, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. Her movements were gentle, and the young girl's orchid fragrance entered his nose with this movement. Chi-Chimu didn't dare to move, doubt flashing through his eyes. Wei Bai didn't wait for him to say anything. She had already turned around and instructed the maid outside to call for a doctor. Chi-Chimu looked at her with dark eyes. Wei Bai's smile didn't change. Seeing him like this, she said with false affection, "You are so ill. My heart hurts when I see you." Chi Chimu. Then Wei Wei Bai didn't care what Chi Chimu thought. She had someone come in and carry Chi Chimu back to the bed. Then Wei Wei Bai turned her head and her expression changed. How can anyone live in such a messy house? There isn't even a charcoal stove. Are they trying to freeze people to death? The maids and manservants immediately tidied up. Wei Wei Bai snorted coldly and couldn't help but cover her nose with her handkerchief. However, she thought of something and quickly moved the handkerchief away. His actions were filled with disdain. Chi Chimu, who was lying on the bed, felt relieved when he saw her actions. She wiped his forehead with the handkerchief. If she didn't mind, she would be possessed. The reborn Chi Chimu also began to revere ghosts and gods. What was Wei Wei Bai's motive? She was still as stupid as before, but she had deliberately come to treat him well. The room was tidied up, and the doctor arrived. Chi Chimu had been tormented miserably enough. After being fed a bowl of medicine, his body finally recovered. Then he closed his eyes. He really couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, Wei Wei Bai asked everyone to leave. Then she began to wipe his sweat and change the cold handkerchief. Her technique was clumsy, and as she wiped, she complained, "You can't die, do you hear me?" Chi Chimu was in a daze, feeling that Wei Wei Bai was always by his side. She was wiping his sweat. The doubts in Chi Chimu's heart grew stronger and stronger. In this world, Wei Wei Bai was the person who wished for him to die the most. Why would she specially come to take care of him? These thoughts blurred, and he frowned in pain. Ice and fire intertwined in his body. She gently stroked his face with one hand. The temperature of the fingers was so gentle and warm. His eyes were dry. When he was extremely vulnerable, he was even more reluctant to part with that bit of warmth that didn't belong to him. // Download. Slack. Chapter 804. Chi Chimu couldn't help but lean his face closer to that hand. The owner of the hand hesitated for a moment before not moving away. Chi Chimu's tightly furrowed brows softened. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 45. This sleep made Chi Chimu think that he was going to die again. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still in this shabby room. He really had returned to the real world. He felt a hand on his neck, the fingertips touching his jaw, bringing about a tickling sensation. Chi Chimu was startled before turning his head. He saw Wei Wei Bai lying by the bed, her beautiful brows furrowed. Her white, jade-like face didn't have a usual flamboyant and bright feeling, but had a trace of weakness that made people pity her. He stared at her, his gaze complicated and vigilant. If not for Wei Wei Bai's timely arrival, he might have been reborn and walked the same path as his previous life. His body would be completely worn down. Even without that cup of poison, his body wouldn't have lasted more than a few years. But today, she had interrupted his calamity of being fed the medicine and had specially come to take care of him. Chi Chimu felt that it was impossible for Wei Wei Bai to have discovered her conscience. So did she have a purpose? Wei Wei Bai slept uncomfortably. She seemed to feel Chi Chimu's gaze, her eyelashes trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. Her misty eyes carried the drunkenness of having just woken up, but they were clear and black, without the slightest hint of a vicious heart. Chi Chimu's eyes darkened, and he looked away. Wei Wei Bai didn't react, and then she finally remembered something. Biaoga. This biaoga was like the melting of ice and blooming of flowers, sweet and soft spring water. It made Chi Chimu abruptly look over. Wei Wei Bai revealed a fake smile. Biaoga, are you feeling better? Chi Chimu's calm eyes trembled slightly. He pursed his lips for a long time before saying, I can't afford to be called Biaoga by you. Wei Wei Bai was originally in a bad mood. She suddenly stood up and put her hands on her hips. Do you think I want to call you Biaoga? If it weren't for... She quickly shut her mouth and glared at him. That flamboyant and bold spirit was back. This was the Wei Wei Bai he was familiar with. Bai Wei Wei immediately softened her temper and called out in a tender and soft voice, Biaoga, you and I are cousins. What else do you want me to call you? Can't you afford it? Chi Chimu looked deeply at her, and then after a moment of silence, he also revealed a smile. Cousin is right. Wei Wei Bai immediately let out a sigh of relief and said, I didn't treat you well in the past. Since I worked hard to take care of you today, just forget about it. Just forget about it. If it was just a light sentence. How could someone say something so stupid? The smile on Chi Chima's lips was simply a smile of anger. Wei Wei Bai thought that his smile meant that he agreed, so she smiled as well. Her smile actually contained traces of innocence and tenderness. Chi Chimu felt that his mocking smile was for a blind person to see. He took a deep breath. I don't know why Biaoga has come to find me today. Wei Wei Bai, it's nothing. I just want to see you. After all, you and I grew up together and have deep feelings. Isn't it normal for me to visit you when you are sick? Deep feelings. It was deep hatred. Chi Chimu had always known that Wei Wei Bai's brain wasn't very good. Since childhood, she had been the only young master who didn't rush to flatter and coax her. In his previous life, he had only known her vicious appearance. But this stupidity, he only understood it so thoroughly today. Wei Wei Bai seemed to feel that with just a few words, the two's old grievances had been resolved. She quickly revealed a smile. Cousin. Chi Chima's mouth twitched. Wei Wei Bai hesitated again. She wanted to say something, but then paused. Then she sweetly called out, Cousin. Chi Chimu narrowed his eyes and remained calm. Biaoga, what did you call me for? Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, the maidservant outside the door suddenly said, Miss, it's dark. We should go. Wei Wei Bai immediately jumped up like a rabbit that had rushed out of cage. Okay, I'll come. It was as if being with Chi Chimu was the same as being in prison. Wei Wei Bai quickly said, I'll come see you again tomorrow. With that, she turned and left. Where was the slightest trace of deep feelings, not the slightest bit reluctant to leave. Chi Chimu stared deeply at her back, waiting until she had left. Only then did he discover that a handkerchief had been thrown on the ground. It was embroidered with peach blossoms. Was she so disgusted with the things she had wiped for him? Chi Chimu's eyes were gloomy and cold. Then, he didn't know what he was thinking, but he reached out to pick up the handkerchief and stuffed it into his sleeve. What was Wei Wei Bai trying to do? Why was she suddenly so good to him? Moreover, this kind of good was more like she was forced to do so. Full text / Download. Chapter 805. Chi Chimu remained calm and collected. Regardless of the purpose, with a doctor and a charcoal stove, he could survive this calamity. The fact that his body hadn't collapsed was his greatest gain. The next day, Chi Chimu was able to get up and eat porridge. Warm food and medicine were delivered from the kitchen. He observed for a while, then picked up a silver needle and tested it bit by bit, fearing that there was something that shouldn't be there. Finding no problem, he began to eat slowly and gracefully. Before his rebirth, his body was cold, and his spleen and stomach were out of whack, so eating too quickly would increase the burden on his body. This caused him to eat slowly. Chi Chimu was halfway through his meal when he heard the rustling of footsteps across the snow not far away. Then he heard the familiar soft voice of a young girl. Why is this road so difficult to walk on? When the estate was building the road, did they not think of building it better? The maid said, This is a relatively remote place in the estate, so it is possible to forget. Chi Chimu heard this and indifferently lowered his head, using the spoon to unhurriedly stir the porridge in his bowl. Soon, there was a knock on the door. There was actually someone who knew how to knock. Chi Chimu paused, not saying a word. Wei Wei Bai impatiently stomped her foot. Just push the door open. It's so cold. Chi Chimu snorted, then restrained the cold light in his eyes, becoming indifferent. The door was pushed open, and the cold wind outside blew in, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Chi Chimu subconsciously raised his eyes, only to see a young girl wearing a light-colored dress and a fox fur cloak. Her face was fair and tender, as beautiful as the snow outside the window. She saw him and called out in a clear voice, Biaoga. Chi Chimu also said softly, Why did you come out in this cold weather? Yesterday, his mind wasn't clear and his attitude towards her was too fierce. After all, they were still in the Bai estate and hadn't obtained the item. When it was time to endure, he should endure. There was no benefit in being too in the limelight. Wei Wei Bai took out a hand warmer from her sleeve and placed it on the table. Then she sat down in a chair and cupped her face as she looked at him. Then she smiled with a bit of special charm. I came to see if you're better. Chi Chimu became even more vigilant in his heart, but he didn't reveal the slightest bit of it on his face. My cousin called for a doctor and prescribed some medicine. After drinking some medicine, I'm almost fully recovered. Wei Wei Bai's eyes drifted as if she was looking for something. Her tone was perfunctory. That's good. You have to know that this is your home. If you need anything, just say the word. Home. Chi Chimu smiled darkly, but didn't answer. Wei Wei Bai was also restless. Chi Chimu finally asked, we're all family. If Biaomei wants me to do something, just say it directly. Wei Wei Bai hesitated. Really? Chi Chimu nodded, his smile gentle. I'll do my best to help you. Wei Wei Bai immediately stood up. Then I'll come and see you tomorrow. Chi Chimu. Then he saw Wei Wei Bai immediately turn around and leave. He still didn't have the slightest reluctance to leave. Chi Chimu silently looked at the open door. A cold wind blew in, carrying with it the scent of orchids on her body. Then he slowly continued to drink the cold porridge water. His heart was still gloomy as he guessed at her purpose. In any case, no matter what her purpose was, once his body recovered, he would slowly clean up those who bullied him. Don't even think about running away. Wei Wei Bai came again on the third day. After exchanging a few words with Chi Chimu, she left again, even if it was just to sit for a while. The people in the residence were also shrewd and immediately had a better attitude towards Chi Chimu. Chapter 806. Chi Chimu treated those who came to curry favor gently. Wei Wei Bai came again on the fourth day, bringing some food. It's made by my small kitchen. The big kitchen won't make these. You can eat it. Chi Chimu looked at this cousin. After thinking about it, he finally said with a smile, Cousin, I heard that your handwriting is good. I need to copy books recently. Can you help me copy a few pages? The awkward smile on Wei Wei Bai's face froze. She bit her lip and snorted. She seemed to be angry at him for taking a yard after giving her an inch. Just as Chi Chimu thought she would turn and leave, she said in a muffled voice, Okay, where do I copy? Chi Chimu smiled, then pointed to the table by the window. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, He's probably suspecting something. System, suspecting what? Suspecting that you're possessed or reborn. Wei Wei Bai, both. After all, handwriting is the easiest way to distinguish a person's identity. Wei Wei Bai, who had long been prepared, picked up a pen and began to scribble. Her handwriting was uniquely ugly. Chi Chimu was about to go blind from looking. It was indeed Wei Wei Bai's handwriting. He remembered that in his previous life, Wei Wei Bai had always been coaxed by others. So even if her handwriting was ugly, they would still praise her against their conscience. He had seen her handwriting a few times, and it was so ugly that it left a deep impression. Later, she realized that her handwriting was not good and began to study hard. So her handwriting was different. If she really encountered the same situation as him, her handwriting would definitely change. Very good, it hadn't changed. It was still unbearably ugly. Chi Chimu relaxed and began to sit by the side, copying books. He had always been alone. It was rare to have someone by his side. Wei Wei Bai was not someone who would sit still. From time to time, she would look up. There were many small movements. The young girl's fragrance was too obvious, mixed with the warmth of the charcoal stove. It made Chi Chimu somewhat suffocate. He glanced sideways and saw that the impatience between her brows was very obvious. But there was forbearance. Chi Chimu was not in a hurry. He was good at enduring, so he could endure until she revealed her purpose. After copying a few pages, Wei Wei Bai suddenly said, I remember my mother calling me. I'll leave first, cousin. Chi Chimu thought for a moment before nodding. My body is more or less healed. Do you want me to serve you tomorrow morning? She always let him dress her up and dress her up. He would remember this humiliation even if he died. When Wei Wei Bai thought of this, she stopped in her tracks and immediately turned her head. Her eyes actually lit up. Of course I can if my body recovers. Look at my face. Chi Chimu thought that because of some unspeakable objective, she would continue to be hypocritical for a while longer. In the end, she still wanted him to serve her. Simply, his anger was interrupted by a sudden accident. Wei Wei Bai's face suddenly came close to his. Her gentle breath brushed against his face, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and almost want to back away. But she acted as if nothing had happened, still doing her best to come closer. Her soft and delicate cheeks were suffused with pink, and her pair of black jade-like eyes were bright and clear. The young girl's fragrance, with its offensive power, completely wrapped him up. Chi Chimu endured silently, his fingers unconsciously clenching. He pursed his lips, his expression calm. Wei Wei Bai reached out and pointed at her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Look, none of those servants can compare to you. They can't draw well. Ask them to draw a flower, and they can't draw it. That required a certain foundation in painting. The servants by her side couldn't learn all the words. Chapter 807. That's why your makeup looks very good. She smiled, her smile full of smiles, like the newly bloomed flowers on the old plum tree outside the window. Looks mislead people. Chi Chimu lowered his eyes, his breathing unsteady. The scent on her body. It always reminded him of the feeling of death. It was too profound, but it was especially sensitive. He said softly, "If cousin wants to draw a flower, I'll draw one for you right now." Wei Wei Bai immediately sat down properly, somewhat excited. Women all loved beauty, especially beauty that was different from others. Chi Chimu was aware of her temperamental nature. She could say that she was beautiful right now. Later, she might angrily let him die. Chi Chimu brought over paints. They were all ground from plants and could also be used on the face. He lowered his head and said softly, "All right, raise your head." Wei Wei Bai obediently raised her head and glared at him. Her eyes were filled with his shadow. Chi Chimu couldn't help but say, "Close your eyes." Wei Wei Bai immediately closed her eyes. When did his cousin become so obedient? When she closed her eyes, the expression on Chi Chimu's face disappeared, and his eyes turned gloomy. Then he lightly drew a plum blossom between her brows. She still raised her head, not opening her eyes. She was quiet and beautiful. Chi Chimu stared blankly for a moment before retreating a few steps. Done. The first thing Bai Wei Wei did was to find a mirror and look left and right. She said to the system, "I feel like I'm a #1 beauty in the world. System, wake up, look at the -45 favorability. There are dozens of dogs behind us. Wei Wei Bai, this flower was born for me." The system held its head in despair. Doggy doggy, Wei Wei Bai turned to Chi Chimu. Does it look good? This was her narcissism and forcing others to praise her. Chi Chimu said calmly, "Beautiful." There was no sincerity at all. Sure enough, Wei Wei Bai gave a cold snort, and then reluctantly revealed a friendly expression. "Then I'm leaving, cousin." After he finished speaking, his footsteps were still hurried. His back was emotionless as he disappeared through the door. Chi Chimu sat indifferently, then picked up the brush again and began to copy the book. After copying a few pages, he realized that he was distraught. Then he put down the pen and saw that the pages she had copied were in a mess. He picked it up and took a look. The handwriting was so ugly that it was an eyesore. Chi Chimu suppressed his anger and placed the paper in the cabinet where he kept his books. After sitting for a while, he found that his heart was still unable to calm down. In the past, when he was alone, he had never felt this way. There was the scent of another person in the room. He suddenly got up and opened the window. The cold wind blew away all the smells in the room. He was finally feeling better. Chi Chimu wondered again what Wei Wei Bai's goal was. In his previous life, there was no such thing. After thinking for a while, he took out the letter again and tried to copy it a few times. Finally, he managed to write down the handwriting of the Bai family's bastard son, Bai Jiming, the young man who had tried to feed him the medicine of the tiger and wolf a few days ago. He wanted Bai Jiming to pay the price. After Chi Chimu finished writing the letter, he used some methods to send it to a concubine of the Leaf family in the east of the city. Bai Jiming and that concubine had been unclear for a period of time. The Leaf family's head was a bandit and his conduct was cruel and terrifying. But perhaps because of retribution, a house full of women couldn't give birth to a son, and that concubine gave birth to a son at the beginning of the year. This made the Li family's head so happy that he invited the entire city to a banquet for 3 days. Qi Chimu knew that the child was Bai Jiming's. Chapter 808. He remembered that the Bai family had just paid a visit to a famous scholar who also intended to take Bai Jiming as a student. In his last life, Bai Jiming had become that great scholar student as he wished. He was flushed with success for quite a while. Qi Chimu stood by the window, looking at the snow outside, his eyes terrifyingly cold. In this life, those who made him suffer should not think of having a good time. Qi Chimu smiled. He suddenly thought that he could also make use of Wei Wei Bai in this matter. As expected, Wei Wei Bai came again the next day. She hurried over, panting, her clothes fluttering, but her hair was not tied up and her face was bare. When Wei Wei Bai saw him, her eyebrows rose, the light in her eyes turning into flames that scorched people. "Didn't you say you were going to dress me up? I've been waiting for quite a while." This aggressive manner, was she going to hold him accountable? Qi Chimu breathed a sigh of relief. This was Wei Wei Bai. Then he said unhurriedly, "Biao Mei, I just remembered that I had something to do today, so I didn't look for you." Wei Wei Bai might have been anxious and angry from waiting and couldn't care about the hypocrisy. What matter can be more important than my matter? Qi Chimu's eyes were dark, but he hurriedly apologized. "It's all my fault. I'll dress you up right now." Wei Wei Bai angrily stamped her feet. "You?" She held back the harsh words in her mouth, took a deep breath, and sat down reservedly. "Then hurry up." Qi Chimu nodded, and a maid followed behind him. The maid ran to fetch the makeup box. Qi Chimu began to lower his head and dress her up. Perhaps it was the first time he didn't bring shame to dress her up. Qi Chimu discovered that her skin was indeed good, so fine that when his fingertips slid over, he was reluctant to let go. When he drew her eyebrows, the corners of her eyes carried a peach blossom redness. That kind of charm was not alluring. Qi Chimu's movements slowed for a moment before he held his breath and continued. Finally, he drew a flower between her eyebrows. Bai Wei Wei opened her eyes. Her pair of clear and bright eyes immediately added 3 points to her face. A dark light flashed through Qi Chimu's eyes. It was like seeing his work suddenly become perfect. This feeling was actually not bad. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -40. Qi Chimu ignored the different feelings in his heart and exchanged a few perfunctory words with Wei Wei Bai. He suddenly said, "I need to go out for a while." Wei Wei Bai instinctively asked, "Where are we going?" Qi Chimu smiled. "Go buy books." Wei Wei Bai rolled her eyes and immediately stood up. "I'm going to buy books too. Let's go together." Qi Chimu hesitated. "That's not good. You're a girl. How can you go out alone?" Wei Wei Bai quickly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Don't I have you with me?" Qi Chimu's muscles tightened, almost wanting to shake off her hand. But at the critical moment, he held himself back. He smiled calmly and nodded. "Then let's go." Once they were out the door, Wei Wei Bai was like a free bird, asking for tonghulu and small round fans from roadside stalls. For the first time, Qi Chimu felt that bringing a woman out was troublesome. When it was about time, Qi Chimu took her to the study. He bought several books needed for the imperial examinations. Although he had already memorized the questions for the imperial examinations, he didn't fall behind on the things that needed to be done. After all, if a person who had been reborn was discovered by others, that would be an existence akin to demons or ghosts. Their ends would usually not be good. Wei Wei Bai also picked out a few books in passing. Qi Chimu glanced at them. "Gongren, you inserted me very beautifully. / to read / download to read the Chapter 809. Qi Chimu. This simply left him speechless. Wei Wei Bai also recommended, "Do you like this too? I heard that Gene X May is pretty good. I'll lend it to you." Qi Chimu's face was taut. "No need." Wei Wei Bai didn't force him. She hurriedly wrapped it up and took it back to pass the time. When they returned, Qi Chimu brought Wei Wei Bai in through the back door. He felt that it was about time, so he brought her into the garden. After passing through a path, he finally stopped and asked with a puzzled expression, "Did you hear something?" Wei Wei Bai was absent-minded. "What sound?" Qi Chimu's eyes were cold, but he still spoke in a gentle voice. "It seems to be a very painful sound." Wei Wei Bai was puzzled. Very painful? Chichimu pulled on her sleeve and walked forward, arriving outside a remote side room. Waves of sound came from inside. You damned heartless person. Only coming to find me now. You little hussy without my XX. Are you going to live on cucumbers? I heard that old man Lee is over 70 years old. He can't take it anymore, huh? Chichimu and Wei Wei Bai. This was a shameful line. This was a perverted roar. Wei Wei Bai immediately wanted to kick open the door with awe-inspiring righteousness. Who's inside? Are they fighting? Chichimu hesitated and suddenly pulled her back. Don't look. How could Wei Wei Bai listen to him? The door was already kicked open. The adulterous couple inside also revealed their faces. It was that Li family's concubine, and Bai Jiming. When Bai Jiming saw Wei Wei Bai, he hurriedly wrapped himself in a quilt. Older sister. The person who came was actually his older sister, Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai frowned and looked at him. She then looked at the naked woman and suddenly realized something. Her face reddened as she gritted her teeth and said, Bai Jiming, you're actually so dirty. Chichimu also frowned when he saw how dirty the scene was. He saw that there were already servants running over. Knowing that things had gotten out of hand, he immediately grabbed Wei Wei Bai's arm and dragged her out without hesitation. If an unmarried woman appeared here, it would be bad for her reputation. This was a reason why he chose Wei Wei Bai. She was also one of the targets of his revenge. He wrote a love letter to the Li family's concubine. He asked her to meet him at the Bai family. The invitation was in Bai Jiming's name and handwriting. Bai Jiming, that lecherous ghost, coupled with that concubine's deliberate seduction, would definitely roll around together. Then, they spread the news that the child was Bai Jiming. Bai Jiming's fate would not be good. The matriarch of the Bai family, Wei Wei Bai's mother, Madame Bai, had also come. When she saw the scene, her face darkened. She said fiercely, "Tie him up for me." And that woman, "Send her back for me. Send her back secretly. Don't let anyone know." Madame Bai was shrewd and knew that no one would benefit if things got out of hand. Then she turned back and saw that her daughter was also there. What kind of occasion was this? An unmarried woman appeared here. Did she still want to marry? Wei Wei Bai was a little afraid. "Mother!" Madame Bai glared at her and slapped her. "I spoil you when you usually mess around. But is this something you can get involved in? I'm so angry." Wei Wei Bai looked at her, not knowing what to do, and tears fell. Her eyelashes trembled, and then she glanced at Chichimu timidly. Chichimu didn't expect that Madame Bai would directly hit someone. Chapter 8:10. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word, but the relief of having succeeded in his scheme grew heavy in his heart. It was revenge, and the revenge was successful. Shouldn't he be happy? When Madame Bai saw Chichimu here, she flew into a rage. "Was it you who brought Wei Wei here? Come, tie him up for me. Please use the family law." Wei Wei Bai felt that she should come out to fish for favorability points. She was about to say, "Don't hit, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with him." In the end, the words didn't come out. The side mission notification came. "Please whip the male lead 20 times within a quarter of an hour, otherwise, woof, woof, woof." "Woof, your whole family woof, ah?" She protested to the system. "Isn't this repeating the bullying from the previous life? There wasn't this in the previous life, let alone beating people. Although there were vine whips to bully people, it wasn't in this kind of situation. System, because things have developed differently, you may lose the opportunity to whip the male lead in the future, so the mission will change, but bullying the male lead won't change." Wei Wei Bai. This mission makes it impossible for people to exploit loopholes. Chichimu was quickly dragged to kneel in the snow. The family law was vine whips, tough with steel and coated with tongue oil. With one whip, the skin would split open. Madame Bai gritted her teeth and said, "Beat him fiercely for me. 10 whips for the little bastard of the Chi family, and 5 whips for that disappointing one." If the body wasn't good, 10 whips could take a life. Madame Bai thought of the law, wanting to kill Chichimu. Chichimu frowned, not expecting this woman to be so vicious. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly came out. "Wait, mother." Madame Bai snorted. "Don't beg for mercy for him." Wei Wei Bai pulled at her hand, aggrieved. "You don't love me, mother. This matter isn't my fault. It was cousin who let me go out that I encountered him, so 10 whips aren't enough. At least 20 whips are needed to appease my anger. Chichimu raised his head, the coldness in his eyes almost like knives as he looked at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai didn't feel the slightest bit. Madame Bai immediately nodded. Then 20 whips. Wei Wei Bai said, "I'll do it myself." Saying this, she snatched the vine whip and went behind Chichimu, whipping him with all her might. Chichimu originally hated to bleed, but as a result, when that whip landed on his body, it was light as a feather and didn't hurt at all. He frowned and lashed out a second time. It didn't hurt much. That frightening whipping method only had a trace of strength left when it came to him. He was being deliberately controlled by someone, and there was no sense of punishment. Chichimu hesitated for a moment before turning around. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai's face tensed up. She then winked at him and whispered to him, "Why don't you shout?" This guy didn't even know how to cry out in pain. He would be exposed very soon. Chichimu stared blankly at her before turning his head, deep in thought. Wei Wei Bai became anxious and couldn't help but increase the strength of her whip. As expected, this whip made Chichimu groan in pain. Wei Wei Bai immediately lightened her strength. Chichimu's expression became complicated. Like this, not to mention 20 whips, even 100 whips might not be able to penetrate his flesh. So she was saving him? Chichimu didn't know what to feel, even though he knew that Wei Wei Bai's change in personality was strange. However, this was the first time that someone had deliberately let go of the whip to protect him during the humiliation. Just this bit of kindness. It actually made him feel a trace of guilt towards her. Ding, male lead -35. After the whipping, Chichimu lay on the ground. Although his injuries weren't serious, he still had to put on an act. Madame Bai was satisfied and led Wei Wei Bai away. She allowed Chichimu to lie down. Bai Jiming was also carried away. Not long after, he heard Wei Wei Bai's voice. "Quick, quick! Has the doctor been called?" Chichimu's tense breath finally relaxed for some reason. Only then did he know the reason why he had been lying down when he could have gotten up. Was he waiting for her? Chichimu was carried away in a daze. Soon, a doctor came to treat him. He looked up in a daze and saw Wei Wei Bai standing to the side. "You can't die, do you understand?" Why did she care about his life and death? Chichimu pondered in confusion, but his thoughts were still unrealistic. Was this the feeling of being worried about? Ding, male lead -30. Chapter 811. He even remembered the beautiful softness under her collarbone. Ding, the male lead's favorability is -25. Outside the door, Wei Wei Bai heard the favorability notification, and the expression on her face vanished. She looked at the door thoughtfully. Finally, the system couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" It had the expression of a big villain. Wei Wei Bai, his physical strength isn't good enough. System? Wei Wei Bai, Chichimu's physical strength is too weak. When he was carrying me just now, he almost couldn't hold on. After so many planes, this was the first time she had encountered such a weak target. She expressed that it was delicious. The system paused for a moment. "Isn't it because you're too heavy?" Wei Wei Bai, suddenly, she didn't want to sigh anymore. Wasn't just a round face. This had nothing to do with weight. After taking 2 steps, she noticed something and looked up. A notification bar appeared above her head. Within 2 days, get Chichimu into the ice cave of the Lotus Pond. If not, woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof your grandpa. Wei Wei Bai asked the system, "What does your main system look like?" System, "Not as handsome as me." Wei Wei Bai, "If I had the chance to know it, could I lead 2 dogs and woof it to death?" System, "How can you blaspheme my main system like this? 2 dogs aren't enough, get 20. It had long found that idiotic main system unpleasing to the eye. Failure of the side mission meant punishment. But it had never heard of a punishment system. This was because it saw that it was handsome, so it was jealous and wanted to mess with it. Wei Wei Bai threw Chichimu until he doubted life. Her original plan was to wait a few days before going to see him again. This way, she could let his longing ferment and make him unaccustomed to her disappearance. Now, the evil side mission forced her to change her plan. This mission was too cruel. making her think for a while before reluctantly making a plan. She disappeared for a day until the day of the mission. Wei Wei Bai wore a thick jacket and skirt, draped in a fox fur cloak, and returned to Chi Chima's shabby house. She hesitated and leaned against the window. There was a heater inside, so the windows were slightly open for ventilation. She stood on tiptoe and cautiously looked through the gap, discovering that Chi Chimu was writing something by the window. Chi Chimu had long noticed the delicate figure outside. His eyes were dark, and there were dark circles under his eyes. For some reason, he had never been close to a woman's body before. Hence, when he hugged Wei Wei Bai, he saw her body. It made him unable to eat or sleep in peace. He could not shake off that image at all. He knew that it wasn't love. It was just a kind of impact that he couldn't recover from. Chi Chimu originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but when he thought of his mother's hairpin, the brush in his hand became heavier. A copy of the calligraphy was destroyed. Chi Chimu looked on coldly before throwing away the brush. Just as he was about to push open the window, he realized that a fair hand had already pushed open the window, revealing Wei Wei Bai's plain but beautiful face. She wore no makeup. Only then did Chi Chimu recall that she seemed to only like him to dress her up. If he didn't go, she would rather wear a plain face. Wei Wei Bai hesitated. Biaoga, by the lotus pond, the plum blossoms are blooming beautifully. Let's go admire the plum blossoms, B.A. Chi Chimu pursed his lips, many complicated thoughts turning in his mind. Finally, he nodded. Wei Wei Bai revealed a smile. Chi Chimu's eyes darkened. He no longer looked at her and walked out. The two arrived at the lotus pond. The pond was frozen solid, and the plum blossoms were on the other side of the pond. Slash. Chapter 8:12. The two strolled on the ice, walking and walking. Chi Chimu suddenly grabbed Wei Wei Bai's hand. Let's go this way. The ice over there is thin. Wei Wei Bai nodded and abruptly asked, Biaoga, do you still remember things from your childhood? Chi Chimu was silent for a moment. I don't remember much. Wei Wei Bai immediately looked at him excitedly, seeming somewhat nervous. Then do you still remember what your parents gave you? Chi Chimu's heart sank. He said calmly, what do they give me? This, I somewhat can't remember. Wei Wei Bai's gaze was somewhat erratic. It was something like a map, or some other kind of paper or something. Map. Chi Chimu's pupil shrank. She knew of the enormous wealth his parents had left him. This wealth had to be a secret. Chi Chimu was very clear that his future path would be smooth and smooth. It was all because the third prince had ascended the throne and supported and trusted him. He and the third prince had a relationship of monarch and subject, as well as a close friend who shared the same ideals. In this life, he had a heart full of ambitions and a special philosophy of governing the world, many of which were deviant. And the people who could help him achieve these goals, the crown prince couldn't, nor could the current emperor. Only the prince he had chosen could understand him. And that wealth was the capital for the start of the plan. It was also a crucial link in toppling the crown prince and seizing the throne. So this wealth couldn't be discovered by anyone. Only then would there be the unexpected effect later on. Chi Chimu raised his eyes and watched her rack her brains, as if wanting to fish for information. His eyes were deep and cold, like ice blades, full of killing intent. Then he wondered if she had been good to him during this time, because she had discovered this wealth. That was why she had deliberately come to curry favor and approach him. When Chi Chimu thought of this, the bit of kindness and warmth he had obtained during this time was eroded little by the chill. Anger came without warning. He panted, suppressing the anger in his chest. He tried to make his voice sound gentle. Are you talking about the blueprint? There seems to be one. Let me think. Wei Wei Bai's eyes lit up. Really? Was there really one? Hurry up and remember. The fire in Chi Chimu's chest was not scorching hot, but icy cold. It was so cold that it penetrated his bones. It made him tremble all over. He had already lived 2 lifetimes, yet he was still expecting the venomous snake to treat him gently. Foolish beyond measure. He clearly knew from the beginning that this woman in front of him was black-hearted, but he was still greedy for the little bit of companionship she brought. Chi Chimu forced out a cold smile. Cousin, you've been so nice to me all this time. Is it because you want my blueprint? Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt. That's not true. Why would you think that? I just casually mentioned it. What else did Chi Chimu not understand? He lowered his eyes and said in a calm and gentle tone, There's a blueprint, but I don't know what it is for. If you want it, I'll find it for you. After pausing for a moment, his voice was filled with infinite malice. After all, you're my favorite cousin. Wei Wei Bai didn't hear the malice in his words at all. Her eyes were bright, her expression happy. You're so nice. I'll be good to you in the future and won't bully you anymore. Chi Chima's tone was indifferent. There will be no future. With that, the ice under his feet cracked open. He led her to a place where the ice was thin, and then with a push of his foot, the ice cracked open. Wei Wei Bai was stupefied, a trace of panic flashing across her face. Then she looked up and found that Chi Chimu was already standing in the thick ice. The ice under her feet had already shattered, and she fell straight down. Ice water splashed over her head, pulling her down. Chi Chimu watched on expressionlessly, his eyes incomparably gloomy. He had never forgotten the humiliation the Bai family gave him, the humiliation they gave him. Wei Wei Bai was one of the targets of his revenge. She might as well just drown like this. Chi Chimu sneered. Just as he turned to leave, an icy hand grabbed a corner of his robe. He frowned and immediately turned back, only to see Wei Wei Bai struggling, her entire body trembling, her face deathly pale as she looked at him pitifully. Her eyes were soaked in ice water, appearing even more penetrating. She said pitifully and fearfully, Biaoga, save me. Her voice was weak, trembling so much that one couldn't bear to see it. Chi Chimu looked at her indifferently, suddenly revealing a smile. He crouched down and slowly pried open her fingers. Okay, Big Brother will save you now. With that, he fiercely used his fingers to pry open her hands, and then pushed with force. Wei Wei Bai was pushed into the ice water. Chi Chimu stood up and looked at her slowly sinking body in the ice water. After standing for a while, he turned around and walked forward with somewhat disorderly footsteps. They all deserve to die. The people of the Bai family all deserve to die. So if she died, he wouldn't feel any pity. ////download Chapter 813. Wei Wei Bai was pushed into the water and mumbled to the system. Did I hear the sound of life subsistence guarantee? The system was calm. When people fall into ice water, they will die very quickly, so life subsistence guarantee automatically activated. As long as there were no fatal injuries, with life subsistence guarantee, they wouldn't die no matter what. Wei Wei Bai mumbled. Then why didn't Chi Wuqing come to save me? Yes, the method she thought of was to fall into the ice water herself, and then Chi Chimu would jump in to save her. After all, side missions also had loopholes. They only asked for the result, not the process. So as long as Chi Chimu entered the water, it would be fine. For the sake of favorability, she could only sacrifice herself and weaken the process of bullying him. Letting him jump into the ice cave of his own accord was the best. System. He was very happy and swaggered away. He finally got rid of you, this scourge, so how could he take the initiative to jump in to save you? Wei Wei Bai smiled coldly. I dared to let him push me down, so I have a way to make him crawl back to save me. She just said so. The ice water above her splashed, but she saw Chi Chimu's gloomy expression as he eagerly swam towards her. Wei Wei Bai was very relieved and closed her eyes. On top of Chi Chimu, many people had already surrounded the pool. On the ice, they also began to save people. He was about to leave, but before he could walk out of the ice layer of the pool, those manservants and maidservants happened to come face to face. Moreover, there were maidservants who discovered Wei Wei Bai's clothes floating out of the water. The pool was immediately surrounded by people. If he swaggered away and Wei Wei Bai died, he would be the murderer. Chi Chima's mind turned quickly. Before anyone could clearly see his forward movement, he plunged into the ice water again. At this moment, he wished he could drown Wei Wei Bai. Then he would pretend to not save her in time and draw a clear line. In any case, those people above had already seen that he came to save people, so the suspicion of Wei Wei by falling into the water could be washed away. Chichimu only felt that his limbs and bones were soaked in ice water. His body had finally gotten better, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. He struggled to stay in the icy water, his eyes cold. He turned his head and finally looked down. In the hazy mist, her dress was like a blooming lotus in the water, giving off a dreamy sense of beauty. Then he saw that within the floating robe, her face was extremely pale. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her lips had lost their color. She slowly sank to the bottom of the pool. He let her fall. She died. Chichimu gritted his teeth and glared at her. His eyes were bloodshot, so red that they looked hideous. In the end, he clenched his fingers and allowed the icy water to turn into sharp blades, cutting him into pieces. He forcefully plunged it down and quickly came to her side. Then he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Chichimu didn't even know why he saved her. He never showed mercy to anyone, especially when it came to his enemies. But when he pressed her into his arms, he had no time to regret it and immediately swam up, rise to the surface. The people around him scrambled to pull him out of the water. Chichimu felt like he had died once. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his fingers trembled fiercely as he pressed against her neck. He found that there was still a faint tremor. He couldn't hold on any longer and laid down, his entire being in a daze. So cold, so noisy. Suddenly there was a cough, soft and soft, as if she was about to stop breathing. Chichimu struggled to look to the side. He found that Wei Wei had already opened her eyes. Her pale face was devoid of color, and only her pair of eyes were too black and clear. Chapter 814. Just like that, she looked at him. The grievance and pain in her eyes overflowed. Save me. Why didn't you save me? Wei Wei seemed to be confused, not knowing that she had been saved. Chichimu was stunned. He was about to explain that he had already saved her, but she closed her eyes again and fainted. Chichimu held back a pile of words in his heart, even losing more than half of his health. In the end, he still couldn't kill her. He ruthlessly hammered the ice surface. She really was a star of calamity. The incident of falling into the water because Chichimu jumped in to save her in time. So the Bai family didn't find trouble, and even Madame Bai had a maid deliver some tonics to let Chichimu recuperate. No matter how much she hated him to the bone, in the end, he was the one who saved her daughter. She still had the proper attitude. Chichimu saw those maids and wanted to open his mouth several times to inquire about Wei Wei Bai's condition. But when it reached his mouth, he swallowed it back down. These 10 days of recuperation. Bai Jiming's matter had completely erupted. The Li family had done something to make Bai Jiming fall from his horse. Coincidentally, his legs were completely crippled from the fall. Bai Jiming could only spend the rest of his life in bed. Chichimu didn't bat an eyelid as he began to think of his next revenge plan. After saving Wei Wei Bai, the Bai family's watch over him was much more relaxed. The incidents of humiliation also decreased, so it was very easy for him to do anything. A certain maid who had bullied him in his previous life fell into a well and died. A certain manservant's face was burned and disfigured while on duty in the kitchen. He was the one who took revenge on them. After experiencing a lifetime, in this life, he was rational and cruel, able to quietly take care of all the people he wanted to take revenge on. As for the Bai family, he planned to wait until he became the top scorer. Then he would slowly tidy up this family. After doing so many things, he discovered that he had always overlooked Wei Wei Bai. This woman still knew of the existence of that fortune. She couldn't be left behind. Chichimu took out the paper with Wei Wei Bai's name written on it, but the brush couldn't fall. After staring blankly for a long time, he pressed her paper to the bottom with a darkened face. Then he took out the paper of the Bai family's other concubine's son. Anyway, he had plenty of time to deal with her. There was no need to rush. Over at Wei Wei Bai's side, the days of idling and waiting for death were too good. She ate and slept and ate. After eating, she read a book called You Put Me Very Well. Then, he continued to sleep, eat, and read novels. He was as shut in as a deity. The system couldn't help but urge, after so many days, your favorability has only increased by 5 points. You still have the nerve to eat and wait for death. Wei Wei Bai had just finished reading the overbearing prince's runaway, little cold wife. She then flipped open a harem love and hate novel about the emperor, and this concubine doesn't want it. She read it with great interest. Needless to say, it didn't lose out to those online novels in reality at all. Wei Wei Bai was very calm. It's fine. It's a year and a half. Take it slow. The system reminded, 1 year, 4 months, and 5 days. Wei Wei Bai turned over and continued reading her novel. It's fine. Wait until Chi Chimu comes looking for me. At that time, she would soften her attitude and pretend that she did not remember that he had pushed her into the pool. Another sibling relationship strategy. Sure enough, the favorability would definitely increase. Ding, requesting the host to completely expose the matter of Chi Chimu pushing you into the water within 3 hours, then lock him up in the woodshed for 5 days. Wei Wei Bai, the system said resignedly. The side quest this time is indeed a bit crazy. The previous world, although it was also deranged, but it was only deranged once. And this time, the side quest had been deranged many times. Chapter 815. Is there no end to this? Wei Wei Bai frowned and suddenly said, I seem to have forgotten something. System, forgotten what? Wei Wei Bai, where's my side reward? If it weren't for the side mission reminding her so many times, she had forgotten the reward. Who told the side reward to be of little value? She didn't care about it and actually forgot to ask for it. System, it also forgot. Was there anything else in the trash? She turned it over. The system turned around and shook the trash, emptying a dozen trash cans with great difficulty. Finally, it managed to turn over a single thing that hadn't completely broken. Then it immediately sent out the reward, rewarding the host with the temperament of having candy when crying. Do you accept? Wei Wei Bai didn't hear clearly for a moment and nodded to accept. In the end, when she finished accepting, she asked doubtfully, what the hell is having candy when crying? The system hurriedly flipped through the manual. It had been thrown away for so long that even a manual wasn't easy to find. After nervously flipping through it, the system let out a sigh of relief. It's that when you cry, it will have a strange effect on the male lead. He will have some kind of pleasant feeling towards you, and thus have a good impression of you. Wei Wei Bai said disdainfully, every time I think the reward can't be any more useless, it always breaks through my imagination again and again. This strange reward of having a good impression after crying. It wasn't useful at all. She couldn't cry from beginning to end, right? Could it be that crying could increase the favorability? Just based on Chi Chimu's stone heart, any pleasant feeling wouldn't work. Wei Wei Bai finally concluded, it's better to have a beautiful face. System, in the end, it was just beauty. Why did women insist on making those 2 walnut eyes and a sausage mouth beautiful? Changing back and forth, wasn't that face still 2 eyes, 1 nose and 1 mouth? What was the difference? Chi Chimu had just burned a piece of paper and put away the ink, paper, and inkstone. The door was suddenly pushed open. He saw Wei Wei Bai, whom he hadn't seen for more than 10 days, holding a small, exquisite hand stove in her hands. She was barefaced, but her lustrous white face was like ice and snow, beautiful and cold. She pursed her lips. Her lips were pink and tender, and she looked a little less lively. Chi Chimu's action of putting away the papers paused, and then he nonchalantly put them back. Over the past few days, all kinds of plans and resentment towards her had settled down. Now that he saw her alive, he couldn't help but sigh. His mind, which had always been tense, actually relaxed. Wei Wei Bai slowly walked in and suddenly smiled. Cousin, are you feeling better? Chi Chimu's thick and long eyelashes drooped, concealing the emotions in his eyes. His voice was gentle. Much better. How about you? Wei Wei Bai smiled coldly. I'm not very good. Chi Chimu looked up at her and found that the resentment in her eyes was so real. Was he going to shed all pretense of cordiality with him? Sure enough, the next moment, she fiercely said in a loud voice, tie him up and lock him up in the woodshed. Several manservants immediately rushed in from outside and tied Chi Chimu up. Chi Chimu didn't defend himself, only looking at her gloomily. Cousin, what do you mean? Wei Wei Bai's face didn't have a trace of softness. Her eyes held traces of resentment as she looked at him. She slowly walked in front of him and whispered in his ear, "Cousin, do you hate me so much that you can't wait for me to die?" Her appearance and her tone. At once, it pulled Chi Chimu back to before his rebirth. At that time, she had always been so vicious, looking at him coldly. Indeed, he couldn't wait for her to die. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, her breathing became heavier, blowing in his ear, making his expression tense. He couldn't help but look up at her, only to see the tears in her eyes that she didn't have time to wipe away. Chapter 816. Wei Wei Bai glared at him somewhat awkwardly before immediately turning to leave. She said fiercely to the servant, "You're not allowed to give him anything to eat. Just let him. She clumsily stamped her feet in annoyance. "Just let him die." These words were spoken anxiously and angrily. It was like the arrogance of a little girl, but it didn't feel vicious. After speaking, Wei Wei Bai hurriedly left. She was afraid that if she stayed a second longer, she would regret it. Chi Chimu was pushed into the woodshed by Wei Wei Bai and locked up. The woodshed was even colder than his broken-down house. The cold wind mixed with the cold snow blew in through the cracks in the wooden boards. His lips were somewhat pale as he sat on the haystack, his face expressionless. Because there was nothing to do, he could only pick up a wooden stick and begin to write on the ground. What he wrote was schemes to harm people. If he had known earlier, he would have dealt with Wei Wei Bai first. After all, the more he delayed, the greater the possibility that she would reveal the matter of the wealth. With Chi Chimu's current strength, he could only secretly scheme in the dark. If he was directly exposed in front of the Bai family, he was a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. No matter how many schemes he had, he wouldn't be able to withstand 2 fists and 4 legs. Chi Chimu thought about the matters before his rebirth. At that time, he had also been locked up in the woodshed. But it wasn't because he had pushed Wei Wei Bai into the water. Rather, it was because he had resisted wearing women's clothing and grooming her. He had been locked up for 5 days in the freezing weather. After coming out, he had lost half his life, and the cold in his bones had also been acquired at that time. He hadn't expected that in his rebirth, he would still repeat the previous life's encounter. Chi Chimu smiled coldly, not feeling afraid. The wooden stick in his hand stopped. A sinister scheme had already formed. It was to be given to Wei Wei Bai. Once he came out of the woodshed, it would be the Lantern Appreciation Festival in a few days. This was a festival that had spread from the palace. On that day, the womenfolk of the family would go out to play. Chi Chimu coldly stared at the ground, pressing down the weak and peculiar emotions in his heart. "I can't be as indecisive as I was in the pool." After making the plan, Chi Chimu felt both cold and hungry. He reached out and hugged himself. Whenever he felt uncomfortable, he would think of Wei Wei Bai's damned face. It was white and tender, like a white plum blossom amidst the ice and snow, with a hint of red. He should have had a vicious heart, but his eyes were clear and bright, without any sense of turbidity. Her face was also round like a glutinous rice ball. She didn't look sharp at all. In his previous life, his chin was clearly a little sharp, unlike in this life. She also seemed to be more beautiful than in her previous life. Chi Chimu suddenly halted his train of thought. He missed her to strengthen his hatred for her, and at the same time, to imagine how ugly her death would be. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Chi Chimu gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Then, he leaned against the corner of the firewood shed, not daring to think further. After staying up for half a day, no one came to deliver food. Chi Chimu was cold and hungry, staring at the woodshed like a lone wolf. He still had a match hidden in his sleeve. If he really couldn't live on, burning down this woodshed was also a way to survive. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the sound of people walking by outside. It was several female servants passing by the woodshed. One of the female servants couldn't help asking, "Why did Miss lock that Chi Chimu in the woodshed? I heard that the manservant from the main kitchen was not allowed to bring some firewood to the stove." Another said, "I don't know." Even Madame didn't agree with Miss doing this immediately. After all, he had just saved her. Madame said to make him suffer, so there's no rush. It won't be too late to lock him up after a while. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com/. Chapter 817. Chichimu lowered his eyes, his expression indifferent. There wasn't a trace of surprise. That woman, Madame Bai, was extremely hypocritical. He had just saved Weiwei Bai. If Weiwei Bai treated him like this, it wouldn't be good for the Bai family's reputation. Suddenly, Chichimu frowned as he thought of something that was wrong. Could it be that Weiwei Bai didn't say that he was the one who pushed her into the pool? If she complained like this, the Bai family would have more than enough reason to want him dead. Why didn't she say anything? The footsteps of the maidservants outside the woodshed gradually faded away. He could still vaguely hear them say, "Do we need to send food to that Chichimu?" Miss is still angry. She was so angry that she didn't eat for 2 meals. Who would send food? That's right. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Chichimu lowered his head and looked at the plan on the ground. His back was to the light, his face somewhat gloomy. For a moment, he didn't know what Weiwei Bai was thinking. Weiwei Bai took out a steamed bun from her bosom and finished it in a place where no one could see. How is Chichimu now? The system glanced over. Hungry and tired. He's probably going to freeze to death. Weiwei Bai, I'm also hungry. I haven't eaten for a day. The system silently looked at Weiwei Bai's chest, which was stuffed with several steamed buns. To create her own unbearable heartache and the pain of being betrayed, Weiwei Bai had starved for a day. She could only eat steamed buns. There wasn't even any salted vegetables. Weiwei Bai wiped her hands. Okay, let's go send community warmth to Uncle Chi Ba. No matter how deranged the side mission was, she wasn't afraid of loopholes. After all, as long as Chichimu was locked in the woodshed, it was fine. Who said she couldn't give him food and drink? The system was speechless for a moment. Don't you look like you have schizophrenia? One moment she messed with him, the next moment she sent warmth. Schizophrenia Ba. Weiwei Bai. The side mission didn't say that I can't collapse my character setting. I'm not collapsing because I'm afraid that Chichimu will see something. If there's a good reason, it doesn't matter if I collapse into dregs. The system pondered for a moment. What reason? Weiwei Bai. Let me think about it. System, what kind of reasoning is that? At the very least, he had to figure out before attacking. Chichimu exhaled, turning into a cold mist. His fingers trembled as he took out the match. A fierce look flashed through his eyes. It was better to burn down the woodshed first. In this weather, he would freeze to death the next day. Just as he was about to light the fire, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the woodshed. Familiar footsteps. Chichimu could even hear the shattering sound of the decorative beads on her shoes, which were more expensive than others. He put away the match. Was he here to torture him in the middle of the night? All kinds of tortures flashed through Chichimu's mind. He even wondered if Weiwei Bai knew about the fortune, so she locked him up and interrogated him in the middle of the night. The more he thought, the colder his eyes became. Before the door opened, he stretched out his foot and wiped the plans clean on the ground. Then he closed his eyes and curled up, pretending to be asleep. The door opened, and a cold wind poured in. He shivered. This weather was truly cold. Then he heard Weiwei Bai hiss, "Damn weather, it's so cold I'm going to die." This voice was tender and tender, carrying an arrogant resentment. Chichimu's back was to the door, and he snorted coldly. "You know it's cold, but still come?" Then he heard Weiwei Bai whisper, "It's all your fault. You don't know what's good for you. I simply hate you to death." Chichimu's eyes widened, and his sneer turned into indifference, even carrying traces of killing intent. She hated him to death, so she came tonight to kill him. Download // Chapter 818. His mind was filled with all kinds of bloody darkness. In his previous life, he had suffered too much humiliation in the Bai family. Later, He climbed to a high position and became the third prince's sharp blade in the shadows. He didn't know how many bloody matters he had dealt with. This also affected his personality, making him unconsciously carry all kinds of cold-blooded speculations whenever he thought. Wei Wei Bai slowly approached him. Chichima's body also tensed up. He planned to pounce on her and strangle her to death if she made a move. Wei Wei Bai suddenly stopped. Then something was draped over his body, carrying the fragrance of orchids, soft and warm. Chichima's body was as taut as a block of wood. He reached out his hand, intending to attack, but he froze midway, somewhat at a loss. Wei Wei Bai was covering him with a quilt. This quilt could be poisonous? Wei Wei Bai blew on her hand again, her voice softening. So cold. For a moment, Chichima didn't know whether to turn around and expose her. Then he heard her crouch down behind him and take out something. There was the sound of rustling paper, and the smell of roasted chicken drifted out. She said softly, "If I can't starve you to death, why would I give you food? In any case, you want to drown me. I should tie you up and throw you into the water to freeze to death." These words were vicious, but not frightening. At least, Chichima wasn't frightened at all. He opened his eyes, his back to her. What did she want to do? Wei Wei Bai put down the food, then stealthily turned and left. Chichimu frowned as he heard the door to the woodshed close. He slowly turned around and saw a bag of food wrapped in oil paper beside him. Chichima got up and opened the bag, seeing that in addition to a roasted chicken, there were also some roasted chestnuts. The food was still warm. After being hungry all day, he felt that the smell was simply alluring. Chichimu was silent for a moment before taking out a silver needle from his sleeve. After pricking it several times, he found that there was no poison. He began to eat. This was the first time he ate so much. This was also the first time he had eaten so quickly. In the past, he would not change his slow eating speed no matter how hungry he was. This time, he ate the entire chicken before the temperature dropped. He didn't finish eating the roasted chestnuts, so he wrapped them up again and put them in his arms. Only then did he lie down on the haystack and pull the quilt behind him. He found that the fluff inside the quilt was Wei Wei Bai's quilt. It was just that the outer layer of a pretty girl's bedsheet had been replaced with a coarse cloth, so it was hard to tell. This blanket was so warm that it was scalding hot. It was good stuff. Chichimu pursed his lips. What did she want to do? Only when the sun rose did he fall asleep in a daze. He didn't know the answer. However, she suddenly remembered that she had given him her blanket. How was she going to sleep? Also, did she eat anything? These two thoughts flashed through his mind. Chichima was too tired to notice. He was actually worried about her. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -15. Chichimu had a quilt and was full, so for the time being, he didn't have any thoughts of burning the firewood. He used the stick again and began to draw on the ground. He originally wanted to write some additions to his plan to kill Wei Wei Bai, but halfway through, he somehow lost interest. He erased the plan and began to write the questions for the imperial examinations. This was the key to his meteoric rise. In his previous life, he was able to become the top scorer. In this life, his goal was to become the big and small 3 yuan. Not only to become the top scorer, but he also wanted to be the first in all the imperial examinations. This was the most important and solid foundation for him to enter the imperial court. // Chapter 819. He had been reborn, and he firmly remembered those imperial examination questions, as well as many major events that would happen. He could even control the fate of the Bai family. Except for Wei Wei Bai, he always felt that her personality was still so vicious, but her attitude towards him had inexplicably softened. But even if she treated him differently, her methods of bullying him were still the same. If she didn't compensate him after bullying him, then Chichimu felt that he wouldn't be so conflicted. Chichimu wrote all day and erased it at night. Then he sat in a daze for a period of time before realizing that he seemed to be waiting for someone. His expression darkened, and he lifted the quilt to cover himself, intending to rest early. But there was still a faint fragrance in the quilt. He only remembered today that this quilt had once covered Wei Wei Bai's body. For a moment, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, the door was gently opened. The familiar sound of footsteps and the familiar aroma. In the darkness, his various senses were magnified. She crouched down, the sound of her clothes falling to the ground, the soft sound of her breathing, and that rich orchid fragrance, all made it impossible for him to maintain a calm state of mind. Chichimu heard her put down the oiled paper bag and grumbled in a low voice. Really annoying, it's snowing so heavily outside. It was indeed snowing outside. Walking all the way, her shoes were wet. Chichimu's eyes were still open, his back to her. Only the calm indifference in his eyes was dyed with a different color. He didn't utter a word. Suddenly, a hand gently tugged at his quilt. Chichimu's body stiffened, not moving. Then the fingers gently pulled the quilt up a bit, covering his exposed neck. "Won't freeze you to death," Weiwei said coldly. Then her fingers moved to leave. Chichimu didn't know what state of mind he was in. Perhaps he was too lazy to hide his doubts, so he reached out and grabbed. His fingers trembled a few times, as if he was holding a piece of ice. Why was her hand so cold? Weiwei jumped in fright and hurriedly pulled back her hand, her breathing becoming heavier. Then she saw Chichimu sit up, his ink-black hair falling in front of his chest. His beautiful face was as cold as ice. In the darkness, only his eyes had a different kind of burning light. A trace of panic flashed across Weiwei's face. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "You didn't sleep?" Chichimu didn't move as he stared at her, his gaze like a knife, sharp and bright. Then he said slowly, "How can I not get up to welcome you when you bring me food?" Weiwei's expression changed. "Who gave you food? It's more like they gave you poison. Let go." Chichimu saw her anxious and flustered expression. Her fair face was dyed with a thin layer of red, looking very pretty. He didn't let go, but his fingers couldn't help but gently rub against hers. There was a hint of ambiguity in his actions. "Cousin's hand is a little cold. Let me warm it for you." Weiwei's face turned even redder. She suddenly swung her other hand at his face. Only then did Chichimu release his hand, blocking her movement. Weiwei gritted her teeth. "Chichimu, are you courting death?" Chichimu's eyes darkened, his voice even softer. "Biame has finally revealed your true face. You can't wait for me to die, but you still put on a good appearance towards me. It seems that you really do covet that blueprint." Weiwei's eyes trembled. "What are you saying?" "I don't know." Chichimu lowered his head to look at the oiled paper bag she had put down. Her good intentions towards him had still angered him. He clearly knew that this was poisonous goodwill. He still couldn't remain indifferent. This was what angered him the most. Chichimu abruptly reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Weiwei was caught off guard and was pulled into his arms. She was filled with the scent of orchids as he held her. After Chichimu hugged her, his fingers stiffened and his breathing couldn't be normal. Too fragrant. He resisted the throbbing arousal brought about by the fragrance. In the darkness, his indifferent and handsome face carried a malicious sneer. "Don't you have other motives? Why are you suddenly so good to me?" His hand pinched her chin, so hard that it turned red. Weiwei's eyes immediately became misty. She wanted to struggle, but no matter how weak Chichimu was, he was still a man and was much stronger than her. He approached her with malicious intent, his breath caressing her face, his lips almost touching her face. Then Weiwei heard his soft but malicious voice. "Still coming to see me in the middle of the night? Could it be that cousin is in love with me and came to offer yourself in the middle of the night?" // Download. Chapter 820. You can search Transmigration System. Male God. Come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the. Weiwei heard his frivolous words and appeared both anxious and angry. She pushed him away, but the result was that her strength was too great, and she ended up sitting on the cold ground. Weiwei's face flushed with anger, carrying traces of embarrassment. "Chichimu, if you didn't have that secret in your hands, who would care about you?" Chichimu in the system. Secret? A trace of doubt flashed through Chichimu's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, his expression was unfathomable. "I have your secret, and you still treat me like this?" Wei Wei Bai sneered. You think I want to please you all? I can't wait to strangle you to death. The trace of warmth in Chi Chimu's eyes disappeared. His voice turned cold. Then you might as well strangle me to death. There's no need to be so pretentious. This was Wei Wei Bai. His previous doubts about her change in attitude were all shattered. Where had she changed? He was still as annoying as ever. Wei Wei Bai immediately got up and threw herself over. She stretched out her slender fingers and grabbed his neck. I'm going to strangle you to death. I've never tried to please a person like this. How could a person like you be worthy of my favor? Her fingers were ice cold as they passed through the dark snow. Her entire person carried a chill, adding a trace of chill to her fragrance. Chichimu didn't know why, but when she wanted to strangle him to death, he didn't feel angry. Instead, her body desperately rubbed against his embrace, squeezing and pressing down, making him ignore the suffocation in his neck. What he felt was more of a strange, boiling feeling. Chichimu reached out and grabbed her wrists, saying in a muffled voice, "Enough! What are you going crazy for?" Her body was too soft and too fragrant. He couldn't help but want to avoid it. Some kind of thirst forced him to push Wei Wei Bai away. Wei Wei Bai was pushed to the ground again. She was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes reddened. Grievance and anger surged up at the same time. Her voice trembled. Don't tell anyone. I know that I didn't treat you well in the past. Now that you have something on me, you must be waiting to take revenge on me. She tried to maintain an angry expression, but it was ruined by the choking sound in her throat. He looked even more pitiful. Chichimu paused, suppressing the untimely sourness in his heart. Then, with a cold expression, he said, "Oh, actually, if you were obedient, I wouldn't take revenge on you." He clearly didn't know what the secret she was referring to was. But the quick-witted Chichimu roughly understood that Wei Wei Bai misunderstood that he was in control of some secret of hers. Moreover, she had tried to please him earlier. It wasn't because of the map in his hand either. Looking at her, she didn't even know about the existence of that treasure. Chichimu enticed her bit by bit. If that secret is discovered, you definitely won't have it easy. Wei Wei Bai frowned and tears welled up in her eyes. Chichimu saw her holding back her tears and inexplicably felt a sense of pleasure. He looked like he was about to cry. He actually found her cute. It made him want to make her cry even more miserably. Wei Wei Bai revealed a smile. Don't say it, okay? Can you return that piece of paper with the 8 characters of my birth date? The paper with the 8 characters of my birth date. A sharp light flashed through Chichimu's eyes. Why was she worried about the 8 characters of my birth date? Wei Wei Bai continued. If my mother knew that I was carrying the wrong child, she definitely wouldn't want me. Chichimu, carrying the wrong child? The system, who had just bought a bag of dried mangoes and was watching the play expressionlessly, dropped the snack in its hand. / Chapter 821. You can search Transmigration System. Male God, come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the carrying the wrong child, this kind of 10,000-year-old dog blood joke. Host, how can you be so thick-skinned as to use it? Could this reason be any more old-fashioned? Chichimu felt like he had been splashed with a large pot of dog blood. He tried to say, I do know that you were carried away wrongly. I thought you hadn't discovered it. Wei Wei Bai immediately said fiercely, It was my wet nurse who told me. She said that I was someone else's child, and that she carried the wrong child to my mother. Moreover, she left behind a piece of paper with the 8 characters of a birth date that belonged to the real Wei Wei Bai. You and my wet nurse were close for a period of time. She died, so didn't the paper stay with you? Chichimu finally understood. It turned out that Wei Wei Bai had asked for a piece of paper with the 8 characters of a birth date. She was testing to see if it was on him. He had thought that she wanted a map. Chichimu seriously sized up Wei Wei Bai, then thought about Madame Bai's appearance. He reckoned that Wei Wei Bai had been deceived. She looked like she was Madame Bai's biological child. That wet nurse probably couldn't bear her vicious bullying and deceived her, scaring her. She was actually stupid enough to believe it like this. Chichimu put a big question mark on Wei Wei Bai's IQ. He had been bullied by such a stupid woman for so long in his previous life. Chichimu also began to doubt his IQ in his previous life. He sighed, and then his expression changed. His usual gentle appearance disappeared. Instead, in the shadows of the darkness, his overly handsome face carried traces of evil. I know you were carried away wrongly, so you still dare to treat me like this? Aren't you afraid that I will go out and tell your mother? Wei Wei Bai trembled, the tears in her eyes shaking out. She gritted her teeth and said weakly, "Don't think that I'm afraid of you. No one will believe it." Chichimu said, "I have that piece of paper with the 8 characters of a birth date. It also has the address of the wrong child. If everyone knows that you aren't a child of the Bai family, your end will be very miserable." So arrogant and vicious. After bullying so many people, he lost the protection of the Bai family. Every minute, they would die without a burial ground. Wei Wei Bai stiffened and suddenly looked up to glare at him. "What do you want? I'll give you money." Chi Chimu raised his head. Just as he was about to mock her, he saw that her face was covered in tears. Her delicate face was filled with sparkling and translucent tears. It was as if the stamen of a flower had been drenched by dewdrops. There was a hint of redness on her face, making her look exquisite and enchanting. A sense of joy suddenly swept through his entire body. Chichimu's mouth and tongue suddenly went dry, and even a crazy idea appeared in his mind. He wanted her to cry even more miserably. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she wouldn't look good when she cried. But why does Wei Wei Bai look so attractive when she cries? He unconsciously covered his legs with a blanket, feeling a little awkward. When Wei Wei Bai saw him retreating, she became anxious and immediately rushed forward. Her tears fell even more fiercely. Don't tell anyone. He was filled with a cold fragrance, delicate and alluring. His tears were more like flames, burning his breath. Chi Chimu resisted the urge and stared fixedly at Wei Wei Bai's face. Didn't she know that men and women should be wary of each other? Wei Wei Bai was anxious. She angrily said, "Give me that birth chart. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." Chi Chimu's gaze fell on her eyes that were bright with anger. He suddenly said, "Cry for me to see." Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She found that Chi Chimu had reached out a finger and forcefully stroked her face. Finally, when it reached her eye sockets, his strength lightened. Slash. The Chapter 822. His dilly-dallying action was ambiguous and close to some kind of hint. His voice became hoarse. "Cry a bit, and I'll consider giving you the paper. Most people wouldn't say, 'If you beg me, I'll give it to you.'" What kind of hobby was making people cry? Wei Wei Bai held her breath, unable to cry as she looked at him. Chi Chimu's eyes darkened, and he suddenly threatened in a cold voice. "Tomorrow, I'll tell everyone that you were the wrong child. Your original parents were slaves who were so poor that they couldn't eat, couldn't wear clothes, and had houses made of straw." Wei Wei Bai was terrified. Slaves? Chi Chimu narrowed his eyes dangerously, the vile thoughts hidden in his heart surging forth. "Yes, you are the child of a slave. You will be driven out of the Bai family, have no clothes to wear, no food to eat, and become a beggar." This threat was full of weight. As expected by idiot, Wei Wei was scared silly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She couldn't say anything to beg for mercy. She just looked at him with wide eyes and flowing tears. Chi Chimu looked at her with dark eyes, his fingers trembling. He was excited. She looked so good when she cried. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -10. Wei Wei Bai really shivered. She hurriedly asked the system, "What's wrong with Chi Chimu, this guy? Does he like to watch people cry?" "System, did you forget that crying gives you candy? When you cry, you will emit a kind of thing that makes people feel happy. The more miserably you cry, the happier the person who sees you will be. Happy, the favorability would naturally rise." Wei Wei Bai, how can there be such a perverted temperament? What kind of damned reward is this? The system didn't dare to say. This temperament was used in bed, and it had a function to liven things up. The more she cried, the more exciting it would be for the person watching. Because it was of little value, it was thrown into the trash can. Wei Wei Bai sensitively sensed that when she cried, Chi Chimu's expression was clearly not right. Apart from being happy, why were his eyes like a wolf's? She felt that her persona had almost collapsed. From an incomparably vicious persona to an idiot whose brain was full of grass. Whatever she did in the future, Chichimu probably wouldn't suspect. Therefore, she cried until her eyes were red and she looked extremely pitiful. She sobbed and said, "I'm crying. Give me the tissue." Chichimu stared deeply at her face, his breathing growing heavier. Then he said, "It's late today. Come back tomorrow night." Wei Wei Bai's tears stopped. Only then did she realize that Chichimu didn't want to give her the paper at all. She immediately got up in anger and ruthlessly kicked him. She kicked the quilt and his leg. Chichimu let out a muffled groan, but it didn't seem to be from pain. Instead, it was a kind of faintly discernible pleasure. Feeling wronged, she bared her fangs and brandished her claws and said, "If you dare to tell anyone, I'll take you down with me." After saying that, she turned around and hurried out. The door was closed again. In the darkness, Chichimu slowly woke up. He was silent for a moment before he slowly lifted the blanket. After watching for a while, he covered himself with the blanket again. His expression was a little gloomy. What happened to him just now? How could he be so excited when Wei Wei Bai was crying? Did he have this kind of hobby before? Chichimu didn't feel afraid, only puzzled. He lay down again, his mind combing through the matters after his rebirth. He discovered that the biggest variable was Wei Wei Bai. At first, he wondered if she was like him, which was why her personality had changed so much. But during this period of time together, he discovered that the biggest variable was actually that Wei Wei Bai thought she was carrying the wrong child. And he knew her secret. That was why she was so capricious towards him. It seemed that apart from becoming stupid, she hadn't changed much. Chapter 823. Chichimu couldn't help but laugh. Halfway through, he discovered that the scent of orchids still lingered in the air. This smell of death. But it made him hot up, and his expression sank again. He had been reborn, so how could he change? When did this illness of seeing people cry, his body would burn up? Chichimu was unbearably hot. He could only get up and push away the quilt, then paced back and forth in the cold firewood room. After Wei Wei Bai returned to her room, the system vigilantly warned her. This crying and giving out candy temperament, other than making people happy, won't produce any other side effects. System, other than being happy, there are no other side effects. Excitement was also a type of happiness. Wei Wei Bai frowned and thought. Then this temperament isn't considered trash. If I cry at every turn in the future, won't the favorability easily rise? Chichimu was too vigilant. It was too difficult to brush up favorability. If crying once could raise the favorability a few points, then it would be considered profit. The system thought of the degree of excitement from this temperament and held back for a while before saying, "As long as you're happy." In any case, the worst-case scenario was to look at the bullet screen. There really weren't any other side effects. On the third night, the door to the firewood room opened again. Chichimu lit the oil lamp and leaned against the haystack, reading. He found that after Wei Wei Bai left last night, he forgot to lock the door, so he returned to his room in the morning when he saw that there weren't many people. Then he would take some things and come back. He pretended to be calm. Because he knew Wei Wei Bai's secret, he was disinclined to pretend to be a gentleman with her. Wei Wei Bai stood at the door, looking at him for a long time before hesitantly walking in. Chichimu looked up and said with a smile, "Is Biaomei here to bring me food?" Wei Wei Bai's face was taut, as though she was struggling with something. Chichimu wasn't too vigilant. Such a stupid Wei Wei Bai really made him lose interest in fighting. He had many thoughts of bullying her, and he actually wanted to see her cry again. Wei Wei Bai suddenly gritted her teeth. Her eyes finally flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Then, she raised her hand. The white powder was sprinkled on his face. Chichimu's expression changed. His limbs went soft, and he couldn't get up. Wei Wei Bai snorted. "I know you won't give me the paper, so I'll have to torture you." Extorting a confession through torture? Chichimu's mind flashed back to his past life, to the things he had done in the darkness. He executed the ministers, tortured them into confessing, and tortured them. All kinds of punishments, such as skinning, injecting needles, and pouring mercury, flashed through his mind. Indeed, he had a vicious heart. Even if he was stupid, he was extremely stupid. Chichimu was somewhat annoyed that he had lost his vigilance. He looked at her expressionlessly. Wei Wei Bai took out a candle. Under the light, she sneered. Do you know the consequences of provoking me? I will let you know what true pain is. Chichima watched her take out a candle. The torture of flesh and blood filled with wax flashed through his mind. Cutting open a person's flesh and pouring hot wax into it. The pain was unbearable. His muscles were somewhat tight. The effect of the medicine wasn't too strong. After a period of time, he should be able to recover his strength. At that time, Chichimu gloomily looked at Wei Wei Bai, all kinds of punishments turning over in his mind. Then he saw Wei Wei Bai take out a book, spread it on the ground, and light the candle. It seemed that she had come prepared. She had even brought a book of torture. Wei Wei Bai lit the candle and copied from a book. Take off your clothes and drip wax on your back. Let the other party feel the pain of ecstasy that seeps into your bones. Only when you let out a groan can you be considered qualified. Chi Chimu. / Chapter 824. Even if he wanted to take revenge on a person, resent a person, he shouldn't use this kind of method. This was no different from a beast. Although he wasn't a good person in the orthodox sense, he had never had such filthy desires for a woman. Only when he saw Wei Wei Bai did the thought of ruining her come up. He actually wanted to ruin her chastity. That kind of male desire to conquer couldn't lie. He clenched his fists somewhat anxiously. He was truly bewitched. He didn't understand why his attitude towards her was completely different in this life when he clearly didn't do it in his previous life. The disgust he had for her in his previous life was ice cold. He didn't want to pay her any attention, and it took him a lot of effort to look at her. In this life, he hated her, so why would he want to bully her? Disgust to care, this wasn't the emotion he wanted at all. Chichimu closed the door with a cold face and a burning body. Then he came back to lie down. He wanted to sleep, but when he touched something, it was actually a steam bun. She clearly came to torture him tonight to extort a confession. She even brought him a steam bun? He held the steam bun with the orchid fragrance in his hand and wondered if he knew too little about Wei Wei Bai. Although she was vicious, she was actually still a girl. So, she still had some conscience? Chichimu took a bite of the steamed bun and stretched out his leg, bumping into something again. He got up and saw that it was that erotic torture book. His face darkened, and he immediately burned the book. Stupid beyond measure. Stupid beyond measure. How could this book be used to torture people? He truly knew too little about her. She wasn't vicious, she had a problem with her brain. Stupid like this, he didn't know how she had lived for so long. After burning the book, his heart burned, and he continued to gnaw on the steam bun. Gnawing and gnawing, he finally frowned and looked down at the position below his abdomen. Damn it, why hadn't the fire subsided yet? A body at this age was too impulsive. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 3. A pitiful 3. It made the whimpering Wei Wei Bai stop crying. She expressionlessly wiped her tears. I sacrificed so much, but it's only 3 favorability. The system said, I thought 0 was good enough. How did you increase it to 3? Wei Wei Bai slammed the table. How else can it increase? The easiest way for a man's favorability to increase is through XXO. If I leave, shouldn't he feel terrible and think of me? The more he thinks about me, the more he can't stand it. The more he can't stand it, the better he thinks of me. I thought it would increase by at least 10. The system said, you seem to have a lot of experience in this. Wei Wei Bai, this is an exchange for my broken moral integrity and discarded conscience. It suddenly realized that there was nothing it could do about it. Its host had already grown so strong. He knew how to diss himself. It couldn't find her weakness to attack her. How could this be? It immediately picked up the book, 1,000 Ways to Kill Its Host, and started to review it. On the 3rd day of Chi Chima's care, Wei Wei Bai didn't see any side missions. She escaped the calamity and immediately rested. Staying up for 2 nights was not good for her skin. Chi Chimu, this kind of person, couldn't go all out to get close. It was useless even if they did. Because of the small mission, the more friendly they were at the beginning, the faster their favorability would fall in the later stages. Right now, she could only take 1 step at a time. Chi Chima hadn't eaten all day and was very hungry. In the end, he didn't feel hungry anymore. He looked at the wooden door countless times. He found that it hadn't moved. He could clearly push open the door and go out to find food, but he was like a wooden sculpture, not moving at all. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that he realized in hindsight that he had been staring at the door. Chapter 825. Could it be he was looking forward to her coming? That kind of thing happening was a huge blow to a girl. It was possible that she would not dare to approach him in the future. Chichimo lay on the haystack, his face gloomy and his eyes sharp. Suddenly, he sneered coldly. Whether she comes or not, I won't let her off. She owed him a lot of debts. He hadn't paid it off in his previous life. In this life, he would get it back. Chichimu closed his eyes, recuperating. Leaving the woodshed, he dealt with Wei Bai. This way, she wouldn't affect his mood. He slept for a long time before suddenly opening his eyes. His eyes were incomparably clear, and he couldn't help but look at the door. He found that the door still hadn't moved. He reached out to cover his eyes, and it was a long time before he could speak. Crazy. What are you thinking about her for? His mind was filled with the image of her milky white skin and her messy black hair wrapped around his body. Not seeing her could torment him. As expected, this woman had a natural enmity with him. Chichimu gritted his teeth. I should deal with her quickly. He couldn't let her affect him anymore. Ding! Male lead's favorability has increased to 5. Wei Bai heard the prompt and shuddered. Why did it feel like these 2 points of favorability were not good? Wei Bai left Chichimu hanging for 1 day and 1 night. On the 4th night, she ran to see him carrying a food box. Chichimu had his head lowered as he drew something. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he paused before continuing to draw as if nothing had happened. Wei Bai was a bit timid. She stood at the door and smiled fawningly. Biaoga, are you hungry? Chichimu smiled coldly, no longer pretending to be a good person. She had seen the most dangerous side of him before. He had nothing to be afraid of. In addition, he had already decided in his heart that he would deal with her in a few days during the Lantern Appreciation Festival. He was disinclined to pretend to be gentle with her. Wei Bai thickened her face and brought in the food box, then squatted by his side. Biaoga, I brought you some food. Eat some. Chichimu had accumulated a day's worth of anger. His eyes were dark and heavy, and just a casual glance from him was so cold that it made one's scalp numb. I thought that my cousin would run away whenever she sees me. Wei Bai's expression stiffened, as if she had just remembered what he had done. She suppressed the anger in her voice and carefully said, I know cousin is joking with me. I don't mind. He didn't mind speaking harshly and harshly. She had no talent for acting at all. Chichimu's voice deepened. You really don't mind? I can't forget your snow-white skin, your soft body, and your lips. Wei Bai's expression changed greatly. Her fair cheeks were dyed red. She got up in anger. Chichimu, you are simply despicable and shameless, filthy and filthy. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If I really am driven out of the Bai family in the future, I will also make things difficult for you. If I go to hell, I will drag you down with me. After saying that, she glared at him fiercely. It's up to you whether you want to eat or not. I'll just let you starve to death. Bah, shameless. She turned around and left without hesitation. Chichimu was silent for a moment. Such a big reaction. Although her heart wasn't good, at least she wasn't the fickle type. She still had some redeeming qualities. Chichimu didn't realize that he had been looking for Wei Bai's strong points all this time. After painting for a while, he felt dull and his stomach was hungry. Chichimu opened the food box and found all kinds of meat, as well as exquisite side dishes and a large bowl of rice, full to the brim. It was still warm, as if it had been taken out of the kitchen. It had been hurriedly brought over. Chapter 826. A scene appeared in Chichimu's mind. A beautiful young girl carrying a food box crossed the snow, her long hair fluttering as she hurried towards him. This feeling of being remembered, ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Chichimu's face reddened. How could he suddenly imagine such a shameful scene? He had been too bored recently. He sighed and then ate the food. After eating, he didn't wait for a moment. His abdominal pain was like a cramp, and he immediately pushed open the door and ran to the latrine. At first, he hadn't thought about the food. As a result, he had pooped all night and collapsed. Only then did he know that Wei Wei Bai had actually put croton in the food. He said weakly, "Wei Wei Bai, you vicious woman." Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 7, decreased by 3. So much croton, it was to pull him to death. And Wei Wei Bai saw that her croton small task was completed again. She only felt that the future was dark. Useless system, when do you think this side task will end, ah? Tongzi, who was reviewing the skills to attack the host, reflexively replied, "Endless. The earth is a circle. There is no end." Wei Wei Bai, what? Tongzi, accept your fate. It's impossible to stop bullying, not for a lifetime. -100 is your final destination. What strategy are you learning from others? Do you have a brain? Brainless Wei Wei Bai. Was her family scumbag system infected with a virus? Should I spend some of my life points to reformat it a little? On the 5th day, Chi Chimu lay on a haystack with a pale face. She still hadn't come. After messing with him, did she think she could escape unscathed? Chi Chimu's face was frighteningly pale as he sneered. Halfway through his laughter, he clutched his abdomen, pulling until his muscles ached. Truly a nightmare. On the 6th day, the Bai family began to prepare for the Lantern Appreciation Festival. Wei Wei Bai read a book with nothing to do. The maid opened the window, and outside was the garden where the snow had stopped. Suddenly, the maid came over and bowed her head. Young Master Chi has come. During this time, Wei Wei Bai's softening attitude towards Chi Chimu has affected this servant. Although Chi Chimu was locked up, no one was allowed to bully him. Therefore, the female servant didn't dare to directly call out to Chi Chimu. Instead, he politely called him young master. Originally, Chi Chimu's identity was that of a young master. Wei Wei Bai thought of her little mission of croton. She reckoned that Chi Chimu didn't know how to dismember her in his heart. She could only put on a stiff expression and said, "Let him in." When Chi Chimu walked in, the youth's figure had already grown taller. His slightly thin figure was as straight and elegant as a pine tree. His black eyes were like water, deep and filled with a warm light. But when he looked at her, the coldness in his eyes was like that of a venomous snake, making her shiver. He laughed softly and said, "I'm here to help my cousin dress up." The newcomer did not come with good intentions. Bai Weiwei choked out a sentence. No need. But Chi Chimu reached out and dragged her, pressing her in front of the dressing table, not giving her any time to refuse. Then he scooped up a handful of her black hair behind her, feeling the glossy texture of her hair. "Cousin, why are you being so polite with me? I missed you very much." Wei Wei Bai's expression stiffened, her fingers curling nervously, as though she was thinking of those croton seeds. Chi Chimu saw her nervousness, and his smile deepened. Suddenly, the chatter of several older women came from outside the window. "Aya, you don't know. Recently, there have been people in the residence saying that it seems like someone was carried away wrongly." "That's right, ah. I don't know who is so muddle-headed to carry the wrong child." The older women were only casually gossiping as they passed by. But Wei Wei Bai's face immediately paled. Chi Chimu took out his lipstick and smeared the red rouge on his fingers, slowly rubbing it over her delicate lips. He was incomparably intimate as he leaned against her ear, his warm breath blowing into her ear. His voice was gentle, but his words were very vicious. "Cousin, do you know who that wrongly carried away child is? Do you want me to continue advertising and let everyone know?" His revenge came quickly and bitterly. Wei Wei Bai's entire body stiffened, and she finally said with a trembling voice, "Don't." Chi Chimu's fingers ambiguously stroked her lips, his eyes dark. "It's not that easy to beg me now. Do you think I'm so easy to coax?" Wei Wei Bai was in a hurry to beg for mercy when she opened her mouth and suddenly paused. His finger had accidentally inserted itself into her lips. Wei Wei Bai anxiously closed her lips again, sucking on them. The moist and warm sensation made the two people tremble at the same time. Chi Chimu stiffened for a moment, a flush starting from behind his ears and spreading to his face. Chapter 827. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his fingertips and couldn't help pulling them back. He found that Wei Wei Bai was glaring at him. Chi Chimu's vengeful aura withered at once. He pretended as if nothing had happened and pulled back his fingers. With a taut face, he solemnly dressed her. He didn't pretend to be overbearing like he was just now. Wei Wei Bai was also afraid that her secret would be exposed. She could only endure and not dare to make a sound, obediently dressing him up. When Chi Chimu had dressed her before, he had felt a sense of shame in his heart. Today, perhaps because he was holding something in his hands to restrain her, he used the attitude of a cat teasing a mouse to apply rouge on her. Without the unwillingness from before, he suddenly realized how close he was to her. His fingers brushed across her cheeks. Her flushed and delicate skin was more fragile than flower petals. His fingers brushed past her eyebrows and found that her brow bone was exquisite and beautiful, not a single point more or less. There was a natural flush at the corners of her eyes, faint but not obvious. It set off her pair of clean black jade eyes, making them even more beautiful. Wei Wei Bai felt her scalp go numb from his fingers. Why was the feeling of this infatuated man so strong? Because of her excitement. Her face reddened even more, as if she was bashful and angry. Incomparably vivid. Chi Chimu paused in the middle of painting her, his eyes darkening. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Wei Wei Bai, this favorability was actually from touching her face. It rose even more abnormally. Chi Chimu suddenly smiled. Biao Mei, in 2 days, let's go admire the lanterns together during the Lantern Festival. Wei Wei Bai trembled. She wanted to shake her head, but under the threat of his dark and silent gaze, she could only stiffly nod. Chi Chimu's smile was even more sincere. He suddenly felt that this black-hearted little sister of his wasn't so useless. At least, it was interesting to bully her. His nose was filled with a fragrance. He couldn't help but lower his head and smell her hair. It was also the scent of orchids. This smell reminded him of the feeling before death in his previous life. But that scene faded away, replaced by her fragile appearance as she lay under him, gasping for breath. Those nightmares of the past. It had actually turned into so many lovey-dovey images. Chi Chimu laughed silently. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 12. He stroked her hair and even sniffed it. Then, her favorability towards him increased. Wei Wei Bai asked the system, "Why do I feel like this guy is becoming more and more like a tram addict?" The system replied solemnly, "Just touching and you'll gain favorability. If you take off your clothes, you'll gain at least 5 points of favorability. Then, you'll have 10 points of favorability. It's very easy for a fool to conquer you." Wei Wei Bai thought about it seriously and agreed. "You're right." The system was silent as it held onto the manual for insulting the host. Generally speaking, shouldn't the host be crying when the host is encouraged to sell her body like this? In the beginning, the host was so pure. When did the host become so shameless? He was ashamed of his inferiority. The Lantern Festival was coming soon. The weather was not good, and it started to snow in the evening. Wei Wei Bai held the lantern and followed the maidservant of the Bai family outside. Madame Bai and a bunch of older sisters followed along. They were going to guess the lantern riddles and watch the Lantern Festival. Because they rarely went out, everyone was very excited. Wei Wei Bai was absent-minded. "Where's Chi Chimu?" The system looked around for a moment. Went to guess the lantern riddles. Wei Wei Bai nodded and didn't ask again. She knew that something must have happened to Chi Chimu today. His favorability was only 12 points, which for a man with hatred in his heart was equivalent to nothing. Chapter 828. Wei Wei Bai had a good idea of what to do and planned to counter each move when the time came. After looking at the lanterns for a while, Wei Wei Bai felt a bit bored. She saw the lantern riddles up ahead and found a circle of people. Many people were applauding. Wei Wei Bai and her sisters also squeezed over to take a look. They saw Chi Chimu standing on the platform of the lantern riddles. Tonight's lantern riddles finale was to guess the 100 riddles and obtain the best lantern that the lantern maker had worked on for a year. The lantern was a scene of the 4 seasons. It vividly produced the various colors of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The lantern would also change the color of the light as the lantern turned. It was very amazing and beautiful. Chi Chimu had already guessed the 98 riddles correctly. Everyone couldn't help but stop to watch his expression. The people who were holding the lantern riddles were all crowded to one side. The 99 riddles had just been solved. Chichimu had only come up to solve the riddles out of boredom. After all, he still needed to wait for an opportunity to do what he wanted to do tonight. So before the opportunity appeared, he didn't go find Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai also didn't come to find him. He sneered in his heart, hiding a bit of displeasure in his heart. The 100th lantern riddle finally came a more difficult one. He pondered for a moment, his eyes casually sweeping over the bustling crowd. He didn't feel anything about so many people watching. After all, in his previous life, when he became the top scorer, there were many people watching. He had long become accustomed to being looked at with adoration. His line of sight suddenly paused. He blinked and turned his head to look at the place he had just swept over. The lights below were brilliant, and the crowd was bustling outside. Wei Wei Bai stood under the light, the warm shadows of the lantern flowing over her fair and beautiful face. She stood slender and elegant, wearing a crescent moon long dress and a fox fur cloak. Her long eyelashes pressed down on her eyes, bringing out a soft light as she stared blankly at him. It was as if he had become a beautiful scenery in her eyes. Chichimu was no stranger to this kind of gaze. Before his rebirth, after he became the top scorer, he often saw the adoring gazes of some people. It was also this kind. Chichimu's fingers clenched, his heartbeat quickening. How could she look at him like that when he was solving a riddle? She was no different from an ordinary little girl. Thinking of this, Chichimu fell silent again. Wei Wei Bai was indeed just a girl. Other than having a bad heart, she was no different from other girls. She liked rouge, face powder, and pretty jewelry. She would be very angry at his flirting. The young girl's inexperience and warmth had been displayed in his arms before. Therefore, when this kind of girl saw an outstanding man, she would naturally reveal a look of admiration. Chichimu couldn't help but puff out his chest. He was a little proud of his charm that could subdue his enemies. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 15. He smiled faintly and deliberately chose a good posture, raising his head to reveal his handsome side profile, so that his handsome side was completely exposed in front of everyone. Then he said aloud the answer to the riddle. There was a round of applause. Chichimu maintained his handsome, jade-like appearance, stealthily glancing sideways. The place where Wei Wei Bai had been standing was empty. Chichimu fancied that he had put on such a good appearance. Chichimu's complacency from solving 100 riddles disappeared in an instant. He snorted with a cold expression, then turned to leave. "Young master, you haven't received your reward yet." The organizer saw that he was about to leave and immediately handed him the prize lantern. Chapter 829. Chichimu originally wanted to refuse, but then he saw that this lamp was really exquisite, the kind of exquisite and beautiful thing that girls like the most. For a moment, he unexpectedly reached out and took it. Then he turned his head and left the stage. Amidst the bustling crowd, his face was dark and gloomy, without the slightest trace of his handsomeness on the stage. His mood inexplicably soured. Chichimu gripped the handle of the lamp and walked forward. Suddenly, his footsteps paused. A crescent moon-colored figure ran out from his side. Then, she ran headfirst into his arms. Chichimu was knocked back several steps and was about to berate her, but he found a familiar fragrance in his arms. He lowered his head and saw Wei Wei by covering her nose, tears in her eyes. She said somewhat aggrievedly, "Why is this road so slippery?" It had snowed, so it was definitely slippery. Chichimu steadied himself, holding the lamp in his hand. He wanted to push her away, but hesitated and didn't. Wei Wei Bai looked up and hurriedly steadied herself. She was somewhat awkward, reaching out to tug at her cloak, and coldly snorted. "Didn't you make an appointment with me to go enjoy the lanterns?" These words were spoken as if she was questioning her lover. Chichimu vaguely felt that something was wrong with such a slow-witted person. But this kind of wrongness wasn't particularly uncomfortable. He smiled calmly. "I thought Biaomei didn't like to see me. After all, it's a rare night to enjoy the lanterns. It won't be good to see such a hateful person like me ruin your mood." Wei Wei Bai's expression stiffened, and then she tried to put on an icy face. "Yes, seeing you really puts me in a bad mood." Chichimu sighed. "I seem to remember that old maid washing clothes. In the morning, she asked me if the matter of carrying the wrong child was true or false. Wei Wei Bai's icy expression cracked. She took a deep breath, seemingly restraining her anger. Then she gritted her teeth and tenderly said, Biaoga, don't you want to enjoy the lanterns? I'll go with you. Chi Chimu smiled, a trace of warmth in his eyes. He put on an act and said, My hands are a bit tired. This lamp is a bit heavy. Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out. I'll do it. Chi Chimu immediately handed the lamp to her. Wei Wei Bai looked at the lights. They were exquisitely made for the 4 seasons and the different colors of the lights. Her angry face froze for a moment, and then she couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chi Chimu whispered, Is she beautiful? Wei Wei Bai didn't think much of it. Very beautiful. Chi Chimu. This is only possible after answering 100 riddles correctly. Bai Weiwei stared at the lights, no different from a little girl. She didn't even pay attention to what she was saying. No one has ever been able to answer 100 riddles correctly. When I was young, I always hoped that someone would be able to answer them because the prize lights were so beautiful. I've even answered them myself, but I was kicked out after answering only 3 questions correctly. She looked down at the lamp as she spoke. His bright black eyes were filled with surprise. Because her head was lowered, her fair neck was exposed, making her look elegant and soft. With her current appearance, who would have thought that her torturing methods would be so vicious? Chi Chimu's gaze deepened. He stared at her and suddenly said, If I answer correctly, I'll give you the lamp, okay? Wei Wei Bai looked up, her voice soaring. Really, her eyes were filled with longing and joy. Such pure and undisguised feelings. Chi Chimu revealed a smile and coaxed softly. Come, call me older brother, and I'll give it to you. Calling him older cousin was already a disgrace to her. Older brother, this kind of incomparably intimate address. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't be able to say it. Chapter 830. As expected, Wei Wei Bai hesitated. She bit her lip, glancing reluctantly at the lamp before looking back at him. Suddenly, she called out Big Brother in a low voice. Chi Chimu reached for a yard after getting an inch. What are you saying? I can't hear you. Wei Wei Bai's expression turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Big Brother. This was the same as calling an enemy. As expected, Chi Chimu was dissatisfied. Give me the lamp. Wei Wei Bai held the lamp, truly reluctant to return it. After all, such an exquisite lamp, apart from the imperial palace, couldn't be bought elsewhere, even if one had money. She threw caution to the wind, blushing as she said softly, Big Brother. This Big Brother carried a lingering ending note. Perhaps because of nervousness, the ending note trembled, adding a hint of seduction. Chi Chimu felt his ears itch, if not for her pure face. He wondered if she was deliberately seducing him. Seducing him, he thought that she couldn't wait for him to die. How could she seduce him? Chi Chimu felt that he was thinking too much, but he still couldn't help but look at her. He found that she was staring at the lamp, completely ignoring him. Was this lamp really so beautiful? No matter how beautiful it was, he was the one who won. He suddenly reached out and took the lamp from her hand. You finished looking at it. Give it back to me. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment before hurriedly reaching out to snatch it back. Didn't you say you were giving it to me? Chi Chimu, you call me Big Brother, so I'll let you look at it for a quarter of an hour. It's very fair. I got this lamp in exchange for answering 100 riddles. You calling me Big Brother 100 times is a fair trade. How could Wei Wei Bai not understand his thoughts? He didn't want to give her the lamp at all. He just wanted to play with her. Wei Wei Bai's anger rose in her heart. She reached out to grab the lamp, acting like an arrogant and unreasonable eldest miss. Chi Chimu saw her like this, and sure enough, his gaze turned cold. Wei Wei Bai, do you still want to snatch it? Wei Wei Bai actually didn't want to snatch it. However, a small mission appeared above her head. The mission was to break the lamp in Chi Chimu's hand. Furthermore, it was an urgent mission with a countdown of 30 seconds. She thought of the terrifying image of the dog chasing after her. She had no choice but to sacrifice her image as a good citizen and snatch it by force. Wei Wei Bai was crying in her heart, but on the surface she maintained her angry and domineering appearance. She coldly said, You played me, yet you still dare to talk to me like this. After saying that, She fiercely pulled at his lamp, but when the two of them were pulling, the lamp handle broke. The lamp smashed into the snow and shattered. Wei Wei Bai and Chi Chimu were both stunned. A cold light flashed in Chi Chimu's eyes. He raised his eyes to look at her as if he was looking at a dead person. I thought you had restrained yourself during this period of time, but it turns out that you're still the same. I don't need to be soft-hearted to you anymore. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. What did he mean? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a scream. In the distance, a group of horses was approaching. It was a group of bandits from the mountains outside the city. They actually took advantage of the Lantern Appreciation Festival. They came to plunder the city. Wei Wei Bai's face was deathly pale. She retreated a few steps, about to run. Chi Chimu fiercely grabbed her wrist. Under the light, he was as cold as an evil spirit. Biao Mei, do you know what will happen if you are plundered by bandits? Wei Wei Bai looked at him in horror. Don't, Biao Mei, you can't do this to me. Chi Chimu's heart was pierced by her gaze, and he became even more ruthless. You will never know how much I hate you. After saying this, he pushed her towards the group of horses. He remembered that in his previous life, this year's Lantern Appreciation Festival had been plundered by a group of bandits. They had snatched away many women and money, and not a single one of those women had returned alive. Chi Chimu. Bai Weiwei's scream rang out, choked with helpless sobs. Chi Chimu's footsteps paused. He turned back to see Wei Wei Bai being held hostage by a bandit on a horse. He gritted his teeth, looking at her with red eyes. His heart hardened. After planning for so long, he could finally end the woman who had killed him in his previous life. He should be happy. Chi Chimu mercilessly turned around, lifting his feet to leave. He didn't take 2 steps. Suddenly, someone hammered him in the back. His body went soft, and before he could fall, he was pulled onto the back of a horse by a bandit. A bandit next to him shouted, "Why are you snatching a man?" The bandit holding Chi Chimu was somewhat absent-minded, but he still replied, "This little brat looks pretty good, not better than a woman." Chi Chimu felt goosebumps rise on his skin. In his previous life, he had never heard of snatching a man. Wei Wei Bai on the other horse snorted coldly. "Little guy, who told you to trick me?" She had just spent 5 days of life points to buy a flower-like jade sticker to stick on Chi Chimu's back. Now, any man who saw Chi Chimu would feel that he was more beautiful than a woman. If they were unlucky, they would be unlucky together. Chapter 831. The sound of horse hooves disrupted the black night. Trampled lanterns were everywhere in the city. The bandit team that had finished robbing had quickly left the city. On the bumpy horseback, Wei Wei Bai and Chi Chimu both looked like they had eaten. There was a resting place at the foot of the bandits' mountain. It was also where the horses were placed. The bandits happily threw the money they had plundered on the table, shouting that they wanted a drink. The shop owners were all family and immediately brought over good wine and dishes. The women were pushed into a room, and Chi Chimu. Among the group of weeping women, Chi Chimu was particularly conspicuous. He had planned for so long, but because he looked like a woman, he and Wei Wei Bai suffered together. Right, where was Wei Wei Bai? Chi Chimu belatedly looked around. He immediately looked at the group of crying women and found Wei Wei Bai leaning against the wall in the corner, her head tilted, her face pale. Chi Chimu stared at her with a cold expression. He found that she seemed to be in pain. She had never ridden a horse before, and the first time was directly pressed against the horse's back. The intense jolting was indeed very painful. Chi Chimu heard the group of bandits shouting outside the door, happily drinking and eating meat. His brows grew even colder. If not for his lack of physical strength, he wouldn't have been robbed like this. When he thought of how that bandit had treated him as a woman, his face turned even darker. The places touched by that bandit felt like thousands of ants were crawling on his body, and he couldn't help but pat his clothes. Chi Chimu glanced at Wei Wei Bai again. He found that sweat had appeared on her forehead, and she looked even more uncomfortable than before. Chi Chimu hesitated for a moment before standing up, bypassing the crying women and walking to her side. He carefully reached out, wanting to touch her forehead. His hand had just touched her forehead when he was slapped hard. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes in horror and found that it was Chi Chimu. But instead of letting out a sigh of relief, she became even more alarmed. Chi Chimu, do you hate me that much? This question was filled with inconceivable anger. There were also traces of fragile disbelief. Chichimu retracted his finger, his eyes suppressing some kind of intense emotion. After a long time, he sneered. Hating you takes too much effort. Hating you is enough. A trace of sadness flashed through Wei Wei Bai's eyes, and her eyes turned red. Tears seemed to be about to fall. However, she stubbornly refused to drop it, as if she was trying to maintain her last shred of dignity. Chichimu's breath caught. He finally lowered his head, but his words were still unforgiving. You better not cry. The more you cry, the more interested those bandits will be in you. This sentence sounded like a threat, but Chichimu recalled when she cried, her clean eyes, sparkling in translucent tears, as well as that fragile expression that aroused one's sadistic interest. All men have the same desires. He was excited to see her cry, but other men, thinking of this for some reason, Chichimu felt a surge of anger. It was as if she didn't want anyone to see Wei Wei Bai cry. Especially when she was crying, she looked so seductive. No, not only was her crying seductive, every expression was seductive. She clearly had an innocent and cute round face, but she had a seductive temperament and a vicious heart. How could a woman grow up like this? When Wei Wei Bai heard his words, she immediately gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at him. She didn't cry, but it aroused her hatred. I won't let you go. Now that you've been caught, neither of us can escape. I said that even if I go to hell, I'll pull you down with me. Chapter 832. For him, studying and taking the imperial examinations were only a means for his survival. So when he mixed with the third prince later on, he didn't feel that he should have entered the Hanlin Academy as the top scorer. Instead, he became an executioner in the dark, responsible for executing ministers who didn't agree with him. Even if some were wrongly accused, so what? He didn't care at all. He only cared about whether or not he could live well. Chichima knew that it was about time to run. If he ran out now, there was a high chance of success. He originally should have walked out without hesitation. But for some reason, when he turned back, sure enough, he saw Wei Wei Bai huddled in the corner. Her hands were tightly hugging her knees as she stared at him blankly. Chichimu was expressionless as he pressed forward step by step. It was the first time Wei Wei Bai had cowered like this. She seemed to have reacted at once. Those women who rushed out were all scapegoats used by him. Such cruel methods, simply despicable and heartless to the extreme. Chichimu walked in front of Wei Wei Bai, a huge shadow shrouding her. She bit her lip, her snow-white and colorless face like a fragile flower bud in the darkness. Her slender and thin body helplessly aroused the dark desire to abuse in his body. Bai Wei Wei's eyes trembled, reflecting his expression that was as cold as a demon's. She didn't even dare to speak, only desperately shrinking back. It was as if he was more frightening than those bandits. Chichimu suddenly felt satisfied. His fear of her actually made him happy, because this made him feel that he could easily control everything about her. Even her trembling appearance made her seem cute. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Wei Wei Bai trembled even more fiercely. System, why do I feel like this guy is especially demonic? Favorability didn't rise like this. How could there be such an occasion to increase favorability? It was a completely abnormal increase. System, blackening points full bar accumulated in the previous life. It can't be helped. Nothing good would happen to him in this lifetime. Finally, his life was about to improve a bit. In the end, he was made to die by a cup of tea from the original owner's mother, plus the scent of orchids. Any person would blacken into a demonic beast, so Chichimu's conduct wasn't surprising. Chichimu crouched down and reached out his icy fingers to grab her delicate neck. He didn't use force, but his fingers gently stroked her skin, appearing especially ambiguous and unreasonable. He lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "Come with me, be good." The lingering sound was. But his eyes were full of murderous intent. If she didn't go with him, he would. Chichimu truly did have this thought. He thought, rather than letting her be defiled by bandits, he might as well strangle her to death. He had the bandits to cover for him anyway. This was a good, The two people were in a deadlock for a while before Bai Weiwei seemed to accept her fate and nodded. Chi Chimu's fingers stiffened for a moment before he discovered that he had also breathed a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he felt that his reaction was particularly laughable. Time was limited, so he immediately grabbed her hand and rushed out. They rushed out of the room. It was a bloody scene outside. Many of the women who had run away had been killed, lying on the ground in a bloody mess. Blood flowed all over the floor. As for the bandits, they were also drunk and did not hesitate to kill people. For a moment, no one paid attention to Weiwei Bai and Chi Chimu, who had run out later. Chapter 833. Chi Chimu was very calm, his mind already having a rough map of this Black Inn. He grabbed Weiwei Bai's wrist, as though afraid that she would be separated from him, and quickly ran to the next room. Weiwei Bai's face was deathly pale as she looked at him blankly. "What are you doing? Shouldn't this be the time to escape?" Chi Chimu's eyes were grave, his expression cold and cruel. "Daring to catch me. How could I not give them a little gift?" There was some kerosene in this room. Moreover, the inn was made of wood, and he knew at a glance that this wood was very flammable. Even if it had snowed, the wood was very dry. As long as one room caught fire, the entire inn couldn't be saved. Chi Chimu pushed open the window, then turned to pick up Weiwei Bai. Weiwei Bai struggled. Chi Chimu slapped her butt and said with a frown, "Don't make trouble." Weiwei Bai's body stiffened. She had already been pushed out of the window. Outside the window was a thick layer of snow, but she didn't feel any pain when she fell. She immediately stood up and looked at Chi Chimu through the window. She saw him methodically opening the cans of kerosene and pouring it all over the room. Outside, the bandits were still slaughtering and chasing women. But he seemed to be unaffected by it and prepared everything well. This quality of his heart was too frightening. Chi Chimu jumped out of the window, still holding the oil lamp in his hand. He glanced indifferently at Weiwei Bai, then, without a word, pulled her behind him. Then, without hesitation, he threw the oil lamp into the room. The fire flared up at once, and the unextinguishable flames burned fiercely. Chi Chimu saw that it was burning and immediately pulled her outside. His next destination was the stable. They had to have a horse to run far. When they arrived at the stable, they saw a horse. Chi Chimu untied the reins and wanted to pick up Weiwei Bai, but the horse was too high. He couldn't carry her that high. This physical strength, the scene was very awkward. A corner of Chi Chimu's calm expression shattered. He snorted. "Get on yourself." Weiwei Bai could only get on the horse clumsily. Chi Chimu also followed, and with a flick of the reins, the horse broke into a gallop. From using others as scapegoats to distract the bandits, to burning down the inn, to finding a horse to escape. This was a plan that was linked to one another. It was so meticulous that it left everyone dumbfounded. A cold heart, a smart brain, and the ability to act without hesitation. This was the material for great things. He was only slightly worse than her. The system heard Weiwei Bai mumbling to itself. For a moment, he couldn't eat. The host's face was so big that it covered its bowl of instant noodles. Chi Chimu's movements were very large, and some bandits saw his fleeing figure. Someone immediately caught up with him. Chi Chimu's horse riding skills were definitely not as good as the bandits. He could only turn to the mountain road and take a detour. After running for a while, Chi Chimu made use of the strategic terrain to throw off most of the people. In the end, there was only one bandit left in hot pursuit. Weiwei Bai hugged him and felt dizzy. Because the horse was making a sharp turn, her fingers lost strength, and she was about to fall off the horse. If she fell off the horse at this speed, she would undoubtedly die. Chi Chimu was startled and immediately slowed down. This decision didn't go through his brain at all. He clearly should be rational and not care about her. The moment he slowed down, the bandit had already caught up. The bandit extended a knife and cut off the horse's leg. Weiwei Bai and Chi Chimu rolled to the ground. Weiwei Bai was rolled into the underbrush. With great difficulty, she struggled to get up, only to see Chi Chimu being pressed down by the bandit. The bandit originally wanted to kill him, but for some reason, he became sluggish and his eyes became absent-minded. Then he suddenly revealed a covetous expression. "Aha! You're very good looking. Come, give this uncle a kiss. Chichimu. Wei Wei Bai saw his fucking dog expression. Only then did she discover that the flower-like sticker was too powerful. Chapter 834. The bandit's eyes were red. He only felt that Chichimu's flower-like face was simply the #1 beauty in the world. He held a knife in his hand and pressed it against Chichimu's body. His bearded face was about to approach Chichimu. Even in the face of death, Chichimu didn't have excessive emotional fluctuations. As a result, he experienced for the first time what was called the feeling of his scalp exploding. Disgust, humiliation, goosebumps, as well as anger all exploded. He said word by word, "If you dare to touch me, I will make 3 generations of you not have a good death." He was a man of his word, digging up graves, slaughtering young children. He could do it all, but his murderous appearance, in the eyes of the bandit, was like a coquettish act with pink bubbles. Don't be afraid that this grandpa will defile you. This grandpa will take you as my 18th concubine. Chichimu's cold and hard expression cracked. What the hell was an 18th concubine? He suddenly sneered. You try. The bandit recklessly approached, wanting to kiss him, but his instinctive desire to survive made him abruptly retreat. He was also an expert in the bandit team. This time, he was the leader of the group that organized the robbery in the city. Although Chichimu's movements were fast, he wasn't a martial artist. Before the hairpin in his hand could touch the bandit's neck, it was ruthlessly knocked away by the bandit. Chichimu's hand shook, knowing that he had encountered a tough nut. His expression changed, but his movements weren't slow. He immediately rolled away, wanting to escape. But the bandit had already caught up and kicked him in the abdomen. The sharp pain caused Chichimu to lose his ability to move. Even if the bandit was momentarily confused on the line between life and death, his instinctive killing intent still appeared. The knife in his hand stabbed into Chichimu's body without hesitation. A large stone smashed into the back of his head. The bandit staggered a few steps, his head covered in blood. He immediately turned around, his big bare face incomparably malevolent. As a result, he saw Wei Wei by looking at him with some fear. The big bare face was covered in blood. He stared at Wei Wei by with an abnormally frightening gaze. He howled. Then, she raised the knife and rushed towards Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai, a normal person would have amnesia after being hit like this. This bear is too durable. She turned around to run, but her skirt was too long and Xiong stepped on it. Wei Wei Bai fell hard and hurt her knee. She sucked in a deep breath and raised her head to see a gleaming knife slashing towards her head. Pa! A large rock hit the back of the bear's head again. Big Bear dazedly turned its head and saw Chichimu's ruthless eyes, holding a stone in his hand. Seeing that he still hadn't fallen, Chichimu smashed him again. The big bear bandit collapsed. Wei Wei Bai cut a sorry figure. Her long dress was torn, and her eyes were bloodshot. Her delicate and thin body was curled up on the ground. He looked so pitiful. Chichimu turned to look at her, pursing his lips and gritting his teeth. He once again raised the stone and ruthlessly smashed it at the bandit. That action was so vicious and cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. Blood splashed onto his face. In the darkness, his face was incomparably savage, but it also carried an exquisite evil. Once the bandit was completely dealt with, he expressionlessly wiped his face with his sleeve. Wei Wei Bai trembled as she looked at him. Chichimu slowly walked over, like a wild beast approaching its prey. Wei Wei Bai burst into tears. You want to kill me? This savage expression was the appearance of a murderer addicted to killing Ah. Chichimu didn't make a sound. His hands were covered in blood, and the bloodstains on his face hadn't been wiped clean. Chapter 835. He saw Bai Wei Wei desperately shrink back. He stretched out his foot and stomped on the corner of her skirt. She couldn't move. Then he crouched down and gently cupped her face. In the darkness, his fingers brushed past the tears at the corners of her eyes, his voice low and hoarse. Why did you save me? Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled, her almond eyes wide open like a weak kitten, provoking tender affection and making people wish to lock her up. Chichimu's eyes darkened. The movements of his hands also became rough. He repeated, "Why did you save me?" Wei Wei Bai was clearly scared to death, but she still stubbornly replied, "Who saved you? I just wanted to kill him and save myself." The big bear bandit killed Chi Chimu. The second was to kill her. Chi Chimu didn't believe it. He revealed a twisted smile. "Like me, BA? Do you like me?" Wei Wei Bai was dazed for a moment, then immediately shook her head. No, impossible." She denied it 3 times. Chi Chimu didn't show any expression, but fiercely wiped away her tears with his fingers. He sneered but didn't mock her. Then he firmly grasped her wrist and pulled her up from the ground. "Let's go. Someone will catch up soon." Saying this, he dragged her, not caring that she walked slowly, and quickly walked into the depths of the forest. Wei Wei Bai stumbled, unable to keep up. She wanted to break free from his shackles, but she found that his grip was tight, as if he regarded her as his possession, not allowing her to escape. Wei Wei Bai's knee was injured, and the stinging pain made her unable to bear it. She timidly called out, "It hurts." Her voice was weak, without the slightest trace of her previous domineering air. Chi Chima's footsteps paused. He didn't turn back and continued walking, but his footsteps slowed. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 25. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. It wasn't easy to earn these 5 points of favorability. Her feet were going to be crippled. After finally seeing a river, Chi Chimu finally explained, "Follow the river and you'll see the official road." With their identities, they would be saved once they reached the official road. Bai Weiwei had no choice but to force herself to follow him. Although Chi Chimu's physical strength was average, he had suffered hardships and his endurance was very strong. He would have no problem reaching the main road if he walked all the way until dawn. But Wei Wei Bai couldn't do it. Her character wasn't the kind of person who could bear hardships. If everything went smoothly, she would follow him to the official road. It would be strange if Chi Chimu didn't suspect that she had changed her core. More importantly, he had to increase his favorability. Taking advantage of the fact that the side mission hadn't come out yet, he had to hurry up and farm as many favorability points as possible, especially Chi Chimu, who was too savage. Apart from his poor stamina, his physical fitness was also lacking. His character and temperament were truly that of a great demon king. If she didn't increase her favorability, she felt that she would be killed by him at any moment. Therefore, when Wei Wei Bai saw a hole, she immediately stepped into it without hesitation. With this stomp, it was truly thrown forward. She didn't even want her face anymore. With this fall, it was estimated that there would be several large bruises on her face. Chi Chimu was startled and almost instinctively reached out to grab her. In the end, the momentum was too great and he was overwhelmed. Chi Chimu fell to the ground, and Wei Wei Bai fell into his arms. He coughed several times, gasping in pain. "You!" He glared at her. In the end, he found that she was lying on his chest, her black eyes looking at him with pity and fear. She seemed to know that she was wrong and said with some fear, "My foot hurts." It wasn't intentional. Chapter 836. She was normally so arrogant, innocent, and vicious. But now, she was weak, delicate, and cute. Chi Chimu had long discovered that something was wrong with him. Every time she showed a sad expression, especially when she cried, he felt that she was especially cute. This was a man's excited evaluation of a woman, so cute that he wanted to play with her. It was truly a perverted and twisted feeling. There was clearly none in his previous life. Chi Chimu thought for a moment and felt that he might have been too obsessed with taking revenge on Wei Wei Bai. But at the same time, he couldn't remain indifferent to her beautiful appearance. So after a long time, his mentality became twisted, causing him to become excited when he saw her in pain and sobbing. Chi Chimu suppressed his twisted mentality. He sat up, then reached out and lifted her skirt. Wei Wei Bai trembled, her expression changing. "What are you doing?" Chi Chimu glanced at her indifferently. "Can you stop me from doing what I want to do?" Wei Wei Bai might have thought of those people who had died tragically in the black shop. She didn't dare to speak. Chi Chimu lifted her tattered skirt, revealing her sparkling white calves, exquisite as jade. His movements hesitated. Then he continued to move up, finally seeing an eye-catching bloodstain on her beautiful, round knee. She had broken her knee. No wonder she couldn't walk far. Chichimu pursed his lips, his finger lightly touching the wound. Wei Wei Bai trembled all over. It was very painful, but she didn't make a sound. He looked up at her and found that her expression was both bashful and angry. This kind of anger was like a flame, burning in her eyes, beautiful and fresh. If other women had experienced those things just now, they would probably have the heart to die. Chichima didn't know whether he should admire her or not. Perhaps there were some benefits to having a vicious heart. At least she didn't see her collapse after he had killed those women. Chichima's voice softened. "Stay here, I'll be right back." Wei Wei Bai didn't speak, only hurriedly pulling down her skirt again. He got up and turned to leave. Wei Wei Bai suddenly shouted, "Chichimu, without me, you can't go back." Chichimu was stunned. However, she had already said anxiously, "Don't think of abandoning me. If you go back alone, my family won't let you off. You'll only be fine if you protect me." Chichima didn't expect that she would think he was going to abandon her. He didn't explain, only saying, "Even if I protect you, you'll probably want me dead when we get back." Wei Wei Bai was even more scared. She said timidly, "No, if you let me go back alive, I will protect you." These words were said with extreme reluctance, but it was a blow to Chichimu. Protect him. In both of his lifetimes, he had never heard such a sentence from anyone. And this sentence was said by Wei Wei Bai, who kept hurting him. Chichimu found it laughable, but for some reason, a sour feeling appeared in his heart. She interpreted his silence as unwillingness. She was so anxious that her voice changed, trembling as if she was crying. She said, "I can really protect you. I won't let anyone kill you, so please escort me home." Chichima knew that Wei Wei Bai was truly scared. It was dark here, and there were still dangerous areas where wild animals roamed about. No one knew if the bandits would catch up. Leaving her here alone was undoubtedly like waiting for death. In fact, she was already very strong to be able to endure until now and not be a hindrance. Chapter 837. Madame Bai's expression immediately changed, and she said fiercely, "As expected, it's a wolf cub who doesn't know what's good for him. Come, tie him up and bring him back. Also, immediately send the young miss home." With that, a few male servants immediately swarmed forward and tied up Chichimu. Wei Wei Bai was also escorted into the carriage by the female servants. At this time, she couldn't immediately change her words and say that she was just joking. Bai Wei turned back and saw Chichimu staring fixedly at her, the light in his eyes burning like fire. He suddenly sneered, incomparably mocking. Then he lowered his eyes and didn't say anything, his entire person becoming even colder and more ruthless. Wei Wei Bai was taken home, and after she said those words that dropped the favorability, she kept waiting for the sound of the favorability plummeting. In the end, when she reached the Bai family, there was no reminder. She didn't know if Chichimu was beaten to death. She held her forehead as she watched the female servants carry warm water back and forth, pouring it into the large bathtub. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her temples and finally couldn't help but ask the system, "Side mission, when will it be completed?" "System, there's still some left. In the previous life, the original host bullied the male lead too many ways. The side mission still chooses the main bullying method, but can't stand bullying too many times." "Wei Wei Bai, can I know what the next side mission is?" She had to repeat the bullying methods of the previous life, but those bullying methods were all broken. The data before her rebirth couldn't be consulted. System, random, unable to inquire. Wei Wei Bai was also silent. She finally sighed. "Besides being able to chat with me or diss me, what other use do you have?" The system had a virtuous expression. "I can still buy you discounted goods." Wei Wei Bai held her head in despair. Their friendship was over. It was better to untie this trashy system. She felt that this kind of side mission was completely hell mode, without any end. Just as she had a little bit of favorability, she was forced to stab the target. Even if she put in more effort, she couldn't attack. She finally understood why this mission was so long and why the host shouldn't be tormented like this. Wei Wei Bai was about to take off her clothes and take a shower, but when she lifted her skirt and saw the bandages on her knees, she thought for a while and put them down. She said, "This era is especially old-fashioned." The system took a bite of the instant noodles and immediately replied, "Very old-fashioned. If a woman's feet are seen by a man, she will lose her virginity and will have to hang herself. There are also things like being drowned in a pig cage for adultery and being burned on a wooden pole for messing around before marriage." Wei Wei Bai's face darkened. This was too old-fashioned. The maidservant had already prepared the water and was about to help her bathe. Wei Wei Bai immediately put on a haggard and pale appearance, looking at the female servant with empty eyes. Then she said weakly, "I'll wash it later." He looked like he had suffered a huge blow. The female servant hesitated for a moment before retreating. Then Wei Wei Bai stared expressionlessly at the door. With great difficulty, she finally saw Madame Bai's head maidservant run over. She quickly reached out and messed up her hair even more and deliberately tore the hem of her skirt to make it look even more tattered. Then she rubbed her eyes, making herself look sad and miserable. Okay, she had an image. The maidservant really did come to invite her to the room in the rear courtyard. That was used all year round to punish servants who made mistakes. There was also the punishment of some heirs who made big mistakes. When Wei Wei Bai was invited here by the maidservant, she saw Chi Chimu tied to a pillar in the room. His head was bowed, and his body was covered in wounds. Madame Bai sat in a chair, trembling with anger. Chapter 838. Madame Bai sat in her chair, trembling with anger. When she saw Wei Wei Bai arrive, she immediately stood up and said through gritted teeth, "Wei Wei, are you two already together?" Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath, forcing herself to maintain her persona. She also had to let people see that she was actually lying to frame Chi Chimu. She could only see her acting skills. Wei Wei Bai raised her head and saw the anger in Madame Bai's eyes. She seemed somewhat afraid. Her fingers trembled fiercely, and she looked guilty, but she couldn't help saying loudly, "How could we be together? Nothing happened between us." Madame Bai had already noticed her small movements. How could she not understand her daughter? If she had really been framed, she would have long been smashing things in a fit of rage. How could she be guilty? Madame Bai also noticed that 2 buttons on the collar of Wei Wei Bai's clothes were buttoned incorrectly. There were also some holes in the hem of the skirt that were artificially torn. Her eyes were shrewd and ruthless, and she immediately understood. Chi Chimu and her daughter, in the chaos last night, really did have something. Perhaps it wasn't with Chi Chimu. It was also possible that she had been defiled by the bandits. Wei Wei Bai didn't pay attention to Madame Bai's complicated thoughts. She mulled over the expression of the vicious supporting female lead in the series she had seen. Then she revealed a very clearly vicious expression, tugging at Madame Bai's clothes as she cried, "Mother, Chi Chimu hates me to death. He wants to kill me. Hurry up and kill him." The tears were fake, the guilt was obvious, and the viciousness was even more obvious. No one was stupid. Wei Wei Bai's conduct. Wasn't it clear that something shameful had happened between her and Chi Chimu? Madame Bai was so angry that she almost fainted, but now she had to figure out the matter. Her daughter herself was clear. After bullying Chi Chimu for so many years, her temperament was a bit impatient, but she definitely didn't have the guts to kill. Last night, after being kidnapped by the bandits, escaping, and coming to the official road to ask for help, it must have been Chi Chimu who had guided her. Because she knew that her daughter, who had barely left the house, certainly didn't have this kind of ability. This was equivalent to saving Wei Wei Bai. But as soon as Wei Wei Bai returned, she wanted to kill Chi Chimu. Madame Bai's voice finally trembled. "Wei Wei, tell me, were you robbed?" Wei Wei Bai immediately said, "No, I didn't." "Mother, you have to believe me." Madame Bai saw that the guilt and fear in Wei Wei Bai's eyes became even more obvious. As expected, it had been defiled by bandits. And Chi Chimu was a witness, so Wei Wei Bai wanted to kill him as soon as she returned. Madame Bai's heart ached so much that she staggered a few steps before steadying herself. Her eyes hardened. Killing Chi Chimu and hiding this matter might have been the right thing to do. He had just thought of that. Chi Chimu, who had been keeping his head down, finally raised it with some effort. He looked at Wei Wei Bai with dark eyes. He had heard the conversation earlier, but his favorable impression of him didn't change at all. The tears in Wei Wei Bai's eyes were still falling. She was afraid that Madame Bai would not believe that she had been defiled by bandits. She had a clear Qi Chimu's name of plotting to murder her. She could only let everyone know that she was framing Qi Chimu. Wei Wei Bai felt that it wasn't easy for her. After framing Qi Chimu, she had to work hard to act like she was framing him. Madame Bai completely believed her. She said coldly, "Qi Chimu actually dared to plot against you." The corner of Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. She had underestimated this old woman's viciousness. Sure enough, this was the woman who sent Qi Chimu to heaven with a cup of poisonous tea. For the sake of her reputation, she planned to cut the weeds and eliminate Qi Chimu by the roots. Chapter 839. Qi Chimu suddenly said softly, "Kill me, B.A." Bainei was startled, then turned to look at him. Qi Chimu turned to look at Wei Wei Bai, the deep affection in his eyes unable to be hidden. His face revealed a sorrowful and gentle expression. "Kill me, B.A. I want to kill Wei Wei. I hate that she bullied me. That time in the ice water, I didn't want to save her. I wanted to kill her. And no one believed this at all. Who would jump into ice water to save someone? Wasn't this an unnecessary move with one's life?" Bainei recalled how Qi Chimu had risked his life to save Wei Wei Bai, and even her vicious heart softened. But why did he take the blame on himself? Bainei saw the unconcealable feelings in Qi Chimu's eyes, and her mind was struck by lightning. Could it be that Qi Chimu, toward her daughter? Qi Chimu gazed deeply at Wei Wei Bai, the infatuation in his eyes unable to be hidden. "I hate her. Last night, I deliberately caused her to be taken away by bandits. So kill me, B.A. I hate her was not much different from saying that I love her. Was Bainei so easy to fool? Yes, very easy to fool. She had stepped into Qi Chimu's trap. Then how did you appear in the bandit's lair and save her? Don't you hate Wei Wei?" He clearly liked her daughter. Bainei believed that she couldn't have misjudged the feelings in his eyes. Qi Chimu's expression changed as expected. "I was also taken away." Bainei sneered. "Everyone knows that the bandits have been causing trouble for more than a decade and haven't kidnapped a man. Could it be that you look like a woman?" Qi Chimu felt like he had been stabbed with a knife. In fact, he was also puzzled as to why that group of bandits had taken him along. "Bainei, moreover, you said that you wanted to kill my daughter, but risked your life to save her. Your story is simply full of loopholes." Wei Wei Bai and the system had nothing to do, so they watched Drama King Qi's one-man show. Qi Chimu grew anxious. "I did murder her. Believe me, kill me. Without me, she is still the innocent Wei Wei." Weren't these words just revealing 300 tales of silver here? When Wei Wei Bai heard these words, she felt that she had been defiled by a bandit and wanted to kill Qi Chimu to silence him. And because Qi Chimu loved her, that was why he would rather die to protect her chastity. What a fucking touching, melodramatic drama. But this kind of deep love moved Madame Bai. This made her think of another way to protect Wei Wei Bai's innocence. It should be true that Wei Wei Bai was defiled by bandits, and because she was kidnapped by bandits, it was impossible for her to be married off. Even killing Qi Chimu wouldn't help matters. But if Wei Wei Bai was married to Qi Chimu? No, Madame Bai thought of her own child who had died tragically. Her only son. Hatred welled up in her heart. It was better to kill Qi Chimu. Madame Bai was just about to order people to beat Qi Chimu to death. Wei Wei Bai suddenly hissed, "It hurts." Madame Bai frowned. "What's the matter?" Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth. "I hurt my foot last night." Saying this, she couldn't help but lift her skirt. Qi Chimu immediately seized the opportunity, his expression changing greatly. "Don't let people see your knee." Wei Wei Bai paused and looked up at him in a daze. She wanted to lift her skirt to remind Madame Bai that there was still a cloth tied around her knee. In the end, Qi Chimu helped her shout it out. This time, no one could help but look at her knee. Madame Bai felt that something was wrong. "Sit down." Wei Wei Bai immediately sat down with a stupid expression, not knowing where she had gone wrong. There were only female servants present, so there was no need to avoid arousing suspicion. As for Qi Chimu, he was no different from a dead man. Chapter 840. Lifting her skirt, she saw the strip of cloth on Wei Wei Bai's knee. Madame Bai finally couldn't help clutching her chest. This strip of cloth belonged to Chi Chimu. In other words, besides the robber, even Chi Chimu had seen her daughter's body. In Madame Bai's eyes, Wei Wei Bai immediately turned from a bright pearl to worthless junk. A daughter who had lost her chastity, her innocence. Staying the Bai family would also ruin their reputation. But seeing Wei Wei Bai, she couldn't strangle her to death to protect the Bai family's reputation. Madame Bai saw Wei Wei Bai's blank expression. Then she looked at Chi Chimu, whose face was filled with despair. No matter how much she hated Chi Chimu, for the sake of her daughter, he would rather die than let others know that she had lost her innocence. She felt that she could make use of him. Madame Bai couldn't suppress this thought. She said to Chi Chimu, "Is the strip of cloth tied to my daughter's knee yours?" Chi Chimu trembled and said hoarsely, "No, Wei Wei hasn't lost her innocence. I also haven't seen her body. She is still intact." His tone was so desperate, as though he was pleading with Madame Bai to believe him and protect Wei Wei Bai's innocence. Even a vicious person like Madame Bai was moved by the deep affection in his eyes. After all, she was a woman and was more emotional. Madame Bai knew that Chi Chimu was lying, but she didn't expose him. But she made another decision. You should marry Wei Wei. This was the best method. After all, her daughter was already ruined. Marrying a man who liked her enough to die for her, could be considered a good home. No matter how much she loathed Chi Chimu, Madame Bai had to make plans for Wei Wei Bai. Moreover, Chi Chimu knew how willful Wei Wei Bai was and still liked her so much. She was the best marriage partner. Wei Wei Bai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately said angrily, "Mother, you want to marry me to this villain who wants to harm me?" Madame Bai angrily shouted, "Enough, Wei Wei. Mother is doing this for your own good." Chi Chimu also sadly shook his head. "No, Wei Wei is so good. I'm not worthy." If Chi Chimu agreed at once, Madame Bai would be suspicious. Now, all doubts were gone. Madame Bai frowned and said with a cold face, "The wedding should be simple. Prepare in the next 2 days and get married immediately. Just say that you saved Wei Wei and Wei Wei repaid you with her body." Chi Chimu immediately said, "Wei Wei deserves better. As long as I die, no one will know that she is innocent. No, she really is innocent." Wei Wei Bai wanted to clap her hands, even though she had used the same strategy to save him. She wanted Madame Bai to misunderstand that she was telling lies and release Chi Chimu. But basically, she didn't have to do anything. The dirty water that Chi Chimu should have splashed had almost all been splashed onto her. As expected, Madame Bai was moved. She sighed. "Forget it. After marrying my daughter, I will let go of my past grievances. Even if Chi Chimu died, what use was it? Everyone knew that Wei Wei Bai had been kidnapped by bandits." Saying this, she disregarded Wei Wei Bai's objections and untied Chi Chimu's ropes. "Send young Master Biao back to rest." These words acknowledged Chi Chimu's status. Bai Wei Wei had a shocked expression on her face, completely unable to understand the situation. When Chi Chimu was helped past her, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her sleeve. "Wei Wei, it's all my fault. I couldn't protect you." His voice was sorrowful and affectionate, without regret. But his eyes were sinister and full of laughter, sending a chill down one's spine. Wei Wei Bai was stunned, somewhat afraid.